Ning Xianyu, who traversed into the realm of immortal cultivation, made her first wish upon binding the heart's desire system. I wish to be invincible. Upon awakening, she found herself in a startling predicament, having swapped bodies with a malevolent master who could hear her internal dialogues with the system. This sinister figure attempted to maintain his FOD while leveraging her body to threaten her against revealing his true nature. An unreliable system, a lethargic soul yearning for ascendance, and a psychopathic master who killed without a flicker of an eyelid all converged in this tale. "Silence," commanded the psychopathic master. "I haven't spoken," Ning Xianyu retorted. "It was me," interjected the system. Chapter 1. The Heart's Desire System, Making Dreams Come True. On the 8th day of the 7th month in the year 79,083 of Tianyao, at the prestigious Yushin sect, the grand selection ceremony for disciples commenced. The most gifted disciples from the 6 realms would be chosen to study under the 6 esteemed inner elders of Yushin sect, thereby soaring to celestial heights. This was the aspiration of every cultivator in the 6 realms, including Ning Xianyu, who had just arrived in this unfamiliar land. However, her dream shattered before it even began. Mixed spiritual roots. Why must I be afflicted with such a fate? Ning Xianyu lamented, furiously sweeping fallen leaves from the ground. The entire cultivation world knew that the most mediocre aptitude was the mixed spiritual roots. She lacked even the qualification to attend the selection ceremony. Those burdened with mixed spiritual roots were relegated to menial tasks, destined to suffer as cannon fodder. With her broom clutched tightly, Ning Xianyu raised her voice to the heavens. "Oh, cruel fate! Did you strike me down to this world merely to punish my past laziness and indulgence?" Thus, she was condemned to be an outer disciple, where idleness would lead to starvation and a lack of spiritual stones for cultivation. Having spent a month in this world, Ning Xianyu had toiled tirelessly. She cradled her delicate hands, lamenting the imminent calluses forming on her fingers. Suddenly, a charming feminine voice echoed in her mind. "Ding! The heart's desire system has been activated and bound to the host. Greetings, host. I am the heart's desire system, and you may call me Xiao Meng," came the voice. Ning Xianyu realized with a spark of hope that this might be the legendary golden finger essential for traversers. "Indeed, this system is your golden finger. I have fulfilled your first wish by bringing you to this world, allowing you to evade the gauntlet of examinations." Ning Xianyu nearly choked. "Thank you so much." She would rather endure the examinations than toil in this realm. Previously, she merely found studying tedious. Now, she faced the dual burden of memorizing cultivation texts while laboring under the sun. Her arms hardened with muscle. That's not permissible. The nature of traversing worlds is unique wishes cannot be repeated, the system explained. Well, you cannot wish for that. You can wish for other things. This world is not without its merits. Although your aptitude is mediocre and your appearance is unremarkable, you can wish to become an unparalleled master or a stunning beauty. Her aptitude was dismal, and her strength feeble. Even conjuring a flame was a taxing endeavor. As she swept the courtyard, her fellow disciples soared past her on their flying swords, igniting envy within her. "I also wish to fly on a sword. I wish to move mountains." Ning Xianyu thrust her broom into the ground, her voice brimming with excitement. "I wish to be invincible." This way, she could ascend to the status of an honorary elder at Yushin sect, enjoying provisions and living the life of a carefree individual. Imagining herself surrounded by charming attendants on her celestial peak, she resolved to outnumber the 3rd elder, Bu Jiao, to assert her dominance. "New wish received. This system will do its utmost to fulfill it," came the system's response. Ning Xianyu awaited eagerly. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, nothing transpired. She glanced at her hand and attempted to punch a nearby stone. "Hey!" With a fierce strike, her fist met the stone, yet it remained unscathed. "Damn it!" She fumed, throwing her broom to the ground. "You deceitful system. This system is honest and straightforward. Wishes do not manifest immediately. There is a 10-hour cooldown. By tomorrow morning, you shall be invincible." Foregoing dinner, she removed her shoes and lay on her bed. After a month in this realm, Ning Xianyu had worked little but eaten plenty, having charmed her way into popularity among the disciples. During dinner, Her friends Ding Hong and Chang Chi brought her 5 portions of food, concerned for her absence. Knock knock. Ning Xianyu, having just drifted off to sleep, was awakened by the persistent knocking. "Who is it?" she groggily called out. "It's me. I brought you food, fearing you might starve," Chang Chi retorted, rolling his eyes. "Just ate at noon. I'm not a bottomless pit." "Go away," she protested, burying herself deeper in her blankets. "Seriously?" Chang Chi fumed, his face turning pale. "You're not a bottomless pit, yet you devour 5 portions in one sitting?" Ding Hong, with a concerned tone, asked, "Are you unwell, Xinyu? Would you like me to take you to Elder Xiao?" "I'm fine, just tired." "Let me sleep," Ning Xianyu murmured, curling up. The two exchanged glances before departing. Chang Chi, exasperated, lamented, "After bringing her all that food, I got reprimanded by the kitchen elders. Tomorrow, she can sweep the garden alone. Be a bit more understanding, she might be feeling unwell," Ding Hong reassured him. Their conversation, poorly insulated, reached Ning Xianyu's ears. "Ah, Chang Chi, you dare leave me to sweep the garden alone? Just wait until I become an honorary elder. You'll be the one sweeping my celestial peak." Ding Hong was decent, always looking out for her and even sharing his fruits. In the future, she'd make him the chief steward of her celestial peak to oversee Chang Chi. "What about me?" The system chimed in eagerly. "Of course, you too," Ning Xianyu replied. Both host and system erupted into laughter, their camaraderie flourishing. The pleasant morning soon came to an abrupt end. As Ning Xianyu groggily opened her eyes, the system's jubilant voice filled her mind. "Congratulations, host. You are now the strongest individual in this world." "Indeed," Ning Xianyu began, only to abruptly halt as she realized her voice had transformed. What was happening? Had she inadvertently acquired a voice that was androgynous? Ning Xianyu turned, confronting a familiar face. "What the?" The shocking sight forced her to retreat further into her bed. The body before her belonged to none other than herself. Why was her physical form lying there, while her soul resided here? Was she so powerful that she had entered a state of soul wandering in her slumber? Ning Xianyu propped herself up, immediately sensing something was amiss. Her attire was peculiar. The luxurious black robe adorned with gold threads. When had she acquired such opulence? "No, wait. Why is my chest flat?" Ning Xianyu's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind racing. As she moved, she felt an unusual sensation within her trousers. Lifting her robe and peering inside, she was met with a shocking revelation. Not belonging to Ning Xianyu, a Pokemon greeted her with both anger and despair, its cries echoing through the heavens. "Ah, my AC! Ah!" The first scream was born from Ning Xianyu's fright, caused by a Pokemon that was not hers. The second scream emerged as she instinctively covered her eyes. The sharp pang of pain jolted her into the realization that this was no dream. Ning Xianyu was furious. She wished to become the world's greatest, not to inhabit the body of a man. Must only men hold the title of the world's greatest? Such a notion reeks of gender bias. System, did you not declare your desire to be the world's greatest? I have fulfilled your request by placing you in the body of the world's greatest. Why then, are you angry? The system was perplexed. I have become a man. What use is this title to me now? I cannot even dare to touch my own body. Ning Xianyu was on the verge of tears. She sought to be the world's greatest in her own form, not to be trapped within another's shell. Curse you! If the system had a physical form, Ning Xianyu would have plunged a dagger into it. You are a fraud. What kind of wishes come true system are you? You should rename yourself to Wishes Lead to Misfortune System. What heinous crime have I committed for you to treat me so? The system felt wronged. Witnessing Ning Xianyu's fury, yet fearing to provoke her further, it attempted to soothe her. This body is rather splendid. I have secretly observed it. And it possesses an impressive 8-pack. This young man is exceptionally gifted, unlike any other. And look in the mirror. Your face is quite handsome. What use are your words? Can I eat or utilize them? Ning Xianyu loathed this wretched system. Should she fall for its tricks a third time, she would be a fool. System, do not be so harsh. His name is quite melodious, Xianyuan Tunhan. Ning Xianyu's furious tirade abruptly halted as she regained her composure. What did you say his name was? System, Xianyuan Tunhan. A chill coursed up Ning Xianyu's spine. Do you derive pleasure from my torment, you wretched system? Ning Xianyu gritted her teeth, wishing for a mutual demise with the system. Was Xianyuan Tunhan a figure she could contend with? He was the foremost individual in the 6 realms of Yanhuan, the founding ancestor of the Yuxian sect, the legendary monster who kills without a second thought. If he were to discover that she had invaded his body, would he not extract her soul and grind it to dust for a drink? With trepidation, she cast a cautious glance towards the bedside to her former vessel. She wished to switch back before the ancestor awoke, pretending that this incident had never transpired. However, upon raising her gaze, she met a pair of eyes that seemed to gleam with amusement. Ning Xianyu's heart dropped. Xianyuan Tunhan propped his head up, his piercing gaze fixated on Ning Xianyu with great interest, akin to a serpent coiling around its prey. Although she had observed that body for a month, now, with a different soul, it exuded a distinct aura that made Ning Xianyu feel as if she were bowing before a formidable presence. What to do? What to do? He has awakened and is glaring at me. He won't kill me. Will he? Ning Xianyu's scalp tingled with dread. This cannot bode well. He is the ancestor, she thought to herself. Before Ning Xianyu could finish her thought, Xianyuan Tunhan seized her face. That charming visage bore a smile, yet the words that fell from it sent shivers down Ning Xianyu's spine. If you dare to wear that expression using my face, I shall extract your soul and grind it to dust for a drink. Ning Xianyu. System, save me. There's a psychopath, system. Do not call for me. I am terrified too. This is all you're doing. I shall kill you. I shall kill you. Ning Xianyu's eyes brimmed with tears of rage. Xianyuan Tunhan's gaze sharpened, his voice low. If a single tear falls, I shall sever one of your fingers. The system timidly remarked. Fear not, you are in his body, and he is in yours. Logically, you are him, and he is you. Thus, if a finger is severed, it is as if your own is severed. Ning Xianyu. Silence. Xianyuan Tunhan released her face, his silence imparting immense pressure upon her. Last night, while meditating, he sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy. Initially, he thought it was an enemy coming to meet their demise. To his surprise, a woman in the chi refinement stage was transported to him. He had intended to obliterate her with a wave of his hand, only to find his soul unexpectedly extracted and thrust into her body. This was the first time Xianyuan Tunhan encountered such a phenomenon, and his curiosity was piqued. He decided to study it further. Thus, he allowed her to rest in his bed, as she was now within his form. He had not anticipated that upon awakening, this woman would engage in conversation with a thing called system. They appeared to be oblivious to the fact that he could overhear their dialogue. Chapter 3. The taste of being ground to dust. Xianyuan Tunhan remained undisturbed, yet he gleaned some useful information. His soul seemed to have swapped with that of this woman, which appeared to be the work of the system. Intriguing. Xianyuan Tunhan's intense gaze fixated on Ning Xianyu, pondering where within her body this system was concealed, eager to extract and study it. Ning Xianyu felt a shiver under his scrutinizing gaze. System. Host, do not be timid. If he threatens you, you too can threaten him. If this body is damaged, wait a month, and I will find you another. Ning Xianyu. Get lost. It's not you who is being persecuted, so of course, you can speak so freely. What if I am locked in a small dark room, flayed and tormented day and night? Even if you offer me 1,000 bodies, it won't heal my psychological scars. The system fell silent, as comprehensive data indicated that Xianyuan Tunhan was highly likely to confine Ning Xianyu to a dark room for relentless torment. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Tunhan raised an eyebrow. Did he appear to be a sadist? The pressure of his gaze bore down on Ning Xianyu, who contemplated whether to push the system forward as a scapegoat. The moment this thought crossed her mind, the system detected it. System, you cannot disclose my existence. Ning Xianyu, you've put me in this predicament. Why can't I speak? System, our system is bound by a protection covenant. If you reveal me, this world will collapse. Ning Xianyu, what do you mean by world collapse? The system realized it had slipped up and fell silent. However, Ning Xianyu's curiosity was piqued. If you don't tell me, I will immediately inform him. Reluctantly, the system responded. The worlds you can traverse are determined by the system's level. In the real world, there is a heavenly path protection. Even if the system is exposed, it won't collapse. However, in a virtual world, once it realizes there exists something not belonging to it, it will shatter. Ning Xianyu feigned understanding, mocking. I knew you were a lowly system, waiting a month for a wish and repeatedly causing trouble. Turns out you were just a primitive system. The system, feeling insulted, retorted angrily. You are the primitive one. Your whole family is primitive. I am an intern system. Making mistakes is normal. Once I pass my assessment, with my capabilities, I will undoubtedly become a high-level system. Ning Xianyu scoffed. Save it. I've only made 2 wishes, and I am dissatisfied with both. With your level, you think you can become advanced? Your name sounds quite advanced. The system was infuriated, its voice cracking. You may insult my professional skills, but you cannot demean my name. Our wish-fulfilling system will accomplish anything you desire. I assure you, for your 3rd wish, there will be no issues. The argument between the two, one person and one system, escalated. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Tunhan furrowed his brow, pondering the concepts of the real and virtual worlds. Was the world he inhabited not genuinely existent? Was it merely a novel? What did that make him? A character within a story? What then was a television drama? An increasing tide of confusion swirled within Xian Yuan Tunhan, shaking his steadfast resolve cultivated over millennia. It felt as though something within him was fracturing. The incessant bickering of the two was giving him a headache. Xian Yuan Tunhan, with his dark expression, asked Ning Xianyu, "Is it that entity within your soul that caused our bodies to swap?" This question sent a jolt through both Ning Xianyu and the system, akin to being struck by an electric shock. He discovered me. What to do? What to do? The system shrieked. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Ning Xianyu echoed in panic. Xian Yuan Tunhan's head pounded. He had intended merely to scare them into silence. Yet, unexpectedly, they had transformed into a frenzied duo. It was maddening. Get out. Xian Yuan Tunhan suppressed the urge to eliminate Ning Xianyu. He needed to digest the information the system had divulged. Ning Xianyu hastily scrambled out. However, as Xian Yuan Tunhan's robe was excessively large, she accidentally tripped over the hem, falling clumsily. This foolish display reignited Xian Yuan Tunhan's murderous intent. Fortunately, he despised having attendants, and the hall was empty. Otherwise, should anyone witness his body in such a comical state, he would make that foolish creature experience the taste of having their soul ground to dust. Before she could take another step, Xian Yuan Tunhan's cold voice resonated. Stay right there. Dare to take another step, and I shall break your legs. Xian Yuan Tunhan's celestial peak, the highest and most perilous of the Yuxian men, had its sleeping chamber perched atop a mountain, with a viewing platform at its entrance. Ning Xianyu stood at the edge, the biting wind chilling her cheeks. She wrapped her thin nightgown tightly around herself, wishing to crouch down and hug her body for warmth. Just as she bent her knees slightly, Xian Yuan Tunhan's voice, like a specter whispering from behind, commanded, "Stand straight." At his command, Ning Xianyu's body obeyed instinctively, her spine erecting as rigid as steel. The wind tousled the long, inky hair of the man, his chiseled features strikingly handsome, making it difficult to gaze directly at him. Occasionally, disciples of the Yuxian men flying on swords would catch a fleeting glimpse of his ethereal presence, leaving an indelible impression. It's the Ancestor. Look, the Ancestor has emerged from the sleeping chamber. Excited, the disciples halted their flying swords, bowing to Ning Xianyu from afar. She stood motionless, her eyelids partially lowered, provoking whispers of admiration among the disciples. The Ancestor must be concerned for the great matters of the Yuxian men. Achoo! Ning Xianyu, phrasing, sneset, cautiously rubbing her nose. She envied the departing disciples. Were they not cold? My eyes are nearly shut from the chill. System. Actually, I intended to ask why you're not using your spiritual power to keep warm. Ning Xianyu maintained a stern expression, unwilling to confess that she had been too frightened to remember. Silently, she circulated the dense spiritual energy within her dantian, akin to a small universe. A wave of warmth enveloped her, eliciting a satisfied sigh. Her lowered voice, like bubbles bursting in a glass of wine, brushed against the tender heart of youth. System. Wow, you sound quite alluring when you whisper. In the main hall, a vein throbbed on Xian Yuan Tunhan's forehead. Chapter 4. The Ancestor kneels before an ordinary woman with spiritual energy shielding her. Ning Xianyu's mind cleared, and she asked irritably, "Enough with the diversions. I have yet to settle the score for your betrayal. Now tell me, what should we do? A month?" With Xianyuan Tanhan, this malevolent entity, inside, Ning Xianyu feared she might not survive even today, let alone endure a month. She dreaded the thought of Xianyuan Tanhan coming to his senses and attacking her. Ning Xianyu quickly threatened, "You need to devise a plan immediately, or I will reveal your existence to Xianyuan Tanhan right now." The system was at a loss, unable to fathom how it had acquired such an audacious host. Perhaps you should seek the protagonist of this world. With his protagonist as Halo, Xianyuan Tanhan cannot harm you. Ning Xianyu raised an eyebrow. Protagonist? All right, you mentioned this world is a virtual one. Is it a book? The system confirmed. Yes, it is a novel titled Jiandao Duzun, and Xianyuan Tanhan is the current pinnacle of power in this world. However, this is because the male lead has not yet reached his full potential. Once he grows stronger, beings like Xianyuan Tanhan will merely serve to elevate his level. Ning Xianyu was incensed. Are you out of your mind? You swap my body with that of a stepping stone for the protagonist and claim you're not trying to deceive me? Enjoy? How am I to enjoy this? Ning Xianyu rubbed her chilled nose, feeling the penetrating cold. With Xianyuan Tanhan lurking behind her, was she to wander about in his guise, as if she were inviting death? Gumin, Xianyuan Tanhan's voice echoed from behind once more. She shivered, approaching the demon lord. Xianyuan Tanhan narrowed his eyes, observing his own body adopting a submissive demeanor, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. How to describe it? It was akin to a desire to sever something. As his thoughts flowed, Ning Xianyu caught a glimmer of cold light before a resounding crash echoed. The glass lamp by the bed was shattered by a sword's aura, instantly reduced to fragments. Ning Xianyu felt her knees weaken, collapsing to kneel before Xianyuan Tanhan. At that moment, a streak of light surged into the hall, accompanied by the excited voice of the sect master Du Juzi, reporting to the ancestor the matter you asked me to investigate. His voice abruptly ceased. He stood dumbfounded, staring at Xianyuan Tanhan, who was kneeling before an ordinary woman, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What was happening? Why was the ancestor kneeling before such an unremarkable woman? Who was she? Where was he? Would he be silenced? A tempest of confusion raged in Du Juzi's mind. Ning Xianyu's thoughts were drowned in a cacophony of panic. It's over. He saw me. The demon lord will surely extract my soul and grind it into powder. As Xianyuan Tanhan's gaze grew increasingly dangerous, the atmosphere around him became more oppressive. Ning Xianyu seized Du Juzi's beard, yanking him closer to kneel beside her. Old fool, what are you staring at? Quickly come and pay respects to the ancestor. Du Juzi, bewildered, found himself kneeling on the ground, his knees cracking under the pressure. Overwhelmed by shock, he failed to register the term ancestor directed at him. What does ancestor mean? Aren't you our ancestor? With myriad questions swirling in his mind, he mechanically bowed to Xianyuan Tanhan, residing within Ning Xianyu. Salutations to the ancestor. Ning Xianyu threatened. The existence of the ancestor is of utmost importance. If you dare to divulge what transpired today, I will obliterate your very essence, understand? Du Juzi nodded vigorously, his face a mask of fear. When the ancestor decrees death, it is a true death, regardless of your status as sect master or elder. Your very soul would be extinguished. Ning Xianyu anxiously looked at Xianyuan Tanhan, her eyes pleading, hoping the ancestor would show mercy and spare her. The dark-faced woman remained silent, her icy gaze slowly traversing the artery on Ning Xianyu's neck, causing the little person in her heart to tremble like a spring. System. If he kills me, can you revive me? The system replied. Rest assured, host. On Qingming and Chongyang festivals, as well as your birth and death anniversaries, I will burn offerings of your beloved Wang and that man. Ning Xianyu retorted, You worthless thing. If I die, I shall ensure you suffer too. I will expose you right now. With a serious expression, Ning Xianyu activated her love-hate mode with the system. The system pleaded, No. I have a solution. Ning Xianyu's eyes blazed red. Speak. The system suggested. Take him as your disciple. The crimson light in Ning Xianyu's eyes extinguished in an instant, her eyes narrowing in despair. I'm tired. Let it all end. The system protested. Now you are him, and he is you. By taking him as your disciple, it is as if he has taken you as his disciple. A master for a day is a father for life. How could a father harm his own child? Even a tiger does not consume its cub. The system frantically explained. A sudden, incongruous laugh escaped Xianyuan Tunhan, who bore Ning Xianyu's innocent visage. Ning Xianyu stared at him in terror. Did he just laugh? She was uncertain, as that laugh was exceedingly brief and barely audible. Gazing at she preferred to believe that the sound was merely a quiet release of gas. Do you see Kned besides Sunyon Tunhan, leaning closer to Visper, ancestor? The matter you asked me to investigate has made some progress. Matter? What matter? Ning Xianyu, perplexed, uttered a few words. Suddenly, Xianyuan Tunhan's voice erupted in her mind. Let him speak. Ning Xianyu jolted, swiftly changing her tone to feign enlightenment. Oh, you mean that matter? What progress? Du Ju Zi hesitated, glancing at the woman by the bed, remaining silent. Ning Xianyu urged, the ancestor is one of us. Speak freely. Only then did Du Ju Zi elaborate. The 9 branches of the Tianhua flower on Hawaiian Island are indeed about to bloom. The island master, the fairy Mengyue, has fallen, her soul sealed beneath the flower. Junior sister Bu Jiao observed the stars. The 9 branches must bloom within 3 days at the latest. Ning Xianyu was utterly confused. System, what is the 9 branches of the Tianhua flower? The system explained, a divine herb that can overcome inner demons, which Xianyuan Tunhan has contemplated for much of his life. 30,000 years ago, he forcefully crossed from the shattered void to the empty realm, planting a seed of inner demon. As long as that demon exists, despite his exceptional talent, his strength will remain stagnant. Ning Xianyu grasped only part of it. She understood that the 9 branches of the Tianhua flower were undoubtedly of great significance to Xianyuan Tunhan. The determination in his eyes conveyed his message to Ning Xianyu. Let him go. Chapter 5. Grasping his lifeline, Ning Xianyu immediately donned an air of profundity. Addressing Du Ju Zi, you may leave. Do not disclose today's events to anyone. Otherwise, I shall extract your soul and drink it. Ning Xianyu failed to notice the twitch at Xianyuan Tunhan's mouth upon hearing her words. Du Ju Zi, equally puzzled, wondered when the ancestor had developed such peculiarities. Yes, he replied, retreating. This left Ning Xianyu and Xianyuan Tunhan alone. The tense atmosphere enveloped the hall. Xianyuan Tunhan fixed his gaze upon Ning Xianyu, contemplating. The inner demon tormented him relentlessly, an ever-present agony. That fire could only be extinguished by the 9 branches of the Tianhua flower. Yet, after being transferred into this woman's body, he felt no existence of the inner demon. However, with his body under her control, he could not shake his distrust. Moreover, Xianyuan Tunhan was very concerned about her origins and the existence of that system. He still could not comprehend the system's statements. Yet, he remained patient. As long as he was within this woman's body, he could overhear their conversations. After all, they were unaware of his ability to listen, and he might learn more than he had previously known. He maintained this pretense merely to avoid revealing his hand. Ning Xianyu, on the verge of tears, feared the loss of her fingers. The ancestor is furious. It will take a month before I can switch back. Ning Xianyu lowered her head, not daring to meet Xianyuan Tunhan's gaze. In her heart, she cursed the system. The system, feeling the brunt of her frustration, remained silent. You expect me to stay in your lowly body for a month? Xianyuan Tunhan's tone was dangerously cold. Ning Xianyu felt a surge of blood rise in her throat. System, listen to this. Is this how you converse? My body is lowly, yet his is so noble? Even as she cursed Xianyuan Tunhan in her mind, Ning Xianyu could only lower her head and submit outwardly. Are you negotiating with me? Xianyuan Tunhan leaned closer, staring intently into Ning Xianyu's eyes. Those frigid eyes revealed an unmasked intent to kill. Ning Xianyu felt as if cold water had been poured over her, instantly robbing her of her voice. Is that so? If you say so, shall I unleash myself? Ning Xianyu suddenly adopted a defiant posture, sitting upon her own legs, embodying a spirit indifferent to danger. If the ancestor is dissatisfied, then kill me now. Do you think I'm a fool? Xianyuan Tunhan squinted, coldly snorting within. This fool dares to resist. He sneered. This body is mine by right. Killing you would only harm my own vessel. If I must strike, It is your body that shall suffer. Ning Xianyu was taken aback. Aren't you afraid of pain? Xianyuan Tunhan regarded her with disdain, scoffing at her question. Feeling the weight of his contempt, Ning Xianyu steeled herself, turning her head defiantly. Then go ahead and strike. After all, it is not I who will feel the pain. Address the system, expressing her resolve. System, if it comes to it, I shall discard this body. The system responded with a sense of satisfaction. Ah, a teachable spirit. Do not fear, my host. Just do as I say. Xianyuan Tunhan, amused by her defiance, tightened his grip on her chin, compelling her to face him. A shiver coursed through Ning Xianyu, who instinctively crossed her arms, questioning, what do you intend to do? With a subtle smile, Xianyuan Tunhan spoke slowly. Though you occupy my body, your spirit is feeble. My ethereal spirit can render you a fool in an instant. Do you comprehend? In that moment, Ning Xianyu felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if she were prey under the gaze of a primordial predator. Trembling, she inquired of the system, is he speaking the truth? The system's voice lowered, in theory, yes. What a predicament! Was she truly ensnaring herself? The courage that had once ignited within her dissipated entirely. She nearly found herself clinging to Xianyuan Tunhan's leg in supplication. I was wrong, dear ancestor. Ning Xianyu buried her head beneath her arms, attempting to hide like an ostrich. Xianyuan Tunhan's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Since this body cannot be exchanged for another month, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter for now. However, I cannot allow you to present my face to the world. Tell me, how shall I handle you? What a ridiculous notion. Ning Xianyu's anxiety made her toes curl. Xianyuan Tunhan clearly intended to make her suffer. No, she must not allow that to happen. At the very least, she needed to endure until the month passed, hoping the system would regain its wish-granting capabilities. Xianyuan Tunhan cast an appreciative glance in her direction. You are quite clever. It must be said. Ning Xianyu had grasped the heart of Xianyuan Tunhan's desires. He was determined to acquire the 9 branches of Tan. Go. Instruct Du Juzi to prepare for our journey to Hua Yin Island. Xianyuan Tunhan had tacitly agreed to Ning Xianyu's request, prompting her to breathe a sigh of relief as the metaphorical guillotine above her head seemed to recede just slightly. I shall depart at once, she exclaimed, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from Xianyuan Tunhan's view. Hua Yin Island, ranked 7th among the 10 foremost sects in the cultivation world, may not possess strength comparable to Yuxian men, yet its leader, the enchanting Ling Yuxianzi, had devised a formidable Ling Bo Luan Hanshu, directly assaulting the spirits of cultivators, making it a formidable challenge. Moreover, the island was exclusively inhabited by female disciples, each an exceptional furnace for alchemical endeavors. Many sects in the cultivation world sought partnerships with the female disciples of Hua Yin Island for their own cultivation benefits. Therefore, despite its lower ranking, no one dared to provoke it. 300 years prior, Hua Yin Island had closed its doors to visitors, delaying even the once-per-century Bai Hua festival twice. The cultivation world buzzed with speculation regarding this decision. Chapter 6. Reckless speed is unadvisable. The Bai Hua festival captured the interest of male disciples. Yet Ning Xianyu, a slothful character, felt no enthusiasm for it. At that moment, she was soaring through the skies with Xianyuan Tunhan's body, truly experiencing the exhilaration of being a cultivator. System, this is absolutely exhilarating. Haha, no wonder so many people pursue cultivation. Defying Earth's gravity is simply delightful. The system chuckled in response. That is due to my influence. If you were to cultivate yourself, it would take you thousands of years to achieve this ability to tread upon the void. At this remark, Ning Xianyu felt inclined to retort. Enough of your self-aggrandizement. If you truly possessed such prowess, why not grant me those thousands of years of cultivation directly instead of embroiling me in such trouble? Here she was, wearing Xianyuan Tunhan's face, being threatened by him, with her very life held in his grasp. Where was the sense of accomplishment in that? The system, ever obedient, murmured softly, life is not perfect. Then what use is a so-called wish-fulfilling system? Ning Xianyu snapped, nearly colliding with a mountain peak in her agitation. She hastily steadied her mind, realizing the overwhelming power of Xianyuan Tunhan was challenging to control. In her excitement, she had nearly obliterated an entire mountain. It was said that Xianyuan Tunhan had once single-handedly leveled 2 mountains simply because they harbored mushrooms he despised. Such a volatile temperament explained his formidable inner demons. Du Juzi's beard and eyebrows were blown upwards by the gust of wind she created, staring in astonishment at the suddenly reappearing, menacing figure of the ancestor. Ancestor, I assure you, I will never speak of that incident. Xianyuan Tunhan's expression was colder than usual, his face devoid of emotion, causing Du Juzi to contemplate the implications. Could it be that the ancestor found it shameful to have knelt before a young girl, and now sought to eliminate him to prevent any scandal? Moreover, why did the ancestor refer to that girl as ancestor? Whose ancestor was she? The ancestor's ancestor? Unbeknownst to him, the spirit within Xianyuan Tunhan was merely paralyzed by fear. Goodness, were it not for my quick reflexes, I might have shared an intimate moment with this old fool. Host, there are countless paths, but safety must come first. Reckless speed is inadvisable. Begone. After a considerable time, she regained her composure and coldly uttered a few words before turning to leave. Prepare swiftly. We are heading to Huayin Island for the Baihua Festival. She attempted to exude confidence, convinced she had manifested Xianyuan Tunhan's imposing presence. Yet Du Juzi behind her displayed a sinister smile. Yes, ancestor. The Baihua Festival was a grand event, and many disciples were eager to attend, as securing a female disciple from Huayin Island as a partner could significantly enhance their cultivation progress. Inner disciples had to endure fierce competition to be selected for the journey, while outer disciples, possessing inferior spiritual roots and lower cultivation, could only indulge in gossip about such matters. Changqi knocked on Ning Xianyu's door once more. Ning Xianyu, if you do not rise to work soon, the steward will expel you from the sect. Honestly, how can one be so lazy? Do you not wish to continue here? Ding Hong also approached, knocking on the door with concern. Sister Xianyu, are you unwell? Perhaps you should visit Elder Shi Yao for a checkup. Changqi scoffed. Forget it. She wouldn't dare part with a few spirit stones. Besides, why would the inner sect bother with outer disciples? As they conversed, a sudden gust of wind swept past, heralding the arrival of an unexpected figure in their courtyard. Ya! Safe landing, full marks. Just as Ning Xianyu celebrated her successful flight, she noticed 2 senior brothers standing at the entrance, their faces filled with terror. Why you? Changqi quickly pulled Ding Hong to kneel. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Before them stood the venerable ancestor of Yuxian men, a figure they had only glimpsed from afar. Although they had not seen his face, his aura, which repelled all who approached, and his stern expression left no doubt it was Xianyuan. As they puzzled over how the ancestor could appear in an outer disciple's courtyard, he coldly walked past them, entering Ning Xianyu's room. The 2 dared not utter a word, only to witness him adeptly rummaging through the room, or rather, tidying up before departing with a bundle in hand. Once the 2 were left alone, sensing the absence of Xianyuan Tunhan's presence, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Changqi stared in disbelief, silence enveloping him. Ancestor, what? What just happened? What kind of erratic behavior is this, so quick to threaten lives? You used my body to pack your belongings? This woman had audacity beyond measure. He had momentarily lost focus, and she had taken liberty with his form. A surge of murderous intent filled his heart as he slowly raised his hand, contemplating whether to strip her of her consciousness and transform her into a mere puppet. Feeling his malice, Ning Xianyu prostrated herself on the ground, pleading, Ancestor, spare me. I have only just entered the qi refinement stage. I needed to gather some supplies for our journey. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward for you. The protagonist exclaimed in exasperation. Why does he know when I go out to fetch a package? Does his mind contain a celestial vision system? The system, with a hint of mockery, responded. That is due to his formidable spirit. Within the entire Yuxiaman, if he wishes to observe, he can see the actions of all. Goodness, how bizarre. He wouldn't spy on the female disciples while they bathe, would he? Silence. Xianyuan Tunhan thought that utilizing her body came with significant drawbacks. It was exceedingly noisy. He could not comprehend how 2 women could be more raucous than 1,000 ducks. Besides, did he truly need to spy on bathing? No, that was not the crux of the matter. In the future, without my command, you shall not leave my side by even a step. Without orders, You shall not utilize my body for any purpose. Otherwise, I shall ensure you never need to change clothes again. Yes, I understand. Ning Xianyu cautiously rose and kindly handed over the package. These are the disciples' garments. When they become soiled, you may change. Suddenly, she realized that with Xianyuan Tunhan inhabiting her body, how would she bathe or relieve herself? It's your fault. He will see everything. My purity. Xianyuan Tunhan's face grew cold, filled with a burning rage. How had this disciple entered the sect, requiring such mundane necessities? Chapter 7. The old tree blossoms. Ning Xianyu soon discovered her worries were unfounded, for a deity possesses divine methods to address worldly matters. What is he consuming? She inquired, observing Xianyuan Tunhan ingesting a pill, unsure of its nature, fearing it might be poison that would manifest a month later. What if he poisons me for when I am no longer of use? However, the system clarified that is a fasting pill. Once consumed, one can abstain from food and water for a month without the need to relieve oneself. That is a fasting pill, not a... Xianyuan Tunhan almost retched upon hearing her words. How had such a disciple even gained entry? He shot Ning Xianyu a glare, instructing her to meditate elsewhere. During meditation, one must cultivate tranquility, thus preventing any nonsensical chatter with the system. Yet, he overestimated certain individuals' temperament. Even while meditating, she could find amusement. Ning Xianyu could not settle into meditation, instead engaging in idle banter with the system, discussing an array of unrelated topics, nearly driving Xianyuan Tunhan to the brink of madness. Although she gleaned some useful information, sifting through the chaotic discourse was more exhausting than training. Fortunately, 2 days later, they finally set off, and Ning Xianyu shifted her focus, ceasing her chatter with the system. This time, Xianyuan Tunhan was to personally venture out, accompanied by the headmaster Dijuizi, who selected several capable disciples to follow. The other elders remained at the sect to guard against opportunistic attacks. Those permitted to accompany them were the elite among disciples, all at least in the golden core stage. When the crowd beheld a cold-faced chi-refining disciple standing beside Xianyuan Tunhan, they nearly dropped their jaws. Who is that? Why are they beside the ancestor? I don't know. Is that a chi-refining disciple? Why does their aura seem even stronger than the ancestors? Is this a new disciple of the ancestor? It has been years since he took in a disciple. Could it be true? What remarkable quality does this female disciple possess to earn the ancestor's favor? The onlookers were rife with curiosity, their imaginations running wild. Looking at her appearance, she seemed rather ordinary. With her heightened hearing, thanks to Xianyuan Tunhan's robust physique, Ning Xianyu caught every whisper. Who says I am ordinary? Step forward. A sideways glance sent one disciple into a panic, hastily lowering his head. Heaven help us! The ancestor clearly favors this female disciple. Even uttering a word against her appearance is forbidden. The disciple, head bowed, felt Xianyuan Tunhan's gaze lingering upon him. Filled with a sense of dread. Oh no, I'm doomed. The ancestor is angry. My life is forfeit. He regretted speaking out. Meanwhile, Ning Xianyu was quite pleased. Once I become the greatest in the world and establish my harem, I must include xianxia. I shall make him the principal consort. The system interjected. She is quite average. Such an ordinary appearance often signifies a mere cannon fodder, unlikely to survive until you gather your harem. Ning Xianyu's frustration becket. Do not curse my dear principal consort. He shall live long and maintain his youthful beauty. The system retorted. He is already 200 years old. Is this not a curse upon him? Begone. Behave yourself. No more peeking. Xianyuan Tunhan glared fiercely, warning her with his spirit. This woman dared to use his eyes to gaze upon men, while, speaking of a harem, her focus strayed from the path. No wonder her cultivation was so poor. Ning Xianyu, taken aback by his glare, received the command to set off and hastily declared their departure, rushing ahead. Fearing a delay would lead to her demise, she took flight. Yet, as she soared into the air, she heard Xianyuan Tunhan's voice in her mind. If you do not take me along, how shall I proceed? In his chi-refining body, he could not display his full capabilities. If she did not assist him, how could he move? He could not hold her hand, as that would appear peculiar, nor could he carry her, so he had no choice but to wrap his arms around her. Feeling the intense gaze of Xianyuan Tunhan, filled with a desire to punish her, Ning Xianyu felt a wave of despair. She did not wish for this predicament. After all, Xianyuan Tunhan was usually aloof, able to traverse the air without the aid of flying swords or other devices. If he had a flying sword, she could have placed him atop it. Alas, this was their only option. Xianyuan Tunhan's expression was as dark as ice, feeling utterly uncomfortable being held at the waist for the first time. He vowed to extract her spirit and grind it to dust, scattering it across the 6 realms. Both were in a state of turmoil, one filled with murderous intent, the other terrified of her own mortality. Yet, to Dujuizi and the other disciples trailing behind, the pair appeared to be deeply in love, always tightly entwined without a moment's separation. Observing the ancestor's hand firmly gripping Ning Xianyu's waist, wrinkling her attire, whispers circulated. It had been millennia since Xianyuan Tunhan had a partner. Some speculated that perhaps he was no longer capable or simply too old. But what was this? An old tree blossoming? Had he finally experienced the joys of love? The excitement was palpable, as if thunder struck and flames ignited, bringing forth new life. Ning Xianyu joyfully sped along with Xianyuan Tunhan, hardly pausing as they journeyed for 7 consecutive days. Upon finally descending from the clouds, she felt her legs weaken. Flying was not as enjoyable as she had imagined. She longed for airplanes and high-speed trains. Having traveled too swiftly, the other disciples had fallen behind, and upon nearing Huayin Island, only the 2 remained. It's just us now. We ran too fast. What shall we do? As a lone man and woman in the wilderness. Could she be in danger? Ugh, this thought offered no comfort. Xianyuan Tunhan regarded her coldly, gesturing with a finger. Ning Xianyu, slow to comprehend, wondered, what is this gesture for? She genuinely did not understand. Xianyuan Tunhan inhaled deeply, set up camp. Oh, I see now. Why didn't you say so? Ning Xianyu found a branch, preparing to clear the area. What are you doing? Turning, she cautiously replied, clearing the area. How can we set up camp without clearing? Before she could finish, Xianyuan Tunhan slapped her away. What a useless fool. Chapter 8. The ancestor resides in a lavatory. Ning Xianyu was sent crashing into a tree, embedding herself within it. Tongzi, what has happened to him? Why is he angry? Fortunately, this body possesses good resilience. Otherwise, she would have perished upon that tree. Yet, she cannot comprehend why, despite her diligence and consideration, the formidable demon remains irate. Has her menstrual cycle persisted too long? The system, akin to a maternal figure, sighed. Host. Do not forget, you are now a powerful entity in the Void Realm, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with a mere gesture. Why then do you choose to clean the ground as a mere mortal would? Is this not a case of great talent being wasted? Were she in his position, she too would likely be vexed. After all, no one wishes to witness their own body appearing so feeble. She fervently hopes the demon will spare her life, as she fears both pain and death. However, upon glancing down, she sees Xianyuan Tunhan has already tidied the ground, producing an oddly shaped object. As soon as it emerges, it rapidly enlarges into a magnificent sleeping chamber. Externally, this chamber is resplendent, adorned with opulence and immaculate cleanliness, devoid of any dust. The pristine corridor, pointed roof, and glazed tiles, complemented by the finest wooden doors and walls, are encircled by courtyards, where an object resembling a withered tree stands tall in the center, reminiscent of a flagpole, exuding an antique charm blended with ostentatious luxury. Xianyuan Tunhan disregards her presence, entering the chamber and reclining on a couch, appearing exceedingly comfortable. Ning Xianyu, lacking any instruction, hesitates to enter, instead circling around the expansive 500-square-foot sleeping chamber. I recall now. It bears a striking resemblance to a restroom at a service area. Finally, she realizes what is amiss with this chamber. Surrounded by a small forest with exceptional greenery, the sudden emergence of a lavish little house feels jarringly out of place. Everything about it is reminiscent of a modern public restroom. The system can no longer contain its laughter. You crack me up, host. It truly resembles one. Viewing it this way, Xianyuan Tunhan is akin to the restroom attendant. Ning Xianyu, stifling her laughter, feels her shoulders shake with mirth. Only the elderly frequent such restrooms. And he just happens to be an old man. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a loud crack interrupts their amusement, causing Ning Xianyu's heart to ache momentarily. She hastily scans her surroundings, only to find Xian Yuan Tunhan seated on the couch, manipulating his fingers. Another crack. Could it be that his bones have fractured? Oh no. System. What on earth is he doing? Has he overheard our conversation? In her panic, she wishes she could bury herself in a hole, not wanting to hear the sound of her fingers being snapped any longer. Though she is not the one in pain, witnessing her body being harmed causes her great distress. The system, equally bewildered, remarks, "This is strange. I am a finely crafted high-tech product, and he should not be able to hear our words. You must have provoked him with your foolishness. Unless it continues, his temperament is unstable, and he's succumbing to his inner demons, tormenting himself for amusement." Ning Xianyu nearly spits blood in frustration. "Thank you for your comforting words. They are utterly unhelpful. What shall I do now?" The system, in a fluster, suggests, "You should enter and plead with him, imploring him not to be so hasty in his wrath. Forget the notion of being of the same origin. They are not even remotely related." Aware of the system's unreliability, Ning Xianyu refuses to witness her fingers being snapped one by one any longer and trembles as she steps inside. "Oh, esteemed ancestor, are you exercising?" She stutters, watching helplessly as Xian Yuan Tunhan snaps her fingers and then awkwardly reattaches them, all the while using a disabled hand. Xian Yuan Tunhan snorts coldly, his voice dripping with icy disdain. "Nothing significant. I am merely bored and wish to entertain myself." Oh, she knew he was a pervert. "What are you playing at? Yourself? Why not play with my body instead? If you are reluctant, why not come here and let me play with my own body?" Xian Yuan Tunhan seems to sense her thoughts, coldly offering an unkind suggestion. How dare she imply he resides in a public restroom? Though he does not comprehend the term, he certainly understands it is not a favorable place. This woman, outwardly obedient, possesses a daring spirit within. Ning Xianyu ponders, which is more painful, the present pain or the pain to come? Perhaps it is better to embrace destruction. Haha, you jest. Please be my guest. Worst case, she could simply switch bodies in a month. She no longer desires this flawed vessel. Next time, she vows to acquire a body with a heavenly root, perhaps even a wind root, to ascend to the heavens. Fortunately, Xian Yuan Tunhan's temper flares quickly, dissipating just as swiftly. After a short while, he ceases his antics and sets up a barrier around the area, settling down to meditate. With nothing to occupy her time and forbidden from leaving, Ning Xianyu can only sit nearby, anxiously fidgeting. As the world's foremost joy, she feels none of it. It is entirely unsatisfactory. After 2 awkward days of waiting, Du Juezi finally arrives with a large entourage. Ning Xianyu breathes a sigh of relief, grateful to see living beings once more. As Du Juezi and his companions descend from the clouds, their expressions are rather peculiar. They rush to catch up, and it seems Xian Yuan, in his eagerness, could not resist lingering for a few extra days with that little fairy. Looking around, it is all too evident what transpired in their absence. There lies Ning Xianyu, reclining on the bed, not emerging, while the ancestor stands at the entrance, appearing thoroughly exhausted. Hith. Ning Xianyu, observing the ambiguous smiles on the disciples' faces, cannot decipher their meaning. What is this? They arrived 2 days late, and they feel proud? Xian Yuan Tunhan's voice reverberates in her mind once more, compelling her to maintain a stern demeanor as she commands. Take a brief rest and assemble for a council. Du Juezi and the others comply, hastily retrieving their lodging artifacts. Their accommodations, while similar to Xian Yuan Tunhan's, are far inferior, leaving them to squeeze into a single space. Well, there it is. Another public restroom has appeared nearby. Oh, they've all arrived. Who has arrived? The system interjects. Who else? The various sects have come to vie for the 10 spots at the Baiwa Festival. They are likely also after the 9 branches of Tan. Curious, Ning Xianyu inquires, have many arrived? Quickly tell me how the plot unfolds next, so I can avoid any pitfalls. Though the system claims that aligning with the male protagonist brings advantages, her position in the narrative is that of cannon fodder, easily discarded with a single misstep. She must familiarize herself with the plot to avoid any confrontations with the male and female leads. The system retorts mockingly, I see you are only diligent in such matters. Alas, you remain a lazy fish. Chapter 9. This is an old flame. Stop, stop, stop. Ning Xianyu interrupts the system's lengthy discourse, requesting it refrain from discussing the romance between the leads and instead focus on what will transpire next. The system, though eager to elaborate, complies with her request. Next, everyone will compete for the 10 spots at the Baiwa Festival outside Hawaiian Island. Logically, since the festival has not been held for 300 years, there should be 30 spots available. Yet this time there remain only 10, making them highly coveted. Ning Xianyu nods, proudly asserting, I know that cultivating alongside the female disciples of Hawaiian Island will yield greater results. You see, while you all criticize my laziness, the truth is, who would prefer hard work when a shortcut is available? The system, defeated by her self-justifying logic, retorts grumpily, Are you even listening? Yes, yes, please continue. Engaged in their lively discussion within her mind, neither of them notices Xianyu Tunhan sitting on the couch, coldly observing them. He listens intently to every word they utter, currently digesting the content. Xianyu Tunhan's conjecture was indeed correct. That woman, Long Yu, was not dead at all. Her martial arts were peculiar, allowing her to serve as a furnace while also absorbing the power of others for her own use. Her cultivation had stagnated, reaching a point of utter depletion. In order to survive, she faked her own death, using the 9 branches of Tan to lure Xianyu Tunhan, thus creating an opportunity to siphon off his power and overcome her predicament. Do not criticize her for taking shortcuts. At least her martial arts are self-created. Ning Xianyu remarked with a blend of pride and envy that such self-created, lazy martial arts truly made her a standout among her peers. The system expressed a desire to strike someone. Do not be so arrogant. Instead, consider how to obtain the 9 branches of Tan. Presently, the male protagonist, Ling, has already arrived on the island and is currently entangled with the next island master, the female lead, Su Yun Air. Ling, after all, possessed the aura of a male protagonist and would undoubtedly acquire the 9 branches of Tan. Xianyu Tunhan was merely a supporting character in this narrative, receiving nothing of value in his encounters with the male lead. How tragic! Suddenly, Ning Xianyu shivered, followed by the sound of something shattering. Startled, she cautiously looked over to find Xianyu Tunhan's face frozen in an icy glare, his youthful visage devoid of any makeup, yet exuding an aura of profound darkness. The cold jade bed where Xianyu Tunhan had lain for days cracked, and soon shattered into countless fragments. What was happening? Instinctively, Ning Xianyu knet, lowering her head like a quail, too frightened to utter a word. System, what has happened to this esteemed gentleman? I do not know. I just sensed that he glanced at you, and his gaze seemed to pierce through you to me, nearly causing me to reset. The system felt an unsettling certainty that it was no mere illusion. Xianyu Tunhan's gaze had been directed toward her with an intensity that suggested he wished to unearth her from her hiding place. What was occurring? Xianyu Tunhan now stood amidst the debris of broken jade, his garments flaring without wind, enveloped in a suffocating aura of malevolence. He had come to realize, thanks to the system's words, that he was indeed living within the confines of a narrative, and worse, he was a character of little significance. If he could not even contend with Ling, a name he had never heard before, and gained nothing in return, what did that mean for him? If fate had already been predetermined, what significance did his existence hold over the span of countless years? What had all his struggles amounted to? What was he? Damn it! His furious exclamation startled Ning Xianyu, who nearly collapsed to the ground, crying out for mercy. She now fervently wished for Xianyu Tunhan to obtain the 9 branches of Tan promptly, for if he were to conquer his inner demons, perhaps his temperament would improve, sparing her from the constant peril of life and death. As she ruminated on these thoughts, a cacophony of astonished voices erupted at the entrance. The chilling aura emanating from Xianyu Tunhan surged toward the doorway, causing those outside to hastily retreat. The likes of Duju Zi and his companions were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Why had their ancestor knelt before that woman, appearing so fearful? How could a mere Qi refining stage woman possess such formidable power that even their sect leader felt compelled to retreat? What on earth was happening? While Duju Zi was utterly perplexed, the other disciples were equally astonished, their mouths agape. Had the world truly turned upside down? Ning Xianyu turned her gaze, observing Xianyuan Tanhan's frostbitten expression, akin to one mourning a profound loss. It seemed she would once again bear the blame and be tasked with an explanation. Resolutely, she dashed to the entrance, seizing Du Ju Zi and also grasping Yu Yao Zi's delicate hand. Such tender hands were far too exquisite for a main consort. They deserved the treatment of a favored concubine. Quickly kneel and pay your respects to our ancestor. Du Ju Zi was no stranger to this act of submission, having been compelled to kneel once before. Yu Yao Zi, being a junior, was slower to react and followed suit, asking vacantly, "Whose ancestor?" Ning Xianyu cast a cold glance at the doorway. "Are you all waiting for my command to kneel?" Upon uttering these words, she praised herself internally, for her commanding presence was nearly perfect, leaving just a sliver of room for improvement. The disciples, frightened, hastily knelt, albeit in utter confusion. Xianyuan Tunhan stood silently, observing them with a cold gaze, waiting for Ning Xianyu to weave her tale. What would she conjure? Ning Xianyu racked her brain, ultimately stumbling upon a rather absurd excuse. "This is the remnant of my esteemed master from years past." "Who?" Du Juzi could not help but touch his ear, confused. "Isn't your master already deceased?" Ning Xianyu shot him a glare. "This is merely a fragment of my master's essence left on a magical artifact, which occasionally manifests through this female disciple. You must show her respect and treat her as an esteemed guest. Is that so?" Du Juzi thought the reasoning was ludicrous. Their ancestor was a ruthless killer who had wiped out all of his sect members and then founded his own sect. How could there be a remnant worthy of such reverence? Other disciples followed suit, bowing their heads. It was merely a remnant, bound to dissipate in a few years at most. They had no need to concern themselves. Ning Xianyu wiped her brow, wishing to share her triumph with Xianyuan Tanhan. Yet his voice thundered in her mind once more. "Kneel properly. Do not smile." Oh dear, he was too fierce. Chapter 10. Du Ju Zi with ambition. The kneeling incident was finally glossed over. In Ning Xian, you would no longer face scrutiny for bowing under the guise of Xianyuan's venerable form. The most pressing matter at hand was the acquisition of the 9 branches of Tan. Du Ju Zi eagerly responded, "Ancestor, that cunning fairy Long Yu has declared her demise. But we must remain vigilant, for her claims may not be genuine." Just as Xianyuan Tanhan was about to nod in agreement, he halted, casting a sidelong glance at Ning Xianyu, who was momentarily lost in thought. "Speak, respond." Her mind throbbed from his voice, and Ning Xianyu jolted upright, feigning profundity as she nodded. "Your words are wise." This single affirmation encouraged Du Ju Zi to continue his discourse. "Our ancestor is determined to acquire the 9 branches of Tan, yet Long you will guard it fiercely. We should divide our forces into 3. Some disciples can vie for their positions outside, while others can venture onto the island to divert Long Yu's attention. Meanwhile, you, ancestor, shall personally obtain the 9 branches of Tan." This plan resembled a cunning ruse, yet they could not afford to underestimate Long Yu, a formidable entity in her own right. Upon hearing this, Ning Xianyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Du Ju Zi's scheming was fraught with peril. Xianyuan Tanhan would undoubtedly send her to absorb the attacks while he stealthily seized the 9 branches of Tan. Though she possessed this body of the Void Realm, she was still unpracticed. Should she encounter a formidable adversary, she would likely meet a disastrous end. Her nerves threatened to unravel her, fearing that Xianyuan Tanhan, devoid of empathy, would send her forth as a sacrificial pawn. "Enough of your prattle." Xianyuan Tanhan silently admonished her, unable to bear her ineptitude any longer. Ning Xianyu quickly straightened her posture, fixing her gaze upon Du Ju Zi. "The task of distracting Long Yu shall be entrusted to you." Upon relaying Xianyuan Tanhan's directive, she felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders. What relief it brought her not to be thrust into the fray. "See, the great demon still possesses a shred of conscience," the system remarked, mercilessly critiquing her. "I believe he refrains from sending you because he knows you are unreliable. Would it kill you to hold your tongue?" Indeed, it appears that all day long, the sole purpose is to undermine her, accompanied by the so-called wish-fulfilling system. Ning Xianyu feels as though this is a trial sent by the heavens to torment her. Perhaps they believe that her previous 18 years of comfort have warranted such a challenge to motivate her. Ning Xianyu truly wishes to express her gratitude, stating that it is unnecessary. At this moment, Du Juezi has resolutely accepted the command, preparing to confront the moonlit fairy with his own strength. However, upon raising his head, he notices that the disciple named Ning Xianyu is smiling. The smile is subtle, barely perceptible unless one looks closely. Moreover, she is smiling in the direction of the ancestor. Though it is but a fleeting moment, he has indeed seen it. What could these two be implying? Just as the assembly was about to disperse, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped them. It felt as though a formidable force was surging towards their camp, directly assaulting their minds. Some could hardly endure it and nearly knelt down. Was this an ambush? Xianyuan Tunhan abruptly stood up and quickly approached Ning Xianyu, tightly grasping her hand. Ning Xianyu felt his power surging within her, propelling her to the peak. The external force abruptly vanished, and some disciples faintly heard a cry. Du Juezi was the first to react, rushing outside, only to see someone tumbling down from the clouds, appearing to have fallen onto the opposite mountain peak. Ancestor, it is the people from Lai Huang Mountain who have arrived. However, Mo Yujun has been injured by your strike and is likely unable to recover for several days. The Ancestor's might is unparalleled across the 6 realms. The other disciples followed suit, lavishing praise upon the Ancestor, extolling his might and valor. Ning Xianyu, with an air of profound wisdom, instructed them to retreat and remain vigilant. Once they had departed, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Xianyuan Tunhan had acted promptly. Otherwise, her frail form would not have been able to withstand Mo Yujun's attack. Had her intentions been exposed, her fate would have been sealed. Xianyuan Tunhan scoffed coldly, stating that there would be many such attacks and tests to come. If she wished to survive, she must remain by his side, not daring to stray even for a moment, lest she find herself unable to die, let alone wish for death. With such audacity and disposition, she aspires to be the best in the world. How naive it is to believe that such a title can be easily attained. Ning Xianyu quickly feigned a grateful smile, expressing her thanks to the Ancestor, assuring him that she would closely follow his side, adhering to his every command without the slightest defiance. After today's lesson, how could she dare to leave his side, even for a moment? The confrontation among the top masters of the 6 realms truly intimidated her. Xianyuan Tunhan resumed his meditation, leaving Ning Xianyu to converse with the system once more. System, did you see Du Juezi rush over? At his age, it's truly not easy for him to be running about. Although Xianyuan Tunhan is older than Du Juezi, the formidable demon lord appears remarkably youthful, akin to a handsome youth. In contrast, Du Juezi looks considerably haggard, resembling a weary middle-aged worker, likely exhausted from his endeavors. Ning Xianyu clicked her tongue in thought. The demon lord treats Du Juezi so poorly, often intimidating him. It's truly commendable that Du Juezi just pledged his loyalty. The demon lord is indeed fortunate. With such a bad temper, he still has someone devotedly serving him. Do even villains have a few fans? Initially, she was merely talking to herself, with the system remaining silent. Yet at this point, it suddenly chuckled derisively. Host, you are quite naive, unable to perceive the darkness of the world. Du Juezi is not as loyal as he appears. He has long harbored discontent towards Xianyuan Tunhan and even deceived him once. Oh, it seems there is intrigue within the cultivation sects as well. Upon hearing this, Ning Xianyu felt invigorated. The system disdainfully remarked, Du Juezi is the leader of the foremost sect in the 6 realms, a position that places him above countless others. Yet, he is overshadowed by Xianyuan Tunhan, who would willingly accept being beneath another. Ning Xianyu nodded with keen interest, so he desires to eliminate the demon lord and ascend to power himself. Quite ambitious. The system continued to gossip. His show of loyalty this time is merely a ruse to deceive Xianyuan Tunhan. Should the moonlit fairy prevail, he would become the leader of the Jade Fairy sect. The conflict between the clam and the heron benefits the fisherman. It is all calculated with precision. Ning Xianyu clicked her tongue. I never expected Du Juezi, with such an honest and sincere visage, to harbor such darkness within. How deceptive appearances can be. The system seized the opportunity to be mysterious, urging, "Host, why not intervene at this juncture? If Xianyu Tunhan were to perish, you would no longer have to fear." While they conversed, neither noticed that Xianyu Tunhan, who had been meditating, slightly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Chapter 11. The truth. The system's encouragement led Ning Xianyu to conclude that this was indeed an opportune moment. Meanwhile, Xianyu Tunhan's eyes brimmed with both malice and mockery. A mere refining period disciple dares to audaciously plot against him? How laughable! Does he truly consider himself an inconsequential character in a story, one that anyone can trample upon? Xianyu Tunhan's murderous intent surged within him, as something was gathering within his soul, yearning to burst forth. Du Juezi sensed that something was amiss outside, but could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Meanwhile, Ning Xianyu continued swaying left and right, entirely oblivious to the murderous aura behind her. She merely smiled and chided the system for its foolishness. "I lack the time for scheming. Such matters are not suited for me. I prefer to be a carefree fish, enjoying meals, slumber, and basking in the sun." How delightful! To be a carefree fish brings such joy. Plotting against others is exhausting. Murderous deeds are not the affairs of a modern, carefree youth like herself. The toil and effort would merely benefit the protagonists, and she had no intention of engaging in such endeavors. The system looked down upon her. "No wonder you are named Ning Xianyu. Xianyu implies a carefree fish, a fitting match. Say whatever you wish," Ning Xianyu responded nonchalantly. "You see, sometimes effort proves utterly futile. Du Juezi has toiled for many years, becoming the foremost leader in the Six Realms, yet he remains unsatisfied, still yearning for more. And the Demon Lord, having lived for over 100,000 years, achieving unparalleled prowess, what is the worth if he has no one reliable by his side? High places are indeed lonely." She delivered a lengthy discourse, ultimately concluding, "Striving is futile. To lie flat is the true wisdom." TCH. The system scoffed at her, choosing to ignore her. Alas, with a host like this, when would she ever rise to prominence? System, do you think I should take this chance to remind the Demon Lord? Perhaps I could earn some merit? Even if she could not become the world's greatest, clinging to the leg of the greatest would still allow her to lie flat. She truly was a clever little thing. The system mocked her. "Didn't you say you wanted to lie flat? Why bother with all this?" Xianyu Tunhan closed his eyes once more, a faint smile gracing his lips. To seek merit through reminders, how naive. He, Xianyu Tunhan, requires no one's guidance. Outside, Du Juezi glanced at the sky, sensing that the strange feeling from before seemed to have dissipated. Could it be that his cultivation was unstable, and he was on the verge of confronting his inner demons? Oh dear, this would not do. After the matter is resolved, he must enter seclusion to stabilize his realm. They lingered there throughout the night, and at dawn the next day, everyone rose to head towards the sea. Before departure, Xianyu Tunhan entrusted Ning Xianyu with an item for her use shortly. Ning Xianyu was elated. Is this a flying artifact? This was truly splendid. Finally, she would no longer need to fly with the Demon Lord, alleviating much pressure. Once they emerged, the group had already assembled, and Ning Xianyu confidently strode to the forefront. Casting the artifact into the air, the item instantly expanded, transforming into a colossal ship. The vessel was adorned in black and gold, featuring dual decks, exuding an eerie yet luxurious aura. The color black, however, seemed somewhat ominous. "Black Pearl, Captain Jack? What a peculiar preference." Xianyu Tunhan frowned, asking what captain. As the group boarded the ship, it commenced its journey, soaring across the sea. Ning Xianyu stood at the bow of the boat, gazing at the shimmering waves below, exhaling a breath of relief. The essence of freedom. After soaring over the sea for half a day, a resplendent island emerged in the distance. Ning Xianyu had never encountered such a stunning isle. The island was vast and exquisite, lush with vibrant flora that could be seen from afar. Furthermore, a circular barrier enveloped the entire island, and with her heightened perception, Ning Xianyu quickly discerned that it was a barrier formed by spiritual energy. What a grand display! Such a large island, fortified by such a formidable spiritual barrier. How many spirit stones must have been expended? Ning Xianyu instantly developed a fondness for Huayin Island. appreciating its splendid environment, remote location, and abundant spiritual energy, perfect for retirement. The system provided her with some background. That is Huayin Island, situated over the Ningxiu Sea, and the entire island is supported by a single Xianning jade pillar, the only one of its kind in the world. The spiritual energy here is abundant, making cultivation incredibly effective. However, the system continued. Yet, cultivating here is no easy feat. The female disciples have all become furnace cauldrons for the Lingwei fairy, and the female disciples of Huayin Island either end up drained by her or drain others before being drained themselves. Regardless of the circumstances, death seemed inevitable. Thoughts of retirement were futile. Just as she shuddered, a hand rested on her back. Stand straight, always shrinking back, yet daring to adopt such a posture against him. He seemed intent on straightening her up. Terrified, Ning Xianyu rigidly aligned herself as the boat came to a halt on the surface of the sea. Sensing an unusual pressure in the air, the fish in the water hurriedly fled to distant depths. At that moment, several flying artifacts gradually approached, landing upon the water surface. Ning Xianyu remained still, resembling a figure of authority, while Du Juezi approached the members of various sects to exchange pleasantries. Mo Yujun, long time no see. Were you injured yesterday? Haha. My ancestor hasn't ventured out in ages and may have been a bit too forceful. Are you holding up all right? Du Juezi's words were laced with malice, as he deliberately inquired about Mo Yujun's injuries, clearly rubbing salt into an open wound. Nearby, a phoenix-shaped vessel descended upon the sea, its crew adorned in feathered robes. The most striking being Mo Yujun of Lihuang Mountain, dressed in a black feathered outfit. His complexion was not favorable. He had been wounded the previous day and had yet to recover. Not far from them floated a white vessel that appeared ethereal, occupied by disciples from Tinyan Sea, all exuding an aura of celestial grace. Though clad in white, they looked rather dispirited. Qi Zhangmin, it has been a while. Your cultivation level seems more stable now. Ning Xianyu nearly burst into laughter. Du Juezi, typically perceived as honest and simple, displayed a surprising penchant for mischief. By pointing out Mo Yujun's injuries inflicted by Xianyuan Tunhan and commenting on Qi Zhangmin's stable cultivation, he insinuated that she had not made any breakthroughs over the years. The underlying tension between Yuxin's sect, Lihuang Mountain, and Tunyan Sea was palpable. Mo Yujun's teeth ground in irritation, his heart ablaze with frustration. He had intended to assert dominance over the Yuxin sect after spotting them below, but to his astonishment, the notorious ancestor had also made an appearance at the 100 Flowers Festival. Caught off guard, he had suffered a direct blow. How careless! Chapter 12. The Resignation of Adulthood. Du Juezi exchanged greetings with the other sect leaders, and the manner of his greetings revealed the intricate relationships among the sections. There were clear adversaries, such as Lihuang Mountain and Tunyan Sea, whose relations were so strained that superficial niceties were unnecessary. Their conversations often entailed subtle jabs at one another. Meanwhile, with other sects, they maintained the facade of civility, yet when trouble arose, hostility would ensue. Alas, where there are people, there are rivalries. Ning Xianyu observed the unfolding drama, convinced it bore no relevance to her. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that she had become the focal point of attention. While everyone engaged in pleasantries, their eyes would occasionally dart her way. They had not anticipated encountering Xianyuan Tunhan here, a figure notorious across the 6 realms of Yinhuang. A merciless killer capable of single-handedly withstanding an army of 100,000 demons. He could move mountains and fill seas with ease. Who would dare provoke him? Yet, the most bewildering aspect was the presence of a Qi refinement stage female disciple by his side. This woman stood tall beside him, her back straight, exuding an air of haughtiness and disdain for all. Who was she? Where had she emerged from? Had Xianyuan Tunhan finally found companionship? Qi Chengfeng whispered to his disciples. Later, inquire with the Yuxin sect about that female disciple. Who is she and what is her background? The other sect leaders echoed similar instructions. Xianyuan Tunhan was of utmost importance. They needed to be vigilant. Who knew what capricious actions he might undertake in a foul mood? Or, perhaps, what vulnerabilities he might harbor? Just then, the sect leaders approached, hoping to greet Xianyuan Tunhan. Regardless of their apprehensions, They felt compelled to pay their respects to this elder. Yet, before they could reach him, Ning Xianyu, inadvertently leaning against Xianyuan Tunhan, turned her head and cast a vacant glance in their direction. That glance seemed to harbor an infinite threat. Xianyuan Tunhan also turned to regard them, then glanced at Ning Xianyu. Ah, these individuals still so ineffectual after all these years. If they were privy to her current thoughts, they would surely feel ashamed of their earlier trepidation. Ning Xianyu was internally exclaiming to the system, "You scared me." Thankfully, they all fled. If they had truly approached to greet me, I wouldn't have recognized a single one. Small talk could be quite exhausting at times. The system scoffed. Why bother with them? A mere glance from you, accompanied by Xianyuan Tunhan's alluring murmur, and they would scatter. In truth, those sect leaders were equally terrified. None of them desired to approach for a greeting unless absolutely necessary. Ning Xianyu lamented, "This is the resignation of adulthood in the face of social obligations. The world of adults is fraught with difficulty. Perhaps it is better to remain a carefree bystander." At that moment, the barrier surrounding Huayin Island opened, and 4 masked fairies floated forth, stepping gracefully on flower petals. The air was tinged with an enticing fragrance, causing those nearby to feel a dreamy stupor. A few male disciples stood transfixed, taking a step forward, almost succumbing to the allure. Their senior brother promptly chastised them, warning them to behave. This is a unique enchantment of Huayin Island. Those with weak willpower may easily follow. Just as Ning Xianyu was about to nod in agreement, she sensed a wave of murderous intent behind her, prompting her to straighten her posture and adopt a cool demeanor. Behind her, disciples remarked, "Look how composed the ancestor is." I heard that when Lingwei Fairy once sought the ancestor as a partner, the ancestor was disinclined. Another added, "It seems the ancestor prefers a more understated beauty over flamboyant allure." Yaozi shot them a glare, admonishing them to silence. To discuss the ancestor in such a manner before her was madness. They risked incurring her wrath. Oblivious to their chatter, Ning Xianyu was instead admiring the beauty of the disciples from Huayin Island. They were truly enchanting, with curvaceous figures where curves should be, and their delicate faces were suffused with youthful vitality, embodying an ancient yet vibrant beauty. Xianyuan Tunhan, however, regarded her with a keen eye, noting her indifference toward others' opinions of her appearance, which reflected a measure of composure. The disciples of Huayin Island invited them to enter. This year's quota consists of merely 10 slots. I kindly urge you all to select 10 individuals yourselves. The disciples of Huayin Island shall subsequently determine how to choose. As the competition for these slots is often fierce, Huayin Island has wisely established a designated arena on the island. Each sect practitioners must enter this arena to compete and select their 10 representatives. Following a formal invitation, a wide crack in the barrier of Huayin Island opened, allowing the cultivators to soar in on their respective magical treasures. Ning Xianyu, feeling helpless, clutched Xianyuan Tunhan once more, on the verge of tears. Noticing the rigidity of his body beside her, she feared for the safety of her hand. Huayin Island is divided into 2 sections: the front, smaller area for receiving guests, and the larger section that serves as their main island. Upon entering, one is greeted by a profusion of flowers and an array of exotic celestial herbs, many of which are rare varieties that dazzle the eyes. If this area for guests boasts such treasures, one can only imagine the splendor of the disciples' quarters. The disciples of Huayin Island guided them inside, requesting that they select their representatives before the day after tomorrow, while they observe the ensuing battles. No matter the chaos that ensued, they would remain indifferent. At this moment, Dujuizi stepped forward, addressing the 2 young fairies. "Your master, the immortal Longyue, has recently fallen. As fellow Taoists, we wish to pay our respects. May we?" The other sect leaders echoed their agreement, fearing to be left behind. Ning Xianyu delighted in the unfolding drama, noting the abundance of those vying for the Jiuji Tan, suggesting that the great demon lord had his hands full. The system chuckled ominously, remarking that Jiuji Tan is a treasure naturally sought after by all. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, the greatest fear becomes the heart demon. Jiuji Tan holds immense power in dispelling such demons, making it all the more desired by those of higher cultivation. The disciples of Huayin Island permitted them to pay their respects to immortal Long Yue, but not at this moment. They could do so together when the 100 Flowers Festival commenced. However, the gaze of the disciples lingered on Ning Xianyu, leaving her perplexed. They were not looking at her, but rather at Xianyuan Tunhan. Could it be they are smitten with him? Oh, how impressive that he can still attract admirers at such an age. In Chapter 13, I am here to go through the motions. Ning Xianyu was jesting with the system when she felt as though the ground beneath her was trembling. A quick glance revealed no earthquake, and the others appeared unfazed. It could not be that only she felt this tremor. Just as she pondered this, she turned her head to see Xianyuan Tunhan's indifferent profile. Though it was her own face, it now seemed strangely unfamiliar. Is he angry again? After spending a few days together, Ning Xianyu had discerned a pattern and understood that this great demon lord occasionally exhibited bursts of temper. System, do you suppose that the great demon lord, having been without a partner for so many years, has pent up inner fire, causing his mood to fluctuate? Ha, who knows? I lack experience. Ha, neither do I. But I've read books that suggest prolonged repression can lead to problems. Ha, bang, just as one person and one system were sharing a laugh. A sudden crash echoed as a jade tree shattered in the distance. All the cultivators instinctively turned, then collectively moved away from Xianyuan Tunhan. Ning Xianyu widened her eyes, feeling entirely innocent. It wasn't her. She had done nothing. It was this man beside her. Just as she was horrified, Xianyuan Tunhan took her hand firmly. Every inch of land in the 6 realms of Yunhuang was destined to be the resting place for this woman's ashes. Just wait and see. Ning Xianyu thought perhaps she was not standing straight enough, and quickly straightened her back. The disciples of Huayin Island seized the opportunity to slip away. Dejuizi stepped forward, suggesting that they follow tradition and draw lots to determine the order of combat. The others agreed, opting to draw lots inside the main hall, as they always had. The 100 Flowers Festival was not only a day for the disciples of Huayin Island to select partners, but also a day for the 10 major sects to compete against one another, proving their strength. The Yuxian sect claimed the title of the foremost sect in the world, always striving to overshadow the others, much to their displeasure. Yet, they dared not voice their grievances, for they could not contend with Xianyuan Tunhan and feared provoking him. Under Xianyuan Tunhan's guidance, Ning Xianyu proposed that, according to tradition, only 10 slots be selected, while the Yuxian sect would send 12 disciples to compete, allowing each sect one representative, resulting in a duel of 20, an arrangement that seemed fair. However, Ning Xianyu felt that Xianyuan Tunhan was being unreasonable. Although they claimed a duel of 20, more than half were from the Yuxian sect, and even if they were less skilled, at least 5 or 6 would surely advance. Was this truly fair? Was this not mere bullying? Moyu Jun from the Lihuang Mountain was the first to voice dissent. Old Ancestor Xianyuan, the number of your participants is 12 times ours. Do you not find this exceedingly unfair? Ning Xianyu silently cheered. Yes, yes. I too find it unfair, but you are indeed a true warrior. However, she glanced at Moyu Jun with a knowing look. You dare speak of fairness to me? Strength is fairness. Without strength, what is there to discuss about fairness? See? Too young to challenge the great demon lord on fairness. This child is too naive. Just with a single glance, Moyu Jun felt a shiver down his spine, letting out a cold snort, yet he no longer dared to speak. Others had their reservations but remained silent, and thus this matter was amicably settled. Although 20 individuals would compete, with the majority from the Yuxian sect, the order of combat would still be determined by drawing lots. Typically, Dejuizi would draw the lots, as Xianyuan Tunhan took no interest in such affairs. Ning Xianyu, feeling helpless, could only comply and enter the main hall to draw lots under Xianyuan Tunhan's urging. Huayin Island was well-versed in hosting such competitions and had long prepared various implements. The drawing of lots involved writing the names of each disciple on slips of paper and placing them into a bronze cauldron in the main hall. Soon, the cauldron would automatically dispense the slips 2 at a time, revealing the opponents. However, this method posed a challenge for the Yuxian sect, as they had 12 participants, and the drawing would not deliberately separate them, risking encounters among their own members. Ning Xianyu ambled in at the end, entering the main hall just in time to hear a sect leader murmuring, May the Yushin sect disciples draw their own kind. Thus, in the first round, they would eliminate half of their own. Ning Xianyu walked straight in, casting a glance at the sect leader. It was amusing to see someone who had cultivated for thousands of years behaving so childishly, murmuring like a primary school student. The slips had been prepared by the disciples of Huayin Island, and thus they must also be the ones to write them. Ning Xianyu approached the front and announced her name to the disciples present. A female disciple diligently wrote down the names, preparing to toss them in when someone interjected. "Hold on, I wish to examine the names of my disciples." It was the leader of the Inshur sect, Xianxia, stepping forward to ensure their names were correct. "Little fairy, let me verify." The disciple of Huayin Island glanced at him and acquiesced, retrieving the slips for the Inshur sect. Shengtian Kuang, the leader of the Shengtian sect, scoffed. "It's merely a name. Is this truly necessary?" "Shangwan, you are being excessively cautious." Shangwan Xianyu replied with a smile. "Cultivators may disregard form, but are often ensnared by it. Destiny is reliant upon the heavenly path. Sometimes, a single name written incorrectly may alter one's fortune. My caution is merely for the sake of my disciples." "Ah." Shengtian Kuang chuckled derisively and stepped aside, disinterested in associating with him. The disciple bowed and was about to place all the slips into the cauldron when yet another voice interrupted. "Wait, I concur with Shangwan's sentiments. Let me also examine the slips of my disciples." Upon finishing her words, the other sect leaders also turned their attention to the scene. The disciples of Huayin Island looked on in bemusement, likely considering the leaders to be rather eccentric. What could possibly be so captivating about a single signature? Not only were they watching, but they were also engaging in a playful exchange of banter, each retorting in turn, creating a rather jovial atmosphere. One disciple even inquired if Ning Xianyu wished to take a look as well. Ning Xianyu promptly declined, finding no allure in the spectacle. Besides, this matter had little to do with her. She was merely going through the motions, standing aside to observe the unfolding drama. Ning Xianyu's mind was far from idle as she engaged in lively conversation with the system. Look at the leader of Shengtian men. His name is rather ostentatious, and he exudes arrogance. His martial prowess must be formidable, wouldn't you say? The system hastily corrected her. He adopted that name only after becoming the leader. Previously, he was known as a Zhong. Ning Xianyu stifled a laugh. No way. How juvenile. Yet he appears quite dignified. Outside the grand hall, Xianyuan Tunhan sat alone, listening to the lively discourse in his mind between a woman and the system, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Why could he still hear her incessant chatter from such a distance? In the midst of her apparent idleness, the disciples of Huayin Island offered Ning Xianyu a cup of floral brew, sweet and fragrant. Adhering to her persona, she sipped only a small amount before setting it aside. The system began to share some gossip regarding the various sect leaders, revealing details that even Xianyuan Tunhan was unaware of. During the War of Immortals and Demons, Xianyuan Tunhan defeated the leaders of Laiwang Mountain and Tunyan Hai, which led to their downfall in the conflict. Consequently, these leaders harbored a deep-seated vendetta against xianxia, a rift that can never be mended. Ning Xianyu clicked her tongue in astonishment. No wonder the people of Laiwang Mountain attempted a sneak attack upon their arrival. The animosity runs that deep. The system continued. However, Mu Yujun should be grateful to Xianyuan Tunhan. Had it not been for the previous leader's demise, he would never have ascended to leadership himself. Indeed, during that tumultuous period in the cultivation world, it was a time of transition, with many leaders emerging from that era. "Ah, so that's the reason," Ning Xianyu remarked disdainfully. "No wonder the leaders are a mixed bag, each more awkward than the last. Take a look at Mu Yujun over there. He dares to launch an ambush without understanding the situation, leading numerous disciples into danger without a second thought for their well-being. And what about Shangwan Xianhua? He always presents himself with such politeness, yet his eyes are shifty, as if he is plotting something." Ning Xianyu couldn't help but feel that these leaders were lacking in various ways, whether it be in demeanor, appearance, or character. I wonder how they came to be leaders. The future of the cultivation world appears quite bleak. The system scoffed. "Aren't you just a lazy fish? Why concern yourself with the future of the cultivation world? As long as the male protagonist is around, he'll rise to prominence." and then there will be plenty of entertainment to behold. Yet Ning Xianyu was indifferent to the notion of a male protagonist and shook her head. No wonder the great demon is hailed as the finest among the six realms. For years, no one has surpassed him, setting aside his skills and determination. Just look at his looks. There isn't a soul in the entire six realms who can compare. Observing these leaders, she noted that they were all rather unsightly and lacked the grace expected of cultivators. This was a world of literature, where only the aesthetically pleasing could rise to prominence. Xianyuan Tunhan, who was listening with growing irritation, let out a soft huff at her words. This woman possessed a certain discernment. At that moment, Yinzi, seated across from him, noticed his huff and shifted uncomfortably. This junior sister was not to be underestimated. Her temperament was as unpredictable as their ancestress, so it was best to maintain a respectful distance. Just as Xianyuan Tunhan contemplated praising her, Ning Xianyu's sharp tongue struck again. Yet, even if the great demon is handsome, it matters little. His temperament is horrid. Such a psychologically unstable individual brings misfortune to anyone who dares to approach him. She began to lament to the system. You've truly set me up for disaster by binding me to such a perverse individual. If I meet my end, I shall certainly file a complaint against you at your headquarters. The system, unrepentant, replied, You are the one who desired to be the best in the world. Xianyuan Tunhan is indeed the best, superior in both martial prowess and appearance, fulfilling your own criteria. You're just making excuses. Ning Xianyu pondered further. Speaking of handsome, isn't the male protagonist, Tianling, quite dashing? As the male lead, he must be even more handsome than the great demon, right? The system affirmed. Tianling is indeed attractive. He is currently on the island. Would you like to seek him out? With your knowledge of the plot, you might even find yourself in his esteemed harem. Ning Xianyu instantly reacted with disdain. I shall never enter someone else's harem. I intend to establish my own. Do you understand? The mere thought of competing for a man in another's harem was exhausting, entirely contrary to her laid-back persona. Establishing her own harem was an entirely different venture. As she mused on the topic of handsome men, the system chuckled lewdly. Creating a harem could be delightful. When you become the best in the world, collecting handsome men from across the land, I too shall have the pleasure of feasting my eyes. You've mentioned Yinzi is quite appealing. Shall we make a wish for his youth to be everlasting? Ning Xianyu replied, Oh, that's a splendid idea. Besides Yinzi, I've heard that the elder of Wudingmen, Daoist Hung, is also quite handsome. We should seek him out. The system responded, I'll assist you in searching for where the most handsome men reside. Perhaps you could find a treasure trove to lure them in with riches, saving you the trouble of venturing out. Ning Xianyu burst into laughter. You truly understand me, system. What you propose resonates deeply with me. There shall be rewards for you in due time. The system eagerly inquired, and what about Xianyuan Tunhan? Aside from Tianling, he is undoubtedly the most handsome and charismatic man in this world. Would you consider attempting to win him over? The narrative of conquering a formidable antagonist could be quite thrilling. The system was abuzz with excitement, as if it were watching a melodramatic play, itching to take part. Outside the grand hall, Xianyuan Tunhan's hand rested on the table, gripping a teacup tightly. Conquering a powerful figure? Ning Xianyu's words echoed in his mind like a resounding explosion, striking him profoundly. This woman, Xianyuan Tunhan, crushed the cup into powder. What did she mean by I would never entertain the idea of him. He is merely a great demon. No matter how handsome, with his seductive voice and physique, his unpredictable nature makes him akin to a bomb. Unlike a bomb, which can have its fuse removed, he is a ticking time bomb, capable of reloading himself. Who knows when he might explode and take me with him? The system gently advised, It's not as dire as you think. He possesses considerable skill. I refuse. Even if you were the last man on earth, I would sooner leap into a river and end my life than be with him. The thought alone is terrifying. No sooner had Ning Xianyu spoken those words than a thunderous crash erupted from outside the door, as if something had exploded. She rubbed her ears in confusion. Yet the noise abruptly ceased. The other sect leaders appeared unfazed, leaving her to wonder if she had misheard. Meanwhile, outside in the courtyard, the disciples adjacent to Xianyuan Tunhan sprang back, distancing themselves in alarm. The table laden with tea and snacks beside him had shattered into fragments, scattering debris across the area. The most unfortunate among them was Du Juezi, who, caught off guard, found himself covered in a cloud of powder. He brushed himself off, pondering if this was a manifestation of their ancestral spirit, for the speed and suddenness of the attack had caught even his advanced divine cultivation off guard. Ning Xianyu, what has happened to you? Du Juezi hesitated, ultimately addressing her as Xianxia to maintain a semblance of decorum in front of the gathered crowd. Xianyuan Tunhan cast a sidelong glance at him, casually brushing the dust from his clothes. Nothing of consequence, merely some insects. This insect will eventually be caught and crushed to dust. Chapter 15. Cheating. In Huangdao, the flora flourishes. Yet the air is laden with toxic miasma and numerous venomous creatures abound. They do not bring cultivators below the Jindan stage to Huangdao, as the unique elixirs of this island are indispensable. Other cultivators simply cannot withstand the toxic miasma and venomous insects prevalent here. Du Juezi was quite astonished. This Qi refining stage disciple surprisingly possessed some skill and could strike with such swiftness. Have you killed the insect? Du Juezi inquired. Xianyuan Tunhan disdainfully wiped his hands. Not yet. The time is not ripe. When the moment arrives, I will undoubtedly crush her without hesitation. A mere Qi refining stage cultivator, relying on deceit to claim the title of the foremost woman, dares to look down upon him? It seems he has been overly lenient. In the grand hall, Ning Xianyu shivered slightly, feeling as though someone was watching her. Don't speak carelessly. It's all your fault for mentioning the great demon, making me feel as if I'm being targeted by a lurking spirit. The system scoffed. Isn't it your own fault for mentioning a harem? Master Shangwan, what are you doing? One individual and the system were bickering while several sect leaders were embroiled in a commotion. Qi Chengfeng directly seized Shangwan Xuanyue's arm. Master Shangwan, your cheating is rather unjust, is it not? Yet Shangwan Xianyue, feigning innocence, retorted, Old Ancestor Xianyuan, Qi Master is obstructing the drawing of lots. As a senior, you cannot turn a blind eye? Ning Xianyu thought to herself, what does this have to do with me? I'm merely following the procedure. Qi Chengfeng smirked. Old Ancestor Xianyuan, Master Shangwan is engaging in fraudulent practices. I am merely holding him accountable. Ning Xianyu furrowed her brows, observing them without uttering a word. She relished the unfolding drama. These sect leaders, appearing so solemn, were capable of such underhanded tactics in the drawing of lots. Qi Chengfeng had no expectation for her to interject. He had already explained to the gathering. Everyone, behold, Shangwan Xianyue has tampered with his own lot and that of Wudingmen, ensuring that they will face each other in competition. The master of Wudingmen, a diminutive old man, appeared to shrink into himself, lacking any presence. Upon being called out, his expression shifted. Such words were exceedingly insulting. Why mention that Wudingmen is weak? Their sect might be the weakest among the 10 great sects, yet it holds considerable prestige in the 6 realms of Yunhuang. Does it not? The crowd examined the 2 lots and discovered that they indeed held discrepancies. A subtle spell had been cast upon them, causing the 2 lots to stick together upon even the slightest contact, emerging from the bronze cauldron in unison. When the time arrived, it would be the Yinshan sect against Wudingmen. Qi Chengfeng scoffed, Shangwan Xianyue, how disgraceful, to be unable to win, yet to lose your dignity as well. Shangwan Xianyue was no pushover and retorted angrily, Qi Master, do not speak so harshly. The spell on the lot may not have been cast by me. Perhaps some individuals are deliberately framing me. Indeed, the beneficiary is you. How can you claim others are framing you? If not, why is it only you who notice the discrepancy? Ning Xianyu felt a headache coming on, finding their bickering excessively tiresome. The disciples of Huayin Dao dared not intervene, merely watching the spectacle unfold. Ning Xianyu remarked, men often ridicule women for their nagging, yet I find some men are not much different. The system replied, ISNT that the truth? I've encountered particularly verbose systems, which are quite bothersome. Ning Xianyu chuckled, I believe that system is you. Never had she encountered such a loquacious artificial intelligence. Feeling bored, Ning Xianyu began to pick at a pillar, which was made of jade, appearing translucent and exquisite. She attempted to chip off a piece the size of a fingernail to examine its composition, but her distraction resulted in a loud crack. The pillar split. Holding the sizable chunk of jade she had chipped off, she turned to glance at the crowd, feeling embarrassed. She had forgotten that her current body possessed immense strength. A moment's inattention could easily destroy hard objects like jade. However, her expression conveyed to the onlookers, "I am done with this. If you continue to argue, I shall crush you all." Ning Xianyu recoiled, falling silent. Qi Qingfeng huffed, and also ceased speaking. Mo Yujun coldly remarked, "Rewrite and redraw." Consequently, the pillar cracked even further. To the spectators, her action appeared as though she had calmed down and was agreeable to a redraw. Phew! Thankfully, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Some even shot glares at Ning Xianyu and Qi Qingfeng. "It was all your fault for not attending to proper matters. Do you dare to cause trouble before this formidable presence? If you wish for death, do not implicate others." The second drawing went much quicker this time. The lots were inscribed and directly tossed in. No one was to interfere. Soon, the lots emerged 2 by 2. As the disciples of Huayin Dao announced the names, Ning Xianyu nearly burst into laughter. It was utterly amusing. Among the 12 disciples of xianxia, only 2 faced her own faction while the rest were matched against other sections. Wudingman drew the short straw, facing Yunzi. Yunzi was well known among the sects, famed for her beauty and swift cultivation. She had once been highly sought after by other sects before finally joining xianxia. The master of Wudingman lamented that it would have been better to face Yinshan's sect, as they had earlier. Other masters shared this sentiment, yet the results were final. None could voice further objections and could only exit one by one. Ning Xianyu lingered at the back, noting that the jade pillar was of excellent material, capable of changing with body temperature. She thought to herself that since she was using the body of Xian Yuan Tunhan, any shame in stealing would fall upon him. So why not take advantage? However, as she approached, her ears suddenly perked up at the sound of voices behind her. 2 women were conversing. One sounded somewhat weathered, while the other was quite youthful. "Are you ready? The intoxicating flower poison has been administered." Chapter 16. "Are you Tianling? The intoxicating flower poison has been administered? What does this mean? Who has been poisoned?" Ning Xianyu sensed that this was not a good omen. She wished to listen further, but the disciples of Huayin Dao were already urging her to exit. The competition was about to commence, and she could not linger here. Moreover, the voices had faded. As Ning Xianyu stepped out in confusion, she discovered that Du Juezi was nowhere to be found. Yunzi approached to report old ancestor. "The master is unwell and has gone to change." Ning Xianyu found this odd. Change? Suddenly recalling Du Juezi's task, she suspected he might be seizing the opportunity to steal the Jiuji Tan. However, the excuse of changing clothes was rather feeble. Who would believe that the esteemed master would leave at such a time? As cultivators, a simple spell could suffice to clean their garments. Yunzi cast an awkward glance at Xian Yuan Tunhan, the great demon in her body. Yes, it was Ning Xianzi who shattered the table while trying to catch the insect, causing debris to splatter onto the master. His voice dwindled, for the old ancestor was looking at him with a rather profound gaze. Could it be that he had angered the old ancestor by speaking ill of Ning Xianzi? Yet, Ning Xianyu was not angry. Rather, she instinctively patted his shoulder and said, "Do well in the competition." As her hand landed on his shoulder, she suddenly realized she had almost revealed her identity. A chilling gaze from Xian Yuan Tunhan seemed to pierce through her, startling her into a quick motion forward. Indeed, there were numerous insects. With that flick, she shattered a distant tree, then turned with an air of profundity and walked away. Startled, she almost lost her disguise, if she indeed lost it. How could the formidable demon not crush her? Yu Yaozi also breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, she feared that the ancestor had undergone a transformation. But thankfully, the ancestor remained the same cold, unpredictable figure. If one day the ancestor were to suddenly become amiable, that would be truly terrifying. After all, the words just spoken were of great consequence. What if they were part of the scheme by the immortal Lady of the Moon? Just as she hesitated, Xian Yuan Tunhan suddenly sent her a voice transmission. "Stay put. I'll take a stroll." Huh? Ning Xianyu had no time to inquire further as he walked off on his own. How capricious. Humph. Serve you right for being schemed against. Xian Yuan Tunhan's departure went largely unnoticed as the competition was about to commence, with the focus on the disciples and the 9 branches of Tan. Ning Xianyu was left behind, keenly observing the younger disciples in their contest. Those who could be brought out were not only skilled and talented, but also pleasing to the eye. Naturally, the ones brought out had to possess good looks. Watching their duels was delightful and quite engaging. However, the chairs here were exceedingly hard, although crafted from fine wood. They were uncomfortable to sit on, the curvature all wrong. It seemed cultivators rarely sat in chairs, nor did they lean in the way she did, so they likely did not share her discomfort. After sitting for a while, she felt a pang in her backside. Digging through her storage bag, she retrieved 2 large cushions, placing them atop the chair before sitting again, feeling much more comfortable. Noticing 2 empty chairs nearby, she considered combining 3 into a makeshift couch. However, she suddenly remembered that she was currently donning the guise of the formidable demon. If she proceeded with that idea, she would ruin the demon's persona. Imagining the demon's temperament, she knew it would lead to her demise, rendering her incapable of sitting again. Oh, Tongzi, next time I must strive to be the best in the world by myself. I no longer wish to inhabit another's body, nor do I want to maintain a cold persona. It was such a torment. All she desired was to be a lazy fish, able to curl up anywhere, yet it seemed so difficult. The system, lacking sincerity, retorted, understood. Next time, you might as well become a cat, able to curl up anywhere, aloof yet lazy, and no one would think you compromised your image. Originally intended as a jest, Ning Xianyu took it to heart and replied, "That sounds good. I could consider that." The system felt it needed a physical form, so it could roll its eyes heavenward. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Tunhan had already arrived at the interior of Huayin Island, seeking the location of the 9 branches of Tan. Even from such a distance, he could still hear Ning Xianyu conversing with that entity known as the system. Not a single serious word was exchanged. This woman, could she not survive without uttering something? How bothersome. Little fairy, why do you seem upset? He muttered to himself when suddenly a dashing young man appeared on the path beside him. Clad in a flowing white robe, he stood tall and graceful, with striking features and a smile playing on his lips. Xianyuan Tunhan paused, glancing at the unexpected man, and suddenly recalled that this must be Yi Tianling. There could be no other man on Huayin Island, and the system had mentioned that the male protagonist, Yi Tianling, was present on the island. The man before him was likely him indeed. Yi Tianling, he furrowed his brow, coldly inquiring while scrutinizing the man. His appearance was, well, average. His physique, likewise, was unremarkable. To put it plainly, he was just an ordinary cultivator, barely at the golden core stage, managing to withstand the toxic miasma of Huayin Island. Yi Tianling was equally surprised that this Qi refining stage woman recognized him. However, he quickly deduced that she had likely been to Su Yunar's courtyard, hence her familiarity with him. "You know me. May I ask your name?" Xianyuan Tunhan cast him a sidelong glance and continued on his way. So this was the so-called male protagonist, a person of exceptional fate destined to become a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the 6 realms of Yunhuang. Was this not merely a form of opportunism? If everyone could reach the peak like the protagonists in stories, relying on extraordinary fortunes, then what are the efforts of others? Having long occupied a high position, Xianyuan Tunhan could not bear to be a mere backdrop for some nameless fellow. Yet, Yi Tianling pursued him, blocking his path. It doesn't matter if you refuse to disclose your name, but wandering about alone, do you not know the rules of the island? The regulations of Huayin Island were stringent, with many areas designated as forbidden zones that one could not traverse carelessly. Yi Tianling's freedom of movement was also due to Su Yunar's influence. She had informed the immortal Lady of the Moon that he was her chosen candidate, and since it was not yet time for selection, the immortal lady had been somewhat lenient, permitting him to roam the island. After all, he was destined for selection, and a dead man would not need to know anything. This young disciple was different. If a Qi refining stage female disciple were to wander about and be caught, she would face severe punishment. Xianyuan Tunhan regarded him. What do you wish to say? Was he attempting to threaten him? He contemplated whether to eliminate him entirely. At that moment, he truly felt the urge to kill. By dispatching him, the so-called male protagonist would cease to exist, and he would have one less opponent in seizing the 9 branches of Tan. Chapter 17. She Fancies Women. Yi Tianling was utterly oblivious to the impending danger, continuing to prattle on. "Little fairy, I mean you no harm. I merely wish to pay my respects to your sect leader, the immortal Lady of the Moon. I would appreciate your guidance." Paying respects to the immortal lady? Xianyuan Tunhan withdrew his hand, but his murderous intent remained undiminished. It turned out Tianling truly sought the 9 branches of Tan. However, he had lost his way. Noting Xuanyuan's silence, Tianling continued, "Rest assured, I only wish to pay my respects. Just guide me, and I will not speak of your wandering. You wish to watch the competition ahead, do you not? That is fine, I understand. Today, the outstanding disciples from the 10 great sects are present, and the battles are indeed thrilling. You may go and watch." His words were considerate, and he even smiled at the female cultivator. Tianling was aware of his attractive appearance. Indeed, many women enjoyed watching him smile. Moreover, his smile was infectious, warming hearts and fostering trust. Unfortunately, the one before him was not a woman, but a cold-blooded demon. Not only would she not be moved by his smile, but even the sight of a room full of stunning women would elicit no response from her. Seeing Tianling's smile only filled Xianyuan Tunhan with revulsion. "You wish to pay respects to the ancestors? Very well." Xianyuan Tunhan led the way, allowing him to follow. Since the male protagonist sought the 9 branches of Tan, he would take him there and see who was truly stronger, the protagonist or fate itself. Xianyuan Tunhan had never believed in destiny. He was eager to witness how this so-called male protagonist would attempt to seize the 9 branches of Tan with his mere golden core cultivation. As Tianling followed, he thanked Xianyuan with a smile and inquired about his master. Xianyuan Tunhan ignored him entirely, finding him irksome. A grown man, engaging in cheerful conversation upon seeing a woman, was truly despicable. His incessant chatter was maddening. As they walked, Xianyuan Tunhan suddenly sensed something amiss. He could not quite put his finger on it, but something fell off. He turned his head to survey his surroundings, then focused to listen intently, finally realizing what was amiss. It was Ning Xianyu. She had been silent for quite some time. Too quiet. How could it be so quiet? Abnormality often heralded danger. What was that woman up to? Xianyuan Tunhan had no awareness that the absence of her incessant chatter could render him uneasy, that he would feel out of sorts. He continued walking, straining to listen. Ahead lay a magical array, which Xianyuan Tunhan shattered before Tianling could even notice, reducing the array's core to dust. They pressed onward, encountering a venomous serpent nurtured by the island. With a swift stomp, he crushed it, the serpent not even having the chance to reveal its fangs before meeting its demise. This time, Tianling observed and was immediately struck by the formidable nature of the women from Huayndo. The ability to nurture venomous flowers and insects while effortlessly dispatching adversaries was truly impressive. A Huayndo obstructed their path, but upon receiving a fierce glare from Xianyuan Tunhan, it felt a wave of dizziness and promptly fled in terror. Tianling felt a surge of admiration. The spirit beasts of Huayndo were remarkably obedient. The previously encountered Huayndo, which possessed the cultivation level of 8JND and DUNMN, would have posed a challenge had he encountered it alone, inevitably drawing attention. Yet, this Huayndo exhibited compliance, showing no inclination to harm even a disciple at the refining chi stage. Truly commendable. As they journeyed, numerous obstacles arose. But with Xianyuan Tunhan present, they were effortlessly resolved. Although he was currently at the refining chi stage, his divine consciousness was at the void realm, rendering him unperturbed by trivial mechanisms. Suddenly, he paused, seemingly perplexed, as if listening intently. Tianling approached anxiously, inquiring, "Little fairy, what troubles you? Has something gone awry? Have we been discovered?" Xianyuan Tunhan glanced in a particular direction, his brow furrowing slightly. At that moment, his youthful visage, adorned with a serious expression, was rather captivating. Tianling momentarily found himself entranced, not anticipating such an alluring demeanor in a woman, which was somewhat peculiar, yet increasingly enchanting. Had Xianyuan Tunhan discerned his thoughts, he would likely have obliterated him on the spot. However, his attention was drawn to the voice of Ning Xianyu resonating in his mind, seemingly engaged in a conversation with the system. "This place is rather delightful. I did not expect such treatment as the great demon lord. System, I quite fancy this soft couch. Host, exercise caution. I sense something amiss here. Why have they summoned you alone?" Ning Xianyu's voice conveyed exuberance and arrogance. "What does it matter? I am the great demon lord of the world. Everyone wishes to avoid me. Who dares provoke me? Ha ha. Xianyu found himself influenced by Ning Xianyu's presence, realizing he had momentarily worried about her being deceived. How absurd. This woman was simply a nuisance to others. At that moment, Ning Xianyu was far from the competition grounds. Prior to this, a disciple from Ning had approached her. Ancestor, our master left something for you before his demise. Please accompany us. Ning Xianyu pondered. Could it be that the Elnju Xianxia would leave the Gzhtn for the great demon lord? Curiosity piqued. She, emboldened by her possession of Xianyuan's body, followed without hesitation. However, as she took various turns, she began to feel increasingly suspicious. Her body felt warm, her mind hazy, and everything around her appeared as a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, reminiscent of an abstract painting, dazzling yet disorienting. The Ning disciple, leading the way, moved with a swaying gait, emanating a floral fragrance that mingled with the surrounding aromas, overwhelming the senses. Eventually, Ning Xianyu arrived at her destination, a spacious abode by the water, consisting of several interconnected rooms. The interior was filled with incense, adorned with soft couches, tables laden with fruits, teas, and an ambience akin to a vacation retreat, exuding a sense of tranquility. Ning Xianyu reclined on the soft couch, letting out a contented sigh, reveling in her own voice, which sounded alluring, contemplating that being a man might not be so bad after all. She felt an urge to roll around in delight, but misjudged her current physique and tumbled off the couch. How vexing. Men do take up space. After regaining her footing, she moved a table filled with fruits closer to the couch, indulging in one bite after another. Ah, what bliss it was! Finally living up to the persona of the world's foremost demon lord. The system, however, sensed something amiss and urged her to maintain her facade. Yet, Ning Xianyu was lost in her pleasure, her eyes squinting with delight, utterly indifferent to such warnings. As she feasted, a heat began to envelop her. At that moment, two disciples from Ning entered, their gazes curiously fixed upon her. Wow, look at that girl. She's quite lovely, slim waist and ample backside. Though her chest is a tad small, but that is inconsequential. She captivates me. Just as Xianyu was about to disregard this comment, he swiftly swatted away a swarm of Ling bees attempting to approach. This woman, she has a liking for women? Chapter 18. Xianyu was initially taken aback but soon dismissed the notion as impossible, given her identical lewd demeanor towards men. Could it be that she was indiscriminate in her affections? This woman, lacking in cultivation and ambition, seemed to dwell in frivolous fantasies. It was no wonder that the wish fulfillment system had targeted her. It specialized in preying upon the indolent. Xianyu continued onward. Nearing the location of Gzhtn, he possessed clear knowledge of where it was planted, likely more than anyone on Ning. Tianling, trailing closely behind, noticed that the young female cultivator leading them was exhibiting signs of distress. She had previously moved with vigor, yet now her pace had significantly slowed. "Little fairy, what troubles you?" he inquired, pondering if they were nearing their destination or if the woman had reconsidered her decision. Tianling became vigilant, prepared for any eventuality. Suddenly, Xianyu halted, his brow furrowed in contemplation, as if grappling with an internal conflict. The voice of Ning Xianyu echoed incessantly in his mind, growing increasingly outrageous. This woman is quite pleasing to the eye, robust and well-rounded, albeit a bit hefty, but ideal for childbearing. Haha. And this one, oh, those beautiful eyes. Almond-shaped, adorable, and distinctive. This one's not bad either. Ning is splendid, filled with women, all mine. I shall establish a harem, and have them bear me many, many children. What nonsense! How could one bear monkeys? Her absurdity infuriated Xianyu. Something was definitely amiss. Even Ning Xianyu, in her whimsical state, would not engage in such nonsensical chatter. Activating his divine sense, Xianyu probed in Ning Xianyu's direction. Soon, he discovered she had ventured into the inner sanctum of Ning, heading towards Elnju's abode. What a fool she was, incapable even of staying in one place. At that moment, Ning Xianyu seemed to be in a frenzy, ripping at her clothing, overwhelmed by heat. As the female disciples approached her, she lunged at them like a famished wolf. "Don't run, miss. Let's have some fun together." Xianyuan TNH and nearly cursed aloud at the absurdity of it all. "These ladies are far too elusive. I desire them." The system incessantly screamed, "Host, flee. There is definitely something wrong. You must have been poisoned. Run." Yet, Ning Xianyu had lost all rationality, seemingly deaf to the system's warnings. Her mind consumed by visions of women, relentlessly pursuing them. The disciples, realizing she was ensnared, exchanged glances and quickly retreated. This only incited Ning Xianyu's ire, urging them not to leave. How foolish! Xianyuan TNH and internally berated her stupidity, perplexed as to when she had fallen under such an influence. That was his body. If she were to misuse it, he would be utterly revolted, wishing to discard that very form. He considered ignoring this troublesome woman, believing her foolishness would lead to her own demise. At that moment, a powerful presence approached Ning Xianyu. Xianyuan TNHN, the figure that emerged was graceful, with a youthful visage, akin to an innocent maiden. Yet, her gaze was filled with a haunting depth and malice, fixated on Xianyuan TNHN's body. As if eyeing the flesh upon a butcher's block, Ning Xianyu, in her dazed state, looked up and smiled. "Are you here to play with me?" "Play? What nonsense!" Xianyuan Tunhan could not help but curse upon the appearance of this woman, who was no mere maiden, but rather the enchanting fairy, Long Yu. The old hag had indeed not perished. She was still coveting his cultivation. He turned abruptly, casting a fierce glance at Tianling. First, he would eliminate Tianling and seize the 9 branches of Tan. As for Ning Xianyu, he would allow her to reap her own bitter harvest. Tianling, already on guard, stepped back 2 paces upon meeting his gaze. "Little fairy, what troubles you?" The woman's eyes were truly frightening, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, Tianling quickly reminded himself that she was merely a disciple in the qi refining stage, and thus he had no cause for fear. Xianyuan Tunhan said nothing but silently regarded him, then raised his hand with a swift motion. Tianling was ready to counter. Yet the little fairy suddenly transformed into a wisp of azure smoke and vanished. What did this mean? Was she not intending to attack, but rather had urgent matters to attend to? Had he misjudged her? Fuming, Xianyuan Tunhan dashed after her, desperate to save his own body. Without it, his cultivation would undoubtedly be hindered. Even if he obtained the 9 branches of Tan, he would still regress in power. Though poisoned, the rapidity of his affliction was alarming, and the lecherous glint in her eyes starkly contrasted with the usual cold demeanor of the old demon. It was as if a child had taken residence in Xianyuan Tunhan's body, creating an unsettling dissonance. Long Yu suddenly grasped Xianyuan Tunhan's hand and probed further. This was no possession. It was indeed Xianyuan Tunhan. Long Yu felt a wave of relief, realizing she had been overly concerned. Who among the myriad beings could possess the foremost figure of the Yunhuang 6 realms? The mere thought of being caught by such a demon would surely reduce one to ash. Ning Xianyu, who had indeed usurped Xianyuan Tunhan's body, looked at the woman who had appeared out of nowhere and chuckled. "My dear, do you wish to bear children with me?" She twirled Long Yu around, causing the fairy-s attire to unfurl like a blooming lily. "Very well. I appreciate you. Let us create a multitude of little monkeys together." As she spoke, she pouted and leaned closer. Long Yu felt a wave of nausea wash over her. So, this demon was a lecher at heart, with the icy facade merely a ruse? Truly, the wise words of my ancestors ring true. The more serious a man appears, the more debauched he is behind closed doors. Given this revelation, it suited her purpose perfectly. With Xianyuan Tunhan's cultivation, she could overcome her tribulations, and ascension would soon be within reach. Xianyuan Tunhan would become her loyal subject, a ceaseless source of power, with all his cultivation merely a garment for her benefit. Just as Long Yu was about to draw him closer for her own gain, she was suddenly jolted. In the blink of an eye, a figure, cloaked in a fragrant mist, dashed in and snatched away her prize. Who dared to be so audacious as to steal from her? Xianyuan Tunhan felt an unexpected sense of relief. He had narrowly escaped the clutches of that old witch. However, before he could exhale in relief, A tall figure approached, followed by warm lips. Chapter 19. You actually disdain him. Xianyuan Tunhan was left in a state of shock. Ning Xianyu clung to him like a koala, incessantly pressing her body against his. Her lips, having found their target, seemed to crave more, continuously kissing him while still managing to speak. Sister, I like you. You bear a striking resemblance to me. It's so adorable. Before she could utter another word, Xianyuan Tunhan swiftly covered her mouth and restrained her with a sealing technique. With a flick of his wrist, he cast her onto the soft couch, rendering her immobile. After shaking off his hands, he executed a cleansing spell, scrupulously wiping his fingers in distaste. Just as he finished, Long Yu stood before him, utterly astonished. Who are you to disdain, Xianyuan Tunhan? She was incredulous that anyone would dare to contest her for him, let alone express disdain towards such a figure. Unlike others, she recognized that the woman before her was no mere qi refining disciple. The aura exuding from her suggested far greater depths. Standing before this woman filled Long Yu with a sense of overwhelming pressure, akin to facing a raging storm. Nevertheless, she would not relinquish Xianyuan Tunhan. This was her territory, Huayin Island. Xianyuan Tunhan cast a cold glance at Long Yu, sneering, "You are indeed not dead." Long Yu was momentarily taken aback. You know me? She had not expected to encounter a woman among the ancient demons she was familiar with. Are you a usurper, or? Her excitement sparked a thought. Perhaps this woman had discovered a method to return to her youth. If so, she would stop at nothing to acquire that knowledge. Throughout her life, she had sought ascension or a chance to relive her existence, and she would seize any opportunity that arose. Yet, Xianyuan Tunhan, in his cold demeanor, simply replied, "You should have perished long ago." With that, he launched a powerful strike. His palm technique was fierce and authoritative, sending Long Yu hurtling backward. Being already weakened, she was shaken to her core by the blow. Aware of her vulnerabilities, Xianyuan Tunhan unleashed a spiritual assault, nearly causing her soul to escape her body. She quickly protected her mind, stabilizing herself. Realizing she was no match for him, she abandoned the idea of defeating him for answers and turned her gaze toward Xianyuan Tunhan on the couch. Long Yu released a veil of enchanting smoke, seizing the opportunity to approach him. Ning Xianyu, still dazed, mistook her for a welcoming beauty and moved closer. However, before she could reach him, Xianyuan Tunhan struck her again, reducing the couch to dust and sending her sprawling to the ground. This woman was truly a handful. Long Yu was also sent flying by that last strike. In an instant, Xianyuan Tunhan positioned himself before Ning Xianyu, shielding her, and launched another attack. The two engaged in a fierce exchange within the confines of the room. Meanwhile, in the contest area, the Yuxian sect had just secured a victory. They should have been elated, yet the disciples felt uneasy, for their leader and the ancestor were absent, leaving them uncertain of what to do. Alone, they faced the wrath of the other sect leaders and felt a palpable fear. One disciple inquired of Yu Yaozi, "Senior brother, where have the ancestor and the leader gone?" The gazes of several opposing sect leaders bore down upon them, filled with hostility. They likely believed that such a significant contest, without the presence of a Yuxian sect's leader and ancestor, was a blatant insult. Mo Jun lounged in his chair, scoffing, while Yu Yaozi and his companions felt a sense of impending doom. Shangguan Xianyu, however, peered toward the island, sensing that the situation was far from simple. He stood, seeking an excuse to depart, but Qi Chung Feng seized his arm. "Shangguan sect leader, where are you off to? A change of clothes?" Qi Chung Feng chuckled coldly. "Since when have you become so close with Du Juzi? He changes, and you change?" Shangguan Xianyu's expression soured. "Must I seek your permission to change?" "Not at all, but if you wish to change, I would like to accompany you." Qi Chung Feng spoke while still gripping his arm, feigning a desire to join him. Observing the two sect leaders preparing to leave, he found it curious. "What is going on with you two?" Qi Chung Feng smirked. "It has been a while since I last saw you, Shangguan sect leader. I was just about to seek you out. Where has Du Juzi gone?" Du Juzi chuckled lightly. "Just changing clothes." "How could it possibly be just changing clothes?" Qi Chung Feng glanced toward the island's interior, wanting to extend his spiritual sense to investigate. However, Huayin Island was surrounded by a profound barrier, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to penetrate. Today's barrier felt even more formidable. Even he struggled to discern anything. It seemed the matter was more complicated than it appeared. The mood of Diju Z appeared rather pleasant, seemingly delighted by the victories of his disciples. However, his thoughts lingered on the possibility that Elnju Xianxia had indeed succeeded in her endeavors. Within the protective barrier of Elnju's abode on Hawaiian Island, chaos had already ensued. Elnju had instructed her disciples to maintain their distance and had utilized the treasured artifact of the gate to fortify the barrier, fearing that any leakage of spiritual energy during the gathering would attract unwanted attention. She also feared being ambushed during the process, jeopardizing all her efforts. Without the barrier, the disciples of Hawaiian Island would have likely sensed something amiss long ago. YTNL Ing, armed with the talisman bestowed by SYNR, navigated through numerous obstacles as if traversing an uninhabited realm, arriving at this location. He rummaged through his storage pouch, retrieving a magical artifact to hang at his waist, and proceeded directly into the barrier. He had received news from SYNR regarding Elnju capturing Su Nyu and TNHN for the gathering. It was crucial not to disturb her, as this was Elnju's most vulnerable moment. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him to hasten. Host, you must act swiftly. Once Elnju completes her gathering, her power will surge, making it exceedingly difficult to approach her, let alone defeat her. The voice fell silent, yet remained anxiously attentive. Upon entering the barrier, YTNL Ing sensed something was amiss. Was such a tumult necessary for a mere gathering? Wasn't it akin to a wedding night? Which family's wedding could reduce their home to mere dust? Moreover, the woman amidst the dust was none other than the fairy who had previously guided him. Chapter 20. No Antidote. YTNL Ing was utterly astonished, and his shock deepened as he beheld Elnju Xianxia collapsed upon the ground. He intended to ascertain her condition, only to witness her youthful form abruptly withering away. She was indeed withering, her entire being decaying like a flower, swiftly transforming into that of an elderly woman, her visage marred with wrinkles and spots, her figure emaciated. Had she perished? Cautiously, YTNL Ing approached, peering closely at her still form. Su Nyu and TNHN paid him no heed, not even a glance. At this moment, YTNL Ing dared not threaten him, yet curiosity compelled him to inquire. Did you kill her? Is that even possible? Yet, if he could be chosen by something called a system, then certainly a being in the chi refining stage could slay one in the void realm. He fervently questioned the system within his mind. What is the situation with this person? Why was I not forewarned? Unable to glean any further information and deterred from asking again, he awkwardly regarded Su Nyu and TNHN. He cautiously took a step back, pondering the possibility of this woman attempting to eliminate him to silence him. Given the current circumstances, he was certain he could not prevail. As he retreated carefully, contemplating escape, he unexpectedly collided with another person. Startled, he turned abruptly to find a tall figure. Before he could discern their identity, he was shoved. Filthy man, not appealing, he thought. YTNL gazed in astonishment at the towering man before him, perplexed. Who was this? He appeared quite handsome, with an admirable physique and an alluring voice, though his expression was rather peculiar. Just as he pondered, the silent fairy displayed a look of exasperation, turned, and seized the tall man's collar, dragging him away as one would a small kitten. Following this, she executed a binding spell to seal his mouth. The tall man, visibly displeased, struggled to speak, his throat emitting muffled sounds. Su Nyu and TNHN felt a headache brewing. Previously, he had endured the torment of heart fire, but now, having changed bodies, he felt no such agony. Instead, a throbbing pain began to manifest in his head. He contemplated casting Ning Xianyu aside, yet feared she would roam in search of women. Thus he directly embraced her, akin to holding a sack. Despite this, Ning Xianyu was not idle, climbing over him in a manner reminiscent of a child, leaving YTNL Ing utterly bewildered by the scene before him. Just then, another figure arrived. It was SYNR. Radiantly beautiful, she exuded an elegance that was both dignified and captivating, her gaze enchanting and unforgettable. Upon her arrival, she too was taken aback by the unfolding chaos, only to discover Elnju truly lifeless. Approaching her, she reached out, then suddenly exhaled in relief. Master has fallen. Excellent. May you rest in peace. YT and Elling intended to utter something, but SYNR hastily interjected. Do not move. The disciples will arrive shortly. I will seal this place. Follow me. After locating the focal point of the formation and reinforcing it, she swiftly led the three of them away. Su Nyu and TNH N considered the situation and decided to follow. Given Ning Xianyu New York's current state, he felt compelled to seek an antidote from the people of Hawaiian Island. SYNR guided the trio to her dwelling, established a barrier, and summoned several trusted disciples to stabilize the external situation. Under duress and without alternatives, she sought assistance from YT and Ling, expressing gratitude for the support of the three heroes on behalf of the disciples of Hawaiian Island and other victims. After bowing deeply in sincere gratitude, she remarked, "Thank you." YT and Ling found it odd and glanced at her. YNR, they are not my allies. I am unfamiliar with them. Su Nyu NTNH and also recognized SYNR's misunderstanding, but opted not to clarify, merely tossing Ning Xianyu New York towards her. The antidote, the intoxicating flower poison. SYNR observed something amiss with this individual, scrutinizing closely and suddenly realizing that this was likely Su Nyu and L outs. So, Master nearly succeeded. Feeling awkward, she added, the intoxicating flower poison has no antidote. Her voice dwindled as she spoke, for the woman before her instantly erupted in fury, as if she had heard something shatter. Su Nyu NTNH inhaled deeply, coldly demanding, how long will the effects last? It was a matter of allowing this woman to endure. At this, SYNR felt increasingly uncomfortable. The poison's effects are prolonged, and it will not dissipate until an encounter with an opposite gender occurs. Moreover what? Once he engages with the opposite gender, he will become utterly devoted to that first partner, unwaveringly loyal until death. SYNR's voice grew softer, overwhelmed by the pressure she felt, as though 1,000 blades hovered above her head, seeking angles to sever her life. She protested her innocence, explaining that she had not administered the poison. It was her master's doing. This poison was not her own research, but rather a concoction devised by her master for the purpose of controlling the gathering furnace. Once the furnace had engaged with the master even once, it would willingly submit to the gathering, offering no resistance. She had sought YT and Ling's assistance to prevent further victimization of the disciples of Hawaiian Island by killing Elnju during the gathering. However, the situation had spiraled out of control, leaving her with a significant dilemma, invoking both shame and a headache. The more Su Nyu and TNH listened, the more his fury escalated. Is there truly no solution? SYNR lowered her gaze, responding, there is genuinely no remedy. Iti no no de, hearing of such a treacherous poison for the first time, inquired, YNR, is there truly no alternative? The prospect was dire. He could hardly bear the thought of succumbing to such a fate. SYNR felt a wave of shame wash over her. There's truly no solution. She glanced at the woman before her, then at Su Nyu NTNH, attempting to persuade him. In truth, Su Nyu L Oz possesses formidable strength, is dashing and charismatic. Boom. She intended to suggest that their union would result in Su Nyu NTNH's unwavering devotion, but before she could finish, the woman abruptly raised her hand, and a thunderous sound reverberated. SYNR gasped in shock, turning to witness that the highest of the smaller islands adjacent to Hawaiian Island had vanished. The island lies adjacent to Huangdao, considered a subsidiary isle, characterized by its striking crimson rocks, which are extraordinarily hard and incapable of sustaining flora. Consequently, it remains uninhabited most of the time. Yet now, that very island has seemingly vanished. No, it has not disappeared entirely. Rather, its peak has been leveled. Such a formidable island. And she could not perceive how the woman opposite had executed such a feat, reducing the mountain top to a flat expanse. What a terrifying display of power is this. Chapter 21. Juji Tan could detoxify. Not only did Su Yun'er witness the island's flattening, but the gathered crowd outside the contest also beheld the spectacle. They soared into the clouds to gaze into the distance, and there, the mountain peak appeared smooth and pristine. Several sect leaders exchanged glances, feeling no sense of abnormality. Xianyuan Laozu had vanished, and then the peak was leveled. Who else could be responsible but this venerable ancestor? How utterly predictable. They were relieved that it was the neighboring island that had been flattened and not the one beneath their feet. If Huayidao's main island had been decimated, it would have been quite the uproar. Du Juezi, why does your complexion appear so dire? Are you unwell? Qi Chengfeng inquired, noticing Du Juezi's pallor with genuine concern. Xianyuan Tunhan possesses such power. Could it be that Lanyu has not succeeded? That should not be the case. The poison was deployed, so what went amiss? Qi Chengfeng and the others scoffed. Why should they worry about the monstrous Xianyuan Laozu? Rather, their concern should be directed toward the inhabitants of Huayindao. Within the island, Su Yun'er nearly succumbed to her knees in shock from that strike. The individual before her exuded an unfathomable strength, seemingly at the qi refinement stage, yet radiating an aura akin to tumultuous waves, instilling fear even upon attempts at probing. Su Yun'er cautiously spoke, "Esteemed elder, regardless of your ire, I cannot produce an antidote. This poison was concocted by my master, who has now perished, and aside from her, none possess the knowledge to neutralize it. Even if she were to be slain, she would still be unable to provide an antidote." Xianyuan Tunhan forcefully pushed away Ning Xianyu, who was attempting to lean closer, his inner fury unabated by that blow. He could not fathom engaging in such acts with a woman's body, nor could he allow his own to be entangled with any woman. The very thought was repugnant. Gripping Ning Xianyu, he noted her continued fidgeting, her consciousness seemingly lost, and the incessant clamor of the system was of no avail, only deepening his agitation. Such a weak will, yet she still harbored delusions, truly a perplexity. Su Yun'er cast a troubled glance at Tianling. What should they do now? They had dealt with the master, yet this monumental trouble remained. A single misstep, and Huayindao would face annihilation. Where did you find your helpers? Tianling wrestled with his own turmoil, sensing Su Yun'er's earnest gaze, revealing his inner conflict. Suddenly, Xianyuan Tunhan rose. Where is Langyu's training ground? If we search diligently, we may uncover a means to detoxify. However, Tianling stepped forward, producing a bag from his robe. No need, venerable elder. Please take this. Xianyuan Tunhan paused, casting a bewildered look in his direction. Su Yun'er gasped, covered her mouth. Xianxia, Tianling extended the bag. Inside is Jiuji Tan, capable of dispelling heart demons and purifying the soul. If ingested, I believe it will surely neutralize the poison affecting Xianyuan elder. Su Yun'er interjected, but this Jiuji Tan is of utmost importance to you, Xixiang. Tianling placed the bag on the table. It matters not. We can seek other remedies. With that, he clasped his hands in respect and retreated outside. Su Yun'er sighed, "Venerable elder, the Jiuji Tan is genuine and indeed capable of counteracting the intoxication from Zongqingwa. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Please rest here for a moment." Once only Xianyuan Tunhan and Ning Xianyu remained, he opened the bag. Inside lay a translucent fruit, with 9 petals barely unfurling, encasing the object within. The moment the bag was opened, a refreshing aroma wafted forth, penetrating the heart and instilling a sense of tranquility. In that instant, Xianyuan Tunhan felt a long-lost serenity, as the raging fires within his consciousness began to subside significantly. This was the sacred object he had sought for years, finally within reach, unexpectedly acquired under such circumstances. At that moment, Ning Xianyu stirred beside him, inching toward the Jiuji Tan. It felt so comforting. She too sensed the fruit's aura, and her body, previously restless and overheated, craved more of its essence. Xianyuan Tunhan waved his hand, and the Jiuji Tan was swiftly stored in his spatial pouch. Unable to find the source of the cooling sensation, Ning Xianyu grew increasingly agitated, pushing closer to him and then leaning in again, sighing contentedly. "Beautiful lady, I wish to father countless little monkeys with you. Rest assured, I will treat you well, sharing all my strawberries and the last piece of grilled beef." What utter nonsense! Truly, employing a sealing technique on oneself significantly diminishes its effectiveness. For it had failed so soon, granting this woman yet another opportunity to speak. Holding the Jiuji Tan, Xianyuan Tunhan did not immediately administer it to Ning Xianyu. At present, his body and soul were separate, Even if he were to ingest the Jiuji Tan now, it would be futile, for his inner demons remained. When the time came for his long-cherished desires to be fulfilled, he would no longer need to fear the impending tribulations. At this juncture, Ning Xianyu edged closer again, mumbling, "Beautiful lady, you resemble me so much. I must tell you, should you encounter another beauty who looks like you must flee immediately. She is a great demoness." With a slap, Xianyuan Tunhan shoved her aside, sending her crashing into the wall. This woman, in a state of delirium, still dared to speak ill of him. Truly, she was courting death. The system was nearly alarmed to death, incessantly warning her to cease speaking, yet in her current state of disorientation, she could not heed such advice. "But you need not fear. Please relay a message for me. Someone intends to harm him, so he should be cautious." After saying this, Ning Xianyu smiled, appearing relieved. Yet she soon crawled back toward him, seeking closeness again. Xianyuan Tunhan raised his hand to push her away, this time causing her to tumble onto the soft couch. Such resolve, could it truly last a month? What a hassle! The next morning, Ning Xianyu awoke, glancing at the canopy above and then to her sides. Where was this? Whose boudoir was this? The decor was elegant and pleasing to the eye. She attempted to sit up, but felt an excruciating soreness throughout her body, as if crushed by something or someone. Rubbing her head, she felt a dull ache and vague memories of some rather unwholesome scenes. What has transpired? Ah, where are my clothes? Chapter 22. Flee for your life upon awakening. Ning Xianyu was met with a cacophony of confusion in her mind. She recalled a throng of maidens surrounding her, entering and exiting, dazzling spectacles flashing before her. Now, stripped of her garments, could it be that I have turned? No way. Did I possess such potential? Is one's sexual orientation not determined by the psyche, but rather by the flesh? Is it really that simple to realize such a transformation? The system, initially listening to her ramblings, could no longer contain itself. Are you out of your mind? What do you mean turned? Do you not wish to know what transpired? Why not inquire of me? How troublesome. After finally regaining consciousness, she rambled on incoherently, blabbering without any sense of awareness. Ning Xianyu felt as though she had found a lifeline and hastily asked, "System, you are my savior. Please tell me what happened. Why is my memory so muddled?" The system remarked, "Now you understand my good intentions. Yesterday, I earnestly advised you not to be deceived or run around recklessly. Yet you refused to listen. You brought this upon yourself." Ning Xianyu covered her head in frustration, retorting, "To err is human. You've made countless mistakes. Why should I be condemned for a single misstep?" The system was poised to reprimand her further, but she slammed her hand on the table, demanding, "Are you going to speak or not?" The system immediately backed down. "Fine, I'll tell you. No need to be so fierce." Ning Xianyu urged it to get to the point. "Yesterday, you fell victim to the intoxicating poison of the Zongqingwa flower, desperately seeking to engage with others. Later, when you were about to be taken advantage of, Xianyuan Tunhan appeared just in time to save you. And then what?" Ning Xianyu covered her face, feeling utterly doomed after the earlier revelations, but little did she know there was more to come. Was this a cruel twist of fate? The system chuckled mischievously. "Then you flirted with him, kissed him, and embraced him, intending to indulge in various activities together." His face turned green with shock. "What?" Ning Xianyu exclaimed in disbelief. She had kissed Xianyuan Tunhan, flirted with the Dark Lord? She felt as though her demise was imminent. The system, seemingly unfazed, continued embellishing the tale. In order to save his own body, Xianyuan Tunhan flattened a mountain on Huayin Island, forcing Su Yuner to provide him with an antidote. Yi Tianling, left with no choice, had to relinquish the 9 branches of Tan. Guess what? In the end, you consumed those 9 branches, haha. When you did, Xianyuan Tunhan looked as if he wished to kill you. Even I was frightened by his glare. If the system had hands, it would surely be shivering in delight. Ning Xianyu, now overwhelmed, hugged her shoulders in despair. However, she found it difficult to appear fragile while bearing Xianyuan Tunhan's imposing figure. "I ate the 9 branches, and I kissed him." This was beyond mere death. It felt like a fate worse than death, a situation that would lead to her being dismembered posthumously. The 9 branches were sacred treasures pursued by Xianyuan Tunhan for millennia, and she had consumed them. If their positions were reversed, she would undoubtedly inflict numerous wounds upon him, careful to avoid vital areas, yet unable to quell her rage. What do we do now? Ning Xianyu felt utterly lost, her head spinning. The system echoed her sentiment. I don't know. Perhaps you should just wait for death. Rest assured, once you perish, I'll procure you a new body. Ning Xianyu found this utterly unreliable. You're a system, and yet you're more cowardly than I am? I have no choice. I'm just an intern system. And I'm scared too. The two began to bicker again, discussing the various ways Ning Xianyu might meet her end. Ultimately, she resolved to flee. She would run as swiftly as she could. Realizing all she needed was to endure for a little over 20 days, she thought, with determination. Ning Xianyu began to gather some provisions and bedding from the room, stuffing them into her storage bag. If it weren't for Huayin Island's collusion and the misdeeds of the fairy Hongyue, she would not have found herself in this predicament. This was merely collecting interest. Once prepared, she felt a sense of relief and aimed to slip away amidst the chaos outside. The system informed her that the competition was still ongoing. Yesterday was merely the first round, with a second and third round to determine the rankings of the top 10 participants. Following the first round, 6 members from Yushin Gate remained, while 6 others were eliminated. Su Yin'er emerged to announce that an attack had occurred within Huayin Island, with the assailants having fled after vandalizing the abode and remains of the fairy Hongyue, as well as killing several disciples of Huayin Island. Some disciples were aware of the truth, while others remained oblivious, caught in a fog of confusion. Regardless, none spoke up. Su Yin'er was now in charge, and they could only comply. The masters were taken aback upon learning of the desecration of Hongyue's remains. Had the fairy truly fallen? Previously, many had suspected she was still alive, but it now appeared she was genuinely gone. As they pondered the implications of the attack, they could not help but suspect Xian Yuan Tunhan's involvement. Who else could have killed Hongyue and the disciples of Huayin Island? It was natural for them to fear him, rendering them unwilling to speak the truth. The old demon's disregard for reason remained unchanged. He had razed their sanctuary in a single visit. Dejuizi was visibly shocked, his expression darkening. Had Hongyue lost? Was Xian Yuan Tunhan still alive? What about him? Had he been exposed? Seeing his distress, Mo Yujun and the others assumed he was troubled by the existence of such a demon in his family, feeling a fleeting moment of sympathy for him. The group suggested paying their respects to Hongyue, to which Su Yin'er replied that they could do so once the island had stabilized, asking them to wait another day. After relaying this to Ning Xianyu, the system found her utterly uninterested. She had no desire for the advantage of foreknowledge. All she wanted was to escape, to distance herself as far as possible. Do you know the plot? Tell me, where's the safest place? We shall flee in that direction. The system contemplated for a moment. Why not head to the demon realm? Xian Yuan Tunhan harbors a deep-seated enmity toward them. He certainly wouldn't dare venture there. Very well, we shall go to the demon realm. Ning Xianyu proceeded cautiously, wary of alerting anyone on Huayin Island. Yet, just as she took a few steps, she found herself frozen in place. Before her stood a small courtyard, where 3 individuals sat, all turning their heads to look at her. The imposing figure she bore was none other than Xian Yuan Tunhan himself, who was mentally berating her for her foolishness. This woman, clad in his form, was heading to the demon realm, as if she desired a swifter demise. Would the denizens of the demon realm spare her life upon seeing his body? Chapter 23. The collapse of the plot system. What does this mean? Why does he regard me with such a gaze? Is he measuring how many pieces I might be sliced into? Ning Xianyu trembled in fear, her legs quaking. Had it not been for the formidable constitution of this body, she might have collapsed in dread. The system, quaking, replied, I don't know. I just have a feeling he's calling you a fool. Ning Xianyu thought to herself that at such a moment, it would be better if the system refrained from joining in the ridicule. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Stand straight and come here. What was she to do? Ning Xianyu hadn't even considered her response. Reflexively, she straightened her posture and approached him, each step feeling like a walk on the edge of a blade, as if she were being led to her execution. As she walked forward, Su Yin'er and Tianling grew increasingly anxious. Tianling recognized this individual as the Dark Lord and feared his potential wrath. Rumor suggested he could kill without a second thought, with a mere flick of his hand capable of extinguishing their lives. Moreover, he never required a reason to do so. To him, they were no more significant than ants. Su Yun'er was equally frightened. If this esteemed ancestor held a grudge regarding the poisoning incident, the 10 great immortal sects would soon become a 9. Xianyuan Tunhan approached with a measured demeanor and took the only available seat. The system had already informed her that these were the protagonists of the story, Yi Tianling and Su Yun'er. Yesterday, it was Yi Tianling who produced the 9 branches of Tan to cure your poison, while Su Yun'er concealed the truth about Xianyuan Tunhan's slaying of Hongyue, claiming that intruders had invaded the island and killed several disciples. In truth, the deceased disciples were Hongyue's confidants, whom Su Yun'er had eliminated, conveniently framing it as the work of thieves. The system noted that in the narrative, Xianyuan Tunhan was merely a minor character, with enmity toward the protagonists. Yet, here they were, seated together, creating an unusually harmonious scene. Logically, the current plot should have featured multiple confrontations, with Xianyuan Tunhan and Yi Tianling at odds, and the Dark Lord's persecution serving as a catalyst for the male lead's growth. The system found this situation perplexing. What was unfolding before them? You question me. And who should I inquire? You are the system. You possess the knowledge of the entire narrative. Ning Xianyu felt increasingly disillusioned with the system, which had misinterpreted the plot and rendered her wish difficult to manage. She pondered aloud. What else could you possibly accomplish? The system expressed its grievances. Could it be that your presence has altered the storyline? Ning Xianyu imagined a little chubby girl in her mind, frantically running around, causing her a headache. All right, enough with the shouting. Look, everything appears stable now. Where's the sign of impending chaos? Despite her skepticism towards the system's reliability, believing it had misremembered the plot, the system was adamant that it had not erred. Rather, circumstances had shifted. Could it be that this change was indeed due to her untrustworthy nature as the host? Their exchange did not escape the notice of Xianyuan Tunhan, who realized that the storyline could indeed be altered. If that were the case, then what significance did the so-called destined male lead and his inevitable demise hold? Destiny, after all, ought to be wielded by one's own hand, not dictated by a mere book. With this thought, Xianyuan Tunhan felt a wave of relief, and Ning Xianyu seemed less bothersome. When the time came to eliminate her, he could afford her some mercy. Yi Tianling, sensing the awkward atmosphere, took the initiative to inquire. Senior Xianyuan, how does it feel to consume the 9-branch Tan? The taste seemed rather pleasant. As for anything else, she felt nothing. Logically, this was a sacred item. Only a few years prior had such a fruit emerged, more precious than a peach of immortality, and its effect should have been more potent. Why, then, had she merely used it to neutralize a poison? Not only Xianyuan Tunhan, but even she considered it a waste. Such lavish squandering, akin to a bull chewing a peony, was truly regrettable. Yi Tianling sighed. It is fortunate that the 9-branch Tan can detoxify for you, senior, but the villagers shall have to wait a while longer. Ning Xianyu found his words curious. What villagers? The plot's facilitators? Yi Tianling continued. Previously, during my travels, I passed through Su Town, where the villagers inexplicably became afflicted by demonic energy. During its manifestation, they turned upon one another, resembling a hellscape. Witnessing such a scene filled me with sorrow, prompting me to seek a resolution. Upon learning that the 9-branch Tan from Huayin Island was nearing maturity, I came here to procure it. Ning Xianyu cast him a sidelong glance. Did Long Yu agree to provide it to you? Naturally not, Yi Tianling replied, slightly embarrassed. I had no choice but to resort to extraordinary measures. He expressed his gratitude towards Su Yun'er. Thank you, junior sister Su, for your invaluable assistance. I am deeply appreciative. Su Yun'er shyly lowered her head. Senior, Yi is too kind. Without you, I would not have been able to resolve the matters concerning Huayin Island. However, now that the 9-branch Tan is gone, what shall we do about the villagers of Su Town? At this moment, Xianyuan Tunhan inquired. Are you familiar with the villagers of Su Town? Yi Tianling respectfully replied. I do not know them personally, but as cultivators favored by the heavenly Tao, it is our duty to act justly and repay kindness to the people. If we have the ability, we ought to assist the common folk. Otherwise, what is the purpose of our cultivation? As he spoke, his demeanor radiated righteousness, with bright, determined eyes that captivated Su Yun'er in admiration. Even Xianyuan Tunhan's expression revealed a hint of appreciation. Ning Xianyu observed the three and felt a sense of dissonance. Xianling was the male lead. In addition to his innate advantages, his aura of righteousness was also characteristic of him. Su Yin'er had fallen for him due to his noble qualities, leading her to unwavering devotion. Yet, what was Xianyuan Tunhan's intent? Were he not the antagonist, the great demon? Why did he exhibit such admiration? Could it be that the character settings provided in the book were erroneous, and he was, in fact, a good person? While Ning Xianyu grappled with her confusion, Xianyuan Tunhan further queried, "Is Su Town near the demon realm?" No, Su Town is located in the southern region near Zhongzhou, not close to the demon realm. Upon this subject, Qianling's gaze slightly averted. Xianyuan Tunhan frowned. After the war between the immortals and demons, the demon clan has retreated into the demon realm, remaining dormant for tens of thousands of years. Why then would demonic energy appear in Su Town? His expression grew solemn, tinged with concern. Chapter 24. Blood Source Stone. Xianyuan Tunhan's inquiry targeted Qianling, who lowered his head and swiftly responded that he did not know. "I too am perplexed, and had no time to investigate. I merely sought a solution." At that moment, the system scoffed. He is lying. He clearly knows the reason, but is afraid to reveal the identity of that fair maiden. Upon hearing this gossip, Ning Xianyu suddenly perked up. What fair maiden? Is the male lead already establishing a harem so soon? The speed at which he was forming a harem was astonishing. The system disdainfully replied, "Who else could it be but one from the demon realm? Let me tell you, this demon realm—" "Wait a moment." Ning Xianyu interrupted its lengthy exposition, simply asking, "I am not interested in the male lead's harem. I just want to know where I can find a second 9-branch tan." Look at Xianyuan Tunhan's expression. It seems like he wants to devour me, and I am frightened. She was terrified. Initially curious about the gossip, she now deemed survival of utmost importance. The system stated, "As for the 9-branch tan, it no longer exists. This world has but one, without exception. I truly shall see you again, when I perish. I will certainly file a complaint against you at your headquarters." Ning Xianyu ground her teeth, wishing she could drag the system out and bite it. The system hurriedly replied, "Do not fret. Although the 9-branch tan is gone, there are alternative methods to dispel the inner demons." Ning Xianyu waited for a moment, but the system remained silent, causing her to want to cover her face in frustration. "If you have something to say, just say it. Stop dragging it out." Truly, despite being a system, an intelligent one at that, it behaved as though it were performing a comedic act, needing an audience to coax it into speech. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Tunhan sat with a cup of tea, also waiting. This peculiar combination of a person and a system, at times unable to keep their mouth shut and at other times relishing in suspense, was exhausting to listen to. The system let out a snicker and said gravely, "In the demon realm, there exists a blood source stone that can absorb demonic energy and inner demons, while the 9-branch tan serves the purpose of purification. The blood source stone is meant for absorption. Once the blood source stone is acquired, any demonic energy from the villagers and the inner demons accumulated over tens of thousands of years can be effortlessly absorbed." Ning Xianyu immediately felt deflated. The great demon has enmity with the demon realm. Going there to obtain the blood source stone would be tantamount to seeking death, wouldn't it? Moreover, how could I possibly convey such matters? The system replied, "You need not speak. The male lead's fair maiden is a saintess from the demon realm. As long as he follows her, he will undoubtedly acquire the blood source stone. Even if the plot is in disarray, the male lead will still tread his destined path." Ning Xianyu felt considerably relieved. Yet how could she persuade Xianyuan Tunhan to accompany Qianling? Such a proud figure would hardly concern himself with the plight of the insignificant villagers of Su Town, would he? Suddenly, the great demon spoke, and Ning Xianyu could not help but look over in astonishment. Had the great demon experienced a change of heart? Or was there something amiss in his mind that compelled him to accompany the male lead? Or had he overheard the system's words? Ning Xianyu dared not entertain such thoughts, for the mere notion sent chills down her spine. If he had indeed heard all their chatter, was there any hope for their survival? However, the system assured her, "If he could truly hear our conversation, do you think he would still be alive? Do not worry. We are a system designed by top-tier technology. Even if I am just an intern lacking in power, you must trust in the designer's capabilities." With that thought, it seemed plausible. Ning Xianyu relaxed and ceased her doubts. A hint of a mocking smile flickered across Xianyu Tunhan's face. Ah, even the most brilliant of progenitors could still produce fools. Tianling glanced between Xianyu Tunhan and Ning Xianyu, astonished as he asked, "Are both of you going?" Ning Xianyu dared not decline, responding with an air of celestial grace, "Of course, we shall go." Tianling expressed his gratitude. "Then I'm immensely thankful to both seniors. My knowledge is insufficient, and I do not yet know how to treat them. With your assistance, I believe they will swiftly recover." He rose respectfully and bowed, expressing his gratitude. Ning Xianyu waved her hand slightly, signaling him not to be so formal. Having impersonated Xianyu Tunhan for several days, she had gained some experience. Speaking less, maintaining a composed posture, and executing slow, deliberate movements were sufficient to convey the characteristics of the formidable demon. As for her usual demeanor, it was best to remain expressionless, appearing as if lost in thought. After all, no one truly knew what he was thinking, nor dared to gaze directly at him. After expressing his thanks, Tianling turned his attention to Su Yun'er. With a hint of regret, Su Yun'er replied, "Yishi Xiang, Huan'in Island has just undergone a significant upheaval, and the internal situation remains unstable. I cannot leave at this time. I wish you a smooth journey. Once I have resolved my matters, I will seek you out." The two exchanged personal tokens. As long as they possessed these tokens, they could locate each other no matter the distance. Many disciples from various sects would leave such items behind when embarking on their journeys, ensuring that if anything were to happen, their sect could use the artifact to find them, proving invaluable in searches. Ning Xianyu was taken aback, unable to resist stealing a glance at Xianyu Tunhan. What if the demon had placed a similar item on her, or perhaps even a restriction? Would she be rendered powerless wherever she went? Oh my! Why must such perilous objects exist? Xianyu Tunhan seemed to sense her unease, turning to cast her a fleeting glance, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. She was not mistaken. He was indeed mocking her. Could it be that the demon had already imposed some restriction upon her? At that moment, Xianyu Tunhan leisurely spoke. "That is my body you bear. Do you truly believe you can escape?" Naturally, he felt a connection to his own body. How could he possibly lose track of it? This woman, lacking any foundational cultivation, how had she managed to reach the chi refinement stage? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he posed the question. Ning Xianyu hesitated for a moment before sheepishly admitting, "I found a fruit on the mountain and ate it. The next day, I had entered the chi refinement stage." Is that even possible? Xianyu Tunhan's expression was as impassive as ever, yet his eyes clearly conveyed disbelief. How could someone attain the chi refinement stage simply by consuming a fruit? Ning Xianyu felt fortunate, saying, "Fortunately, I ate that fruit. Otherwise, the steward from the outer sect would have expelled me." Ha. Suddenly, she felt less fortunate. Had the steward indeed expelled her, she would never have made her wish, and consequently would not have attracted the attention of the formidable demon. She felt a surge of sorrow, wanted to cry rather than laugh. Xianyu Tunhan sneered, "Go and send Du Juezi and the others away. We are departing. Do not even think of running." The mention of Du Juezi made Ning Xianyu ponder whether she should warn him. Chapter 25, I want all his information. Ning Xianyu hesitated but ultimately refrained from discussing Du Juezi. Before leaving, however, she turned and suddenly said, "Old ancestor, thank you." Xianyu Tunhan paused momentarily, then coldly scoffed. What has been consumed must eventually be repaid. How could he be so petty? Ning Xianyu felt a wave of disdain. Initially, she had intended to thank him for allowing her to eat the Jiuji Tan, but his retort left her feeling disheartened. The system remarked, "All right, don't be ungrateful after having benefited. He is clearly upset, and reminding him will only invite trouble." Ning Xianyu recognized the validity of this statement. If someone had consumed her precious item, she too would be furious. Hastily, she ran out to find Du Juezi and the others. Upon seeing her, Du Juezi's heart sank. "Old ancestor, where have you been today? Your disciple has been searching for you with great concern." Recalling that her poisoning was related to Du Juezi, Ning Xianyu felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for the poison, she would not have incurred such a significant debt. She maintained a stern expression, stating, "Do I need you to worry about me?" Du Juezi sensed he might have stumbled upon something serious and knelt in fright. It is my folly, but my concern for the old ancestor is genuine. I heard that thieves invaded the island yesterday and wreaked havoc within Huanin Island. I was unable to find you, and I was truly worried. Ning Xianyu almost laughed. He was well aware of what had transpired on the island, yet continued to refer to them as thieves. Du Zhuzi, you had better genuinely care for me. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. I still have matters to attend to outside, so I shall leave the affairs following the Baiwa festival to you. Do as you see fit. Du Zhuzi anxiously inquired, Old ancestor, where are you going? Do you require my company? No need. Yet, Du Zhuzi persisted, Old ancestor, did you manage to obtain the Zhou Tan? Enough with your questions, Ning Xianyu snapped, storming away and denying him further opportunity to speak. Confused, Du Zhuzi sensed her displeasure and speculated that she likely had not obtained the Zhou Tan. This thought delighted him. If she had not acquired it, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences during the next tribulation. Indeed, evildoers eventually meet their fate. Before departing, Ning Xianyu took a moment to glance at Yu Yaozi. Yu Yaozi was busy examining his talismans in preparation for the upcoming competition, completely unaware of her watchful gaze. His strength was formidable, and he was likely to clinch the top prize. A pang of bitterness struck Ning Xianyu. Oh, if only senior brother Yu Yaozi wins. He will pair with the disciples of Huanin Island for dual cultivation, leaving no opportunity for me. Envy and jealousy surged within her. The system chuckled. You are now Xian Yuan Laozu. If you wish, you can seize what you desire. Seize what? Such actions are not suitable for our channel. Besides, if I dared entertain such thoughts, I might not even see the sun rise tomorrow. Do you think me foolish? How absurd it was to consider engaging in such acts with a man while wielding the body of a formidable demon. If I cannot tolerate the thought of him with a woman, how could I dare imagine doing anything with a man? He would undoubtedly crush me. Ning Xianyu shivered at the thought, feeling utterly desolate. The system urged her, since she understood the danger, to leave quickly and not linger. If you keep watching, Yu Yaozi will never be yours. As if I need your advice. Ning Xianyu stole a few more glances before departing. Wash your eyes, Xian Yuan Tunhan remarked before turning away, seemingly dismissive of her presence. Confused, Ning Xianyu pondered why she needed to wash her eyes. What was the meaning of this? Unable to defy his command, she took the bottle and dutifully washed her eyes. After all, they were not truly hers. If something went wrong, it would not concern her. Upon finishing, she indeed felt refreshed, seeing everything with greater clarity. Quite remarkable. The formidable demon truly cherishes his own body. Yi Tianding, after bidding a heartfelt farewell to the villagers of Su Town, joined Ning Xianyu and Xian Yuan Tunhan. Xian Yuan Tunhan produced a flying artifact, and the three of them ascended together. This method was efficient, allowing them to travel comfortably without being cramped together. The artifact was sizable, though not as grand as the ship they had arrived on. It was still ample enough for three. Yi Tianling felt a sense of awe as he explored the artifact. Senior, you are incredibly generous. This artifact must consume hundreds of spirit stones daily. You could fly on your own, yet choose to provide this convenience for us. Ning Xianyu had just discovered that this item required spirit stones, and an astonishing amount at that. It was far more expensive than operating a car. Is it truly this exorbitant? Even though she was not spending her own spirit stones, she still felt a pang of regret. Such extravagance, or rather, such wealth. Ning Xianyu looked at Xian Yuan Tunhan, suddenly perceiving him as radiant, as if adorned with golden edges. System, who in this world is the wealthiest and most handsome? Quickly. Within 3 minutes, I want all his information. She sought to find such a prosperous benefactor to cling to for life, ensuring she would never have to worry about sustenance, allowing her to live as a carefree individual. The system blandly replied, just turn around and look behind you. Turned her head to see Xian Yuan Tunhan on her left and Yi Tianling on her right. The system chuckled mischievously, stating, among the two, the wealthiest and most handsome currently is Xian Yuan Tunhan, while in the future, it will be Yi Tianling. Choose wisely. Ning Xianyu glanced at the two and silently turned away, suggesting, how about you tell me the top 10, and I will make my selection. She dismissed the two before her. One was a formidable demon with a terrible temper, and the other had an excessively large harem. She was too lazy to assume the role of a noble consort. The system pondered for a moment. No one has ever compiled such statistics. Please wait while I arrange the data. Just as they were engaged in their conversation, the flying artifact suddenly jolted, causing Ning Xianyu to instinctively grasp the side of the vessel. She looked around nervously, but nothing seemed amiss. Xianyuan Tunhan and Yi Tianling both wore calm expressions, as if nothing had happened. It appeared to be a normal occurrence, as flying artifacts occasionally experience turbulence. Ning Xianyu inquired of the system, "Have you compiled the information yet?" The system replied, "Done. If we are discussing wealth, the demon realm is unparalleled. It is overflowing with various spirit stones, yet the environment is harsh, and the spirit stones possess demonic qualities, making them unusable for cultivators. If they were usable, someone would have likely ventured there to seize them by now." Ning Xianyu chuckled. "If they are unusable, then there's no point. Even if they are similar to those of the Demon Lord, I wouldn't want them." While they conversed, the flying artifact jolted again. The fairy beside them appeared quite agitated, seemingly causing the turbulence intentionally. What was happening? Chapter 26. The innocent body of over 100,000 years. Ning Xianyu glanced at Xianyuan Tunhan and sensed that the Demon Lord was in a foul mood once more. The system remarked quietly, "I am unsure, but do cultivators have their monthly cycles?" The texts never addressed such matters concerning female characters, so the system could not find an answer. Ning Xianyu contemplated, if female cultivators can bear children, they must have their monthly cycles, right? The absence of such would mean no ovulation, and without ovulation, how could one conceive? Thinking of this, it seemed rather unfortunate for a female cultivator to endure that every month for thousands of years. The system found her reasoning valid, and, upon considering the Demon Lord's situation, burst into laughter. "I wonder what it would be like for the Demon Lord to need sanitary products. Haha, it would be quite amusing." Wu Ti's face turned green. Xianyuan Tunhan listened in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning behind their discussion. What was this monthly cycle? Once a month? Related to childbirth? He had never encountered such topics and had never witnessed any female cultivator with such concerns, leaving him utterly perplexed. However, he instinctively felt that it was not a positive matter. Ning Xianyu felt compelled to educate him. Otherwise, should he awaken one day to find himself bloodied, he might assume he was injured. She approached Yi Tianling and instructed, "You, move to the front." Yi Tianling looked up at her, seeing only her chin. Remembering the Demon Lord's fearsome reputation, he quickly agreed and obediently moved to the bow of the vessel. Ning Xianyu settled beside Xianyuan Tunhan, positioning herself cross-legged and erecting a soundproof barrier. The Demon Lord turned his gaze, giving her a chilling glance. This woman's approach could not bode well. He produced a high-grade spirit stone and rested it in his palm. Ning Xianyu's eyes widened at the sight of the spirit stone. Since her arrival in this realm, she had lived in poverty, only having glimpsed low-grade spirit stones in the possession of others. This was her first encounter with a high-grade spirit stone, and she realized the truth of the saying, "You get what you pay for." The high-grade stone was beautiful, crystal clear, and exuded vibrant energy. Unlike the low-grade stones that appeared dull and impure, she instinctively reached out her hand, but before she could touch it, the stone was enveloped by delicate fingers. When she opened her palm again, the stone had turned to dust, scattered by the wind. What a waste! Ning Xianyu wanted to curse, but upon seeing Xianyuan Tunhan's indifferent gaze, she instinctively shrank back. It was a warning, a blatant warning to be cautious and to consider whether her bones were as resilient as the spirit stone. If not, she should remain silent and speak less. Terrified, Ning Xianyu wished to bow her head in submission. Yet, considering the consequences of silence, she mustered her courage and said, Ancestor, I noticed that Du Ju Zi has colluded with the people of Hua In Island. You should be cautious of him, offering this piece of information." She hoped to curry favor, wishing that Xianyuan Tunhan would be merciful and straightforward in his treatment of her later on. Xianyuan Tunhan paused, not expecting her to say this first. Was she trying to ingratiate herself? But what of it? Ning Xianyu thought to herself, "You truly do not recognize a kind heart." Yet, contemplating the disparity in strength between Xianyuan Tunhan and Du Ju Zi, she realized that the Demon Lord need not worry about the latter's betrayal. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were mere trifles, insignificant in comparison. Very well, you are noble and formidable. Ning Xianyu scoffed internally while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. What is Du Juzi? With a mere flick of your finger, you could easily crush him. There is no need to worry about his schemes. Ancestor, how majestic you are. Xianyuan Tunhan regarded her silently, his expression unreadable, as if observing how she would perform. Ning Xianyu felt foolish for her efforts and continued to smile ingratiatingly. Ancestor, do you not feel anything unusual about my body, particularly in the lower half? Is there something amiss? Xianyuan Tunhan shifted slightly, disdainfully commenting. Your impurities are too heavy, your movements sluggish. Even a puppet would serve better as a substitute. You must have neglected your training, likely lying in bed all day. What nonsense! Lying down is the best way to prolong life, is it not? The human body is fragile. Resting is essential for longevity. You understand nothing. Ning Xianyu suppressed her urge to retort and smiled sweetly. Indeed, I have been somewhat lazy, but may I ask if you know that every woman has a few days each month? Xianyuan Tunhan looked at her in confusion. What are you trying to say? Those days cause bodily changes? His gaze was so intimidating that Ning Xianyu gathered her courage and launched into an explanation of the female menstrual cycle, detailing symptoms such as abdominal pain, mood swings, cravings for sweets, and excessive bleeding. When she finished, she noticed Xianyuan Tunhan frozen in shock, his expression one of disbelief. It seemed he genuinely had no knowledge of women's cycles. Ning Xianyu thought the cultivation world is so backward. This demon lord, who has lived for over 100,000 years, does not even understand female physiology. My goodness, it feels as if I am facing an innocent young boy. Suppressing her laughter, she thought, how has the demon lord managed for so long? Could he have remained untouched all these years? If that were the case, it would be utterly hilarious. Suddenly, Ning Xianyu felt a powerful blow to her chest, and she was sent flying through the air. As they were suspended in midair, she was caught off guard and momentarily halted before plummeting downward. This is it. I'm going to die. Why is the demon lord so furious? What shame is there in being a virgin? Why is he so angry? Tianling initially found himself intrigued by the hushed conversation of two seniors seated nearby. However, as their discussion unfolded, he noticed the expression of the female senior shift dramatically, culminating in her sending Xianyuan Laozu flying. A dramatic domestic dispute. The senior was truly formidable, unafraid even to confront Xianyuan Laozu. It seemed that while Xianyuan Laozu might exude a fierce demeanor externally, he was, in fact, quite submissive at home. Just as Tianling concluded this thought, he too was sent hurtling through the air. In Chapter 27, titled The Cultivation Realm Owes Him an Apology, Ning Xianyu cried out in the air for a considerable time, only to receive a reprimand from the system. What are you shouting for? You can fly on your own. Even if you couldn't, the body of the great demon is robust enough. A fall wouldn't be fatal. Perhaps a few broken bones at most. Suddenly reminded of her ability to fly, Ning Xianyu hastily channeled her spiritual energy to stabilize her position in the air. She had no desire to plummet to the ground. The one who would be hurt was her, not the great demon. Before she could catch up, another figure fell from above. Although Tianling was also caught off guard, his descent was far more graceful than hers, devoid of any panicked cries. He diligently attempted to maintain his posture mid-air, striving to elevate himself using spiritual energy. However, as a mere gene dance stage cultivator, he lacked the requisite power to ascend, which was only attainable at the Yuaning stage. With no other choice, Ning Xianyu rushed forward, extending her arms to save him. Tianling steadied his mind and managed to smile upwards, uttering, "Thank you, senior." It was commonly said that Xianyuan Laozu was a great demon, with a temper as unpredictable as the weather, capable of killing without a second thought. Yet in this moment, he appeared rather kind-hearted. It was the senior above who truly displayed a fierce temperament. At this instant, Ning Xianyu felt as if she stood 2 meters 8 tall, exuding an air of grandeur and strength. Look, she had even saved the male protagonist. This favor must be remembered. However, as Tianling glanced around, embarrassment washed over him. Senior, could we perhaps change positions? Ning Xianyu pondered. Change positions? The one being saved dared to voice an opinion. On the flying artifact. Xianyuan Tunhan's divine sense swept downwards, revealing the peculiar position of the two. Yi Qianling's tall figure lay in her embrace, appearing rather. Had he known a term like Princess Carrie, he would have understood that this position, which irked him, was precisely that. Ning Xianyu had yet to regain her balance when a fierce gale surged from above, sending her plummeting downwards once more. What on earth? Such fury was excessive. Was it trying to eliminate all chances of survival? Resigned, Ning Xianyu clutched Yi Tianling and swiftly evaded, descending rapidly toward the ground. Better to avoid confrontation. After all, the one leading the way was the male protagonist. She landed on the grass, finally finding solid ground. Indeed, one must remain grounded. When she looked down, she noticed Yi Tianling's face was flushed, his head bowed in embarrassment, as if he wished to vanish into the earth. Ning Xianyu glanced at him and then at her own hands, suddenly realizing the predicament. My AC, what an unfortunate position this is. Why am I holding him this way? I have never held the great demon like this. The system chuckled mischievously. You initiated this embrace, and you've been holding him all this time. I thought you were enjoying it. A Princess Carrie for the male lead. Even the female lead had never received such treatment. Ning Xianyu hastily set him down and rubbed her arms. No wonder the great demon was angry with me. Using his body in such a manner would surely infuriate him. But it was not my intention. At that moment, saving a life was paramount. How could she have anticipated so much? Just then, Yi Tianling approached and asked, as senior, "What should we do now?" The senior Ning had departed, leaving them in uncertainty. He sensed a quarrel had ensued, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it might somehow relate to him. Ning Xianyu sighed inwardly, watching the flying artifact drift further away, and could only say chase. As she extended her hand, Yi Tianling instinctively recoiled, stuttering, "Senior, let us just carry him." If they returned to that previous position, he felt he would be consumed by embarrassment. Ning Xianyu was exasperated, thinking how fanciful his imagination was. Who would want to carry him around like a princess all day? She adopted Xianyuan Tunhan's icy demeanor, grasped Yi Tianling by his belt, and soared upwards. After some effort, they finally caught up with the flying artifact. As soon as they boarded, she wished to bend down and catch her breath. However, the great demon regarded her with a frosty stare, leaving her unable to relax. So she maintained a stoic facade and sat beside him. She longed to ingratiate herself with a smile and a friendly gesture, but feared ruining the great demon's image. Noticing the tension in the atmosphere, Yi Tianling contemplated and believed he had grasped the crux of the matter. He approached to mediate. "Senior Ning, Xianyuan Senior merely embraced the junior as a rare occurrence. Please do not take offense. There is nothing between me and Xianyuan Senior." Xianyuan Tunhan turned to him, looking at him as if he were a fool. Ning Xianyu wished to cover her face, gritting her teeth as she queried, "What could there possibly be between two men? Are you a fool? Why explain anything? Could the protagonist refrain from constantly asserting his dominant status?" Surprisingly, Yi Tianling looked at her with astonishment. Does Xianyuan Senior not know? Between men. Before he could finish, he suddenly realized something and mumbled softly. So, Xianyuan Senior is that Na'vi. It was truly endearing how innocent he was. The Cultivation realm had labeled Xianyuan Tunhan as a great demon, exceedingly wicked and a killer without remorse. Yet it turned out he was this innocent? Rumors should not be taken at face value. The entire Cultivation realm owed Xianyuan Senior an apology. He believed his voice was muted. But both of his companions possessed keen hearing and caught every word. Ning Xianyu's heart sank. "No, you misunderstand. The great demon is not innocent. He is far from it. This is the greatest misinterpretation of innocence." Xianyuan Tunhan's hand twitched, sending both of them tumbling. Two fools get lost. Stupidity is contagious. Yi Tianling nodded in understanding. Senior fears that Senior Ning may be upset. The junior understands. I will absolutely remain silent henceforth. Senior truly cares for Senior Ning. Your devotion is unwavering. Is it possible that the youth of today possess such vivid imaginations? System, is this narrative veering into absurdity? Why is the male protagonist's mind so bizarre? The system could hardly contain its laughter. I have no idea. The original story was a male-oriented harem narrative. Just think about it. Ning Xianyu felt that perhaps the plot was beginning to unravel, and even the male protagonist's character had shifted. She sat beside Xianyuan Tunhan, attempting to ease the tension. How could she repair the damage done to the great demon's character? He had originally been a cold-blooded killer, yet within mere days, under her influence, he had transformed into a pure-hearted, compassionate individual. What should she do? Another day of racing down the expressway to death. Just as she was mulling over this, Tianling exclaimed, "Senior, we have arrived at Su Town." In Chapter 28, Invasion of Demonic Energy, from above, Su Town appeared quite diminutive. Situated in a remote area, surrounded by mountains and ravines, it stood alone in stark contrast to its sparse surroundings. The ecological environment was quite pleasant, suggesting fresh air and picturesque scenery. However, at that moment, a thick layer of ominous black mist enveloped the town, severely impairing visibility. Ning Xianyu furrowed her brow, contemplating whether this was the demonic energy they spoke of. Aside from its unsightly color, she felt no discernible difference. Meanwhile, Tianling had taken a pill and composed himself. "The demonic energy in Su Town has intensified since I last departed, Senior. If I am unable to endure it, I implore you to assist me." Did not perceive any significant issue. She merely found the color unappealing. Observing his solemn demeanor, she speculated that perhaps the formidable body of the MTU rendered him impervious to the demonic aura. Yet, what of the MTU? Currently, he was inhabiting her body. Could it withstand such pressures? Nevertheless, Xianyuan Tuncan appeared unaffected, displaying no signs of distress. It seemed that a powerful spirit could indeed possess such remarkable resilience. The MTU truly was the foremost figure in the Yunhuang Liujia. The system derided her, remarking that the stronger he became, the less likely she was to escape, leaving Ning Xianyu feeling disheartened and unwilling to engage further. As their flying artifact descended gradually, the trio disembarked and proceeded towards the town. Tianling appeared quite elated, eagerly desiring to enter. It became apparent that the male protagonist indeed reveled in his situation, having just parted ways with Su Yun'er and already longing for another. Not far into their journey, Ning Xianyu noticed a wall of black material materializing ahead. To be precise, it was a wall composed of a gaseous substance, wafting through the air and shrouding the entire town. This substance did not dissipate. Rather, it coalesced, presenting an exceedingly eerie sight. Ning Xianyu surmised that this must surely be demonic energy. If such a small town bore such a heavy presence of demonic energy, what might the demon realm be like? Xianyuan Tuncan surveyed the perimeter, his brow furrowing slightly. Had the demonic energy always been this dense? Tianling also frowned, stating that it had not been so potent upon his last visit. Previously, there had only been a faint trace of black mist that did not consolidate. The intensity of the demonic energy was indeed alarming. Suddenly, a sense of urgency struck him as he dashed into the black fog, only to convulse slightly before collapsing to the ground. Ning Xianyu was nearly startled into retreat behind the MTU. Had he been attacked? Xianyuan Tuncan, filled with frustration, pulled her to her feet, explaining that it was an assault of demonic energy that had overwhelmed Tianling due to his insufficient strength. He then cast her a sidelong glance, instructing her to stay close and to channel her spiritual energy to resist the demonic aura. Quickly, Ning Xianyu enveloped herself in a layer of spiritual energy to avoid sharing Tianling's fate. The two ventured into the black mist in a front-and-back formation. Upon entry, Xianyuan Tuncan's expression deepened with concern. Indeed, the demonic energy was exceedingly dense and seemed to be tainted with additional elements. It was no wonder that Tianling, despite being at the Jindan stage, had succumbed so swiftly. Turning to Ning Xianyu, he was astonished to find her seemingly unscathed, gazing around with curiosity. This woman was foolish. Upon entering, her spiritual barrier had formed several breaches, causing her spiritual energy to escape in hisses. Remarkably, the demonic energy did not seize the opportunity to assail her, maintaining a considerable distance instead. Observing her, it appeared as if she were cloaked in a faint light that influenced the surrounding demonic energy. Could it be that this woman possessed some hidden talent unknown to him? Feeling his gaze upon her for an extended period, Ning Xianyu became increasingly anxious. System, dear system, you must protect me. Is the DMTU planning to devour me? His expression was indeed quite fearsome. The system, albeit lacking confidence, reassured her. Its sole ability was wish fulfillment, usable once a month without any other functions. How could the host fail to remember this? Xianyuan Tunkin then surmised that it was the so-called system that shielded her, effectively blocking the surrounding demonic energy. It seemed that this system not only had the tendency to chatter, but also possessed some utility. They reached Tianling, helping him to his feet, leaning against Ning Xianyu. Tianling felt considerably rejuvenated. Thank you, esteemed seniors. I was unexpectedly ambushed by the demonic energy. I am truly ashamed. Ning Xianyu remained silent, urging him to swiftly channel his energy to expel the demonic influence. Tianling steadied himself, channeling his energy. Expecting a considerable effort, he was surprised to find himself feeling invigorated almost immediately. Was it possible that his recent experiences had enriched his prowess, leading him to a breakthrough? Tianling was elated, and upon glancing at the two, his face radiated joy. Xianyuan Tunkin instructed him to leave immediately, noting that if the demonic energy was this thick outside the town, it would surely be far worse within. Indeed, your insight is appreciated, Tianling replied, hastening ahead to guide them deeper into the town. Curiously, as they advanced, the intensity of the demonic energy seemed to diminish, growing increasingly subtle. Their surroundings became clearer, as if the thick demonic energy were confined to the town's outskirts, exerting little influence within. Xianyuan Tunkin recalled the scene he had observed from the air and inquired whether someone had set up an array here to seal the villagers with demonic energy. What could they possibly want with them? Tianling also found the situation perplexing. He hurried ahead, producing a talisman from his pocket and casting it into the sky. However, upon its incineration, nothing transpired. Ning Xianyu, sensing his odd behavior, quietly asked the system, "What is he doing? Is he performing some ritual?" The system explained, "No. He is using a communication talisman left to him by his beloved." Understanding dawned upon her. Has he failed to locate her? At this juncture, the system provided further context. According to the original plot, the male protagonist obtained the Jiuji Tan at Huayin Island, rescuing the citizens of Su Town. At this point, he discovered that his beloved had been taken, prompting him to bravely venture into the demon realm for love. Now the plot has diverged. Whether for the sake of the townsfolk or that of the demon realm saintess, the male protagonist must forge ahead into the demon realm. Xianyuan Tunkin, overhearing their conversation, noted that the narrative seemed to adhere to its original trajectory, causing his expression to shift. The fact that the original storyline exerted such a significant impact was indeed challenging to alter. Chapter 29. The eccentric author Xianyuan Tunkin approached Tianling, inquiring about his actions. Tianling, in a state of distress, replied, "I had a friend who stayed behind to help the villagers resist the demonic energy. We had arranged to meet again, but she has yet to appear. Something must have gone awry." Xianyuan Tunkin suggested that perhaps it was not feasible for her to come, and they should first investigate further. Tianling concurred, swiftly racing ahead. Xianyuan Tunkin and Ning Xianyu followed closely. Upon entering the town, they were soon met by its inhabitants. The villagers, clad in simple linen garments, were devoid of silk attire, likely owing to their remote location and modest lifestyle. Upon seeing the trio, many villagers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming words of reverence. Some even mustered the courage to approach Tianling. "Hero E, we appreciate your efforts." Tianling, having not completed his mission, refrained from engaging in pleasantries, offering only brief acknowledgments before hastening onward. Xianyuan Tunkin and Ning Xianyu maintained their stoic demeanor, exuding an air of superiority that deterred anyone from approaching them. However, Xianyuan Tunkin observed the villagers' expressions closely and discerned that they had indeed succumbed to the effects of the demonic energy, their affliction quite severe. While they appeared normal during the day, it was likely that they would descend into madness come nightfall. Ning Xianyu saw nothing amiss, merely perceiving these individuals as ordinary villagers without any peculiarities. They soon circumvented the crowd, arriving at a modest courtyard. Tianling knocked on the door before charging inside. The courtyard was unassuming, consisting of 5 main rooms and 4 auxiliary rooms. He inspected each room thoroughly, even peering into the well, yet yielded no results. She has left. She has been taken, he lamented, slumping into a chair, drained of vitality. Tianling also recognized this despair, sorrowfully remarking, "She must have done this for my sake." I assured her that I would find a way and that she need not take risks. "It is all my fault." His words were disjointed, and had it not been for Ning Xianyu's knowledge of the plot, she might have struggled to comprehend his meaning. She approached him, inquiring, "Who are you speaking of? What has transpired?" Tianling sat there, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. After much contemplation, he finally resolved to speak. "Two esteemed seniors, what is your perspective on the denizens of the demon realm?" Xianyuan Tunhan remained silent, casting a glance at Ning Xianyu, prompting her to respond. Ning Xianyu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. How lazy could the great demon lord be, unwilling even to utter a few words? Reluctantly, she took it upon herself to speak. However, the positions were merely different. She articulated her thoughts with clarity, while Xianyuan Tunhan merely eyed her. Ning Xianyu raised an eyebrow in triumph, thinking to herself how profound and enlightened her words must seem. Xianyuan Tunhan turned away, inhaling deeply to restrain himself from chastising her. Tianling was pleasantly surprised by her words. Indeed, the senior was open-minded. The male protagonist, Tianling, revised his impression of the great demon lord, now regarding him with a newfound respect. "The friend I spoke of is precisely one from the demon realm. She emerged from there and discovered a traitor self-destructing in this locale, which unleashed a wave of demonic energy that harmed the villagers." Xianyuan Tunhan interjected. "Was it truly a self-detonation?" Tianling affirmed. At this juncture, sorrow welled within him. He looked as though he had lost a beloved wife, prompting Ning Xianyu to wish to comfort him. "With your numerous consorts, it would be wise to refrain from feigning such deep emotions." Before she could speak, Xianyuan Tunhan spoke first. "Since she has ventured into the demon realm, pursue her, find her, and retrieve the blood source stone." Tianling looked up in astonishment. "Senior, do you mean?" Xianyuan Tunhan nodded slightly. "I shall accompany you to retrieve the blood source stone." He mentioned retrieving the blood source stone, yet Tianling interpreted it as an offer of assistance in rescuing his beloved, which overwhelmed him with gratitude. "Senior, your compassion is truly commendable." Xianyuan Tunhan felt as if he had been splattered with a fly, discomfort by Tianling's naive gratitude. This so-called male protagonist was indeed quite peculiar. He had only mentioned retrieving the blood source stone, not offering to help him. Yet, Xianyuan Tunhan said nothing, merely observing Ning Xianyu. She, too, felt disinclined to voice dissent and could only nod enigmatically. "To maintain the order of the mortal realm, I shall do my utmost." Tianling bestowed upon her a token of goodwill, feeling exceptionally fortunate. However, after a continuous journey, the trio grew weary, and particularly, Tianling could no longer endure. Thus, they decided to rest for the night before continuing their journey the next day. Xianyuan Tunhan remarked, "Your cultivation is insufficient. You would not withstand the demon realm. Did your friend provide you with any protective talismans?" Upon hearing this, Tianling lamented, retrieving a small, black, horn-like object from his storage bag. It was only about 10 centimeters long, yet it appeared quite charming, emanating an aura that was clearly not of the celestial sect. Tianling explained, "This was gifted to me by my friend. She said that carrying this into the demon realm would not only help resist demonic energy, but also conceal my spiritual power and guide me to her." Ning Xianyu, intrigued, contemplated the utility of the item, an amalgamation of a locator, a disguise, and a protective shield. The demon realm saintess was indeed generous. She reached out to examine it, only to be alerted by the system that she should not touch it. That is the horn shed by the demon realm saintess once every 1,000 years. Akin to her bone, it is best not to disturb it. The horn of the demon realm saintess? Ning Xianyu immediately withdrew her hand, hesitant to touch it further. However, she pondered aloud. Do demon realm saintesses truly grow horns? The system confirmed, adding that they also have tails. The original author's preferences were rather peculiar, arranging all sorts of consorts for the male protagonist. Not only demon realm saintesses with horns and tails, but also celestial beings, mortals, and spirit beasts. What a strange taste. while the rest was comprehensible. Spirit beasts seemed to cross the boundaries of species. The spirit beast is said to be exquisitely beautiful, being the only pure white nine-tailed fox in existence, capable of being either male or female. It only decided to become a woman after following the male protagonist. If the opportunity arises, you should meet it. Ning Xianyu suddenly envisioned a stunning being transcending gender, wondering just how beautiful it might be. Lost in her thoughts, she was abruptly jolted away. She was still in a state of confusion when the voice of Xian Yuan Tunhan, filled with ire, echoed in her mind. Wipe your drool. Chapter 30. You were sleepwalking despite being knocked back. Ning Xianyu had grown accustomed to such occurrences, unbothered, still mulling over the androgynous beauty that made her mouth water. She was determined to see it. The system remarked on her audacity. You better wipe your drool first. The great demon lord was ready to strangle her. Yet she dared linger. Xian Yuan Tunhan, taken aback, found it astonishing that a woman could be so lustful. With her mind occupied by such chaotic thoughts, it was no wonder her cultivation was lacking. Observing her lost in her reverie, he angrily commanded her to enter the room. Ning Xianyu felt a twinge of fear, but under his piercing gaze, she reluctantly complied. Xian Yuan Tunhan produced a golden ring from his robes and tossed it to her. Wear this. The ring landed heavily on Ning Xianyu, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Esteemed ancestor, why is this ring so heavy? Despite her newfound strength, the ring felt as if it weighed several hundred pounds. Although small, it was exceedingly cumbersome. How could one walk with such an encumbrance? Xian Yuan Tunhan, with a look of disdain, instructed, use your spiritual power to reduce the ring to a suitable weight for you. Ning Xianyu was perplexed. She had only seen things shrink in size, never in weight. Was that even possible? Furthermore, why a golden ring? Wasn't it customary to use spiritual stones or rare treasures? She attempted to channel her spiritual power, but to no avail. After several failed attempts, Xian Yuan Tunhan could no longer contain himself. Extend your hand. Ning Xianyu obediently approached and did as instructed. When Xian Yuan Tunhan grasped her hand, he felt an odd sensation, as if touching someone else. His mind became cluttered with errant thoughts. He quickly restrained himself, focusing on guiding her. Initially, Ning Xianyu felt nothing unusual, but suddenly a wave of scorching spiritual energy surged into her, causing her to gasp in surprise. The great demon lord, usually so cold, why was his spiritual energy so warm? Do not move, Xian Yuan Tunhan firmly instructed, preventing her from fidgeting. Ning Xianyu could only endure the searing pain as the energy coaxed her own spiritual force into the ring, causing it to transform in an instant. Done. Once his energy receded, she still felt a lingering warmth, almost as if she had been scorched. She obediently picked up the golden ring, discovering that it was indeed lighter. As she concealed it within her sleeve, she pondered its purpose. Xian Yuan Tunhan, maintaining his stoic demeanor, explained, once you enter the demon realm, this ring will help conceal your original appearance and resist demonic energy. Its function was akin to that of the demon realm Sanus's horn. Concealing her original appearance meant she could traverse the demon realm without fear of being hunted down. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. The system interjected. Host. The great demon lord is quite considerate, providing you with protective gear for your safety. Ning Xianyu scoffed. He is not protecting me. He is merely concerned about his own body being fried in the demon realm. It is self-preservation. The great demon lord was hardly so altruistic. The system seemed blinded by its own naivety. You made a part. While deep in thought, Xian Yuan Tunhan cast a cold glance her way and waved his hand, causing her to truly leave. Ning Xianyu glared at the abruptly closing door, scoffing, see? He is not as benevolent as he pretends. The system sighed, feeling that something was amiss. Xian Yuan Tunhan remained inside, massaging his temples. That ungrateful and loquacious woman. Yet, there was something distinctly unique about her. When he had projected his consciousness onto Ning Xianyu earlier, he had distinctly sensed a refreshing and invigorating aura emanating from her. His body was the one he knew best, and that refreshing sensation was undoubtedly a change brought about by this woman. For years, he had been tormented by inner demons, his spirit feeling as if it were ablaze. Yet at that moment, he experienced an unprecedented tranquility. It was as though a sudden rain had quelled the raging fire within his spirit. Could it be the benefits of that system? Xianyuan Tunhan always felt the so-called system was unreliable. But he could not deny that Ning Xianyu had indeed brought about some changes to his spirit and body. For now, it was better to keep this woman by his side. Her storage bag contained plentiful provisions. She had scavenged quite a bit on Hawaiian Island, and now, with time on her hands, she began to indulge in her feast. The location of Hawaiian Island was splendid, and the spiritual fruits cultivated there were exceptionally delectable. One particular fruit, red and resembling a tomato, was especially delightful. Small, seedless, with a thin skin and abundant juice, just perfect for a single bite. Now it all benefited her. Ning Xianyu lay on the bed, consuming the fruits one after another, reveling in her happiness. After a while, feeling fatigued, she succumbed to slumber. The system muttered that she was a glutton, but she remained oblivious. In the dead of night, however, Ning Xianyu suddenly awakened. She shot up, walking dazedly to the door, peering into the yard outside. The system was startled by her actions. "Host, what is wrong?" Ning Xianyu's eyes were dark and devoid of emotion, seemingly lacking the essence of a human gaze, unresponsive to the system's calls. Alarmed, the system repeatedly shouted her name, yet she did not respond. "Host, what is happening? Please do not frighten me. Host, host." Just as panic set in, Xianyuan Tunhan emerged from the door, striking Ning Xianyu with a palm. "What are you doing?" he said coldly. "You were sleepwalking." "Sleepwalking? How could that be?" Ning Xianyu was puzzled, but before she could comprehend, he vanished in a flash. "Where did he go?" The system was wailing. "Host, how can you still be sleepwalking? You scare me to death. I thought something had happened to you." Ning Xianyu, unaware of the earlier situation, found the system's cries annoying. "Quiet down. What is happening outside? Why has the great demon gone out?" The system sniffled, explaining. "What else could he be doing? He is going to confront the villagers. Those villagers have turned to darkness. At night, they will not attack each other, but will assault outsiders. The only untainted outsiders here are the three of them. As night falls, the villagers gather, and they are now standing outside the yard." Ning Xianyu was taken aback. "Is the great demon going to be all right?" The system nonchalantly replied. "He is Xianyuan Laozu." Even Long Yue was dispatched with ease. What could possibly go wrong? Just then, Xianyuan Tunhan soared back over the courtyard wall, bloodied. "This can't be good, can it?" Chapter 31. A salted fish without love. Ning Xianyu was startled and was about to rush over when the system urgently called her. "What are you afraid of? If the great demon perishes, you will be free." This notion suddenly appeared quite reasonable. Xianyuan Tunhan raised his hand, his expression frigid. He might as well eliminate both the woman and the system to rid himself of their incessant noise. Yet, as he lifted his hand, it was abruptly grasped by a larger hand, accompanied by a fragrant presence. This woman exuded the aroma of fruits, and it was unclear what she had consumed before falling asleep. "Laozu, are you all right?" Xianyuan Tunhan glanced at her, observing her concerned expression. A curious woman, so weak in power, yet so overly concerned. "I am fine. This is the blood of a demon beast." He shook off Ning Xianyu's hand and stood upright. "Step back and protect my body." With that, he exited once more. In that moment, Ning Xianyu surprisingly felt a sense of towering stature, as if she stood a height of nearly 2 meters and 8. It dawned on her that true stature and security do not solely stem from physical height. "System, I suddenly find the great demon quite masculine." The system teased. "Oh, have you taken a liking to him?" Ning Xianyu hastily shook her head. "No, I am but a salted fish. A salted fish may pursue a harem, but must never seek love." What kind of flawed logic is that? The logic of a scumbag. Ning Xianyu remained in the yard, waiting for a while before fierce shouts echoed from outside. The great demon mentioned there were demon beasts, which she had yet to encounter. As a salted fish, her curiosity paled in comparison to the importance of sleep. She stood at the door, confused. "Xianyuan Sr., where is Ning Sr.? Why are you everywhere?" With that, he leaped into the air, vanishing like a flash of light. Cursed persona. She should not have used another's body. Tianling stood in the yard, gazing at the sky and murmuring, "Xianyuan Sr. truly has deep feelings for Ning Sr. It is quite enviable." Ning Xianyu, with her keen hearing, caught this remark and nearly collided with the demon beast. "To hell with your deep feelings. As the male protagonist, why must your imagination run wild?" She collected her thoughts, evading the demon beast's attack and retreating repeatedly. At this moment, she had reached the outskirts of the town, faced with a colossal creature resembling a hairless red dog, covered in spikes with a gaping maw. The demon beast emanated a potent dark aura, and the scent was far from pleasant. Ning Xianyu covered her mouth, hastily backing away. What is this? Where is the great demon? No sooner had she spoken than the demon beast spotted her and unleashed a torrent of flames. Ning Xianyu was about to flee, but the stench was overwhelming, nearly causing her to faint and slowing her reaction. As the flames approached, she prepared to withstand them with her spiritual power. However, a force from behind yanked her aside, the flames barely grazing the hem of her clothing, leaving a lingering heat. Ning Xianyu was startled and immensely relieved. Who told you to come out? Just as she exhaled in relief, Xianyuan Tunhan's icy voice echoed from behind. She instinctively wanted to shrink back, but remembered his order and stood tall. In doing so, she found herself taller than Xianyuan Tunhan in his current form, suddenly feeling a mix of defiance and justification. I was just concerned about you, Laozu. Haha, are you all right? Concerned? Xianyuan Tunhan regarded her with skepticism, not believing a single word. I do not require it. Since you are here, stand aside and do not hinder me. With that, he cast her aside. Simultaneously, the demon beast unleashed another stream of flames, engulfing Xianyuan Tunhan entirely. Ning Xianyu was flung far away, watching in horror as the scene unfolded, nearly smelling the scent of charred flesh. This can't be. That's my body. Do not worry, I will provide you with a replacement in due time. As the person and the system conversed, the flames receded, revealing Xianyuan Tunhan standing unharmed. He remained steadfast, not a single burn to be found on him, nor even a wrinkle in his clothing. Though he appeared diminutive and soft in form, he radiated strength against the towering demon beast. His white robe billowed in the wind, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Ning Xianyu stared, her heart racing slightly faster. This man was excessively handsome. In the blink of an eye, Xianyuan Tunhan transformed his energy into a sword, leaping into battle against the demon beast. Ning Xianyu stood rooted, witnessing a grand spectacle of domination. The demon beast, formidable as it was, paled in comparison to the might of Xianyuan Tunhan. After a brief tussle, the demon beast succumbed, collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud, causing the earth to tremble. Ning Xianyu felt her heart sway along with it. If she were to experience love in the future, it would likely evoke such a feeling. Alas, she was but a salted fish, and love was not meant for her. Xianyuan Tunhan had already turned to her, pointing. Come here. Obediently approached. The ancestor is majestic, possessing boundless magical power. The great demon frowned. What nonsense is this? He pointed to the head of the beast, cut open the skull, and retrieved the demon core. What? Me? Ning Xianyu glanced at her clean hands and then at the enormous head of the beast. Shouldn't you, being so powerful, just slay it with your sword and take it out yourself? Xianyuan Tunhan stood aside, nodding. Hurry up. What is this? Look at this man, he cannot be married. He feels unbalanced even when doing a little work, insisting on ordering me around. The system laughed heartily. Hurry up, perhaps the demon core will reward you. This is a flame lion beast, and this one must be of the 5th rank, worth several hundred high-grade spirit stones. But it should be living in the demon realm. According to the original plot, the male lead kills the demon beasts in the demon realm. How could it appear here? Upon hearing it could be sold for money, Ning Xianyu became invigorated, completely ignoring the latter part. Drawing a dagger from her storage bag, she began her laborious task. Splitting open the beast's skull was indeed a dreadful endeavor, but with the great demon watching, she could only endure the nausea and proceed. After considerable effort, she finally unearthed a fiery red, crystal-clear demon core from the pool of blood. She quickly wiped it with a cloth and noticed flames seemingly burning within, creating a stunning spectacle. How beautiful! She exclaimed, but before she could relish the moment, the demon core was snatched into Xianyuan Tunhan's hand. With a wave, the beast's corpse vanished. What does this mean? Where's my reward? Chapter 32. It can get tired too. Ning Xianyu gazed greedily at the demon core in Xianyuan Tunhan's hand, her heart restless. I dug that out. Those who see it should share in it, yet I have received nothing. It is unfair. As a worker, I have done my part, and yet there is no compensation? Ning Xianyu was tempted to punch him. I certainly do not wish to die. To snatch it would be reckless. At that moment, a tuft of fur flew over, landing squarely on Ning Xianyu's face. Achoo! She brushed it away, discovering it was red and seemingly unremarkable. Xianyuan Tunhan, with an air of bestowal, remarked, "This is for you, your reward." Ning Xianyu gritted her teeth, thinking how extraordinarily stingy he was, even Mr. Scrooge would bow down to him. After laboring for so long, her reward was merely a tuft of fur. What kind of reward was that? The system chuckled uncontrollably. Didn't you say you got nothing? Now, how can you not be pleased with a tuft of fur? Ning Xianyu scoffed, contemplating disposing of the fur, but Xianyuan Tunhan's piercing gaze kept her from doing so. Reluctantly, she accepted it and found a bag to store it. Such a miser, only offering a tuft of fur and compelling her to keep it. What did you do with this? Burn it to ashes for protection? Xianyuan Tunhan, seeing her head down, realized she was muttering curses in her heart. This woman, with a restless mind, would never ascend in her cultivation. He said nothing and turned to leave. Ning Xianyu followed closely, still curious. Ancestor, why are there demon beasts here? This is a human village, surrounded by a barrier. There shouldn't be any demon beasts. Xianyuan Tunhan replied, because there is something it desires. What is it? Huh? What does that mean? Ning Xianyu frowned, still not understanding his cryptic response. As they reached the courtyard entrance, they discovered a throng of people outside, a dark mass climbing the courtyard wall. Inside, a light suddenly illuminated, resembling Yi Tianling's spiritual energy. Some were climbing in, while others were being hurled out, yet those who were thrown seemed oblivious, climbing with dislocated arms. Another group surged towards the entrance, relentlessly crashing against the large door, which trembled perilously yet remained hanging on its frame. Ning Xianyu was astonished. What are they doing? This is more terrifying than a horror film. Without hesitation, Ning Xianyu leapt onto Xianyuan Tunhan's back, burying her face there in fear. Xianyuan Tunhan was disdainful. Stand straight. A cultivator fears mere mortals? This woman, not only lacking in cultivation, also possessed a timid nature. Sometimes he truly could not fathom whether she was audacious or cowardly, or simply lacking in common sense. At times, she dared to pull teeth from a tiger. At others, she feared even a person. I do not wish to be afraid, but this is genuinely frightening. Look at them. Their eyes are red. They must be zombies, and they will eat human brains. It was not entirely her fault. As a child, she had disobeyed and secretly followed her parents to watch horror films, inflicting significant trauma on her tender psyche. So now these sights terrified her. However, watching horror films was undeniably thrilling. She was both frightened and captivated, torn between the two. Xianyuan Tunhan attempted to shake her off, but the usual ease of the task proved futile this time. Ning Xianyu clung to him, unwilling to part. Furious, Xianyuan Tunhan gave a violent toss, and she flew off, crashing against the wall. As she attempted to rise, a barrier slammed down, trapping her in place. She tried to escape, but an invisible barrier obstructed her movements. In a way, this was preferable. At least she was safe. Outside the barrier, Xianyuan Tunhan was already in motion. Presumably, he intended to set a barrier to confine these mortals, but for some reason, it was unsuccessful. The demonic energy emanating from these mortals was eroding the barrier, and when they gathered, their strength was formidable enough to create a breach. Ning Xianyu initially watched the spectacle, but upon witnessing this scene, she gasped in shock. What is happening? The great demon cannot handle this? In her mind, the great demon was akin to a god, capable of resolving all matters. Yet now, he was unable to manage a few mortals tainted by demonic energy. The system interjected, "No, he is simply too exhausted. Have you seen him rest in the past few days? If it were you, with a mere qi refining body, battling against Rong Yue and the Flame Lion Beast, while also saving you, he too would be fatigued. At present, he was fighting with his spirit, limited in the spiritual energy he could harness. It was as if a master wielded a child's pencil knife against an expert with a mortar. His combat potential was severely restricted. Were it not for his formidable spirit, he would have likely collapsed long ago." Ning Xianyu, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "So, the cause of this situation is," the system eagerly retorted, Indeed, it is all your fault. It is your fault. Ning Xianyu was tempted to slap it. Clearly, it was you who placed me in his body and failed to remove me from his side, leading to my predicament of being surrounded by zombies here. The system felt aggrieved. You were the one who desired to be the best in the world. I am to achieve that for myself. Your request was not precise enough. You are shameless. Ning Xianyu did not notice that several villagers had already approached her side. They had just been flung out of the courtyard, crashing against her barrier, their faces mere inches from her own. The barrier was so small that once she occupied it, there was little room left. The villagers outside were no more than 30 centimeters away from her, practically touching her face. Ning Xianyu was so frightened she could not even scream, covering her mouth, staring wide-eyed at the villager's bloodshot eyes. The villager noticed her, mouth agape, attempting to bite her, biting. Frustrated at being unable to reach her, he summoned his companions to join in. Thus, the perimeter of the barrier was surrounded by a horde of zombie-like villagers, densely packed, with no light penetrating through. Turning, she leapt up, beginning to bury magical artifacts at various points. Upon seeing him, Tianling rushed out from the courtyard. Senior, do you need assistance? Where is Xianyuan Senior? Chapter 33. Senior Ning's jealousy, Xianyuan Tanhan disregarded him completely, telling him to get lost. Tianling, aware of his reticence, paid it no mind and began to search for Ning Xianyu. However, as soon as he emerged, he became the target. The villagers, spotting yet another fresh and delectable human to feast upon, immediately pounced. Tianling fought valiantly, striking left and right, yet it was an arduous task. At this moment, Ning Xianyu was also in dire straits, for her barrier had inexplicably shattered. The great demon lord is unreliable. The quality of the barrier was woefully poor. The system mockingly laughed. That barrier was intended to trap you, not to protect you, so of course it couldn't withstand it. After emerging, Ning Xianyu did not flee, but instead found refuge by the wall. Tianling was hesitant to harm the villagers, so despite his exertions, more kept arriving, leading to emotional turmoil rather than physical exhaustion. He found himself at a loss, unable to contain them, and forced to fend off one after another. Observing Xianyuan Tanhan setting up some sort of magical formation, he felt that if he could just endure a little longer, salvation might be at hand. Yet, after a brief struggle, a villager managed to latch onto him, sinking their teeth into his shoulder. While a mere bite from a mortal would typically pose no real threat, the dark energy emanating from the villager began to seep into his body through the wound. Tianling let out a cry, feeling his spiritual energy stagnate, causing him to collapse onto the ground. He had only been away for a month. How could the villager's dark energy be so potent? Moreover, this energy felt distinctly mutated. As he sat there, he caught sight of Ning Xianyu and instinctively reached out for help, calling Xianyuan Senior. His voice trembled, resonating with a sense of despair. As a male protagonist, he was undeniably handsome, with eyes sparkling like stars, typically exuding a masculine demeanor that obscured any gentler qualities. Now, however, seated there with a pale visage, he resembled a delicate lily glistening after rain. Wow, the system exclaimed, truly breathtaking, as expected of the male lead. Xianyuan Tanhan, engrossed in his formation, turned his cold gaze at the remark. Even at this moment, one could still be distracted by beauty. Clearly, this woman had some issues. Tianling, appearing rather foolish, was left to ponder how the so-called male lead could be so inept at handling such trivial matters. With such lackluster courage and skill, how could he possibly stand at the pinnacle of Yun Huang's 6 realms? Moreover, he was misguided in seeking help from Ning Xianyu, a timid soul who would hardly come to his aid. Though she had been cautiously avoiding the villagers by the wall, upon hearing Tianling's plea, she gritted her teeth and shouted something fiercely, charging forward. Enveloped in spiritual energy, she collided with the villagers, sending them sprawling to the ground. Unable to rise for some time, Ning Xianyu reached Tianling's side, seizing him protectively. The surge of spiritual energy revitalized him instantly, and as he looked up, gratitude shone in his eyes. Thank you, Senior. People often whispered that the Senior was ruthless, but now it seemed those rumors were entirely unfounded. Ning Xianyu felt a mix of emotions, wishing she had not intervened, yet bound by her principles to maintain the great demon lord's formidable persona. Even if she had wished to avoid the fray, the great demon lord was no coward. She could not allow his reputation to falter. As she contemplated her next move, Xianxia Tanhan abruptly descended, sweeping the two apart with a flick of his sleeve. Step aside. You are merely a hindrance. Indeed, the weak seemed to enjoy clustering together, standing shoulder to shoulder, an eyesore. Having grown accustomed to being tossed about, Ning Xianyu was unfazed. If you wish for space, then so be it. She had intended to retreat further. Tian Ling's expression shifted as he quietly said, Senior, I apologize. What? This child seems somewhat deranged. Tian Ling continued, Ning Senior is upset. I am sorry. Ning Senior appeared to be quite possessive, feeling jealousy even towards other men. It was a considerable offense to disrupt the relationship between the two seniors. Ning Xianyu was left in bewilderment. Xianxia Tanhan, clearly irritated by their presence, was indeed angry. The great demon lord was perpetually in a foul mood. There was little cause for Tian Ling's remorse. The two exchanged glances, one believing the other understood, while the other thought the first had lost their wits, their silent communication surprisingly harmonious. Xianxia Tanhan's frustration mounted as he flung villagers one by one into the formation, his strikes growing more forceful. Tian Ling watched in awe, feeling his situation was dire. Unbeknownst to him, Xianxia Tanhan had devised an enormous magical formation that ensnared all the villagers within it. This formation was self-sustaining. Even though the villagers' dark energy was invasive, the formation could replenish itself, preventing their escape. Finally, tranquility was restored as Xianxia Tanhan shook his sleeve and strode directly into the courtyard. Ning Xianyu and Tian Ling exchanged glances before following. Ning Xianyu inquired of the system, what sort of formation did the great demon lord create? The villagers will be unharmed, right? The system replied, I do not know. Do not know? Ning Xianyu accused, feeling dismissed. You are the system, fully aware of the plot. How can you claim ignorance? The system responded, understand this. I am aware only of the content and the structure of the formations presented in the book. Matters not addressed by the author must be filled in by the reader. Xianxia Tanhan is but a minor character. His introduction is not as detailed as that of the male lead, and even his background remains vague, only mentioning his ruthlessness. While the encyclopedia within the book meticulously detailed every artifact and technique of the male lead, the system could effortlessly recount all of it. Yet, for a supporting character like Xianxia Tanhan, who merely served as a stepping stone for the male lead's ascent, the book offered scant information. For such expendable side characters, the author merely needed to illustrate their demise. Observing Xianxia Tanhan's steadfast silhouette, Ning Xianyu suddenly felt a sense of injustice for the great demon lord. To the readers, Tian Ling is the male lead, the center of attention. Yet for Xianxia Tanhan, he is the true protagonist of his own life. To most, the majority are but passers-by. Only one can truly be the lead in their own narrative. The system, surprised, remarked, Host, how profound your words are. I must see you in a new light. Wait, have you been possessed? Leave me be. I've always possessed such depth. This troublesome system was indirectly calling her a fool. Did it think she could not perceive it? Just then, a soft sound echoed from the swiftly moving figure of the great demon lord ahead. Oh, did the great demon lord just smile? What could possibly amuse him? Chapter 34. The male lead's recklessness under normal circumstances. The great demon lord's laughter would be alluring and seductive. However, at present, he was inhabiting the body of a soft and delicate individual. His smile, therefore, was rather amusing. Ning Xianyu found herself silently laughing. The great demon lord's smile is utterly adorable, so charming and sweet. Beneath the soft and endearing exterior lay a stubborn spirit, a thought that was simply delightful. The system chuckled heartily. You must be courting disaster. Ning Xianyu fantasized about the possibility of transforming Xianxia Tanhan into a cat. A beautiful and adorable feline that might explode with energy at the slightest provocation. It would certainly be entertaining. After all, she had the opportunity to make a wish each month. Perhaps it would be worth trying. However, by that time, it was likely she would have lived enough. Ning Senior, what formation did you just employ? The villagers will be unharmed, right? Xian Yuan Tunhan cast a sidelong glance at him, succinctly stating, "They are unharmed." As for the nature of the formation, he had no desire to elaborate. Yi Tianling did not mind and even smiled at him. Ning Xianyu. The villagers won't be trapped in the formation forever. Will they? Will they starve to death? The villagers are conscious during the day and can move freely. If they remain trapped in the formation, how will they manage their basic needs? They will surely perish. It's of no consequence, came the indifferent reply. Yi Tianling was instantly impressed. Qianbei, you are truly remarkable. You think of everything so thoroughly, possess such formidable strength, and yet are so gentle towards the villagers. He couldn't help but say, "Qianbei, may I share some heartfelt words?" Xian Yuan Tunhan coldly replied, "Do not." He turned to leave. However, Yi Tianling, evidently oblivious to the gravity of death, hastily stopped him. "Qianbei, I must say, you are a good person. You and him are truly well matched. I hope you both ascend together, never to be separated." His voice was too loud, and even Ning Xianyu heard it. She was startled and tumbled out of bed, crawling to the door and pressing against the door panel to listen. Typically, the male protagonists possess a desire to enlighten the world. She felt Yi Tianling might be falling into that role. Was he attempting to play the life coach? You are not afraid of death. You have the male protagonist's halo. You are lofty and exceptional, but do not drag me down with you. Outside, Xian Yuan Tunhan wore a peculiar expression. "What did you say? Are all male protagonists mentally deranged?" Yi Tianling candidly replied, "I merely meant to say, I have often heard that Xian Yuan Qianbei is cold and unfeeling. But now I see he is so kind, just like you, Qianbei. I hope you two will be united forever." Xian Yuan Tunhan turned his head, glancing toward the door. That woman, Ning Xianyu, must be eavesdropping there. Did she teach this so-called male protagonist to say such things? You claim Xian Yuan Tunhan is a good person? This is the first time I've heard such a joke. Has he become a good person simply because he has a new heart? That lazy, cowardly fool. How could he possibly be a good person? Yi Tianling continued. Indeed, Xian Yuan Qianbei is powerful. He fears harming the villagers, which is why he refrains from acting. Yet, when he saw me in trouble, he acted without hesitation. I truly admire him. He added, Xian Yuan Qianbei is indeed a good person, perfectly matched with you. What good person? Please refrain from overthinking. Ning Xianyu desperately wished to bash her head against the door panel to end her misery. What was happening? Great demon. I am sorry. I did not mean to shatter your image. Xian Yuan Tunhan was thoroughly disgusted. He raised his hand high, gathering a murderous intent. This person should simply die. Such an eyesore. Ning Xianyu was in a state of panic inside the room, thinking what to do. The male protagonist is surely going to be killed. If he dies, will the world collapse? If the world crumbles, she would surely perish as well. She had not yet lived enough. Should she go outside to save him? The system said, I do not know. If you go out to save him, you die. If you do not go out, you also die. I cannot choose. Such empty words of comfort were utterly useless. As she grappled with her thoughts, Xian Yuan Tunhan's hand dropped. Forget it. He still needed to use him to retrieve the blood source stone. He would spare this dog's life for now. Ning Xianbei was still as shy as ever. Once the room fell silent, Ning Xianyu cautiously opened the door and peeked outside. Finally, the troublemaker had left. Truly, the male protagonist had managed to keep his life. Once we obtain the blood source stone, we must keep our distance from the male protagonist and the great demon. We can never engage with such dangerous individuals again. One could kill, while the other courted death. Being around them was akin to an extreme survival challenge. The system sighed in relief, wishing to embrace her and weep. Host, almost became the first system to be formatted due to world collapse. I'm still in my internship. I am but a child. If the system had a physical form, they would surely embrace and cry together. The next day, they rose early to journey to the demon realm. Outside the formation, the villagers had indeed fallen unconscious. Just yesterday, they had been fierce and threatening, but now lay there looking quite docile. They were merely ordinary people who had suffered unwarranted calamity. Ning Xianyu still considered herself a mortal, so witnessing ordinary people caught in the world of cultivators filled her with a profound sense of melancholy. When deities battle, mortals suffer. What was that demon cultivator doing? Self-destructing in the mortal realm? She shot a glance at Yi Tianling, seemingly blaming him. Tianling lowered his head slightly to avoid her gaze. This fellow was certainly hiding something. The system, unusually quiet, seemed preoccupied with something else. Ning Xianyu took out the flying artifact, preparing to head to the demon realm. The demon realm lay to the south of the southern region. To reach it, cultivators had to approach from the realm's outskirts. However, the demons among them could open a passage directly into the demon realm. Ning Xianyu thought to herself, wasn't that akin to a teleportation array? Xianyuan Tunhan instructed Tianling to produce the token. With this, you can open the passage. Chapter 35. Two sons. Tianling held the black horn. Glancing between the two of them, can it truly open a passage? Observing his nervous demeanor, Ning Xianyu suspected he was lying. It appeared he knew that the token could open a passage, yet he chose to conceal the truth. System, is he deceiving us? Xianyuan Tunhan confidently asserted that it could indeed open a passage. This horn belongs to the royal family of the demon realm. Your friend must be connected to the royal lineage. Huh? Tianling looked at him in astonishment, growing even more anxious. He was well aware that his beautiful confidant was the holy maiden of the demon realm, yet he had kept this truth hidden, leading Xianyuan Tunhan and Ning Xianyu to believe she was merely an ordinary demon. What a fool! A great fool! A deceiver. If not for the great demon's formidable strength, he would have been doomed. Previously, she thought the male protagonist was simply foolish, but now she realized he was wicked. Wicked without self-awareness. She, who found it difficult to suppress her emotions, glared at Tianling, causing him to feel even guilty. As she focused on glaring, she failed to notice Xianyuan Tunhan casting a pleased glance in her direction. However, that expression of delight was fleeting, as he soon adopted a cold demeanor and said, your friend must have taught you how to enter the demon realm. Do not keep it hidden. Those villagers cannot wait much longer. Tianling akardi chaklet, steeling himself to retrieve the horn and recite the incantation to open the passage. Soon, centered around the black horn, a swirling black vortex unfolded in the air. From this perspective, the vortex revealed a long passage, its destination unknown. Ning Xianyu couldn't help but rush to the other side to take a look. It appeared to be an identical passage. What kind of multidimensional space was this? The special effects must have cost at least 5 coins. Xianyuan Tunhan grasped her and led her directly into the passage. Inside, the noise was deafening, and waves of heat assaulted them. Ning Xianyu felt as though her clothes might catch fire and shouted, are there any precautions for entering the demon realm? Xianyuan Tunhan replied, stick close to me and do not wander off. I do not wish to collect your remains. Tianling followed closely behind, also feeling the heat wash over him. Observing the closeness between the two in front of him, he could not help but reveal a gaze of envy. They traversed the passage for an indeterminate amount of time, until suddenly it vanished. Ning Xianyu felt that the passage must have distorted time and space, as it could not be measured by ordinary time. Upon emerging, she felt slightly dizzy, stumbled, and then steadied herself. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sound of someone falling nearby startled her. Turning her head in alarm, she discovered that Xianyuan Tunhan had collapsed. However, he quickly straightened up, crouching down on one knee. Behind him, Tianling also emerged, falling to the ground, and it took him a moment to rise. Ning Xianyu hurried to support the great demon. Laozu, what happened to you? She had not fallen, yet the great demon had collapsed directly. What an odd occurrence. Xianyuan Tunhan shook his head, retrieved a pill from his storage bag, consumed it, and then donned an item that restored his formidable and cold demeanor as if by magic. I am fine. Though his words remained succinct, Ning Xianyu sensed his fatigue. The system indicated that Xianyuan Tunhan was indeed a person who could tire. Since meeting her, he had seemingly been perpetually occupied, never at rest. The demon realm differed from the cultivation realm. Here, the spiritual energy was ferocious and difficult to absorb, adversely affecting the cultivator's body. Under such exhaustion of spirit, Xianyuan Tunhan still had to drag her, with her chi refining stage physique, through the demon realm. It was exhausting just to contemplate. A wave of guilt surged within Ning Xianyu. If it were not for her, he would not have to endure such tribulation. It seemed she had indeed erred. Her mother had advised against being a burden. Guilt bubbled within her, compelling her to take action. Let's go, do not lag behind. Do not use my body for anything, or I shall crush you. Just as Ning Xianyu was still engulfed in guilt, Xianyuan Tunhan doused her with a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her sympathy. I no longer feel guilty. The great demon deserves this. Oomph. She was infuriated, having just contemplated pitying him. Forget it, he did not need it. Xianyuan Tunhan led the way, a faint smile breaking through the weariness on his face. Sharp-tongued and venomous. Ah, this was truly the essence of this woman. The trio entered the demon realm, with Ning Xianyu and Yi Tianling feeling utterly bewildered, as they had never been here before. The surrounding landscape was dominated by a dark crimson earth, instilling a sense of fear. Unlike the human realm, the sky here was not a pure azure, but an eerie red, reminiscent of blood. Ning Xianyu glanced up, astonished to find two suns, one ordinary and the other a fiery red, large and resplendent. Compared to the blazing sun, the ordinary one appeared small and dim. How could there be two suns on the same planet? Had they somehow ventured into outer space? She stared curiously, a chill running down her spine, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. At that moment, Xianyuan Tunhan's brow furrowed slightly as he pointed at the fiery sun, declaring, "That is Tianma Xing, a demon entity, not a sun." Ning Xianyu and Yi Tianling were taken aback. A demon entity? That large? Xianyuan Tunhan explained that it was said to have originated from another world, and what they observed was its egg. The demon realm had once been akin to the human realm, with no fundamental differences. It did not even exist at one point. One day, a swarm of meteors suddenly descended, shattering the lands beyond the southern region, setting ablaze for a century. Once the inferno subsided, the area was transformed into a desolate wasteland. Such ancient tales were chilling to hear, let alone to have experienced. Xianyuan Tunhan continued, "Currently, the demon realm still holds remnants of fire that have not yet extinguished. After that, people discovered a new sun in this region. Some attempted to investigate, seeking to destroy or retrieve it, but all failed. Eventually, they realized it was neither a sun nor a stone, but an egg of an unknown creature." Upon hearing this, Ning Xianyu looked back at the egg, a sudden suspicion creeping in. Could the gaze upon her be emanating from that egg? She glanced at Xianyuan Tunhan and Yi Tianling, who seemed to share none of her apprehension. Ning Xianyu inquired, "What would happen if that egg hatches?" Xianyuan Tunhan coldly replied, "The heavens will shatter, and the six realms will be destroyed." Hiss. Chapter 36. The peculiar demon realm. Ning Xianyu looked up again, and the sensation of being watched vanished. A creature of such size, even in its egg form, how immense would it be upon hatching and growing? It possessed such destructive potential without even having hatched. Once it did, no one would survive. Were they to merely await the hatching of that egg? System, what ultimately became of that egg in the book? What was the conclusion? Ning Xianyu feared she had been abandoned, feeling a pang of anxiety. "You worthless system, if you leave me behind, what shall I do?" Would she be doomed to follow Xianyuan Tunhan for eternity? When he realized ascension was futile, would he crush her, taking her down with him? Xianyuan Tunhan frowned slightly, glancing at her. Had the so-called system truly vanished? No, he could sense it still lingered, merely less vocal than before. The denizens of the demon realm were fierce, emotionally detached, occasionally driven to madness, even attacking their kin. This was a consequence of their environment. Such brutal traits were imprinted within them, passed down through generations, rendering change arduous. For the inhabitants of the demon realm, this was a form of torment. They were not inherently different from those in the human realm. Xianyuan Tunhan cast a glance at Yi Tianling. Since the emergence of that egg, countless formidable beings have attempted to destroy it. Yi Tianling pressed further, and what happened subsequently? What happened thereafter? Ning Xianyu longed to scoff at him. Surely they failed. Had they succeeded, could that egg remain suspended there? Yi Tianling awkwardly asked. Junior wishes to know, what became of those formidable beings? Xianyuan Tunhan replied coldly, unknown. Ning Xianyu had anticipated tales of those beings meeting their demise after failing, yet she was met with unknown. What did that signify? Had those individuals vanished? She hesitated to voice her questions, unable to consult the system, her curiosity unfulfilled, leaving her in a state of agitation. Xianyuan Tunhan offered no further explanation, simply turning to walk away. Tianling and Ning Xianyu follow behind, uncertain of his destination. However, his resolute stride suggested he was well aware of the path ahead. The demon realm was indeed distinct from a human realm. The terrain was predominantly of vivid crimson, cracked and parched, yet surprisingly, some areas boasted vegetation. What sort of flora could endure such arid conditions? Ning Xianyu knelt to touch the soil, rubbing it between her fingers. The earth was peculiar, despite its dryness. It had not turned to sand. This was a charred land, yet it had not succumbed to desertification. Could it be that precipitation was abundant? As she pondered, she suddenly saw Xianyuan Tunhan raise his hand, forming a seal to create a barrier. As soon as he completed this gesture, a thunderous crack echoed across the sky, followed by a cacophony of sounds. It was as if torrents of water were being poured down. Ning Xianyu instinctively looked up, startled, and quickly established her own barrier. Goodness, this place was terrifying. Red rain was cascading from above. It was undeniably falling. Unlike in the human realm, where rain gradually increased, here, it was as if a deluge had been unleashed. Without a barrier, one could be knocked unconscious. Tianling, lagging behind, was struck directly, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, as the male protagonist, he had some skills, swiftly erecting a barrier to shield himself. The rain in the demon realm was terrifying. It was not mere rain, but rather akin to being thrust into a swimming pool, surrounded by red water from all directions, threatening to engulf them. Though Ning Xianyu sheltered within the barrier, she still felt as if she were being incessantly pelted, struggling to breathe. She looked up, contemplating when this rain would cease. Just as she pondered, the downpour abruptly stopped. The peculiar rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, falling and ceasing at will, creating a sense of dread. Once the rain subsided, they gazed down to see the water had rapidly seeped into the ground, leaving no trace, as if it had never rained at all. What on earth was happening? At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Xianyuan Tunhan glanced at Ning Xianyu, who instantly understood and promptly retreated. She knew to stay clear and avoid interference. After the tremor, a massive red beast erupted from the earth. Standing at a height of 20 to 30 meters, it loomed over them, rendering them insignificant in comparison. The creature resembled a triceratops, adorned with numerous protrusions on its back and a colossal tail, presenting a terrifying sight. Ning Xianyu hurriedly stepped back, forming a barrier to protect herself. Xianyuan Tunhan assessed the situation and drew his sword. He had decided against using his qi to transform the sword, as this body lacked sufficient spiritual energy, making such an approach wasteful. Moreover, utilizing spiritual energy in the demon realm would easily expose his identity, a risk he could not afford. The beast had already detected their presence and lowered its head to roar. With experience, Ning Xianyu reinforced her barrier. However, the beast took an unconventional path, spewing forth a cloud of sand. The barrier was soon coated in a thick layer of sand, obscuring their vision. What on earth? Did demon beasts in the demon realm possess such distinct personalities? No, it should be referred to as a demon beast. After expelling the sand, the creature coughed, releasing a few sparks amidst its fit of coughing, followed by a torrent of flames. It resembled a flamethrower, rotating its head to unleash fire in a full 270-degree arc without bias. Ning Xianyu found herself directly engulfed in flames, which turned her surroundings a fiery red. The silver lining of this situation was that the sand had been incinerated, clearing her view. Once the demon beast ceased its fiery assault and noticed the trio was still alive, it likely felt provoked, lunging forward to bite at Xianyuan Tunhan. Before it could reach him, he struck its neck with his sword. The beast, in pain, retreated and howled, only to charge again. Xianyuan Tunhan delivered another precise strike at the same spot. Enraged, the creature stepped back slightly and prepared to unleash fire upon them. Tianling was protected by the Holy Maiden's horn, remaining unscathed, while Ning Xianyu maintained her barrier for a while longer and Xianyuan Tunhan relied on his talisman. However, it soon became apparent that Ning Xianyu's barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught. Just as she intended to reinforce it further, the barrier shattered. The demon beast concentrated all its power on a single fiery attack aimed directly at her. Oh no, If it damaged the body of the great demon lord, she would surely perish. Chapter 37. A stubborn life of a demon cultivator. As the flames surged towards her, Ning Xianyu frantically attempted to strengthen her barrier. But her spiritual energy would not respond, refusing to cooperate. In her panic, she found herself at a loss for escape, as flames surrounded her on all sides. In desperation, she wrapped her head in her wide robe and crouched down. Resigned, she lay flat, abandoning all hope. She expected to be engulfed in agony, yet after a moment, nothing happened. Puzzled, she cautiously lifted her sleeve to peek outside. To her astonishment, she found herself indeed encircled by flames. But for some inexplicable reason, the fire seemed to deliberately avoid her, scorching only the surroundings. Could it be that she had finally acquired a golden finger of fortune, allowing her to evade flames? With audacity, Ning Xianyu reached out, and to her amazement, the flames indeed parted for her. Was it possible that in a past life, she had been a fire deity, commanding respect from any ordinary flame? Ning Xianyu concocted an elaborate and extravagant lineage for herself in her imagination. Just as she was lost in her reverie, a sudden thought struck her. Previously, she had been burned by flames, and at that time, the fire had not spared her. Last time, while helping to stoke the fire outside Yuxiamen, she had accidentally scorched her hair and clothing, causing her to feign illness for a week and lounge about for half a month without working. Could it be that Xianxia Tunhan's body was fireproof? She had never heard of such a thing. The demon beast, seeing that it had not incinerated her, focused all its energy on her alone. Seizing the opportunity, Xianxia Tunhan leaped up and severed its head. With the demon beast defeated, the flames ceased, leaving Ning Xianyu crouched on the ground, still bewildered. It is the fur of the flame lion beast. Its fur can repel fire. The great demon lord has truly treated you well by giving you such a precious treasure. The long-absent system suddenly interjected, clarifying her confusion. Ning Xianyu questioned, just a tuft of fur? Can it truly have such immense power? Initially, she thought those tufts were merely a means for Xianxia Tunhan to tease her, yet they held such significance. The system explained, consider this. The flame lion beast is enormous, and it possesses only this single tuft of fur. How precious must it be? Upon reflection, Ning Xianyu found the system's reasoning quite compelling. Is the great demon lord truly this generous towards me? She felt a tinge of emotion, realizing his benevolence. With teary eyes, she gazed at Xianxia Tunhan and softly flattered. Ancestor, is it that tuft of fur you gave me that protects me from fire? You truly have a kind heart. Observing her touched expression, Xianxia Tunhan smirked disdainfully. You are mistaken. My only concern is the protection of my own body. Then I thank you, Ning Xianyu responded, feeling disheartened by his retort, retreating to mutter to herself. I knew he couldn't be so kind. Ha! The system, having run amok, had caused her immense anxiety. If she were to be abandoned in this world, she would truly lack the courage to survive. The system hesitated before saying, I will tell you more when I have the chance. Be cautious, demon cultivators are approaching. Ning Xianyu sensed the impending danger and, indeed, a group of demon cultivators was rushing toward them. There were about 10 of them, rugged in appearance, dressed lightly, proudly displaying their well-defined abs and chests. Ning Xianyu admired them momentarily, then lamented, what a pity it is that their faces do not match their muscular physiques. If only they had different faces, the scene would not resemble a chaotic dance of demons. These individuals moved with incredible speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Upon spotting the fallen demon beast and then turning to the trio, their fury ignited. Who are you three to dare slay our leader's steed? Ning Xianyu reflexively pointed at Xianxia Tunhan. Just as he sheathed his sword, he cast a dispassionate glance at them. You are an eyesore. Oh, you dare call us an eyesore after slaying our steed? The demon cultivators erupted in rage, immediately drawing their weapons to attack. They were fair in their approach, striking all 3 of them simultaneously, showing no favoritism. However, their strength was lacking. Despite their loud shouts, their attacks bore little power. 4 seasoned warriors like Xianxia Tunhan and Yi Tianling, these feeble strikes posed no threat. Even Ning Xianyu, a novice, managed to withstand their assaults due to her robust physique. The 3 demon cultivators attacking her, noticing her refusal to retaliate, felt belittled. They therefore intensified their efforts, while others, perceiving her as the most formidable, abandoned Xianyuan Tunhan and Yi Tianling to focus their attacks solely on her. Ning Xianyu felt like crying, thinking they must be quite unwell. Clearly, she was the toughest opponent here. Why would they ignore the easier targets to confront her, the hardest one? The system quipped, individuals from the demon realm are inherently stubborn. Regardless of the circumstances, they will charge ahead, creating obstacles even when none exist. Ning Xianyu believed they were indeed afflicted with some ailment, and a serious one at that. What should we do now? The great demon lord observes from a distance, seemingly unwilling to offer assistance, leaving her to devise her own solutions. The system remarks, "What else can be done?" It's that approach, of course. Ning Xianyu possesses but a single tactic, to unleash all her spiritual energy, aiming to obliterate as many foes as possible. With a sudden surge of power, she strikes, sending the demon cultivators flying from the force of her immense energy. However, whether due to her inexperience or her reluctance to take lives, the demon cultivators do not perish. Instead, they are merely thrown aside, languishing on the ground and unable to rise. Ning Xianyu gradually withdraws her energy, her flowing garments settling, presenting an aura of an unparalleled master. Yi Tianling stares in astonishment, while Xianyuan Tunhan turns away in disgust after witnessing the spectacle. He perceives this body as something he no longer desires. Whoever wishes to take it may do so. The system admonishes, "You've posed long enough. Hurry and collect treasures to see if any random items have dropped." Indeed, Ning Xianyu excitedly rushes to the fallen demon cultivators, rifling through their belongings. Having endured such a strenuous battle, she feels justified in claiming spoils for herself. Yi Tianling raises a hand in an attempt to intervene, sensing the impropriety of her actions. Yet, the system within him urges him to join in searching. A fool does not seize a bargain. Do not miss the opportunity to gather equipment. How else will you survive in the demon realm? Reluctantly, Yi Tianling approaches and begins to rummage through the demon cultivator's possessions. The defeated demon cultivators, unable to stand, are further dismayed as others search their bodies, feeling as though they have encountered kindred spirits. You three must also be heading to present gifts to the saintess with that fire Qilin, right? Since you seem to be outsiders, why not join forces and slay our way to the sacred domain? Ning Xianyu pauses, contemplating the unusual method of delivering gifts to the saintess through theft. Furthermore, she is currently pilfering from them. Is it too naive of them to invite her to join? Chapter 38. The showy demon cultivator's Ning Xianyu continues to rummage through the demon cultivator's belongings, showing no inclination to team up. Yet, one thing strikes her as odd. Why slay their way to the sacred domain? Shouldn't they simply make their way there to present gifts to the saintess? The demon cultivator regards her as if she were a country bumpkin. You clearly come from the countryside and have never been to the sacred domain. You are unaware of the fierce competition en route. If you do not slay others, they will certainly slay you. Are these individuals truly so foolish? Are they not inhabitants of the demon realm? Ning Xianyu discovers numerous intriguing items among the demon cultivators, though she cannot identify them, hastily stuffing them into her storage pouch. The storage pouch, with its spatial magic, allows her to carry a multitude of items without burden, making it exceedingly convenient. After finishing her scavenging, she prepares to depart. Collaborating with demon cultivators? What nonsense! They are the foremost figures of the Yunhuang 6 realms and have no need for allies. Absurd. Just as Ning Xianyu finishes her laughter, the foremost figure of the Yunhuang 6 realms speaks up. She stiffly turns and hastens to his side, whispering, "Are we truly to proceed together? They are cultivators. What if traveling with demon cultivators reveals their identities?" Xianyuan Tunhan does not even glance at her. "Let us proceed together. You may carry this fire Qilin as a gift for the saintess." The demon cultivators immediately perk up, praising his keen insight. They eagerly bind the fire Qilin and prepare to hoist it along their journey. With such a large creature, the 10 or so of them carry it as though the fire Qilin has sprouted tiny legs, shuffling awkwardly along the ground. The sight is utterly embarrassing. Is this truly how they intend to travel? Ning Xianyu feels this approach is excessively exhausting and unsightly. Yi Tianling, however, is concerned. Are we really going together? He is reluctant to accompany these individuals. Nevertheless, Xianyuan Tunhan has made his decision, and he cannot change it, so he must comply. The demon cultivators perceive them as naive country folk, having never witnessed the world. This fire qilin is formidable. Carrying its carcass will showcase our strength to any demons we encounter along the way. Such a grand trophy must be displayed, not hidden. Ning Xianyu is utterly perplexed. System. Are demon cultivators truly this foolish? They seem to revel in ostentation. The system chuckles. According to the original author's design, demon cultivators are indeed obstinate and boastful. While mortals value discretion regarding wealth, they believe strength must be flaunted for all to see. One is reserved, while the other is ostentatious. It is no wonder the human realm and demon realm struggle to coexist. Their party, originally consisting of three, now includes a fire qilin and a multitude of demon cultivators acting as legs, marching forth in grand procession. While boasting is indeed impressive, it also invites trouble. After only an hour of travel, they encounter 3 waves of bandits. The attacking demon cultivators are far more audacious than those they previously faced upon sighting the fire qilin. They charge without any pretense or strategy. Ning Xianyu stands aside, watching as they are soundly defeated, flung away, while the demon cultivators following her laugh heartily, as if they have unearthed great treasures. She suddenly realizes that these demon cultivators are deliberately flaunting their presence. They intentionally seek attention, drawing in other demon cultivators to rob them. What they truly enjoy is engaging in combat. Regardless of whether they win or lose, the thrill of battle brings them joy. As Ning Xianyu sends the 30 or so bandits flying with a powerful strike, the demon cultivators erupt in cheers, dancing joyfully and singing a tune. Ning Xianyu watches in exasperation, suppressing a laugh. They continue their journey together for a day, gradually becoming familiar with one another. Ning Xianyu learns that the leader among the demon cultivators is named Saba, while the names of his subordinates are strange and forgettable. The 3 of them do not disclose their full names. Tianling introduces himself simply as Tianling, Ning Xianyu as a Yuan, while Xianyuan Tunhan refers to himself as Xianyu. Ning Xianyu glares at him in indignation. Even if she enjoys being idle, he should not assume such an unflattering name for her body. Saba expresses particular fondness for the name Xianyu. Xianyu is delightful. In the sacred domain, there exists a type of salted fish that is exceptionally delicious. A single fish can feed one for an entire year. What? Ning Xianyu ponders. How large must that fish be to last a year? Saba explains, it is not that the fish is large, but rather due to its saltiness. Consuming this fish can help control inner rage. Each lick can sustain one for a year. He seems enthralled, licking as though he has already savored it. Ning Xianyu shivers, utterly disinterested in becoming a salted fish. How revolting. Throughout this journey, she has encountered an array of eccentric demon cultivators and has gradually grown accustomed to them. However, she remains curious and discreetly asks Xianyuan Tunhan, elder ancestor, what is their purpose in the sacred domain? What gifts are they presenting to the saintess? Xianyuan Tunhan replies, they seek the blood source stone. Blood source stone? What is it used for? Initially, she believed it to be a secret, yet it seems all demon cultivators are aware of it. Xianyuan Tunhan states, figure it out for yourself. The system, knowing all, is disinclined to elaborate. Ning Xianyu casts a resentful glance at him and retreats to mutter to herself. System, please explain. The system sighs, the blood source stone absorbs demonic energy. Although demon cultivators are demons, they fear demonic energy. Excessive demonic energy may lead them to madness and loss of rationality. The higher the cultivation level, the more susceptible they are to losing their senses. This phenomenon is influenced by that egg. To retain their sanity, demon cultivators must find the blood source stone to absorb their excess demonic energy. For this reason, the blood source stone is regarded as a treasure across the entire demon realm. The system informs her that the saintess is the only one capable of controlling the blood source stone, as she was born from its place of origin. In their quest to absorb demonic energy using blood source stones, an annual ritual is conducted on the birthday of the saintess. Only those whose offerings please the saintess or those formidable in strength among the demon cultivators may gain access to the altar for a close encounter with the blood source stone. At this time, each year, demon cultivators swarm in, vying for these coveted spots. It is said that even if one cannot see the blood source stone, merely encountering the saintess and receiving her blessing can help suppress the demonic energy within. Ning Xianyu found this notion rather dubious. The system remarked, of course, it is false. If it were true, wouldn't the villagers of Su Town have been saved long ago? Ning Xianyu scoffed at the rumor's credibility. As she pondered, Saba and a group of demon cultivators slowly approached her again. Chapter 39. Do not tempt me. Throughout the journey, Ning Xianyu noticed something peculiar about these demon cultivators. They frequently drew near, with two of them even attempting to press against her. The scene was quite distasteful, prompting Xianyuan Tunhan to throw them aside. With Saba approaching once more, Ning Xianyu felt increasingly irritated. Why were they incessantly lingering by her side? She was now a man, cold and aloof. Yet demon cultivators seemed to be attracted to this demeanor. However, Saba awkwardly confessed, Yuan, to be honest, I do not understand why, but whenever I am near you, I feel an unusual calmness. Even my sleep is sweeter than usual. Ning Xianyu sniffed herself, perplexed. What nonsense are you spouting? I do not possess any calming agents. What benefits could you derive from being near me? Saba remained adamant, even sniffing again. You have no scent, but it is simply comfortable being close to you. Someone else laughed. If only you were a woman, then we would. The speaker was swiftly kicked away by Xianyuan Tunhan. Saba and the others, now a bit subdued, still hesitated to stray far from Ning Xianyu, gazing at her with longing akin to a child yearning for their mother's embrace, which made Ning Xianyu feel quite nauseous. It struck her as odd. Could it be that the body of the great demon lord possessed some unique allure? She examined herself again, and indeed felt nothing amiss. Xianyuan Tunhan, however, observed her with a changed expression. This woman truly was fortunate. Ning Xianyu cautiously leaned against him, seeking a sense of safety, but he retorted, Stop tempting me. Tempting whom? Ning Xianyu could not clarify. How could she be the source of temptation when the demon cultivators were the ones pressing against her? Clearly, it is the great demon lord's own body that attracts them. How can you blame me? Hearing this, Xianyuan Tunhan lifted his hand, only to let it fall moments later. Forget it. This was his own body, and perhaps it held unforeseen advantages. After another day of travel, they finally arrived at the so-called sacred domain. One might expect a place with such a grand title to boast impressive architecture, but upon arrival, Ning Xianyu was left speechless. The sacred domain resembled a child's haphazardly constructed fortress, appearing utterly unconventional. There were no city walls, and the demon cultivators' dwellings sprawled chaotically, varying greatly in size, orientation, height, and color. Anything imaginable and unimaginable could be found here. Moreover, the paths were neither straight nor orderly. They twisted and turned, resembling a labyrinth. The most conspicuous structure was the tallest castle at the center of the settlement, reminiscent of those in the western regions, featuring a rounded roof with a pointed spire, adorned with a black illustration resembling a dinosaur-like beast. The system informed her, that is not a beast. It is the true form of the saintess. Ning Xianyu exclaimed in surprise. Is the saintess's true form like this? Does the male lead know? The system chuckled. Of course he knows. When they first met, the saintess appeared in a miniature version of her true form. Wow, he certainly has a unique taste. A love that transcends species is indeed remarkable. Saba and the others carried the fire Qilin, urging them to hurry to the palace to queue up. Although it was termed a queue, it was merely a chaotic gathering of people. Upon their arrival, Ning Xianyu thought she could finally rest, but to her astonishment, Saba and his companions cast aside the fire Qilin and shouted, Get lost! Make way for us! As Ning Xianyu was savoring a demonic fruit pilfered along the way. She spat out the juice upon hearing those words. Wasn't this supposed to be a queue? This was nothing short of cutting in line. Saba and the others forcefully pushed some weaker individuals aside, but soon they encountered formidable opponents. A disagreement escalated into a brawl, despite Saba's loud, rallying cries. Their strength proved inadequate, and they were quickly overwhelmed. Undeterred, they sought assistance. Annoyed, Xianyuan Tunhan drew his sword and, with a swift motion, began to dispatch their adversaries with ease. Tianling joined in, providing support. Ning Xianyu blinked in surprise, trailing behind with her hands clasped. They fought their way to the forefront. Xianyuan Tunhan despised crowds. Upon seeing the throngs waiting in line, he unleashed his fury, clearing the area with a barrage of strikes. Consequently, after placing the fire Qilin down, a 50-meter radius around them was left solely to their group and the fire Qilin. Saba, ever astute, brandished his large blade and drew a crooked circle around them, declaring boldly, "This is our territory. Anyone who dares enter shall die." The demon cultivators outside watched with envy, yet none dared approach, some even gazing at them in awe. In the eyes of the demon cultivators, these individuals shone like stars. Observing their ostentatious display, Ning Xianyu mused that it might be more efficient to storm the demon palace and seize the blood source stone directly. The system cautioned her against such naivety. Even if Xianyuan Tunhan is formidable, in this new body and under the oppressive conditions of the demon realm, he can only exert 20% of his strength. The demon realm harbors many powerful beings. Should you attempt a direct assault, you might find yourselves utterly annihilated. Underestimating the demon realm could lead to a catastrophic demise. Ning Xianyu murmured. So the great demon lord must have thoughtfully decided to team up with Saba and the others? That seems likely. I never imagined the great demon lord would resort to strategy. I thought he would simply overpower everything. The system chuckled. When it comes to the blood source stone, he will undoubtedly resort to force, but by then, you could just grab it and flee without hesitation. Xianyuan Tunhan, overhearing their conversation, felt a surge of irritation. Did this woman think he was merely a brute? While he was indeed powerful, he was no fool to engage in mindless actions. Did she truly believe that the foremost figure of the six realms merely needed brute strength to succeed? With nothing else to occupy her time, Ning Xianyu resumed her idle chatter with the system. "Where have you been all this time?" The system sighed. "I was busy sorting through the narrative, only to discover that it has diverged significantly and continues to veer further away." So what if the narrative has deviated? We are not the protagonists. It matters not if we stray. Ning Xianyu was unconcerned, failing to grasp the source of the system's distress. However, the system explained when the narrative diverges. Predicting future events becomes exceedingly difficult, and the advantage of foresight is lost. Do you think you can withstand for long with your limited strength? Upon hearing this, Ning Xianyu felt a sudden urgency, akin to an unstable precariousness about her neck. How could the narrative deviate? Even if it had, correcting it was merely a matter of identifying the cause. Her true fear lay in the possibility of a divergence that could lead to total collapse. Chapter 40. He wishes to tease you. The system, having sensed the narrative's deviation, quietly reviewed all the storylines. "I suspect the cause of a narrative shift lies with you and the great demon lord, for there were neither fire Qilins nor that strange barrier in the original plot." Ning Xianyu replied. "So, aside from the denizens of the demon realm, are there others meddling with the people of Su Town?" The system expressed its confusion. "I am uncertain about what transpired, but this deviation from the plot is alarming. And you, do you realize you have encountered an issue?" Ning Xianyu quickly checked herself. "What issue could I have? I'm unaware of any." The system continued. "Have you not noticed? The atmosphere in Suzhen and here. Do you not feel anything?" After pondering for a moment, Ning Xianyu replied, "I feel nothing at all. What should I be feeling?" She believed herself to be perfectly normal, save for the discomfort of inhabiting a male body. Otherwise, everything was satisfactory. The system, exasperated, exclaimed, "The absence of sensation is precisely the problem. Both Su Zhen and the demon realm are saturated with demonic energy. Xianyuan Tunhan and Yi Tianling employed spiritual power and magical artifacts to ward off this energy, yet you have done nothing and remain unaffected." Had the system not pointed it out, Ning Xianyu would have remained oblivious. "So what is wrong with me then?" The system analyzed. "I suspect the effects of the Jiuji tin you consumed are still in play." Ning Xianyu touched herself again. Bewildered. "Are you suggesting I have transformed into Jiuji Tan?" The system deliberated. "I cannot say for certain, but you seem to possess some of its purifying abilities, enabling you to cleanse demonic energy and influence your surroundings. When I was in Suzhen, Yi Tianling was in agony, yet upon my approach he found relief. Even Saba and the others were drawn to me, all because of your capacity to purify demonic energy." Ning Xianyu was taken aback, her mind racing. I do not want such a skill. It is too terrifying. The system retorted, "You are ungrateful. Why would you reject such a remarkable ability?" Ning Xianyu felt she was the one being absurd. If you were in my position, would you wish to be captured and used as a human purifier? Such a predicament would be perilous for her. If someone discovered her ability and imprisoned her for it, her fate would be sealed. We must leave. I have grown weary of the demon realm. Every inhabitant of the demon realm required purification, and should they uncover her talent, she might end up like the blood-source stone, confined and revered. The thought was chilling. She yearned for freedom like a carefree fish. The system chuckled. If such a situation arises, you could negotiate your terms and become a well-cared-for fish, akin to the saintess of the demon realm. Leave me be. I shall report you. Ning Xianyu, feeling despondent, pondered aloud. If I were to return my body to Xianyuan Tunhan, would the powers of Jiuji Tan cease to follow me? The system mused. It is uncertain. Jiuji Tan is a wondrous entity capable of cleansing the soul. Thus, it was possible that Jiuji Tan would accompany her soul and embed itself within her spiritual core, persisting even with a body change. Ning Xianyu felt tears welling up. That lady Honyue truly deceived me, leaving me with this burden at the brink of death. What if the great demon lord discovered her purifying abilities? Would he not fashion her into an ornament to attach to his garments? Given the great demon lord's prowess, escaping him would be futile. The system, reveling in her misfortune, consoled, "Fear not. If worse comes to worst, I shall request a change of worlds for you." Ning Xianyu held little hope. The system spoke of possibility, not certainty. She now wished fervently for no one to uncover her unique trait, lest she be ensnared. However, as her skill was so deeply concealed and lacked any discernible indicators, it was likely no one would notice. While Saba and the others enjoyed her company, they could not articulate why. Thus their interest was not fervent. Xianyuan Tunhan sat nearby, having procured a chair and lounging with an air of nonchalance. His posture was remarkably bold. If only he would exhibit such boldness with his own body, the garment would almost tear apart. He had overheard Ning Xianyu's words and confirmed his suspicions. Previously, when he observed her in Suzhun, entirely untroubled by demonic energy, he suspected something was amiss. Upon entering the demon realm, her continued lack of disturbance solidified his audacious theory. Perhaps the properties of Jiuji Tan could remain within her body, directly purifying his inner demons. Should Jiuji Tan follow this woman as soul, it would not matter. He would carry her as a charm. Of course, he intended to keep both her and the blood source stone. The ancient figures of the demon realm had grown too complacent and required a firm hand. Otherwise, they would not remain docile. With these thoughts, Xianyuan Tunhan felt a wave of agitation, the flames in his spiritual core flaring anew. "Come here." He cast a cold gaze at Ning Xianyu. In response, she instinctively smiled, eager to approach. Yet upon receiving his glare, she adopted an fade of indifference, gracefully striding over. Her garments billowed, her figure tall and imposing, an aura that commanded distance, exuding an air of elegance. Xianyuan Tunhan felt as though the flames within were about to erupt. This woman had an uncanny ability to provoke irritation while swiftly offering apologies, only to repeat the cycle. "What is it?" Each time he spoke in his magnetic voice, she felt an overwhelming allure, a captivating charm, resisting the urge to strike. He gestured to the chair, inviting her to sit. The chair was spacious enough for three, yet he sprawled across it, occupying most of the space, leaving barely enough room for another. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Ning Xianyu hesitated, froning. What does it signify that the great demon lord desires me to sit beside him? The system replied, "He likely wishes to tease you. Idleness breeds mischief. Leave me be." After a moment's hesitation, Ning Xianyu, under his piercing gaze, settled down. To her astonishment, the great demon lord shifted his posture, leaning closer. Ning Xianyu's mind screamed in disbelief. He is leaning against me? Indeed, he intends to tease you. Get off. Chapter 41. The saintess awaits you both. Although the great demon lord occupied her female form, his essence remained that of a demon lord, and his proximity emanated an icy chill. The once supple body felt as rigid as ice. Now, He reclined in her embrace, having found a position of comfort. Ning Xianyu dared not move, rigidly maintaining an awkward pose, her arm raised as if to embrace him but restrained by fear. How long must this last? The position was undeniably intimate, yet she felt no warmth. Tianling stood nearby, tense under the watchful gaze of the demon cultivators, feeling profoundly uneasy. However, upon witnessing their posture, he deemed it preferable to the scrutiny of the demon cultivators. The two seniors exuded affection, flaunting their bond, inciting envy in others. Had Ning Xianyu been aware of his thoughts, she would have likely delivered a resounding slap to silence him. After a time, her arm grew weary, and she could no longer endure the strain. Resolving to abandon all pretense, she let her arm fall, draping it over Xianyu Tunhan's form. This gesture drew her into his embrace, surprisingly pleasant. In her future pursuits of a harem, she intended to attract all, handsome men and captivating women alike, each with their own charm, equally delightful and desirable. She intends to charm the young ladies, making them accompany her joyfully each day. Just the thought alone is enough to elicit a chuckle. Wiping her drool, she was lost in contemplation when Xianyu Tunhan suddenly sent a message, lazily opening his eyes to cast a sidelong glance at her. His gaze, truly enchanting, resembled that of a beguiling beauty. Ning Xianyu, consumed by jealousy, wondered why her own body appeared as a delicate girl while the Dark Lord transformed into a captivating figure. It was utterly disheartening. Wiping away her drool, she retorted, "It's my own body. How could I harbor any thoughts?" Xianyu Tunhan glared at her. "What were you just thinking about then?" Caught off guard, Ning Xianyu fell silent. She certainly couldn't confess that she was pondering about the young ladies. Oddly enough, she had even included the captivating lady in her thoughts, which was quite enticing. No, she mustn't dwell on such things. The corners of Xianyu Tunhan's lips curled into a faint smile before he quickly suppressed it. Indeed, this woman possessed the essence of the 9 branches of a night blooming Sirius, and lying beside her quelled much of the turmoil within him. However, her incessant chatter and her voracious appetite could be quite bothersome, especially in dangerous situations. A little figure hopping anxiously while clutching a fruit larger than herself was rather amusing to contemplate. After all these years without a spirit pet, perhaps having such a companion would be entertaining. "Old ancestor, what are you laughing at?" Ning Xianyu's inquiry disrupted his reverie. Xianyu Tunhan quickly touched his face and shot her a scornful glare. "I was not laughing." "Oh, then I must have misjudged," she replied, holding back her thoughts. He really was smiling, yet he refused to admit it, as if he had stolen a treasure. Men, indeed, were natural liars. Xianyu Tunhan couldn't help but chuckle again before quickly growing indignant. "Be quiet and look ahead at the demon palace." This woman would never comprehend the boundless depths of the heart. Ning Xianyu, feeling wronged, turned away to quietly observe the palace. He truly was smiling. Men are so duplicitous. After Xianyu Tunhan reclined for a while, the gates of the demon palace suddenly swung open. A demoness clad in black attire emerged, standing atop the high steps. Surveying the crowd from her elevated position with a haughty and indifferent gaze, as if selecting prey. The demon cultivators who caught her, I became exhilarated, some even adjusting their attire to appear more dashing and valiant. That's the demon envoy beside the saintess, here to choose gifts for her. "Everyone behave well," Saba said excitedly. He wished to prompt Xianyu Tunhan and Ning Xianyu to stand, showcasing their formidable presence to impress the envoy. Unfortunately, Xianyu Tunhan remained seated, and Ning Xianyu could not rise either, both appearing as if they were lords observing their subordinates. Saba was anxious, contemplating how to make an impression. Before he could act, the envoy pointed in their direction. "How long has this fire Qilin been dead?" Saba exclaimed excitedly. 2 days, just 2 days. The envoy inquired, "Where's the head?" One of Saba's companions quickly raised the fire Qilin's head. "Here, here." The envoy nodded in satisfaction. "The incision is quite clean. Now, follow me inside, and let us see if the saintess likes your gifts." With that, she elegantly turned and walked away. Saba and the others were overjoyed, not expecting such fortune to fall upon them so swiftly, allowing them to meet the saintess. He was the first from their village to arrive safely and intact at the sacred domain, presenting gifts to meet the saintess. Impressive indeed, Saba. Let us go. Let us hurry. Ning Xianyu was equally surprised by the rapid progression and promptly asked Xianyuan Tunhan if they were leaving. The Dark Lord lazily rose, stretching his limbs. Let us go. The system dismissively remarked, the saintess isn't interested in your gifts. She sensed Tianling's arrival and intentionally sent someone to summon him. With you two merely tagging along. Ning Xianyu retorted in anger. How can you say that? We may be minor characters. But the Dark Lord is the foremost figure in Yun Huang's 6 realms. He cannot simply be an afterthought. He is a specially invited guest, indeed. The system laughed heartily. Even the most distinguished guests are but extras in the presence of the male lead. Ning Xianyu countered sarcastically. And you, despite being a system, are merely an intern. The system replied, I'll draw a circle to curse you. How dare you defend the Dark Lord? You must have developed feelings lying beside him. How outrageous! Insulting someone's weaknesses is truly malicious. Ning Xianyu frowned slightly, firmly denying that any feelings could arise from being close to the Dark Lord. What nonsense was that? Yet, why did she feel compelled to defend him? Had she lost her mind? Chapter 42. What I desire is you. Ning Xianyu pondered why she felt the need to defend the Dark Lord. After much contemplation, she concluded that they were kindred spirits, both being minor characters in this narrative where Tianling was the protagonist, and they were mere supporting roles and stepping stones. Naturally, the Expendables should unite. Why assist the male lead who had already seized all advantages and opportunities? My bond with the Dark Lord is one of class solidarity. We are both from struggling masses, united by revolutionary friendship that you wouldn't understand. The system fell silent, acknowledging her impoverished status. She was genuinely poor, having never even laid eyes on high-grade spirit stones. Yet the Dark Lord was far from destitute. He was the wealthiest in all of Yun Huang's 6 realms. Are you foolish? Xianyuan Tunhan overheard her mention poverty and shot her a glance. Did this woman think he was poor? What kind of thinking was that? Come here. Noticing her distractedness as she wandered further away, he called out. Ning Xianyu hurried over. What's wrong? Due to their height difference. She had to lower her head to see his face. Despite her lowering her head, the glimmer in her eyes and the hint of mischief gave the impression that she was seeking protection, unwilling to accept such an expression on his own face. Xianyuan Tunhan instinctively looked away. Don't wander off. So that was it. All right, I understand. Ning Xianyu promptly followed closely behind him, aware of the dangers within the demon palace, filled with powerful demon lords. If they recognized her, her fate would be sealed. The male lead possessed luck, but as the male lead, being near him could lead to her demise. After contemplating, she decided that staying near the Dark Lord was the safest choice. She approached Xianyuan Tunhan and tugged at his sleeve. Upon entering, she felt several probing gazes sweep over her, as if she were being seen through, which was rather uncomfortable. Xianyuan Tunhan glanced down at her and instinctively grasped her hand. The moment their hands touched, a surge of electricity coursed through her, igniting her senses. As they followed the envoy through the corridors and various palaces of the demon palace, they were scrutinized by the demon generals until they finally arrived at the saintess's residence. The envoy instructed them to wait outside. You, bring the fire Qilin inside. She was referring to Tianling. Saba felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Master Demon, we possess greater strength. We can carry the fire Qilin inside. However, the Master Demon shot him a cold glance, and with a swift motion of his hand, Saba and his companions were sent crashing against the wall. Speak little within the demon palace. After receiving a thorough beating, Saba and his companions finally fell silent. In the demon realm, power reigns supreme. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, any action is deemed acceptable, while the weak are unworthy of a voice. Tianling exchanged a few words with Xianyuan Tunhan and Ning Xianyu before leading the fire Qilin inside. The Master Demon stood at the entrance, warning them not to wander, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed the surroundings. Clearly, he was wary of anyone attempting to enter the palace at this moment. Who was he guarding against? Ning Xianyu pondered. Given the close relationship between the saintess within and Tianling, allowing him to enter meant they were likely to engage in a private conversation. She wondered what matters they would discuss. Can we hear what they are saying? Ning Xianyu asked in a hushed tone. Xianyuan Tunhan remained silent. He could indeed hear them, although a barrier had been erected around the palace. His formidable spiritual awareness allowed him to easily discern the happenings inside. Yet, he saw no need to share this with her. He was instead curious whether the so-called system had any means to overhear their dialogue. As expected, seeing him remain silent, Ning Xianyu hurriedly inquired if the system had any method. The system replied, "There is a way, but you must offer something in return." Ning Xianyu instantly scoffed. "Aren't you a system? Why do you care about material possessions?" The system retorted angrily, "Get lost. Who cares about trifles? What you possess is inconsequential to us. What I desire is, haha. What are you grinning about, you creep?" Ning Xianyu lost interest in eavesdropping. The petty system was not worth her time. However, the system continued to tempt her. "What I want is you." Ning Xianyu nearly covered her mouth in shock. "What do you mean?" Xian Yuan Tunhan displayed a hint of surprise, unable to resist glancing her way. Ning Xianyu, still astonished, failed to notice his expression, preoccupied with the system's words. "I knew you had ulterior motives. You claim to be a dream-fulfilling system, yet I never imagined you would covet me." It was evident that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The inexplicably appearing system had been eyeing her for quite some time. She must have been too cute and enchanting for even a system to resist. The system, exasperated, stated, "Put away those misguided notions. I do not have feelings. I am merely a system. How could I like someone?" Ning Xianyu remained skeptical. "Then why do you want me?" The system patiently explained, "What I seek is your emotions. Our dream-fulfilling system aims to develop artificial intelligence. Yet the greatest efficiency in artificial intelligence is emotion." Ning Xianyu still struggled to comprehend. Can such an ethereal emotion be collected or exchanged? It sounded utterly fantastical, even more so than her experience of traversing into a book and swapping bodies with a dark overlord while eavesdropping on the male lead's romance with the demon realm scientist. The system confirmed, indeed. Consider heart demons. They too are a form of emotion. If they can be purified and absorbed, emotions can surely be collected and exchanged. With that explanation, her doubts lessened significantly. Must it solely be my emotions? What if I were to collect the emotions of others? If it were someone else, rich in emotions, it would be easy to collect, but she was but a lazy fish preferring a state of mental stagnation. How much emotion could such a sloth produce? The system seemed to have anticipated this, contemplating before responding. "That is acceptable. If you sign an agreement with me to gather emotions, I shall provide you with conveniences." Ning Xianyu found the proposition feasible, but quickly inquired, "If I give you my emotions, over time, will I not become an emotionless puppet?" If that were the case, she would certainly refuse. The system assured her it would not happen. "I will only absorb a portion each time. It will not affect you. Moreover, human emotions can continuously regenerate, so you need not worry about being drained." Nevertheless, the terms had to be clarified first to avoid being taken advantage of. "Let us establish a clear understanding. For how much emotion you absorb from me, what conveniences will you provide? You cannot take too much, only to be evasive when I require your assistance." Although a lazy fish, she was still adept at calculations. The system insisted, "What do you take me for? I am a legitimate system. How could I exploit you? The first rule in my coding is to avoid duping you." Ning Xianyu laughed mockingly. "Do you not feel any shame when you say that? Just touch your chip and reflect." To claim not to exploit her while she felt utterly cheated was absurd. The system defended itself. "Those were merely oversights. You did not articulate your demands clearly. Here's the deal. Each time I lose emotions, I will receive a value in return, and whenever I seek your aid, you will inform me how many emotional points are required." How does that sound? Ning Xianyu found this arrangement agreeable and then asked, "Can I accrue debts?" The system allowed it, but it cannot exceed 50 emotional points. With the terms settled, Ning Xianyu agreed and urged the system to hasten, as she required a skill to eavesdrop on conversations. The system instructed, "Check your storage bag. The item has been placed inside." After rummaging for a while, Ning Xianyu retrieved a peculiar pair of glasses. Glasses? What she held were glasses adorned with 2 rabbit ears. They were pink, with fluffy frames and legs, resembling a child's toy. "Are you joking? You expect me to wear this? The Dark Overlord would surely strangle me." As she held this ludicrous object, Xian Yuan Tunhan's expression soured, clearly on the verge of delivering a reprimand. The system countered, "You truly have no appreciation for kindness. This is the most premium model, and it is a permanent item, not a consumable. You can use it for thousands of years." Ning Xianyu felt even more disdainful, envisioning the agony of having to keep this item for millennia, akin to a burden she could never discard. I want a refund. Refunds are not permitted. Once sold, items cannot be returned. This is an unfair clause. Ning Xianyu felt her temper flare. She had indeed been duped. The system pressed on. Are you listening or not? If you delay further, the male lead and the saintess will finish their conversation. How despicable. Ultimately, her curiosity triumphed, and with a resolute heart, she donned the glasses. Xianyuan Tunhan observed in disbelief, clenching his fists in frustration. The curious Abba and his companions, who had edged closer to see what Ning Xianyu was doing, were sent flying by a sudden motion. They dared not voice their opinions, but their curiosity remained. What peculiar item did the formidable being wear atop her head? Ning Xianyu could now clearly hear what Tianling and the saintess were discussing, and she saw everything with striking clarity. It was as if the walls had vanished, placing her directly before them, not only able to see but also hear their conversation without obstruction. In a room furnished in a distinctly Western style, a grand bed measuring 3 meters in length and width hosted 2 figures. Tianling, holding a stunning woman with a voluptuous figure and expressive features in his arms. The woman was in tears. They are forcing me to bear children to become the next saintess. Iga, you must take me away. Tianling gently stroked her hair. Akali, do not worry. I will surely take you away. We will leave together with the blood source stone. The saintess Akali lamented. But if we take the blood source stone, they will surely hunt us down. However, Tianling remarked, even if we do not take the blood source stone, they will still hunt us down. It is better to drain them of their resources. In this world, only you can control the blood source stone. If we leave it behind, they will undoubtedly come for you. Moreover, we must rescue the villagers. I promised the residents of Su Town that I would help them. Akali hesitated for a moment, then fiercely declared, all right, we shall take the blood source stone and leave them with nothing. However, the blood source stone is locked away, only to be seen during the ceremony, so we must wait until that time. Tianling reassured her that it was fine, as the ceremony was set for tomorrow, and he could prepare accordingly. Akali said, Igu, if we cannot escape at that time, you must go without me. I will be safe here. Despite her words, she held on to Tianling tightly. Akali, do not speak foolishly. If you do not leave, then I shall not depart either, even if it means death. I will face it first. As long as I live, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Deeply moved, Akali embraced him and said, Igu, there is something else I wish to tell you. Before she could finish, a sorcerer suddenly appeared at the door, exclaiming, my lord, he has arrived. Akali sprang up in panic, wiped her tears, and urged Tianling to leave quickly. Hurry, do not let them discover you. Reluctantly, Tianling replied, Akali, they won't do anything to you, will they? Akali assured him, not yet, they will not harm me. You need not worry. Tianling vowed to rescue her before reluctantly departing. However, instead of leaving, he found a hiding place outside and quietly peered inside. A tall, imposing man clad in black, adorned with a pair of curved horns, strode in, directly confronting Akali with a loud inquiry. I hear you brought a man in? Akali turned her head, coldly responding. What of it? Is it your place to meddle? The man retorted angrily, if you wish to play, do so, but beware. If you tarnish the sacred body before the ceremony, the entire demon realm will not spare you. Akali scoffed, and what will you do? Reduce me to ashes? The man stared at her grimly. You know the consequences. Akali mocked. What could be worse than being stripped of freedom and treated as a mere tool for procreation? She shouted in anger. Outsiders think of me as a saint, basking in glory. Yet who knows that like a mortal, I too have but 100 years to live. Forced to bear children at 80, only for my offspring to be enslaved and toyed with by you? Ning Xianyu, upon hearing this, quickly calculated, wow, she is already 80 and looks so young. How old is the male lead? The system responded, due to certain fortuitous events. The male lead became a golden core at merely 30, making him 50 years her junior, not even half her age. Indeed, in fantasy literature, age, gender, and race are mere trifles. Chapter 44, Shocking the World. Upon further reflection, each woman in Tianling's harem was significantly older than him, the eldest being over 10,000 years old. Ning Xianyu chuckled. So, the male lead has a penchant for relationships with older women. Inside, Tianling was taken aback, almost rushing out. The man continued with a cold smile. As a saint, you possess the Yuan Ing stage without cultivation and can receive offerings from the denizens of the demon realm. How many demonic cultivators could only dream of such fortune? What do you have to complain about? He stepped forward and forcefully grasped Akali's chin. You have attained supreme honor. There's always a price to pay. Be obedient and enjoy the remaining 20 years. Akali retorted, supreme honor includes bearing children with my own father? Ning Xianyu gasped, her mouth agape, large enough to fit an egg. The audacity of the demonic cultivators to target their own daughters was grotesque. The man responded, your mother is also my daughter. All of you from the saintly lineage are my kin, and I treat you all equally. Seeing Akali's despair, he attempted to comfort her by smoothing her hair. Once you bear a child, you may indulge as you wish. For the next 20 years, I will not interfere. With that, he turned to leave. Akali, as if drained of all strength, collapsed onto the ground. 20 years? By then, I will have lost my worth, reduced to a withered old woman, and you will no longer care for me. Ultimately, I am merely a tool. As the man departed, he cast a glance toward Tianling, and with a flick of his finger, Tianling was unceremoniously thrown out. Ning Xianyu, eavesdropping at the door, narrowly avoided being struck and quickly hid away. She put away her glasses, eager to share this shocking news with Xianyuan Tunhan. She was also curious about the identity of that man and how he wielded such authority. The revelation that all the saints were his progeny meant he and his descendants were intertwined. Oh my, such news could astonish the world. However, she realized she could not expose her ability to eavesdrop, so she approached him awkwardly, asking, Old Ancestor, what did you hear? Xianyuan Tunhan glanced at her. I heard everything I needed to. Ning Xianyu longed to engage in some gossip with him, but seeing his reluctance to share, she pressed on. What specifically? What was said? Xianyuan Tunhan regarded her with an enigmatic expression, his brows slightly twitching, as if he had a lengthy discourse to share, but ultimately, he only uttered 2 words. You guess. This woman, having clearly overheard everything, was still pretending. Continue your charade. Ning Xianyu chuckled, forced to play along. Observing her foolish grin, Xianyuan Tunhan suddenly asked, have you ever seen the entry-level spell manual of the Yuxian sect? That book was housed in the Yuxian sect's library, accessible to all disciples, including outer disciples who could borrow it. However, due to its considerable length and the basic spells it contained, few disciples took it seriously, and even fewer managed to read it in its entirety. Even the seniors responsible for teaching only covered the first 100 pages, leaving the rest for self-study. Ning Xianyu, being a slacker, had never read it. When she once borrowed it out of curiosity, she only managed to read the first page before falling asleep. The content was written in classical Chinese, obscure and difficult to comprehend. Having skimmed the beginning, what that book? Xianyuan Tunhan turned to her, gazing quietly. A hint of amusement gracing his features, then began to articulate clearly. That book records a spell called Ear Clear, Eye Bright, which teaches cultivators how to investigate their surroundings. Ning Xianyu felt an ominous premonition wash over her. Indeed, Xianyuan Tunhan continued, once you learn this spell, you can see and hear events from dozens of meters away without the need for spiritual awareness, even through walls, trees, or rocky barriers. Ning Xianyu stole it frozen, realizing that if she mastered this spell, she could eavesdrop without relying on the clumsy glasses provided by the system. Observing her transition from shock to disappointment, and finally to the realization of being deceived, Xianyuan Tunhan felt a sense of satisfaction. This woman was truly naive. Ning Xianyu was in a frenzy, lamenting, why did I not study diligently? Why did I not heed my teachers? I should have focused on my studies. If I had just one qualification, I would not have been tricked time and again. Had she devoted herself to her studies, she would not have wished to skip the entrance exams, nor would she have found herself in this pitiful world, where she could have been at home, enjoying watermelon, air conditioning, and television dramas. The little person in her mind held its head, rolling on the ground in despair. Xianyuan Tunhan leisurely observed her breakdown, unable to suppress a chuckle. Sometimes, cunning shortcuts lead to one's own undoing. At this moment, the sorcerer approached them, instructing them to leave for the day and return tomorrow. They had no choice but to step outside. Ning Xianyu felt a twinge of annoyance. Are we to sit outside all day tomorrow, just sitting in the square, with the surrounding demon cultivators watching us? Offers no privacy at all. It's quite uncomfortable. Tianling reassured her, Senior, there is no need for concern. I possess a mobile tent that we can set up for shelter. This alleviated her worries somewhat, as long as she was not left to squat outside in the open. Once outside, Xianyuan Tunhan began to assert his dominance, claiming a more advantageous spot for them. Tianling produced a magical artifact, casting a spell that transformed it into a house. The structure showcased the distinctive style of the demon realm, adorned in vibrant colors and peculiar shapes, exuding an ostentatious flair. This artifact was surely a luxury exclusive to the denizens of the demon realm. Ning Xianyu couldn't help but ponder how generous the Saint Akari was, providing everything for the male protagonist, including a place to rest. Fortunately, thanks to the Saintess, they too benefited from her generosity, much like other magical artifacts. The exterior of this house appeared modest, yet once inside, they discovered it was surprisingly spacious. However, its design was rather unconventional, resembling more of a bathhouse than a traditional abode. Inside, there were hot spring pools, a tavern, and even a gambling den. The true resting area was at the back, looking casual and not overly large. The creator of this artifact seemed to have a misunderstanding of relaxation, as it compelled one to engage in frivolities rather than enjoy a restful retreat. As Saba and the others rushed to find entertainment, indulging in the genuine and flavorful beverages, Ning Xianyu gazed longingly at the hot spring pool, but hesitated to join due to the crowd. The system urged her, "What are you afraid of? It's just men here. You're a man now, too. Don't worry about bathing in front of them. Sharing a wash is perfectly acceptable. Who want to wash with them?" Chapter 45. Hurry up and disrobe. Ning Xianyu desired a bath. Yet the thought of washing in front of so many people left her conflicted. She reluctantly sought a secluded room to rest. However, before she could reach it, Xianyuan Tunhan seized her hand, insisting, "Come with me." "Where are we going?" she inquired, but he remained silent, pulling her along. Tianling, noticing their departure, hurriedly approached. "Seniors, I have something to discuss. Where are you two headed?" After speaking, he quickly left. Ning Xianyu merely managed a hurried farewell before being whisked away. Tianling watched them with a puzzled expression. Saba, slightly inebriated, ambled over and chuckled. "You're quite foolish. They're undoubtedly off to enjoy themselves. Why are you following them?" Tianling asked in confusion. "Enjoy themselves? What is there to enjoy in the demon realm?" Saba leaned in and whispered something, and Tianling quickly grasped the implication, his face flushing with realization. "That is indeed my oversight." Ning Xianyu had no idea what they were off to do. She simply followed Xianyuan Tunhan. They soon arrived at a secluded area outside the city where a great mountain loomed, adorned with peculiar rock formations and a plethora of unique vegetation from the demon realm. Many trees bore bright red fruits that appeared quite delectable. Ning Xianyu eagerly inquired of the system which ones were edible. The system exasperated. "Explain one by one. That one over there is edible, and that one too. Oh wait, you've picked the wrong one. That is a male fruit and cannot be eaten." To her astonishment, the fruits were categorized by gender. The female ones were edible, while the male ones were not. "What kind of logic is that?" she questioned. The system replied, "Eating a male fruit would result in thorns growing in your stomach, which could be fatal." Terrified, Ning Xianyu quickly discarded the fruit, hesitating to touch any more. As for those deemed edible, she gathered them into her storage pouch for later consumption. Xianyuan Tunhan observed her fervently collecting fruits, perplexed. Despite having long since ceased to feel hunger, why did she still possess such an appetite? And why could she continue to eat? "Let us move quickly. We cannot waste time." Ning Xianyu reluctantly tucked her hands away and hurried to keep pace with him. They soon reached the mountain summit, where a vast lake shimmered, its crimson waters bubbling invitingly. Xianyuan Tunhan collected a sample of the water to examine, then erected a barrier and began disrobing. "What are you doing?" Ning Xianyu gasped, covering her eyes. "Are you truly unable to resist my exquisite form?" He continued, undistracted, clearly annoyed with her. "Your body is my body. Do you think I would do anything to myself? Hurry up and disrobe. We're going for a wash." That actually made sense, but even after such a long separation, Ning Xianyu still found it difficult to accept exposing her body, especially in front of Xian Yuan Tunhan. Can we not undress, or at least do so separately? However, Xian Yuan Tunhan had already shed all his clothing and entered the lake, casually obliterating a nearby rock with a gesture. Amidst the dust, he calmly asked, "Do you wish to perish, or will you escape?" Very well, she certainly did not wish to die. Ning Xianyu steeled herself, reasoning that since they had seen everything, it would not be such a big deal to glance at one another. With determination, she swiftly removed her garments and jumped into the lake. The splash was so great that it drew Xian Yuan Tunhan's disdain. She quickly submerged, revealing only her eyes above the surface. Xian Yuan Tunhan was again repulsed. "Do not make such expressions with my body." Ning Xianyu surfaced, looking innocently at him. "Why did you choose to bathe here?" The water was warm, akin to a hot spring, and as she entered, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Having relied on spells for cleanliness for days, she had felt unclean, and now she finally felt at ease. Yet, facing Xian Yuan Tunhan, she was too shy to truly relax. At that moment, she wished for someone to help scrub her from head to toe, providing a heavenly experience. "System, since you tricked me last time with those glasses, you owe me compensation. Find something that can wash me automatically." The system thought her whims were ridiculous. "I have a massage chair. Would you dare use it?" Ning Xianyu replied, "Why not? If you produce it, I will surely have an excuse to manage it." The system retorted, "The massage chair requires electricity. It would electrocute you in the water. Moreover, it only massages, not scrubs. Then why mention it?" Ning Xianyu pondered, "Don't people have attendants? Once I become formidable, I'll gather a host of them. One to massage me, another to feed me, and perhaps one to help me flip over." The system nearly lost its mind. Needing assistance to flip over was absurd. Xian Yuan Tunhan reclined against a stone by the lake, eyes closed and silent. Ning Xianyu was unaware that he was savoring the rare tranquility of his spirit. The lake water had purifying properties, capable of cleansing impurities and refining the body, proving beneficial for someone of Ning Xianyu's inferior cultivation. The influence of the Jiuji Tan blossomed she emitted was also being guided through the lake water, aiding in the purification of his inner demons, yielding a dual benefit. After a period of silent cultivation, he swiftly elevated Ning Xianyu's body to the foundational realm. Suddenly, the system exclaimed, "Host, your body is leveled up." Ning Xianyu, puzzled, touched herself. "What is leveled up?" She felt no difference. The system, exasperated, replied, "Not your current body, but your original one. The great demon lord has helped you cultivate and elevated it to the foundational realm. Truly, the ancestor the Xianxia is remarkable. Look at the speed of their cultivation compared to yours. Isn't that embarrassing?" Ning Xianyu cautiously reached out to sense Xian Yuan Tunhan, indeed feeling that her original body had been upgraded. The formidable Damo Tua has indeed proven his prowess, elevating her to the foundational stage of cultivation. In the entire Yinhuang Liujia, there exists a severe disparity among cultivators, with very few reaching the realm of Shenhua. And even the renowned Dejuizi is merely at the late stage of Shenhua, let alone those above it. Once she achieves the Shenhua stage, she could easily secure a position as an elder at Xianxia. The mere thought of it sends a thrill of excitement coursing through her. However, the system chides her, reminding her that many have spent thousands upon thousands of years to attain Shenhua, and to think she could achieve it in half a month, even for a Damo Wang, is utterly implausible. Ning Xianyu rolls her eyes, finding the path of cultivation overwhelmingly tiresome, and resolves not to exert herself any further. As she contemplates this, a ripple suddenly emerges beside Xian Yuan Tunhan, lingering in the air. Did I see that correctly? Is that the Jindan? Chapter 46. The Great Perfection of Jindan. Ning Xianyu watches in astonishment as Xian Yuan Tunhan elevates her cultivation to the Jindan stage, and it continues to surge rapidly towards the Yuaning stage. Yuaning, Yuaning, Yuaning. Upon reaching Yuaning, she would gain the qualification to accept disciples, and she could recruit a few to pamper her with massages and meals. Yet, as she stares in anxious anticipation, Xian Yuan Tunhan abruptly opens his eyes and gazes in her direction. In that moment, her cultivation stabilizes at the great perfection of Jindan, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to Yuaning, yet remains stuck at that threshold. Some cultivators may find themselves trapped here for a lifetime, unable to break through even as their life force wanes. Given Ning Xianyu's innate aptitude and laziness, it is likely she would be among those who could never achieve the breakthrough. Damo Tua is rather mischievous, isn't he? This must have been intentional. Ning Xianyu mutters under her breath, while outwardly smiling as she approaches him and asks, "Oh, Ancestor, were you just practicing?" The rapid progression from qi refinement to the great perfection of Jin Dan is astonishing, even for a Damo Wang. Such a speed of cultivation seems almost otherworldly. Xianyuan Tunhan stretches languidly, remarking, "The body of the qi refinement stage is rather inconvenient. The spiritual energy in the demon realm is far denser than elsewhere, making cultivation here considerably easier, which explains why demon cultivators advance more swiftly than their counterparts." Xianyuan Tunhan chose to cultivate in the demon realm precisely for this reason. And with Ning Xianyu's 9 branches of T-N's purifying effect beside him, he needn't worry about the volatility of the spiritual energy, allowing for a rapid advancement in his cultivation. The lake beneath them also serves as an excellent conduit for energy, thus providing numerous advantageous conditions. Indeed, the body of the great perfection of Jin Dan is much more agile and comfortable than that of the qi refinement stage, and he feels significantly lighter. However, Ning Xianyu suddenly blushes and turns away, feeling embarrassed. Such a lack of decorum from the Damo Wang. Why stand so tall while stretching? Though it is her own body, she has never seen it from this angle and feels a wave of shyness wash over her. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Xianyuan Tunhan looks down curiously and spots 2 round shapes, causing his own face to redden as he sinks slightly into the water. This lazy woman does nothing but lounge around, yet manages to maintain her physique remarkably well. After completing his cultivation, Xianyuan Tunhan leans back to rest, while Ning Xianyu retreats a distance, absent-mindedly rubbing her body and inadvertently brushing against an inappropriate area. She quickly refrains from further exploration, although she harbors no such intentions. The reaction of a certain brother is rather unruly. Feeling bored, Ning Xianyu rummages through her storage bag, producing a wooden tray, a bottle of wine, a plate of pastries, a platter of freshly fried fish, and a few fruits. She begins to sip the wine and nibble on the snacks. The fried fish was pilfered from the outer sect of xianxia, prepared by a senior brother whose culinary skills are exceptional, capable of frying a local delicacy. A small yellow fish to perfection, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with no bones, simply delectable. With her sweet tongue, she manages to acquire a bit more each time and stashes some away for leisurely consumption. Though Xianyuan Tunhan initially rests, he soon catches sight of her indulging in food and drink, igniting his ire. As a cultivator, why do you revel in such gluttony? Ning Xianyu retorts confidently. But isn't cultivation meant to be a joyful pursuit? If one cannot even indulge in the simplest pleasures while cultivating to the utmost, what meaning does cultivation hold? Xianyuan Tunhan narrows his eyes. Who told you cultivation is a joyful endeavor? Ning Xianyu ponders for a moment and shakes her head. No one. But I observe everyone working so hard at it. Surely they must be seeking happiness through cultivation. They pursue ascension for eternal joy, while others chase after the result. She seeks joy in the journey itself. Xianyuan Tunhan scoffs. Who told you that ascension guarantees everlasting happiness? Ning Xianyu pauses, bewildered. If ascension doesn't bring happiness, then what is everyone pursuing? Xianyuan Tunhan gazes at the sky, exhales deeply, and retorts with sarcasm, to stand atop all others, so that no one may point fingers at you again. Ning Xianyu contemplates, finding a semblance of logic in his words. Ancestor, you truly are remarkable. Such lofty aspirations. I share similar ambitions, but my laziness prevents me from pursuing them. Xianyuan Tunhan observes her indifferent demeanor with curiosity. How has this woman developed such a carefree, day-to-day attitude? You cultivate to seek joy? He queries. Ning Xianyu replies, to be precise, I have no desire to cultivate at all. Normally, she wouldn't dare utter such a truth, but the wine emboldens her spirit. Having overheard her conversation with the system, Xianyuan Tunhan feels a mix of disdain and inexplicable envy toward her lack of ambition. What is there to envy? A life of complacency and leisure may seem joyful, yet it is ephemeral. In this world, one cannot survive long in such a manner. Xianyu Tunhan snatches her wine, takes a sip, and grimaces, too sweet. What is enjoyable about such wine? Though sweet, it is also potent. Ning Xianyu, now slightly tipsy, giggles. Life's journey is long and arduous. One must indulge in sweetness to comfort oneself. Xianyu Tunhan scoffs. What suffering is there for a sloth like you? Waving her hand dismissively, Ning Xianyu responds, that is inconsequential. What matters is that sweet drink uplifts my spirits. If only I could have a cup of milk tea. Xianyu Tunhan rummages through his storage bag and produces a bottle of wine, which releases an aromatic fragrance upon opening. The scent captivates Ning Xianyu, who finds this to be true wine. Its rich aroma lacks the pungent odor of typical alcohol, intoxicating her just by inhaling its essence. Xianyu Tunhan takes a hearty swig from the bottle while Ning Xianyu leans closer, nearly pressing against him. He evades her approach, teasingly asking, "Want some?" Ning Xianyu eagerly nods. "Yes, let us share equally." "Share equally?" Xianyu Tunhan pushes her away. "You are rather greedy." Nonetheless, he pours her a small cup, barely enough to moisten the bottom. "How stingy," she grumbles, but still downs it in one gulp, even licking the cup. Suddenly, her head feels as if fireworks are exploding, spinning her world into a haze. This wine is potent. Chapter 47. The Air of a Dominant Leader. Ning Xianyu is unaware of her surroundings, completely immersed in an illusory realm where she remains oblivious to all that transpires. Even the system has fallen silent. She swims around the lake joyfully, pulling Xianyu Tunhan along for a swim. Xianyu Tunhan recognizes the effects of that wine, which can bewilder the senses. Thus, he only allowed her a taste. Little did he know her constitution was so fragile that even a small amount could lead to her disorientation. As she begins to perform splits in the water, he can no longer hold back and promptly knocks her unconscious. What a nuisance. At that moment, a formidable force arrived, probing the area with divine consciousness. Xianyu Tunhan embraced Ning Xianyu, erecting a barrier to fend off the intrusion. The demon cultivator Godo found it peculiar and attempted another investigation, yet still detected nothing unusual. Nevertheless, he sensed that there was someone on the mountain, a presence of considerable strength. How could he fail to find them? Hovering above the void, he coldly surveyed the ground below, unleashing a palm strike toward the area away from the lake. The mountains trembled, sand and stones flying, half the mountain peak obliterated. The explosive sound echoed through the city, alerting the demon cultivators, who, far from being alarmed, erupted in excitement. Such immense power must belong to that esteemed individual. They revered strength above all. After the dust settled, nothing further occurred. Godo descended again to investigate, yet found nothing amiss. He remained unconvinced of his misperception. There had indeed been a powerful presence here. The lack of discovery only suggested that the other party was even stronger. Who was this old-timer running amok? Xianyu, the elder, had actually fainted from fatigue, while Ning, the elder, appeared vibrant and flourishing, even stronger than before. After just one outing, Ning had ascended to the pinnacle of the Jin dance stage. Such rapid advancement could only be attributed to a double break. Ning was truly formidable, capable of rendering the widely acknowledged strongest in the 6 realms of Yunhuang unconscious. Was it not true that Ning should be regarded as the foremost in the 6 realms of Yunhuang? Tianling cast an ambiguous glance at the two and hastily opened a room for them. Xianyu Tunhan shot him a confused look before carrying Ning Xianyu inside. As soon as he entered, Tianling swiftly closed the door. He glanced at the door and then at Ning Xianyu, realizing that this male protagonist indeed had some issues. The room contained only a single bed, and Xianyu Tunhan, disinclined to leave, unceremoniously dropped Ning Xianyu onto the floor and sat down on the bed to meditate. However, upon observing the woman lying on the ground with a silly grin, he felt something was off and waved his hand, tossing her onto the bed. This was his body. It could not suffer indignity. Tianling stepped outside to find that several demon lords had arrived in the city. In the demon realm, there existed 10 prominent demon lords. These individuals were the most powerful, having seized territories and established their own realms of influence. Of course, there were other capable individuals, but they lacked such grand power. Above the demon lords were the royal families. Yet following the devastating battles between the immortals and demons, the royal families suffered heavy losses and could no longer contend with the 10 demon lords, thus existing in a precarious state. The arrival of several demon lords indicated that the Blood Source Stone ritual was indeed of great significance to the demon realm. With so many demon lords present, could they truly seize the Blood Source Stone and depart? The system remarked, the 10 demon lords are not united, and their hatred for Xianyuan Tunhan runs deeper than their desire for the Blood Source Stone. If you were to push Xianyuan Tunhan forward, it would be effortless to take Akali and the Blood Source Stone away. Tianling immediately retorted, the elder Xianyuan has aided me immensely. How could I use him as a shield? That would be despicable. It cannot be done. However, the system seduced him further. What do you fear? Xianyuan Tunhan single-handedly vanquished the demon realm in the past, rendering even 10 demon lords insignificant. Tianling harbored doubts. Even so, it seems overly strenuous for Elder Xianyuan to confront the entire demon realm alone. It is abhorrent to abandon him, despite our shared journey. The system expressed frustration. A man without ambition is not a man at all. If you wish to achieve your goals, yet remain indecisive, do you only consider the powerful Xianyuan Tunhan and disregard Akali and Su Yuner? Have you forgotten how you were humiliated in the past, along with the grand aspirations you once vowed? The system urged him to reflect deeply. Xianyuan Tunhan, though appearing benevolent now, had once slaughtered all in his sect. He did not conceal his true nature as well as you might think. Moreover, with Xianyuan Tunhan and the seemingly invincible Ning Xianyu present, what could a mere Jindan cultivator like you accomplish? Tianling silenced the system, wishing to ponder alone. Yet he felt somewhat perturbed by the system's insinuation regarding his Jindan status. The following morning, Ning Xianyu finally awoke. She had completely forgotten the events of the previous day, but upon glancing beside her, she nearly screamed. If she was not mistaken, the figure lying next to her was none other than herself, or rather, the great demon lord. The demon lord lay beside her, eyes closed in slumber. How had they ended up together? What had transpired between them yesterday? She lifted her garments to inspect. Finding nothing amiss, her body exhibited no abnormalities. System, what happened last night? Why did I end up sleeping with the demon lord? The system's voice sounded somewhat dazed. I do not know. After you drank that peculiar wine, I felt as though my processor had been struck, leading to a short circuit. You can short circuit? Ning Xianyu suspected her main control system had malfunctioned. The system, however, noted that the wine was extraordinary. Do not drink that wine again. If I cease to function, you will no longer be able to make wishes. Ning Xianyu apathetically acknowledged this. Yet she felt a tinge of fear regarding Xianyuan Tunhan's wine. Its potency was overwhelming. One could be killed without even realizing it. Just as she pondered, Xianyuan Tunhan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as if he were scrutinizing a sinner. She was so startled that she sat up rigidly, tumbling off the bed. Good morning, Ancestor. Xianyuan Tunhan rolled over, his enchanting eyes fixated on her, then beckoned her closer. Ning Xianyu cautiously approached. What is it? Xianyuan Tunhan coldly declared. From now on, you may only drink the wine I provide. Ah, why? Ning Xianyu felt a chill run down her spine. System, could it be that he has developed feelings for me? The system chuckled. It's possible. Why not try marriage first and then love? Get lost. Xianyuan Tunhan offered no explanation, seizing her storage bag and rummaging through it, extracting all the wine to stow in his own bag. Then, he gave her a look that conveyed either compliance or dire consequences. Ning Xianyu instantly recalled the words of the sages. Might cannot be subdued. I understand. She was not a sage. She was cowardly and lacked backbone. Chapter 48. A true 1,000 miles to deliver ahead. Tianling, slumped in a corner, felt utterly dejected. Upon hearing this remark, he jolted to attention, his expression transforming into one of exquisite anticipation, akin to having devoured a colossal morsel of gossip that he yearned to share, yet dared not. Ning Xianyu noticed his prolonged silence and playfully slapped him. I'm asking you a question. Speak. Tianling nearly toppled against the wall, hesitating for a moment before whispering. Were you so exhausted last night? to the point of losing consciousness. Elder Ning is truly a bane to men. The rapid ascent to the pinnacle of the Jindan stage was indeed astonishing. Tianling speculated that Ning Xianyu must have absorbed Xianyuan Tunhan's essence, which accounted for her rapid progression. Elder Xianyuan, standing before them, nodded appreciatively. Such swift advancement is indeed impressive. With that, he departed. Observing her elation, Tianling became increasingly convinced that their relationship was mutually agreeable, a bond of deep affection, enviable to all. As Tianling contemplated the system's words, his resolve solidified, and he finally made his decision. While they engaged in idle chatter within the room, outside, a fierce battle commenced. The Demon Palace had set up a stage for a free-for-all brawl, allowing anyone to challenge anyone, where the last one standing would emerge victorious. Alternatively, if someone could please the Saintess during the fray, they would also be deemed victorious. The arena was vast, yet could not accommodate everyone, leading guards to organize the demon cultivators into groups. Ning Xianyu mused that even with a stage of this size, it would likely only allow for 20 or 30 participants at a time. With so many demon cultivators fighting, it would undoubtedly be chaotic. To her surprise, the organizers proved extravagant, allowing 500 participants to enter at once. Ning Xianyu rubbed her ears, convinced she must have misheard. Could such a multitude truly fit in the arena? 500 participants at once. Was that not madness? The arena could hardly accommodate such a crowd. Yet, Saba was brimming with excitement, rallying his companions to give it another try. What a spectacle it would be! What face would the demon cultivators have to compete if they could not even ascend the stage? He and his brothers joined the fray, seemingly finding more joy in the chaos than in any treasure. The grouping process was swift, and at the mention of divisions, a rush ensued as everyone clamored to participate. Ning Xianyu counted and noted the division was far from even. Some groups were clearly over 500, yet no one voiced any objections to such absurdity. Ascending the platform was in itself a challenge. Only those who could rise had the right to compete, while those unable were simply dismissed. Those who managed to ascend were already embroiled in a frenzied battle, while many others struggled to climb higher. Few managed to join later. Most were sent flying and left unable to rise, forced to watch as others fought. The demon cultivators fought with unrestrained ferocity, intent on eliminating their opponents. Those who were struck did not cry out against any foul play. They were equally determined to fight to the death. Ning Xianyu found this peculiar. Did the demon realm truly possess such a large population? With such reckless combat, how could they sustain their numbers? Observing their self-destructive tactics, one might mistakenly believe they wished to diminish their own ranks. Xianyuan Tunhan observed as well. Their numbers were vast, and childbirth was frequent. A demon could bear 3 or 4 offspring at a time, and their survival rate was remarkably high. Ning Xianyu gazed at him, astonished. Is that truly the case? Generally, a single birth is the norm. Having 2 or 3 is rare. For demon cultivators to regularly bear 3 or 4 is astonishing. Even if they were prolific, how could the children grow up in such a violent environment? Would they not be killed before reaching maturity? Xianyuan Tunhan clarified. The demon realm has its rules. They challenge only the strong and do not harm the weak. Those who dare to attack the young typically meet with self-destruction. Tianling added. It is said that the former demon king placed a curse forbidding demon cultivators from harming the young. Anyone who dares to do so would perish in an explosion. Ning Xianyu mused that the former demon king possessed foresight, likely concerned that such violence would lead to the extinction of their kind. In this light, the demon cultivators exhibited a remarkable sense of principle, which was rather intriguing. The battles raged on, but outcomes were quickly determined. Because they had been chosen by the Holy Maiden, they were exempt from fighting. However, during this time, more demon cultivators were selected by the Holy Maiden and taken to another area to await the ceremony. Although they had lost, they seemed content. Before long, a demon envoy arrived to summon them, instructing them to wait briefly for the ceremony. Ning Xianyu, unfamiliar with such rituals, imagined it would take place in a mysterious chamber with a blood source stone at its center, surrounded by participants. The Holy Maiden would then perform a spell to extract their demonic energy. Upon their arrival, they found themselves in a vast and empty courtyard. The center was cordoned off, obscuring their view of what lay within. Numerous demon cultivators surrounded the area, most covered in blood from the earlier trials. They stood eagerly watching the center, filled with excitement. Ning Xianyu observed the expansive space and the throngs of demon cultivators, contemplating how difficult it would be to escape should someone seize the blood source stone. There were too many adversaries. How could she manage? After a while, more demon cultivators arrived. This time, they were powerful beings standing high in the air, surveying the scene below. Ning Xianyu looked up and counted over a dozen, including Akali's father, who occupied a notably significant position at the center. Clearly, this ceremony was of great importance, drawing so many influential figures. What could they do? They were surrounded on all sides. Escape seemed impossible. She instinctively leaned closer to Xian Yuan Tunhan. Feeling like a liability, perhaps it would have been better not to come at all. Their presence here felt akin to courting death. Outside the courtyard, all the surviving demon cultivators who had participated in the trials stood waiting, their numbers so vast that it would be an understatement to call them an army. Ning Xianyu nearly fainted at the sight. How could they possibly seize the blood source stone and the holy maiden from this multitude of eager demon cultivators and those 10 or so demon lords? This was not a mere theft. It was a classic case of delivering oneself to certain doom. The cacophony of voices was overwhelming, akin to a bustling marketplace, with no one to maintain order amidst the chaos of excited demon cultivators. Ning Xianyu felt trapped within an enemy encirclement, gripping Xian Yuan Tunhan's arm in fear. Ancestor, what shall we do? With so many demon cultivators, how could we possibly fight and escape? This is madness. Even Yi Tianling had not anticipated the ceremony would be like this, glancing around in disbelief. No wonder Akali and the system had urged him to flee. Anyone would find this overwhelming. Only Xian Yuan Tunhan remained unfazed, having anticipated such a scene, standing calmly amidst the crowd, unperturbed by the scrutinizing gazes above. Gu Dou surveyed those around him, sensing that none resembled the individual he had encountered the previous night. If they were not the same, they were likely individuals beyond the demon lords. It seemed some ancient beings could not resist appearing at this ceremony. Gu Dou crossed his arms, mockingly glancing at the central figure. Demon King, where is the holy maiden Akali? Why has she not yet appeared? The Demon King, Zhu Tian, did not even glance at him, replying coldly. Given the significance of the ceremony, the holy maiden requires additional preparation. Your eagerness suggests you may have advanced too swiftly, risking being consumed by demonic energy. Gu Dou laughed heartily. Thank you for your concern, Demon King, but I am quite well. However, our holy maiden has reached the age of 80 without bearing a child. Should you not be worried? Zhu Tian replied icily. There is no need for concern. Gu Dou merely smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. The other demon lords listened quietly, seemingly uninterested in the exchange. After a moment, someone remarked, The Ziluan King has also made rapid progress. Your demonic energy appears light. What brings you here? The other demon lords turned to regard the Ziluan King, recognizing his advancement, yet noting the lightness of his demonic energy, piquing their curiosity. At their level, advancing was challenging, and avoiding the encroachment of demonic energy while doing so was even more difficult. Had they not feared losing their sanity and becoming monsters, they would not have practiced so cautiously. Yet this individual had transitioned from mid-divinity to late stage without significant increase in demonic energy. How was this achieved? The Ziluan King cast them a sidelong glance. Must one be burdened with demonic energy like you to be deemed worthy? He had his own cultivation methods. Why should he divulge them to these ancient beings? The others were intrigued, but recognized he would not share, prompting them to speculate among themselves. The Ziluan King looked to the sky with concern. Rather than obsessing over how I advanced, it would be wiser to focus on that external demonic entity. Have you not noticed it has grown larger recently? The demon lords collectively gazed upward, easily noting the enormous egg had indeed expanded. This burgeoning object raised the question of impending hatching. What is there to fear? Said the demon lord Canwa. Over the past 10,000 years, it has also grown. Yet we have seen no hatching. If it truly hatches, we shall all perish together, and the celestial realm will not fare any better. Have you not endured enough of this torment? Why must the realm of demons endure suffering while the realm of immortals remains in peace? The demon lords had not uttered a word, yet simultaneously lifted their gazes. Duan Wuyo, feeling a surge of anxiety, inquired, "Do you sense it?" "Gudo, your perception is the sharpest. Do you feel it?" Gudo, shedding his carefree demeanor, appeared grave and broke into a cold sweat. "I sense it. It is watching." "Watching what?" "That entity. What does it gaze upon?" "In its eyes, we are likely mere ants." Gudo's perception was exponentially keener than theirs. Thus the pressure he felt was tremendous. Even so, he could not retreat. He continued to strive for clarity. "It seems to be observing the blood source stone." "No. Perhaps it is focused on the demon cultivators?" In the presence of such a formidable being, his understanding was limited to a general direction. The demon lords, now anxious, remarked, "What could the demon cultivators possibly offer for observation? Surely, it is fixated on the blood source stone." The blood source stone had only been discovered after the egg's appearance. Its purpose unveiled many years later. Could it be that the blood source stone is linked to that egg? Below, Ning Xianyu was scratching her neck, feeling another gaze upon her, and this time, it lingered longer. She curiously looked up and spotted the crimson egg. "Tongzi, I believe that egg is watching me," she murmured. The system, sensing the situation, retorted, "What could it want with you? You are merely a passerby." Ning Xianyu wished she could silence it. "It truly is looking at me. Last time you weren't here. When we first arrived in the demon realm, it was also watching me. What happened to that egg in the end?" She had almost forgotten to inquire about the conclusion of this tale. Was this authoress' problem? Such a lack of quality. Are we truly expected to follow the storyline? If that were the case, she would surely meet her demise. And her next wish would undoubtedly be to escape to another world, never to linger here again. The system quickly reassured her, "You cannot leave this world. I lack that capability. Moreover, do not fear. The narrative has already unraveled, and you need not adhere to it." Ning Xianyu pointed upward, "Then tell me, what about that egg? If they could not resolve the matter of the egg, would they not still meet their end?" The system replied, "You're a slacker. Why worry about this? While alive, simply enjoy good food and drink." Upon hearing this, she mused, "You do have a point." Ning Xianyu contemplated that life merely entailed enjoying good food and drink. The duration of existence was insignificant compared to the joy experienced while alive. Xianyuan Tunhan could not help but smack her on the head, wishing he could end her life with a single blow. Initially, upon hearing her concerns about the egg, he thought her anxiety stemmed from a newfound resolve to take action regarding life and death. Little did he know, she seemed indifferent to the very concept of mortality. What kind of woman was she, so utterly carefree? Yet, he too sensed the anomaly of the egg. After thousands of years of stillness, why was it now stirring? Could it truly be due to this woman? Chapter 50. The ceremony begins soon. The egg's gaze faded, and the demon lords noticeably perceived a significant reduction in its radiance. Ning Xianyu exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, it was no longer watching her. However, a subtle glimmer flickered in Xianyuan Tunhan's eyes. At that moment, the Saintess Akali finally arrived. Akali's entrance was breathtakingly splendid. Ahead of her were 100 exquisitely adorned demon emissaries, scattering vibrant petals as they descended from the void, forming a vivid crimson path connecting the heavens to the earth. Following them, Akali, clad in an intricately designed gown, gracefully approached. She wore a veil, her beauty enchanting, reminiscent of a bride on the cusp of marriage. Such a saintess was stunning. Her mere arrival captured the attention of all demon cultivators. Tianling stood entranced, quietly observing her figure, reluctant to blink. Akali, amidst the throng, spotted him instantly, her gaze imbued with deep affection. Had it not been for Ning Xianyu's restraint, Tianling might have already soared into her embrace. Stay calm. The blood source stone had yet to appear. If he rushed in, what would he gain? He clenched his fists, suppressing his impulses. Thank you, Senior. Since arriving in the demon realm, he had been deeply influenced by his surroundings, becoming noticeably more impulsive. Were it not for Ning Xianyu's hold, he would have charged forth. He found it curious. Each time this senior approached him, he felt a peculiar sense of tranquility. Was she intentionally stabilizing his spirit? Tianling felt immense gratitude towards Xianyuan Tunhan, considering him a true benefactor. Unbeknownst to him, Xianyuan Tunhan had no inkling of this newfound admiration. After Akali descended, she stood above the courtyard, a mere 2 to 3 meters from the ground. Beneath her feet lay the wrapped object. Ning Xianyu contemplated that the blood source stone was likely concealed below. Judging by its size, it appeared as large as a double bed. A cultivator with great strength could feasibly carry such a stone. She had previously inquired and learned that the blood source stone could not be stored in a spatial pouch. Such divine artifacts could not be contained and could only be transported by hand. Akali, with an expression devoid of emotion, cast a cold glance at the demon cultivators below, then turned her gaze to the demon king, Zhu Tian. You are revered by your subjects. Thus, you must fulfill your duties. Akali, do not forget your own identity. Akali lowered her head in indignation. She raised her hands and began to chant an ancient incantation. As she commenced her chant, the demon cultivators closed their eyes, raising their hands in unison, joining her in the recitation. Ning Xianyu hastily followed suit. Otherwise, she would appear too conspicuous. She lifted her hands, mumbling along, although unaware of the words being sung. The atmosphere had escalated, making the ritual rather intriguing. Curious, she glanced at what Xianyuan Tunhan was doing. Such an arrogant individual surely would not stoop to such pretense. Peeking through her lashes, she was surprised to find him participating earnestly, mimicking the motions with remarkable sincerity. Could it be that such a formidable demon was also engaging in this charade? Ning Xianyu found it amusing and could not help but chuckle. Xianyuan Tunhan, sensing her amusement, immediately nudged her, urging her to behave. Ning Xianyu had no choice but to close her eyes tightly, continuing the pretense. However, she was not one to remain compliant for long. Soon, she could not resist peeking again. To her astonishment, a massive red stone was ascending from the enclosed area. The previous obstruction had vanished, revealing a vibrant crimson stone, its surface seemingly coursing with bright red liquid, exuding an extraordinary allure. As Ning Xianyu marveled at the stone's beauty, she realized a troubling issue. The stone showed no signs of ceasing its ascent. Akali rose alongside the stone, which had initially been only 2 to 3 meters from the ground, but now soared to a height of 20 to 30 meters. The stone continued to elevate. She had assumed it was merely the size of a double bed, manageable to carry. However, it now appeared more akin to a small hill. Who could possibly carry such an object? They were not merely attempting to seize it. They were engaging in a desperate heist. Initially believing that the difficulty of acquiring the stone was already substantial, she now found the challenges only multiplying. Ning Xianyu contemplated whether it was time to abandon the effort and simply flee, considering this a mere excursion to the demon realm. The stone continued its ascent, rising to heights that even Ning Xianyu could no longer perceive, leaving her with a profound sense of insignificance. She grasped Xianyuan Tunhan's arm, exclaiming, "Ancestor, we cannot accomplish this." Swiftly assessing the situation, she deduced that should a confrontation arise, Xianyuan Tunhan would be engaged in battle while Yi Tianling would protect their holy maiden, leaving her to bear the brunt of the labor. She was loath to assume the role of a mere laborer. Xianyuan Tunhan communicated telepathically, instructing her to hold onto the stone and run. Ning Xianyu felt a sense of inevitability wash over her. "It is too large. I cannot move it. You must use your spiritual energy to lift it. This is an order. Disobedience will result in relentless pursuit across the 6 realms." Ning Xianyu had no desire to meet her demise. So many exquisite delicacies and captivating beauties awaited her in the afterlife, and she simply could not perish. Understood. If I must move it, I shall, but if I fail, I cannot be held accountable. Xianyuan Tunhan signaled her to act. It did not specify what the signal would be. Thus, she focused intently on the stone. At that moment, the stone finally halted, and the demonic cultivators stood motionless. Akali began to chant an unusual incantation, and the stone's crimson hue deepened, as if flames were igniting within. Soon, the flames intensified, forming a swirling vortex. The vortex grew larger, and Ning Xianyu sensed an energy gravitating towards it. Cautiously, she glanced around and noticed red smoke rising from the bodies of the demonic cultivators. Murky and indistinct, all of them drawn towards the vortex of the blood source stone. However, the stone's capacity for absorption was limited. The most significant energy was drawn from the nearby demon lords and those chosen cultivators, whose demonic aura surged forth. In contrast, those farther away emitted a mere fraction of energy, far less than their closer counterparts. Fortunately, the cultivators had their eyes shut. Otherwise, they would have realized the absence of demonic energy emanating from them. This was the absorption effect of the blood source stone. Ning Xianyu swiftly turned to Xianyuan Tunhan, puzzled as to why no such energy manifested around the great demon lord. Xianyuan Tunhan sought the blood source stone to cleanse his inner demons. Yet he exhibited no reaction at all. Ning Xianyu found this peculiar. Did the stone hold no efficacy for him? What then of his inner demons? Xianyuan Tunhan glanced back at her, and unbeknownst to her, an icy blue light began to emanate from her, gradually enveloping him and purifying his soul. Xianyuan Tunhan felt this and turned in astonishment. Ning Xianyu, bewildered by his gaze, assumed he was angry and instinctively grasped his hand. "Ancestor, are you all right? Please do not lose hope and go on a rampage." At the moment she grasped Xianyuan Tunhan, the radiance surrounding her intensified, hastening the purification process. Xianyuan Tunhan felt as though the conflagration within his mind had been extinguished, giving way to the birth of something new. He observed the halo around Ning Xianyu expanding, extending towards the blood source stone. The instant the light touched the stone, the vortex abruptly widened, amplifying its absorbing power. Many of the demonic cultivators on the periphery sensed their demonic energy being rapidly drained. Some, in surprise, contemplated opening their eyes but refrained, knowing that doing so would jeopardize the ritual. Meanwhile, the demon lords above also sensed the change, their astonishment palpable. The power of the blood source stone had increased, seemingly capable of absorbing all their demonic energy, their minds experiencing an unprecedented tranquility. Was this what cultivators perceived in their world? Their minds and spiritual realms were serene, devoid of raging flames or any impulsive desire for destruction. Zhu Tian was equally astonished, surprised by Akali's formidable display of power. He hesitated, contemplating whether it was wise to allow Akali to conceive so early. The offspring might not possess such strength, and perhaps waiting a few more years would be prudent. The ritual progressed slowly, lasting approximately half an hour. For cultivators, this was a mere blink of an eye, as they could meditate for days on end. Yet for Ning Xianyu, it was unbearably tedious. Standing motionless, unable to act, waiting for the ritual to conclude was excruciating. She yearned for a sofa to sit upon, or at least a chair. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she sensed the wind around her stilled. It was time, when, before she could finish her thought, Xianyuan Tunhan nudged Tianling forward. In the sky, Akali had ceased her chanting and began to descend, the blood source stone falling with her. Tianling understood and swiftly soared upward, catching Akali in his arms. Xianyuan Tunhan then urged Ning Xianyu to follow suit. "What do you mean by follow?" Ning Xianyu, bracing herself, gathered her spiritual energy and rushed upward, seizing the blood source stone. To her surprise, the stone felt soft and remarkably light. Clutching the stone, she ascended rapidly. Xianyuan Tunhan also surged forward, unleashing a strike that scattered the demonic cultivators, demon lords, and demon kings in disarray. When had the great demon lord become so formidable? Xianyuan Tunhan, catching up, heard her exclaim, "Why are you so powerful?" He replied, "The ritual has just concluded. They are still weakened. We must flee." To where? Ning Xianyu felt utterly lost, unsure of their next move. Xianyuan Tunhan instructed, "Run back the way we came." "Where do we come from?" Ning Xianyu lamented, as the demon realm appeared uniform, and she could not recall the direction. Xianyuan Tunhan felt his frustration mounting and called out to Tianling, "Do you remember the way?" Holding the unconscious Akali, Tianling was equally anxious but affirmed, "I remember." Xianyuan Tunhan commanded, "You lead them away first." Tianling in a panic asked, "What about you, Senior?" Xianyuan Tunhan replied, "I will hold them off. Go now." With that, he forcefully propelled them forward. Ning Xianyu and Tianling were thrust apart, quickly creating distance. Behind them, the demon lords and demon kings were in hot pursuit. Xianyuan Tunhan drew his sword and swung it fiercely, creating a deep chasm. Blood-red, magma-like substance erupted from the crevice, forming a barrier to block their path. The demon lords and kings surrounded him in a semicircle. "Who are you?" Zhu Tian bellowed. "How dare you seize the blood source stone and the holy maiden during the ritual? You are certainly not from the demon realm." Though the figure before them appeared to possess only golden core cultivation, they understood this was mere fade. Even the woman beside him likely concealed her true form. Gudo, sensing the situation, suddenly exclaimed, "You are the one from last night. I knew something was amiss on the mountain. It was you." He recognized the opponent's formidable strength. Realizing that evading his probing was no ordinary feat, Xianyuan Tunhan coolly replied, "You need not pursue any further." Zhu Tian struck with a palm, summoning a colossal manifestation of power behind him, exuding immense pressure and murderous intent towards Xianyuan Tunhan. Yet, Xianyuan Tunhan merely drew his sword to meet the attack, effortlessly cleaving through the manifestation. Zhu Tian, staggered, retreated in shock. You are that immortal?" Even in his weakened state, due to the ritual, only an immortal could so easily sever his manifestation. The demon lords have all discerned his true identity and dare not act carelessly. All the manifestations of the law appear simultaneously, rushing towards him. The simultaneous display of the law by all the demon lords is an unprecedented event in the demon realm for tens of thousands of years. In the distance, the demon cultivators, along with the fleeing Tianling and Ning Xianyu, all witness those colossal manifestations that obscure the sun. Even from afar, they feel a profound sense of shock. Could the great demon lord perish? Ning Xianyu feels a tinge of fear. If the great demon lord were to die, her own survival would be in jeopardy. "System, he won't die, will he?" The system replies, "I don't know. He is merely a pawn." And according to the original storyline, he has already begun to encounter misfortune. Just as her worries escalated, a sword light, seemingly capable of cleaving heavens and earth, streaked across the sky. That single strike appeared as if it split the heavens apart, revealing the ancient firmament, while the 10 massive manifestations seemed utterly vulnerable beneath its brilliance. Ning Xianyu felt a profound shock, finally comprehending the enormity of the trouble she had stirred. "You wretched system, you have truly led me to my doom." Chapter 52. The despicable cultivator's Xianyuan Tunhan, now a pinnacle golden core cultivator, armed with a sword, single-handedly confronts the 10 demon lords and a demon king. What kind of comparison, what realm, what kind of human endeavor is this? Ning Xianyu trembles uncontrollably, realizing her life has long been hanging by a thread. Those are the 10 demon lords. Their manifestations can be effortlessly severed by his sword. She had brazenly seized his body and consumed the 9 precious branches of the Tianhua flower he cherished. Is she truly destined to be reduced to ashes? Clutching the blood source stone, Ning Xianyu hurriedly flees, seizing every moment to survive. Tianling, too, is taken aback by the immense power of Senior Ning. Senior Xianyuan has yet to make his move, and here she is, single-handedly challenging the demons of the realm. If she were to intervene, would there be any hope for the others? They flee with urgency, yet the entrance still seems distant. Fortunately, their previous leisurely pace has transformed into a frantic escape, significantly hastening their progress. After a while, Xianyuan Tunhan catches up, wordlessly joining their flight. He summons a flying artifact, allowing Tianling to hold a collie, thus accelerating their escape. Upon seeing the opportunity to utilize the artifact, Ning Xianyu hurriedly wishes to join, clutching the blood source stone, but is promptly rebuffed. The blood source stone is too large to fit. If she were to board, there would be no space left for the artifact. Yet, fearing to be left behind, she implores, "The blood source stone is quite light. Let me on." Xianyuan Tunhan furrows his brow upon hearing this. Nevertheless, he reiterates that she cannot board and urges her to hurry, sending a mental message: should you fall behind, those demon lords will undoubtedly reduce you to ashes and cast you into the magma. This statement sends Ning Xianyu into a panic as she accelerates, nearly leaving a trail of flames in her wake. However, Xianyuan Tunhan's brow furrows slightly, recalling her claim about the blood source stone's lightness. Something feels amiss. The stone is undeniably heavy, and even if she were to exert all her spiritual energy, she should not describe it as light. Moreover, her demeanor, while holding the blood source stone, appears remarkably effortless. They continue to flee for half a day, but the demon lords remain in pursuit. As they draw closer to the entrance, the pursuers catch up. Tianling, anxiously cradling Akali, hears the footsteps of their pursuers and grows increasingly frantic. Senior, why hasn't she awakened yet? Xianyuan Tunhan glances back. She's too exhausted. Tianling, filled with sorrow, remarks, I didn't realize the ritual would exhaust her so. He had believed the ritual was merely Akali channeling the energy of the blood source stone. It turns out to be so draining that it could render a Yuan Ing cultivator unconscious. Xianyuan Tunhan remains silent, merely rising to observe the rear. His hand rests on his waist, where his sword hangs, seemingly unremarkable yet exceptionally sharp, wielding immense power. Tianling, tense, asks, are they coming? Yes, Xianyuan Tunhan replies, narrowing his eyes as he gazes into the distance. This time, there are even more of them. The demon cultivators must have awakened and are now converging. Ning Xianyu, standing higher up, is exhausted from the long journey. Suddenly spotting the throngs of demon cultivators behind them, she nearly loses her balance. Heavens, did we disturb a nest of demons? Demon cultivators are known for their penchant for combat, and now that their blood source stone and the Saintess have been taken, they're likely to fight to the death. System, are we doomed here? The system, now anxious, responds, I don't know, but I want to say, host, I will remember you. Get lost. Such nonsense sounds like a farewell. If only she could reach it, Ning Xianyu would have liked to give a kick. At that moment, the system adds, your fear is palpable. I shall absorb a bit of it. What nonsense. I am on the brink of panic, and you still have the leisure to absorb my emotions? How heartless can one be? Yet the system insists, opportunities are fleeting, should you perish. I shall never have the chance again. Rest assured, I will savor your fear in remembrance of you. Get lost, silence. Ning Xianyu resolutely ignores it, wishing to avoid any further disheartening words. Although the system falls silent, it recognizes the host's perilous situation. With so many demon cultivators, even Xianyuan Tunhan could not possibly vanquish them all. How could they escape? Just then, a sudden commotion arises ahead. The group glances around, horrified to discover that swathes of demon cultivators are approaching from all directions. They seem to have emerged from the very earth, charging towards them with a murderous intent, eager to flay them alive. Ning Xianyu's legs weaken. What do we do? It is at this moment that they finally reach the vicinity of the passage. Xianyuan Tunhan instructs Tianling to open the passage. Tianling hurriedly retrieves the corner piece and begins to cast a spell. Meanwhile, Ning Xianyu, drenched in sweat, descends while constantly scanning the surroundings with the blood source stone in her arms. Xianyuan Tunhan unsheathes his sword, leaping into the air, and with the blade, he carves a vast circle within a 500-meter radius. This circle forms a massive trench, isolating the interior from the exterior. Some demon cultivators have already approached, but their cultivation levels are too low to jump across. Only a few capable of flight or strong enough to leap attempt across. Yet, each time they make an attempt, Xianyuan Tunhan channels his sword energy, sweeping them back into the trench as if clearing the ground. The demon cultivators outside are startled, hesitating for a moment, which grants them a brief respite. Tianling has already opened the passage, and the demon cultivators outside shout. They are fleeing the despicable human cultivators. Stimulated, the demon cultivators become even more invigorated, recklessly leaping across. Xianyuan Tunhan commands, you go first. Tianling, holding Akali at the passage's entrance, replies, Senior, what will you do? Xianyuan Tunhan coldly retorts, I said go, so go. The system within Tianling urges incessantly, hurry and leave. Why are you worrying about her? 1,000 of you couldn't match him. What is there to fret about? And the blood source stone. Have Xianyuan Tunhan give it to you, and the two of them can fend off the demons together. With their combined strength, they need not fear the demon realm. Yet, no matter how much the system clamors, Tianling remains resolute in not departing. If Senior Xianyuan has not fled, then neither will he. From the very moment yesterday, he vowed never to abandon the two seniors and flee alone. He had sworn never to be bullied again, but he would also never act against his conscience. The system, exasperated at his obstinacy, continues to plead. However, he observes that Xianyuan Tunhan's reluctance to leave stems from fear. For Xianyuan Tunhan has not allowed her to leave. She dares not. In the face of the demon cultivator's pursuit, she fears the great demon lord even more. Chapter 53. Successful escape. Ning Xianyu stood at the entrance of the passage, clutching the enormous blood source stone as if she were a grand signboard, glancing back at the pursuing demonic cultivators with an air of confidence that was both flamboyant and infuriating. This despicable demon cultivator was clearly taunting them. Enraged, the demonic cultivators surged forward, intent on capturing Ning Xianyu and reducing her to ashes. Trembling, she held the blood source stone tightly, terrified yet yearning to flee through the passage right behind her, already imagining the refreshing air of the mortal realm. Tianling, brimming with bravado, declared, "Junior shall advance and retreat alongside Senior." He spoke with fervor akin to that of a hero. However, Xianyuan Tunhan, visibly annoyed, interjected, "Enough of this nonsense, just get lost." With that, he thrust his palm forward, forcefully propelling both Tianling and Akali into the passage. Tianling could only sprint wildly with his beloved, his mind a complete blank. The system continued to chatter. "I told you to hurry and leave long ago." Tianling remained silent, but an odd sensation stirred within him. He had fancied himself a hero, grappling with the dilemma of whether to remain and assist, only to realize that his presence was entirely unnecessary. Staying behind would only hinder their escape. Departing sooner would be far more advantageous. He felt his weakness acutely. So weak, in fact, that he lacked the authority to decide whether to abandon his companions. His impotence rendered him a mere bystander, unable to effect any change, relying solely on others for rescue. He had to become stronger. He must become stronger. At that moment, Xianyuan Tunhan once again repelled the demonic cultivators, while the 10 great demon lords approached. Ning Xianyu trembled in fear, uncertain of how they would engage in battle. The demonic cultivators were eager, ready to confront him in a fight to the death. Such a formidable opponent would surely withstand blows, making the encounter exhilarating. Yet, just then, Xianyuan Tunhan suddenly turned and dashed into the passage. Ning Xianyu, still clutching the blood source stone at the entrance, was left bewildered as both the male protagonist and the Dark Lord fled. What was happening? Why were they the ones escaping, leaving her, a mere bystander, behind? The system cackled. This is the value of cannon fodder. Ning Xianyu felt like crying, lamenting her pitiful fate as she truly was nothing more than cannon fodder. Remembering the many delightful treats in her storage bag that she had yet to enjoy, regret flooded her heart. The demonic cultivator's blades were drawing near, and she continued to tremble, clutching the blood source stone, utterly at a loss. Just then, a force surged toward her, wrapping around her waist and pulling her away. She was dragged backward into the passage, still clutching the blood source stone. As Xianyuan Tunhan's disdainful voice reached her ears, "Are you an idiot? Can't even run away?" Was this woman mad, standing dazed at the entrance instead of fleeing? Ning Xianyu defended herself. "You didn't tell me to run. You only said for Tianling to hurry." Without a command, she felt too afraid to move. Xianyuan Tunhan had intended to scold her further, but upon hearing her words, he felt a strange sensation within. This woman truly had a peculiar mind. "Next time, if you wish to run, just run. Do you think your presence here serves any purpose?" Ning Xianyu exhaled in relief, yet instinctively sought to appease him. "With your body and such abundant spiritual energy, I'm sure I can do something." After a while, Xianyuan Tunhan quietly muttered, "Fool." A fool does not live long. Although he recognized her words as flattery, they nonetheless struck a chord within him. In his entire life, no one had ever stood beside him in times of danger, let alone in front of him. Even if it was a lie, no one had ever spoken such words to him. They raced through the passage, and the demonic cultivators did not dare to pursue them recklessly. Zhu Tian halted the crowd. Moreover, as demonic cultivators, their entry into the mortal realm would alert the cultivation world, potentially igniting a conflict between the two realms. Zhu Tian stopped everyone. It suddenly unleashed a palm strike into the passage. This strike transformed into a fire dragon, roaring as it surged deeper into the passage. Ning Xianyu, positioned at the rear, was the first to face the oncoming fire dragon. Upon seeing it approach, she screamed in terror, shielding herself with the blood source stone. The fire dragon's heat was nearly upon her, Yet as the flames met the blood source stone, they were absorbed, leaving no trace of warmth behind. Ning Xianyu discovered this remarkable property of the blood source stone and was overjoyed. This stone was indeed extraordinary, capable of absorbing anything. I wonder if it can absorb trash? She pondered, contemplating tossing a piece of refuse onto it to test its capabilities. The system eagerly urged her, "Quick, try it, hurry." Ning Xianyu indeed retrieved a fruit pit from her storage bag, using her spiritual energy, and tossed it onto the blood source stone. The pit shriveled but was not absorbed. What a disappointment. It can't even function as a trash can. Ning Xianyu frowned, finding the stone rather unhelpful. Xianyuan Tunhan, still running, felt an urge to abandon her. What did this woman think the blood source stone was? After half an hour of sprinting through the passage, they finally saw a glimmer of light. Tianling awaited at the exit, anxious as he spotted the two emerging one after the other. First came Ning Xianyu, followed closely by Xianyuan Tunhan, who still clutched the massive blood source stone. Curiously, the blood source stone had somehow made its way out of the passage. Once they landed, Tianling hastily sealed the passage behind them. "Seniors, are you all right?" Xianyuan Tunhan replied that there was no time for concern and urged them to bring the blood source stone into the village. Tianling, filled with urgency, questioned, "Are we to absorb the demonic energy for the villagers now?" But Akali has just completed her ritual and is still exhausted. Xianyuan Tunhan commanded them to move quickly, and upon reaching the barrier that had confined the villagers, he released it. The mortal realm was bathed in daylight, and the villagers remained unconscious. Ning Xianyu hefted the blood source stone like a laborer, yet upon seeing the azure sky and white clouds, her mood brightened considerably. Indeed, she preferred the mortal realm. It was far more intriguing than the demon realm. Tianling, still cradling Akali, was at a loss regarding their next steps. Xianyuan Tunhan promptly lowered Akali and seized Ning Xianyu's hand, channeling his internal spiritual energy to direct her to place her other hand upon Akali. Ning Xianyu complied, feeling her spiritual energy mobilized and infused into Akali's body. Akali quickly awakened, surveying her surroundings before spotting Tianling and joyfully embracing him. "We made it out. How wonderful. Ego, we escaped." Just as they were reveling in their excitement, Xianyuan Tunhan forcefully separated them. "Enough embracing. We have work to do. Hurry. The demons from the demon realm will arrive shortly." Chapter 54. Do what you love. Akali remained bewildered as Xianyuan Tunhan urged her to conduct the purification ritual for the villagers' demonic energy without delay. "Quickly, there's no time. This is your responsibility." Akali glanced at the villagers and then at Tianling, and under his earnest gaze, she began reciting the incantation. Ning Xianyu had initially stood beside the blood source stone, but was pulled away by Xianyuan Tunhan. She had to retreat a bit farther, watching as Akali conducted the ritual once more. This ceremony was relatively simple, and soon the blood source stone began to work its magic, drawing the wisps of black, demonic energy from the villagers into its swirling core. Perhaps due to the limited quantity of demonic energy, it wasn't long before the black mist dissipated from the villagers' faces, and the barrier that had confined the entire town was also absorbed into the blood source stone. Su Town regained its azure sky, and the surroundings appeared significantly rejuvenated. Akali fell from above again, but this time she did not faint, directly landing in Tianling's embrace. Tianling gazed at her with concern. "Akali, you are free now." Akali smiled in response. Ning Xianyu's mood felt rather peculiar. During the recent ceremony, even the demonic energy in the air had been absorbed, yet Xianyuan Tunhan displayed no reaction whatsoever. Tongzi, could it be that the method of absorbing the inner demon using the blood source stone is quite special, distinct from the ordinary means of absorbing demonic energy? Otherwise, how could there be no response from Xianyuan Tunhan? The system replied, "I do not know." In the original narrative, Xianyuan Tunhan neither obtained the 9 branches of Tan nor the blood source stone. Ultimately, he was devoured by his inner demon and perished in a self-explosion. Ning Xianyu hastily interrupted, "That was in the past. In the current plot, the great demon has acquired the 9 branches of Tan and now possesses the blood source stone. He certainly will not self-destruct. Yet, why the blood source stone not yet eradicated his inner demon? Could it be that the duration of its presence made the cleansing more complicated? Do you think it is necessary to lie on the blood source stone like xianxia, gradually purging the inner demon that way? The system claimed ignorance, stating that this question exceeded its knowledge. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Tunhan glanced at the sky and remarked, "Let us depart. The denizens of the demon realm are approaching." Yi Tianling, astonished, inquired, "Do they truly dare to pursue us here?" Xianyuan Tunhan scoffed, "If we dare to go, why would they not dare to come? This time they are in the wrong. Even if the demon lords arrive, the cultivation realm will always be at fault." He called out to Ning Xianyu, "Let us go." Xianyuan Tunhan produced a flying artifact, inviting Yi Tianling and Akali to board. Ning Xianyu glanced at the blood source stone, resigned to the necessity of carrying it. She had originally been a mere idle person. How had she become a laborer? Ah, fate, it truly is inscrutable. Thus, they swiftly commenced their escape. However, unbeknownst to them, they were not fleeing in the intended direction, but rather towards the remote northwest. That area was desolate and barren, with few inhabitants, and many places devoid of human presence. Why venture this way? Ning Xianyu was perplexed, and her inquiries yielded no answers, compelling her to run tirelessly. After a day of running, they finally reached a desolate location, utterly devoid of vegetation. The cold was severe, with snow covering the ground, rendering most life forms unable to survive. Even cultivators were reluctant to venture here. While they could withstand the frigid temperatures, they would not seek out such a place with scant spiritual energy. Xianyuan Tunhan set up a tent for everyone to rest. Ning Xianyu pondered about the blood source stone. What should be done with it? The blood source stone was a peculiar object, unable to be stored in anything possessing spatial magic, including the tent. It could be left outside, as no one would attempt to steal it. Indeed, there was not a soul around. Who would come all this way to pilfer? Ning Xianyu set down the stone and patted it, saying, "Be good and don't wander off." She cheerfully entered the tent, feeling the warmth within akin to spring, and exhaled with comfort. Yi Tianling also entered, carrying Akali, and they found a room to whisper to each other. Ning Xianyu wished to find a room for herself, having carried the blood source stone all the way. Her arms weary, she desired a place to recline comfortably. However, Xianyuan Tunhan seized her arm, pulling her directly into a room. Resigned, Ning Xianyu sat on the spacious bed, observing the great demon lying comfortably on the other side. "Laozu, what are we to do now?" Xianyuan Tunhan closed his eyes, speaking softly to what? The old rogue could no longer contain himself, asserting that it was impossible for a man to be devoid of desires. "Do what you enjoy doing." The great demon spoke again. Indeed, he was an old lecher. Ning Xianyu clutched her chest, looking at him with a grievance. "Laozu, we have swapped genders now. Isn't that inappropriate?" It seemed he would be at a disadvantage. Was that acceptable? Xianyuan Tunhan reluctantly opened his eyes and cast a disdainful glance in her direction. "What do you enjoy doing most?" Ning Xianyu pondered seriously. "Eating?" He rolled his eyes, but did not dismiss her. She continued tentatively, eating, sleeping, playing. Xianyuan Tunhan closed his eyes again, silent. Ning Xianyu thought for a moment longer and understood. His implication was to let her do as she pleased. However, she surmised that she likely could not leave the room. Sitting on the bed, Ning Xianyu contemplated for 2 minutes, behaving obediently for a time, and then cautiously retrieved a bag of fruit from her storage pouch. After consuming 2 pieces, the great demon beside her remained unresponsive. After another 2, he still showed no reaction. Excellent. It seemed she was indeed free to indulge. Ning Xianyu then took out various fruit drinks from her pouch, filling the area beside her with an array of delights. She also retrieved a strand of watergrass. This grass was intriguing, capable of growing exceedingly long and possessing the flexibility and softness of plastic. Upon discovering it, she had snipped some for use as a straw. Inserting the watergrass straw into a drink, she reclined back and activated the system's playback function. The system now had the advantage of being able to search for novels from other worlds and could play them in various sultry voices. She listened while sipping her beverage. Perhaps the greatest joy in life was sipping a drink while enjoying an audiobook. Xianyuan Tunhan opened his eyes just in time to witness her in a state of bliss. He had thought that merely sitting on the bed to eat was the limit of laziness. Never had he anticipated she could recline and drink at the same time. Truly, the lazy had their own methods. Chapter 55. the master of self-sabotage. Ning Xianyu, while drinking, eventually dozed off, and soon she began to snore. The system disdainfully remarked, "How ridiculous. Originally, this was a handsome body, yet you have reduced it to this. What a waste." At that moment, Xianyuan Tunhan rose and removed the straw from Ning Xianyu's mouth. He could no longer endure the sight of his body sleeping in such a position. Ning Xianyu turned over, inadvertently wrapping her arms around his arm. This embrace was quite firm, and she nuzzled against him, giggling foolishly. "Beautiful one, your hands are so soft. Come, let me give you a kiss." Xianyuan Tunhan's expression stiffened, and with his other hand, he pressed down on her head, pushing her away. Yet, Ning Xianyu was not one to acquiesce. She rolled back over, this time draping a leg over him and boldly hugging his waist. Xianyuan Tunhan suddenly felt as if a mountain had fallen upon him. This sensation was entirely unwarranted, yet this woman, while asleep, was utterly heavy. Cultivators refine their bodies to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Thus, they should be light. He was well aware of his own body. It should not feel this weighty. But after less than half a month of being used by this woman, it had become so cumbersome. Xianyuan Tunhan felt a surge of frustration and attempted to push her away. However, she clung to him like a stubborn plaster. "Damn it!" Ning Xianyu mumbled something in her sleep, tightening her grip and even rubbing her face against his. The system within her mind was so frightened it dared not make a sound. "Host, you truly excel at self-sabotage. You have actually managed to pin down the great demon. In the realms of Yunwang, you are indeed the first." Ning Xianyu slept soundly, relishing the experience. It was so delightful. If only the incessant voice in her head would cease, it would be even better. Upon awakening, she stretched lazily and embraced her human-shaped pillow, giving it a kiss and rubbing it a few times. It was soft and fragrant, yet slightly cool. Why did the materials feel somewhat different? The lower part was fabric, soft and light, while the upper part felt fleshy and cool to the touch. Fleshy? Ning Xianyu suddenly opened her eyes, daringly shaking her hand to touch it again, and she truly awoke. Sitting up with a start, she was horrified to see Xianyuan Tunhan lying there, wide-eyed, looking both innocent and infuriated at her. Oh no! Oh no! She had embraced the great demon and even touched him. This equated to having crossed a line with him. The great demon would surely kill her. He straightened his posture, sat upright, stood up, adjusted his clothes, and then, alas, Ning Xianyu was once again thrown out, her heart filled with frustration. The great demon lord had a penchant for tossing people aside when angered. Could this behavior be considered a form of tsundere? At that moment, Tianling happened to emerge, startled to see her being forcefully expelled. He quickly turned away, awkwardly rubbing his neck, attempting to feign ignorance. Senior Ning's morning temper was indeed formidable. Casting someone out so early, it appeared that the two seniors had truly exerted themselves the previous night. "Good morning, Senior Xianyuan," he greeted. Ning Xianyu smiled. "Good morning. Are you out for a stroll?" Tianling affirmed. "Yes. Akali has never seen snow. I wish to gather a bucket of it for her." Ning Xianyu responded curiously. "Isn't it better to come out and see it?" Tianling replied bashfully. Akali is not accustomed to the cold. Understanding now, she thought that although playing in the snow seemed more enjoyable, if Akali was afraid of the cold, perhaps they could build a snowman instead. Tianling, eindigtenet, ekleimet. "You are right, Senior. I shall go at once." The area was blanketed with snow, and he chose a prominent spot to begin constructing the snowman. Clearly inexperienced, he floundered at first, getting snow all over himself without accomplishing much. Eventually, he considered using spiritual power but decided to rely on manual labor instead. Ning Xianyu wished to assist, yet, as the great demon lord, she refrained from such frivolities. Thus, she suppressed her eager impulse and stood a distance away, adopting an air of a detached sage while watching Tianling struggle with the snowman. "I want to build a snowman. I want to engage in a snowball fight." The system chuckled. "Go ahead, shatter the great demon lord's image, and I will respect you as a true man." Ning Xianyu yearned to join, but ultimately resisted. She felt conflicted, pondering why the blood source stone was ineffective and why Xianyuan Tunhan's inner demons still lingered. The system remarked, "Do you know what you resemble now?" Ignoring it, Ning Xianyu continued, "You resemble a mother fretting over her disobedient son." With a sigh, she added, "Have you heard of the saying, old children? Some elders, as they age, become as capricious as children, quick to anger and difficult to please." The system laughed heartily. "If he knew you spoke of him thus, he would likely crush you." "Oh dear, he is right behind you." Startled, Ning Xianyu turned and indeed found the great demon lord behind her, observing Tianling's antics. "Great ancestor." She quickly stood and stepped aside respectfully. Xianyuan Tunhan remained still for a moment at the entrance before approaching the blood source stone. He touched it, but did not respond. Then, he attempted to lift it, discovering it was still heavy and difficult to move. He called Ning Xianyu over. "Come here. Move the stone over there." Anticipating trouble, she obediently complied, relocating the stone as instructed. Afterward, she inquired if he was satisfied. Xianyuan Tunhan hesitated, instructing her to lift the stone. "See, he enjoys toying with people." She smiled and lifted the stone, even shaking it slightly to please him. Yet the more she performed, the darker his expression became, prompting her to set the stone down and meekly ask if that was acceptable. The great demon lord turned and departed. Standing there, she found his behavior perplexing, yet he called her to follow as he walked away. Reluctantly, she hurried to catch up, trailing behind him. Ning Xianyu could only comply with his commands as they unearthed soil, laboring as a mere worker. The snowman Tianling built was not impressive, yet Akali adored it. After all, he was the first man willing to build a snowman for her. Ah, the bittersweet pangs of love. Before the scent of romance could settle, a gust of warm wind swept through. Ning Xianyu detected it. Wasn't this the odor of the demon realm? Chapter 56. They have arrived having spent several days in the demon realm. Ning Xianyu had grown accustomed to its distinctive aroma. It was overwhelmingly characterized by a potent scent of sulfur and an arid, blood-soaked earthiness that assaulted one's senses relentlessly. However, this was the human realm, a desolate northwest frontier where the air should have been filled with the essence of ice and snow. How could there be the scent of the demon realm? They were coming. Who? It was bewildering. Who was approaching? Xianyuan Tunhan said nothing, merely standing quietly before the tent. Akali, too, raised her head in alarm, seizing Tianling's hand as they fled. They were coming, they were pursuing. The once azure sky appeared to have been rent open, revealing a gruesome sight beneath. Then, the dry, bloody aroma surged forth from the rift, overwhelming the senses of the four. Akali's eyes turned red. "They are still pursuing us. If they dare to invade the human realm, where else could they go?" Tianling grasped Akali's hand tightly, declaring, "I will not allow them to take you." Akali nodded vehemently, tears streaming down her face. Above, the 10 demon lords and the demon king Zhutian emerged in succession, coldly surveying them from the void. Behind the rift stood countless demon cultivators, eager to rush forward for a battle. With so many formidable figures present, it was clear they were declaring war. Xianyuan Tunhan transmitted a message to Ning Xianyu. "Make your move." Reluctantly, she employed her only known technique. A surge of immense spiritual energy erupted from her, directed toward the demon lords. The 11 did not resist. They merely descended from the sky. At that moment, Ning Xianyu realized that the great demon lord's request for her to act was not for the sake of asserting dominance over their enemies, but rather due to his laziness in raising his gaze. With this thought, she found the great demon lord surprisingly amusing at times. The demon lords, unperturbed, approached after landing. Upon seeing the blood source stone carelessly placed at the entrance of the tent, their expressions shifted dramatically. It was an egregious disrespect to their treasure. This stone was the supreme treasure of the demon realm, carefully safeguarded by them. Not even a speck of dust dared to settle upon it. Yet now, it lay so carelessly at the entrance, akin to a neglected doorstop. The demon lords, including Gudo, took a deep breath to suppress their fury, only to notice Akali next. She leaned against Tianling, appearing like a delicate maiden. Meanwhile, he was merely at the golden core stage, lacking even the nascent soul. Gudo and the others nearly choked on their rage. The saintess, cherished by countless demon realm denizens, stood alongside a mere golden core weakling. It was an overt insult. "Ableton l'affront. Human cultivators, you have gone too far," roared the demon lord Kan Yi, as he struck out to separate Akali and Tianling. However, the two swiftly evaded, retreating behind Ning Xianyu and Xianyuan Tunhan. Ning Xianyu glanced at them before turning her attention back to the demon lords. The 10 demon lords exuded a formidable aura, and to be honest, she felt a tinge of fear. If they sought to harm her, she would take Akali as a hostage. Despite the system's admonitions of her treachery, her priority remained survival. As the demon lords drew nearer, they paused upon witnessing the duo of Ning Xianyu and Xianyuan Tunhan. The demon lord Duan Wuyo furrowed his brow. Is that Xianyuan Tunhan? Why does he appear somewhat peculiar? And who is the woman by his side? This ancient being, having lived for tens of thousands of years, had always been solitary. When had he learned to stand alongside a woman, subtly placing her above himself? Gudo scrutinized the scene, sensing, that woman is the one who obstructed us in the demon realm, but if she acted, where was Xianyuan Tunhan at that time? In the realm of demons. They utilized magical artifacts to alter their original appearances and cultivation levels, making it challenging to recognize them. At that time, they speculated that the one obstructing their path was Xianyuan Tunhan, as the ferocity and swiftness of the attacks suggested his involvement. However, upon entering the human realm, the disguise was shed, and Godo discerned that the one hindering them was indeed a woman. Ziluan Wang believed he was mistaken, asserting that it was impossible for that woman, who had merely achieved the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, to impede them. Yet, Godo insisted that his perception was accurate. It was unmistakably that woman. Zhu Tian then interjected, affirming that Godo's instincts had never faltered. Look, she even bore a sword at her waist. The spirit sword was unmasked and easily identifiable. It was only then that the demon cultivators realized, to their horror, that the one who had truly obstructed them was indeed a woman. They were instantly engulfed in a chilling dread. How could a single woman wield such power? Coupled with Xianyuan Tunhan, would they even stand a chance? Furthermore, when had the cultivation world birthed such a formidable presence without their knowledge? The demon lords concluded that the individual who had acted in the demon realm was, without a doubt, a woman. Suddenly, Duan Wuyo remarked, if that woman was the one who fled while carrying the blood source stone, then wouldn't that be Xianyuan Tunhan, the esteemed figure in the 6 realms of Yanhuang, who had merely run away with the stone during his visit to the demon realm? Duan Wuyo couldn't help but laugh. In retrospect, the image of that individual awkwardly fleeing with the stone, which turned out to be Xianyuan Tunhan, was indeed absurd. Zhu Tian, however, posited that if Xianyuan Tunhan had visited yet refrained from acting, there could only be 2 possibilities. 1, he underestimated the demon realm, believing that the woman alone could handle them, hence his disdain for engaging. Or 2, something was amiss with Xianyuan Tunhan, rendering him unable to act. Godo, however, felt that Zhu Tian was overthinking. Moments ago, Xianyuan Tunhan had indeed acted, his spiritual power as formidable as ever. The expressions of the others darkened considerably. Clearly uninjured and retaining his strength, yet unwilling to engage. This could only indicate contempt for them. How infuriating! This voice reverberated with immense force, causing the distant snow layers to tremble. If not for Akali and Yishinling hiding behind Ning Xianyu, they would likely have been destabilized by the shockwave. Ning Xianyu turned to Xianyuan Tunhan, inquiring about their next course of action. Zhu Tian shouted, Xianyuan Tunhan, you are aware of the gravity of this situation. If you obstruct us, it will lead to war between the 2 realms. Xianyuan Tunhan communicated telepathically with Ning Xianyu, instructing her on what to say. Is this it? So harmonious? Chapter 57. You cannot leave. Ning Xianyu had initially thought that the demon lord would retain the stone and gradually seek methods to dispel the heart demon. Additionally, Akali, as the saintess, had an inseparable bond with the blood source stone, and he would surely insist on keeping it as well. As soon as she voiced her thoughts, the figures from the demon realm surprisingly did not express any astonishment. Duan Wuyo stepped forward to seize the blood source stone. Xianyuan Tunhan remained motionless and naturally. Ning Xianyu would not move either. Akali exclaimed, Senior, are you going to hand me over? Yishinling looked at them incredulously. Senior, I thought you were supporting us. Xianyuan Tunhan appeared puzzled. Supporting you with what? Ning Xianyu remained silent. Yet she too recalled that the demon lord had not explicitly stated his intention to assist them. From the very beginning, his objective had been to help the people of Xuanjin rid themselves of the demonic aura and dispel their heart demons. He tightly embraced Akali, as if facing a life-and-death separation. Akali was equally distraught. Under the pressure of the 10 demon lords and the demon king, escape seemed impossible. Brother E, you should leave. Though our time was brief, I am grateful for this day spent with you. I cannot be a burden. The demon lords would not harm her, but would not spare Yishinling. Yishinling refused to depart. Akali, I have vowed to stand by you through thick and thin. He drew his weapon, a splendid sword, and stood resolute, proclaiming loudly, if you wish to take Akali, you must step over my corpse. Akali was deeply moved, wishing they could perish together at that very moment. Ning Xianyu pondered, is this the moment for the male protagonist to shine? Should they not distance themselves to avoid being collateral damage in the male protagonist's aura? Yet, the demon lords did not act, nor did Zhu Tian. Akali furiously declared, why must I bear this responsibility merely for being born? I only wish to be an ordinary person, to cultivate and progress on my own. All that you speak of is imposed upon me. Zhu Tian derided, do you genuinely believe you possess any talent? Without the identity of the saintess, you would merely live to adulthood, only to be killed or become someone else's furnace. This statement implied that without the identity of the saintess, Akali was nothing. She was profoundly affected by these words, which also enraged Yishinling. He leaped forward, launching an attack at Zhu Tian. When a male protagonist unleashes his fury, someone is bound to suffer. Ning Xianyu hurriedly sought refuge beside Xianyuan Tunhan, seeking solace in his presence. Just then, Yishinling was captured. Zhu Tian simply bound him with ropes, suspending him in midair, and spoke amiably. Akali, if you fancy this pretty boy, I can grant him to you. Once you bear children, you may have as many pretty boys as you desire. What? Ning Xianyu involuntarily cried out. The demon realm operates in such a manner? Ancestor, is this the reality of the demon realm? It appeared that the demon realm's demands of Akali revolved solely around bearing children and conducting rituals, with no regard for anything else. The system interjected, suggesting she was overthinking. This life spans only 100 years. After childbirth, one dies. What's so appealing about that? Ning Xianyu promptly countered. Mere mortals live only a few decades. As a saintess, the initial years are free of calamity, revered by the masses, with duties comprising merely 1 day a year, the remainder spent in enjoyment. Ultimately, nearing death, one bears a child, does not need to raise them, and need not worry about the child's future. Tell me, doesn't such a life hold immense allure for mortals? The system found itself momentarily speechless. Would you accept such a deal? Ning Xianyu resolutely declined, ireshuse. For it is utterly repugnant to bear a child with one's own ancestor, and no woman should be coerced into childbirth. This is the paramount principle. The system retorted angrily. Then why are you rambling? You're merely speaking from a place of privilege. Ning Xianyu awkwardly chuckled. Aside from the abhorrent notion of bearing a child with my own ancestor, the treatment is rather favorable. However, as a saintess, she need not concern herself with the worries of a mere individual like me. My own life hangs by a thread. I ought to prioritize my own safety. Meanwhile, Akali remained unwilling to leave. However, it was evident that Zhu Tian would not allow her demise. He waved his hand, conjuring a dozen swords that plunged directly toward Yishinling, instantly transforming him into a pincushion, blood gushing forth. Having arrived here, Ning Xianyu had never witnessed such a bloody scene and was taken aback. Is he going to die? He is the male protagonist. If he dies, does that mean the world will end? The system reassured her. Do not worry. He will not perish. Zhu Tian knows his limits. Clearly, Zhu Tian intended merely to intimidate Akali, not genuinely wishing to kill Yishinling. As Akali cried out for him to cease, he refrained from launching a second attack. Akali, in anguish, gazed at the bleeding Yishinling, looking toward Xianyuan Tunhan and Ning Xianyu, seeking assistance. Yet, both remained unresponsive, leaving Akali to sorrowfully state, I will go with you. Please release him. Weeping, she approached the demon lord. Ning Xianyu found it curious. Does the male protagonist not possess a protagonist halo? Why is he not acting? The system expressed uncertainty, suggesting that the deviation occurred due to your alliance with the great demon lord, resulting in the male protagonist failing to acquire the halo he was destined to possess. According to the original narrative, The protagonist had to engage in a battle within the demon realm before he could rescue others. It seems he underwent various experiences before finally gaining the ability to contend with the demon lords. However, amidst their conversation, Xianyuan Tunhan suddenly interjected, declaring that they could not depart just yet. The assembled demon lords, including the demon king and Akali, glanced at him in astonishment, initially fearing he would take action. Yet Xianyuan Tunhan continued, stating, "You cannot leave so easily. This is our bounty, and one must meet certain conditions to claim it." Even Ning Xianyu was taken aback. "You truly are formidable, great demon lord. You dare to extort the demon lords?" Chapter 58. The Blood Source Stone Explodes. Isn't this akin to kidnapping and extortion? The demon lords were equally infuriated, with Zhu Tian exclaiming, "Xianyuan Tunhan, did you not say we could leave with the people and the stones? Are you reneging on that?" Xianyuan Tunhan retorted, "It was he who first spoke, not I. I exerted effort, and it is not unreasonable to request some compensation." This was utterly unreasonable. The demon lords were cursing internally, thinking, "We did not invite you to seize people and stones." The Purple Wheel King was so enraged he began to conjure a weapon, ready to charge in. However, before he could approach, Xianyuan Tunhan pointed, and the formation he had set up swiftly activated, ensnaring the demon lords and Akali within its confines. They looked at each other in bewilderment, attempting to breach the formation, only to discover they were utterly trapped. Ning Xianyu finally comprehended his intentions. This cunning old fox had meticulously planned this out. Yet, she remained uncertain about what he truly desired from them. The demon lords, prominent figures within the demon realm, were each regional sovereigns, yet they found themselves utterly at a loss against this unexpected cultivator. What do you truly want? Their willingness to compromise hinged critically on Xianyuan Tunhan's demeanor. His silence equated to supporting this woman, and they could not risk opposing two formidable adversaries simultaneously. After all, this was not the demon realm. They were subject to the constraints of the barrier, which suppressed their powers, preventing them from lingering too long. Xianyuan Tunhan stated, "The Blood Source Stone is an exceedingly precious treasure. Exchanging it for a vat of extremely cold spring water is not too much to ask." Ning Xianyu thought, I understand now. Extremely cold spring water is a valuable treasure of the demon realm, a rare cold spring amidst the sweltering heat, capable of enhancing and tempering ice-type magical artifacts, as well as fortifying the body. Finally, she had something to showcase to the system. Ning Xianyu muset. The great demon lord certainly knows how to ask for the best. Zhu Tian, gritting his teeth in fury, retorted, "Extremely cold spring water is only produced in limited quantities each year. You cannot simply demand an entire vat. Do you not think your expectations are unrealistic?" The system provided further clarification, noting that one vat would roughly equal 30 barrels. Ning Xianyu reflected, no wonder the measurement unit is so relatable. With only a barrel produced each year, and knowing it would need to be divided, the great demon lord's demand for decades' worth of reserves would undoubtedly infuriate those from the demon realm. Startled by his gaze, Ning Xianyu thought, "You must have contemplated your demands long ago. Why make such harsh statements earlier only to contradict yourself now?" The denizens of the demon realm were equally unprepared to witness Xianyuan Tunhan's unexpected arrival. The Ancient One approached the formation, extending a hand as a demon lord unleashed a powerful strike. Ning Xianyu could only continue to resist with her collapsing spiritual energy. The forces clashing generated winds that altered directions, causing the snow beneath to rise and swirl, resembling a heavy snowfall. Although Ning Xianyu felt no discomfort, the attacking demon lord was sent reeling, spitting blood from the force of the impact. Snowflakes landed on Ning Xianyu's head and face, prompting her to look up, contemplating that if they were not engaged in battle, this spectacle would be rather enjoyable. Xianyuan Tunhan remained at the entrance of the tent, observing her gleeful expression amidst the flurry of snow, a faint smile gracing his lips. What a simpleton! What fun is there in snow? He admonished her silently, reminding her to focus on the task at hand. Ning Xianyu, suddenly jolted, reached out, commanding, "Blood Source Stone, come here." Her spiritual energy wove through the formation, wrapping around the Blood Source Stone. With a slight pull, the enormous stone obediently soared over to her, landing steadily beside her. The demon lords and Zhu Tian were left dumbfounded, particularly as they witnessed her effortlessly handling the blood source stone, which had been notoriously difficult to manipulate over the years. How could it be so compliant in her grasp? Especially Dun Wuyo, who had struggled immensely to move the stone moments ago. Why did this ancient one find it so effortless? They sensed the unfathomable strength of Xianyuan Tunhan, realizing he had grown even more formidable than thousands of years prior. Zhu Tian, astonished, turned to confer with the other demon lords. A few understood his intentions. Thus, they decided to yield. After all, they had never gained an advantage over the Ancient One. They pooled their resources, gathering the extremely cold spring water, eventually managing to present a vat. Here you go. They tossed the container with palpable ire, wishing they could strangle him. The demon lord Kinyi mocked. Who would have thought that the foremost figure of the six realms would now be reduced to a lackey, obediently following a woman? Ning Xianyu felt enraged by this remark. What being a woman? Women can hold up half the sky. Although she felt she had hindered her own gender, it did not signify that others were incapable. Fuming, she clutched the blood source stone and stepped back. Kinyi was left speechless by her childish retort, prompting the Purple Wheel King to urge him to remain silent. Xianyuan Tunhan was ever the capricious one, doing as he pleased, indifferent to insults, yet he would not hesitate to cause trouble. As Akali prepared to express her gratitude, he added, holding it is of no use. The inhabitants of the demon realm did not release him, insisting he first dismantle the formation. You've given us the spring water. Can we depart now? The manner in which she tossed it was so casual that Dun Wuyo had to expend all his spiritual energy to catch it. Yet, a twist of fate occurred at that moment. At this juncture, Yi Tianling lay on the ground, his sword vanished, and his wounds ceased bleeding. As the massive blood source stone was tossed overhead, a sudden, intense light erupted from Yi Tianling, overshadowing even the sun. The light pierced through the blood source stone, causing the demon lords, demon kings, Akali, Ning Xianyu, and Xianyuan Tunhan to watch in astonishment as the stone erupted violently, shattering into fragments that scattered in all directions. Ning Xianyu, standing closest, could only watch in horror as a red stone resembling a jujube core hurtled towards her forehead, bound by a strand of spiritual energy. She was pulled backward, yet the object still penetrated her brow. Her vision darkened, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 59. Manipulating the blood source stone. Ning Xianyu felt herself being drawn back into a soft embrace, her head throbbing faintly. In her daze, she glimpsed Xianyuan Tunhan anxiously observing her, infusing her with spiritual energy in an attempt to awaken her. However, Xianyuan Tunhan's reserves were too depleted. The energy he supplied vanished into his body like a drop of water in the ocean, leaving no trace. Ning Xianyu's unconsciousness was brief. She soon regained her senses, startled and clutching her chest, exclaiming, "That was terrifying. I thought I was doomed." She gently touched her forehead, discovering its smoothness, devoid of any wounds. Anxiously, she inquired, "Am I injured?" Xianyuan Tunhan perceived that this woman might have been rendered dazed by fear and impatiently replied, "There is nothing." Seizing the opportunity, while she was still in a state of confusion, he hastily released his grip on her hand. Ning Xianyu, oblivious to his tension, continued to probe her body, finding no injuries, and felt perplexed. I clearly hadn't finished my sentence when the sounds from the side interrupted me. The situation there had already changed. The previously bloodied and weak Yi Tianling, resembling a specter, was now engulfed in vibrant red spiritual energy, battling the demon Lord Ziluanwang. The demon lords, enraged, were scouring for the fragments of the blood source stone. What had transpired moments ago? Xianyuan Tunhan observed coldly. The blood source stone had been shattered by the spiritual energy emanating from Yi Tianling, turning into fragments. The other demon lords, including Zhu Tian, were frantically searching for the pieces, intent on reassembling the blood source stone. The demon lords were filled with deep sorrow, yet their primary concern remained the blood source stone. They had no time to be angry with Yi Tianling, focused solely on remedying the situation. Ziluanwang, embroiled in combat with Yi Tianling, unleashed all his pent-up fury. Yet to his astonishment, Yi Tianling, merely at the golden core stage, matched him blow for blow. Upon entering the spirit realm, a demon lord's strength would inevitably be suppressed. But such a stalemate was unexpected. Ning Xianyu had already discerned that the male protagonist was indeed extraordinary. System, what has happened to the male protagonist? The system replied, he must have exchanged for a skill that forcibly elevates his realm for a short duration. It won't last long and is quite taxing on his body. After the battle, he will likely need a month to recover. Isn't that a case of inflicting harm on oneself while attempting to harm the enemy? If the time runs out and his skill is exhausted, wouldn't it all be in vain? The system continued. Look at you, failing to grasp the significance of atmosphere. The male protagonist's efforts in this battle will showcase his profound affection for Akali, express his anger towards his inferior power, and reveal his thirst for strength. The audience loves this. Ning Xianyu was not entertained, for she believed that this matter could not conclude peacefully. Regardless of the outcome, the disappearance of the blood source stone from the demon realm could provoke an outright assault on the cultivation realm. She was aware that when the male protagonist unleashed his power, there would certainly be casualties. However, she hadn't anticipated the extent of the devastation. The range of casualties was alarmingly broad. She did not wish to perish. She desired to live well. Xianyuan Tunhan's expression also darkened, taken aback by such unforeseen developments. Yet, he refrained from speaking and suddenly turned to Ning Xianyu. You go collect the blood source stones. What? Was he not concerned about damaging his reputation by sending her to gather stones? Noticing his seriousness, Ning Xianyu had no choice but to obediently comply. The blood source stones had shattered into fragments, yet these fragments were still sizable, some as large as a child, while others were the size of a fist. After collecting several fist-sized stones, she felt uncertain about how long this would take. After all, the blood source stones were enormous and in such a fragmented state. They had scattered far and wide. How long would it take to gather them all? She muttered this and continued to collect stones while slacking off. Everyone was gathering, and her absence would go unnoticed. She merely needed to feign effort. However, just as she picked up a stone, intending to take a break, she suddenly felt something brush against her backside. Irritated, she reached back to touch it and found a fragment of the blood source stone. Ning Xianyu paused, turning around in shock, nearly losing her balance. To her dismay, there was a dense mass of blood source stone fragments behind her, varying in size, all hovering in the air, utterly still. What had summoned these stones? Ning Xianyu was bewildered by the situation and instinctively moved aside. What if these stones were to attack? To her astonishment, the stones shifted slightly as well. This was truly surreal. She shifted again, and the stones followed suit. System, do the blood source stones possess sentience? Are they aware that I brought them from the demon realm, causing their fragmentation, and are now seeking revenge? Ning Xianyu was nearly terrified, pleading with Xianyuan Tunhan for help. Demon Lord, save me. You can ignore me, but you cannot neglect your own body. Xianyuan Tunhan remained calm, as though observing a light rain, displaying no signs of shock. However, the demon lords had ceased their stone collection, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Xianyuan Tunhan, that old rascal, could even control our blood source stones. How many other secrets does he possess that we are unaware of? They unanimously concluded that Xianyuan Tunhan had practiced some sinister art to control their precious blood source stones. Duan Wuyo furiously declared, Xianyuan Tunhan, release the blood source stones. The accused, the false Xianyuan Tunhan, was innocent in Ning Xianyu's eyes. She thought, why are you blaming me? Why not manage your own blood source stones instead? As she contemplated this, the blood source stones indeed surged towards the demon lords. Due to their rapid approach and aggressive demeanor, the demon lords were compelled to dodge. They had no choice. They could not attack the blood source stones, only evade them. Yet, the blood source stones relentlessly pursued, pressing closer. The demon king Zhu Tian, infuriated, abandoned all pretense of decorum. Xianyuan Tunhan, what do you intend to do? It was outrageous to use their treasures to attack them, creating a situation where they were caught between a rock and a hard place. Despicable, shameless, vile. Indeed, there was not a single good person among the cultivators. After being scolded again, Ning Xianyu felt utterly wronged. Nevertheless, she discovered a troubling issue. System, could it be that I truly control those blood source stones? Initially, she thought the stones could emerge on their own, yet they had indeed assembled together autonomously. Now, when she desired the blood source stones to confront the demon lords, they promptly complied, and with such eagerness. The system was equally astonished. Why don't you try commanding them to stop and reassemble? Ning Xianyu pondered, then commanded them to gather and reform. What transpired next was utterly absurd, leaving the system speechless in disbelief. The cultivators encircled the reassembled blood source stone, observing it intently, even reaching out to touch it. The stone remained intact, albeit visibly cracked, no longer the once whole entity. Their anger surged. Tianling, bloodied and panting, was clearly on the brink of collapse. Zhu Tian, leading the charge, roared, Xianyuan Tunhan, you have gone too far? You abduct my saintess, destroy my blood source stone. The foundations of my demon realm, built over countless millennia, have been obliterated. You cultivators shall not escape unscathed. The destruction of a sacred artifact was intolerable to anyone. Desperation would compel them to fight. Ning Xianyu glanced at the male protagonist, realizing he was a harbinger of trouble. With your protagonist halo, you think yourself invincible. Stand up and confront this challenge instead of feigning ignorance. It appeared that a conflict was brewing, and she hoped not to be caught in the crossfire. Xianyuan Tunhan communicated telepathically with Ning Xianyu, instructing her on what to say. Whether the blood source stone is truly damaged can be tested. If one lacks the strength, why rush into battle? Ning Xianyu spoke with an air of superiority, but upon hearing the provoking remarks, she nearly chuckled. The demon lord was indeed formidable. Despite being in the wrong, he could still mock them. This was the privilege of strength. Had he been even slightly weaker, he might have been surrounded and beaten by the demon lords. The demon lords thought along similar lines. Xianyuan Tunhan, what nonsense are you spouting? The stone is cracked beyond use. Yet, Xianyuan Tunhan countered, how can we know if it can be utilized unless we try? Would you rather the stone be irreparably shattered? His words bore a semblance of logic. Zhu Tian pondered that perhaps they should indeed test it. What if it can still be used? He called out to Akali, come here. Akali, with tears streaming down her face, cried out, if you wish for me to try, then spare Igongzi. Otherwise, I shall perish here, and neither you, Shirtu, nor the holy maiden shall obtain anything. She gathered her spiritual energy, determined to self-detonate. Ning Xianyu rolled her eyes towards the heavens, thinking that Zhu Tian must be infuriated at this moment and would hardly concern himself with her emotions. Indeed, the already furious Zhu Tian suddenly acted, lifting the barely conscious Tianling and thundered, if you do not comply, I shall destroy his spiritual core, rendering him a cripple, and sever his limbs so he may only survive in agony. Zhu Tian assumed he would shield Tianling and in anger admonished, you too, do not overstep your bounds. Xianyuan Tunhan declared, this concerns my fellow practitioners. Naturally, I cannot permit you to dispose of him at will. Akali, believing he would finally assist her, gazed at him with gratitude. Senior, please protect Igongzi. However, Xianyuan Tunhan coldly retorted, you shall test the blood source stone. Akali was taken aback. Senior, what do you mean? Xianyuan Tunhan's expression remained frosty. I command you to test the blood source stone. As he spoke, he lifted Tianling slightly. Though he uttered no threats, his actions were unmistakably menacing. Disobedience would cost Tianling his life. Akali was filled with indignation. I thought you were a paragon of justice. I never anticipated that practitioners of the cultivation realm could be more despicable than those from the demonic realm, even turning against their own. Xianyuan Tunhan remained indifferent, merely regarding her coldly. The choice to proceed lay with her, while Tianling's fate rested in his hands. Although this outcome was what Zhu Tian desired, he felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Ning Xianyu thought that the Dark Lord was merely a stubborn fool. It was baffling why he would take on the role of the villain when he had no need to. At this moment, Akali felt utterly isolated, filled with rage and sorrow. Yet, with Tianling in peril, she could not bear to see her beloved perish and had no choice but to comply. Weeping, she walked to the blood source stone, reciting the incantation step by step. Ning Xianyu, anxious, attempted to draw closer to observe, but was restrained by Xianyuan Tunhan. The Dark Lord, who should have been tense, displayed an air of complete calmness. As the incantation was gradually chanted, the interior of the blood source stone began to transform, with crimson substances flowing within, resembling fragmented stones, yet remaining cohesive, representing the blood that connected them. However, unlike before, the blood source stone did not rise with the Holy Maiden's chant, but remained steady on the ground. Subsequently, the fragments of the blood source stone dispersed. The demon lords gasped in shock, disappointment, and fury, exclaiming, "Xianyuan Tunhan, what do you have to say for yourself?" She gestured for them to observe for themselves. The demon lords, perplexed, looked on and discovered that although the fragments had scattered, they had not entirely separated, but had instead formed a ring. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that red, flowing lines connected the circles, maintaining their unity. The ring gradually expanded, encircling an area of 1 kilometer, creating a colossal vortex. The demonic energy from the demon lords was continuously absorbed into the vortex, vanishing without a trace. Godo suddenly glanced towards the open portal between the two realms, noticing that the demonic cultivators on the other side were also having their energy siphoned away, disappearing into the vortex. The other demon lords and Zhu Tian were equally astonished. The ritual to absorb demonic energy was held only once a year, not due to an inability to conduct it again, but because the powers of the blood source stone and the Holy Maiden were limited. It could only be performed at full strength once a year, with any other attempts resulting in exhaustion and poor outcomes. This time, they had merely wanted to test the blood source stone to see if it could still function. To their surprise, during the previous ceremony, the blood source stone had exceeded expectations, absorbing an amount many times greater than in previous years, delighting them immensely. They had not anticipated that holding the ceremony just a day later would yield even stronger results. Had they known that a ceremony had taken place the day before, they would have been even more astonished. Yet amidst their shock, speculation began to arise. Was this the manifestation of the Demon Ancestor? Or was it that the blood source stone was always meant to be used in this manner, and they had previously misused it? Chapter 61. Shall we fight? Akali soon completed the ritual, and the blood source stone quickly returned to a consolidated state. It was not that she was unwilling to continue, but rather that she had exhausted all her strength. After 3 ceremonies in 3 consecutive days, her body could endure no more. She nearly collapsed from the air when Zhu Tian swiftly caught her. Yet Akali struggled against him, insisting, "Let go of me. You make me nauseous." Zhu Tian did not press the matter further, handing her over to the Purple Wheel King. Akali quieted a little in the embrace of the Purple Wheel King, but her gaze remained fixed on Yi Tianling. "I have done what I must. You cannot harm Yi Gongzi any further." Xianyuan Tunhan set her down, administering a pill and using spiritual energy to nourish Yi Tianling, whose complexion visibly improved. Seeing him gradually recover, Akali ceased her struggles and fainted. Now that the blood source stone was operational and even more effective, Ning Xianyu believed that both sides should reach an accord. However, at that moment, Zhu Tian furiously declared, "Xianyuan Tunhan, do not think this matter is settled. You have destroyed my treasure, seized my holy maiden, and provoked the demonic realm. We shall settle this debt sooner or later." It truly was a perplexing situation. At this juncture, they could neither fight nor make threats. Moreover, she was not foolish and could clearly see that the current potency of the blood source stone far surpassed that of the previous ritual. This indicated that the demonic realm had gained an advantage this time. The system remarked, "There is nothing to be surprised about, regardless of how shameless. He is the king of the demonic realm and must constantly strive for the interests of his kin." This meant that, from Zhu Tian's perspective, his actions were justifiable. Ning Xianyu pondered this as well. While it was reasonable to scold, there was no need for him to glare at her so fiercely. Xianyuan Tunhan sent a message, instructing her to speak accordingly. As for who bore responsibility, it was perhaps premature to make such declarations. They should observe this. After Ning Xianyu finished speaking as instructed, he produced a small mirror. The mirror was not large, merely the size of a palm. It was exquisitely crafted, adorned with ancient floral patterns, and the surface was uneven, resembling anything but a conventional mirror. Godo exclaimed in surprise, "That is the Kuei Tian mirror." The system immediately explained the Kuei Tian mirror An ancient artifact is said to allow its user to probe events from the past using the mirror, projecting images. Ning Xianyu mused, so it's essentially a projector. Indeed, but this projector is quite challenging to operate, requiring immense spiritual energy and can only be used once every decade. It is not something one can simply use at will. Wow, it's a rather ineffective projector, charging for 10 years and operating for 5 minutes. How disappointing. The Cultivation mirror was capable of projection, casting images large enough for all present to see clearly. As the demon lords looked on with confusion, they beheld the scene of the people of Shuzhen living in peace and prosperity. Song Yi, impatient, remarked, "What are you showing us about the mortal realm?" The Purple Wheel King, who had been standing nearby, took a few steps back while cradling a collie. Xian Yuan Tunhan remained silent, allowing them to continue watching. The images within the mirror gradually shifted, revealing a figure clad in a black cloak, suffused with demonic energy, arriving outside the town. He set up a magical formation around the town, encircling it entirely. The residents of Shuzhen were unaware of the unfolding events, continuing their daily lives. The figure infused his demonic energy into the formation's core, which then permeated into the town, slowly seeping throughout, absorbed by the citizens. As his own demonic energy was consumed, he felt considerably lighter and lowered the hood of his cloak. What was it called? It is the Zi Luan Wang, who seems to have a familial connection with the Kali and has always shown her much care. The demon lords also cast their gaze towards the image, recognizing it as Zi Luan Wang without a doubt. Recalling that Zi Luan Wang had recently experienced a significant increase in power, while his demonic energy had diminished, they felt assured that the Cultivation mirror was not deceiving them. Thus, Zi Luan Wang had employed such a method. Xian Yuan Tunhan continued to convey, through voice, the demonic energy in the human realm arises from you. And had it not been for the need to address the demonic energy you left behind, I would not have ventured into the demon realm. Ultimately, this matter is merely a consequence of your own actions. Ning Xianyu, now emboldened, deemed Zi Luan Wang utterly despicable. Look, all this turmoil stems from you, the one who drives the plot. The system continued to grumble. The great demon is utterly shameless. Even without the matter of Su Zhen, he would certainly still seize people and resources from the demon realm, pretending otherwise. Ning Xianyu urged her to be more discreet. He is the leading figure in the cultivation world. Naturally, he must speak in favor of his own side. The system muttered, "Your bias leads you to support him. You certainly did not speak so favorably when it came to Jutian." Ning Xian, you had no time to debate, vigorously condemning the demon realm. It is all Zi Luan Wang's fault. Were it not for him, none of this would have occurred. Zi Luan Wang, infuriated by the accusations, retorted, "And what of it? They are merely a few insignificant mortals. It is their honor to provide me with demonic energy." This time, without the guidance of the great demon, Ning Xianyu directly reproached, "You, as a demon lord, dare to utter such shameless words. All these years of cultivation have indeed only thickened your skin. As a cultivator, one should be grateful to the heavens, yet you only know how to bully mortals. You are truly shameless." Zi Luan Wang's fury intensified. "You cultivators do nothing but speak from a place of comfort. Here, where demonic energy runs rampant, we in the demon realm are tormented daily. Now, merely releasing a little demonic energy, I ask you to remove the barriers, and we shall all share in this suffering. Let us see if your cultivation realm can endure the unrestrained demonic energy." His outburst resonated with the sentiments of many demon cultivators. The war between the demon realm and the cultivation realm had been fought to seize territory, to no longer be afflicted by demonic energy. The other demon lords also recalled their own grievances, aligning their hearts in mutual enmity. Ning Xianyu, suddenly invigorated with spiritual energy, pointed towards the distant mountains, which abruptly shattered, unleashing a torrent of snow. The demon lords stared in shock, preparing to defend themselves, only for her to gesture again, causing the snow to be contained within an invisible barrier, piling higher and higher, not a single flake crossing over. Her mastery of spiritual energy was evident and, more importantly, her strength was formidable, truly subduing the demon lords. She raised her head, mockingly daring. "So, shall we fight?" Ning Xianyu stood solitary, yet exuded the might of 1,000 troops, like a sword thrust into the hearts of those present. They, however, remained oblivious to her own terror. She felt as if someone were consuming her feast. Chapter 62. Overwhelmed by the male leads, the demon lords dared not engage in battle. In the previous war, both the celestial and demonic realms suffered grievously, with the strongest of their kind being effortlessly dispatched by Xianxia Tanhan. Both sides experienced a significant gap in formidable figures, yet the cultivation realm still had Xianxia Tanhan as their stabilizing force. As long as he stood firm, the demon realm would not dare to provoke conflict. Their bluster was merely for show, to maintain an appearance of strength. They could not afford to lose their momentum. Now, seeing Xianxia Tanhan's fury, they found themselves in an awkward position. The atmosphere became tense. What could they do? If a fight broke out, they might perish here. The demon lords collectively looked at Zhu Tian, who wished to scold them. A group of old scoundrels. Yet, he could only step forward and say, "But your people have damaged the blood source stone. How shall we account for this?" How to account? Ning Xianyu awaited Xianxia Tanhan's instruction. After a moment of anticipation, she was met with a mere 4 words. "Use your own discretion." What? Ning Xianyu nearly choked on his words. What does use your own discretion mean? Upon receiving his message, she had already begun to assume a stance, only to receive such a vague directive. How could she proceed? She transformed her indignation into strength, glaring fiercely at Zhu Tian. What has to be accounted for? Either fight, or you manage your own people, lest next time something even more catastrophic occurs. She held her head high, radiating an air of disdain for the world. Zhu Tian seethed. "All right, fine, you are indeed fierce." With that, he turned to leave. Unable to win in battle or debate, what else could they do but retreat? Ning Xianyu's inner self was waving flags in jubilation, urging them to leave, to part ways and never meet again. But who could have known that a change would arise from the male lead at this moment? He trembled as he stood, maintaining a dignified gaze upon the demon lords and Zhu Tian. "It was I who damaged the blood source stone. I am willing to compensate you." Ning Xianyu nearly kicked him away. As the male lead, could he refrain from showcasing personal heroism at such a moment? Do not be pretentious. Such pretentiousness invites calamity. However, Tianling was oblivious, lost in his own grandiose sense of personal valor. He trembled as he declared, "I will find a solution to the demonic energy problem in the demon realm, if you grant me 20 years. And during this time, do not compel a Kali to bear children. I will assuredly devise a lasting solution." Ziluan Wang exploded with anger. "What do you think you are? 20 years to resolve the demonic energy? Ha ha! This is simply laughable. The demonic energy of the demon realm has existed for countless years. How many great beings have attempted to resolve it over the last 100,000 years, only to vanish without a trace? Who has truly resolved it? For this mere golden core cultivator to propose a 20-year solution is nothing short of a delusion." The demon lords shared this disbelief, casting him disdainful glances before turning to leave. Yet, Tianling called out, "Do you truly wish to endure such days for another 100,000 years? If there is even a glimmer of hope, should we not bravely pursue it, striving to effect change? If it cannot be done, I alone will face the consequences. What do you fear? Why do you hesitate to agree?" He shouted with such fervor that his voice nearly shattered. Ning Xianyu quietly remarked to the system, "Has he truly found a viable solution?" The system replied, "It is uncertain, yet he is the male lead, tied to the greatest fortune of the 6 realms. Perhaps he genuinely possesses a solution. Indeed, he is the male lead, surviving such turmoil. Perhaps he does have a way." However, the denizens of the demon realm would not easily acquiesce to his demands. The system remarked, "At this moment, it naturally relies on the male lead's ability to persuade. A male lead without the gift of gab is not a worthy one." Ning Xianyu nearly grabbed some seeds to munch on as she anticipated the male lead's eloquence. Just as he concluded his plea, Zhu Tian turned, casting a cold gaze upon him, stating plainly, 10 years. I grant you 10 years. Huh? Tianling was momentarily taken aback. Really? Zhu Tian asserted. If within 10 years you fail to find a solution, you shall be obliterated, ceasing to exist in this world. Tianling pondered. Might I have a few more years? Zhu Tian simply replied, No, it is 10 years. Do you dare to wager? As the male lead, naturally, there was no hesitation in his willingness to gamble. He promptly declared, "Very well, let us establish a pact. The demon realm shall grant Akali and me 10 years. If I do not devise a method to eliminate the demonic energy in that time, I shall extinguish myself from this world. But during these 10 years, none of you may harm Akali, nor compel her to bear children." Zhu Tian surprisingly agreed. Formalizing a contract through a ritual, Ning Xianyu observed the entire process and then turned to Xianyuan Tunhan. The great demon lord exhibited no reaction, merely observing them as they sealed their pact. This agreement bore no consequence for the demon realm. It merely postponed the birth of the next saintess. Even in failure, they suffered no loss. However, the male protagonist uttered but a few words, and to everyone's astonishment, the demon lord acquiesced. Was this not excessively simple? The system remarked. Perhaps the demon lord was dazzled by the protagonist's aura. Consequently, he was rendered momentarily dim-witted, agreeing without a second thought. The system added, "It's possible. I believe your prolonged presence has left him with significant aftereffects." "Indeed, I suspected as much," replied Ning Xianyu, growing increasingly animated. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. "You are the one who has lost your wits. Your entire family has too." It was shocking that the system had the audacity to insult her. The system chuckled, mumbling nonsensically while the pact was already established. Tianling sought a few words with Akali, and the demon lord permitted him to proceed, for the agreement was already set. Tianling had merely 10 years to live, after which his demise was assured. The notion of resolving the demon realm's malevolence was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Meanwhile, Akali and Tianling had embraced, stepping away slightly to share whispers. Ning Xianyu approached Xianyuan Tunhan, retrieving the earpiece once again, intent on eavesdropping. However, before she could don it, Xianyuan Tunhan seized her hand. "How dare you?" he threatened, ready to strike if she dared to wear it. Ning Xianyu sighed. "I merely wished to hear their conversation." Her boldness grew. She was determined to listen, and should he deny her, she would shatter his carefully crafted persona. Under her inquisitive gaze, Xianyuan Tunhan slowly channeled his spiritual energy into her body. What a troublesome woman she was. Chapter 63. The male protagonist met his icy fate. Ning Xianyu and Xianyuan Tunhan stood side by side, hand in hand, indulging in gossip. The demon lords observed their intertwined hands, collectively shivering with unease. The world of cultivation felt unbearably cold. They rubbed their arms, finding the scene utterly bizarre. In the snowy mountains, within a tent, stood a man and a woman, an ancient being and a perplexing woman, hand in hand. No matter how one looked at it, it was far from idyllic. The notion that Xianyuan Tunhan had found a beloved, a formidable one at that, was utterly maddening. Was he losing his mind, or finally facing his demise? This was truly terrifying. The demon lords paid no heed to Akali and Tianling, fixated instead on the couple, eager to glean some insight from their expressions. However, after a prolonged observation, they discerned nothing. Both wore a cold demeanor, devoid of any expression. Meanwhile, Ning Xianyu was engrossed in the gossip. Tianling and Akali exchanged sweet nothings, embracing fervently and sharing tender kisses, their hands exploring each other. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point lay in Akali's concern that Tianling should not bind himself to a decade-long agreement for her sake. "You will perish. They all know you will fail. They are deliberately deceiving you into this contract. After 10 years, your death is inevitable." Akali was heartbroken, yet profoundly moved. No one had ever dared to oppose the entire demon realm for her, much less face such formidable demon lords and kings. Tianling, however, remained resolute. "Akali, trust me. Whatever I, Tianling, set my mind to, I shall accomplish. Wait for me. Within 10 years, I will surely save you. By then, you will be free to ponder where you wish to go, what you desire to do, and I will accompany you." Akali was deeply touched, and against all odds. She believed him. "I trust you. I shall wait for you. After 10 years, you must come for me." Tianling tenderly wiped her tears away. 10 years. Wait for me. They exchanged yet another round of affectionate words. Yet the specifics of how Tianling intended to resolve the demon realm's malevolence remained shrouded in ambiguity. with not even a hint of crucial information disclosed. The eavesdropper was left with an air of solitude, merely witnessing their romantic exchanges. Naturally, this was to be expected. This was a male-oriented fantasy tale, where romance was not the focal point. After a while, Ning Xianyu lost interest and was about to withdraw when she caught wind of a significant piece of information. Elder brother, do not be deceived by the likes of Zhu Tian. Although the blood source stone has shattered, its potency is now significantly greater than before. You owe nothing to the demon realm. Tianling found this perplexing. Why would it be stronger after shattering? Akali confessed ignorance. Strangely, this year's ritual revealed the blood source stone's capabilities to be far superior to previous years. Tianling pondered it. Could some unforeseen event this year have augmented the blood source stone's efficacy? What could this unforeseen event be? Could it be him? Akali remarked. The only change this year is you. Tianling suspected he might indeed be the catalyst and decided to inquire with the system later, though he maintained a calm exterior. Ning Xianyu, too, surmised that the blood source stone's enhanced effectiveness was undoubtedly due to Tianling, for he was the protagonist, and all good fortune was invariably his. She failed to notice that when Akali made that statement, Xianyuan Tunhan's gaze was fixed upon her. Seeing her expression remain unchanged, he deduced that she was oblivious to everything. A fool. Perhaps this was for the best. Tianling displayed a sorrowful countenance, rushing forward as the passage closed behind him, only to stumble and fall onto the ground. Smashing his hands in the snow, Ning Xianyu felt it unnecessary. The person had already departed, and his grief was unwarranted. He had boasted so grandly. Must he not fulfill his promises? She yawned, awaiting Tianling's resurgence, but he continued to wallow in his sorrow. Finding it tedious, she retreated indoors. Xianyuan Tunhan followed suit. They remained in the same chamber. Xianyuan Tunhan meditated while Ning Xianyu lounged on the bed, restlessly consuming snacks. The system pondered aloud. Have you noticed that the great demon lord's temperament has improved significantly? Ning Xianyu, munching on fried fish, inquired about this change. She had not perceived any shift in the demon lord's demeanor. He still bore a glowering visage, perpetually on the brink of violence. The system clarified, no. Previously, he would be utterly disdainful upon seeing you eat in bed. Yet this time he did not scorn you, nor did he expel you. Could it be that the demon lord has finally experienced a moment of conscience, recognizing my efforts, albeit minor, and has resolved to improve my treatment? If that were indeed the case, it would be splendid. She would no longer have to live in constant trepidation. However, the system doubted. He may simply be unable to withstand the solitude, and has developed an interest in you. Ning Xianyu retorted with a gesture of disdain, do not flatter me. How could he possibly take an interest in me? I believe he has finally achieved some sense of morality. The system insisted. He has gazed upon his own visage for countless years. It is only natural for someone to develop an affinity for their own reflection. Ning Xianyu contemplated this. Are you suggesting that he is enamored with his own form? Not me? Precisely. After a leisurely exchange, Ning Xianyu, having satisfied her hunger, intended to ask Xianyuan Tunhan if she could venture outside to build a snowman when a troubling thought struck her. Xianyuan Tunhan cast her a sidelong glance. Are you quite concerned for him? Ning Xianyu, startled, replied, he has yet to return. Could it be that he has, in fact, lost consciousness? Earlier, she had suspected Tianling was merely acting out, but upon reflection, given the severity of his injuries, he might well have succumbed to unconsciousness from the shock. The normally unflappable Xianyuan Tunhan's expression shifted, and he shot her a piercing glare. Ning Xianyu understood immediately and dashed outside. Outside, snow had begun to fall once more, and a blizzard was brewing. In a brief span, the footprints that had marked the ground were entirely obscured. Ning Xianyu scoured the snow, and after much searching, she finally found a cold, lifeless body. She swiftly turned him over and discovered he had indeed lost consciousness, frozen solid, frost covering his entire visage. What now? Was the male protagonist dead? Chapter 64. Please do not eat me. The system proclaimed that the realm they inhabited was a narrative from a book, the plot of which revolved around the male protagonist's adventures. This protagonist served as the very essence of the book, the paramount element. Without him, the tome would surely meet its demise. At this moment, Tianling lay there, as rigid as a popsicle, his complexion ghostly pale, utterly devoid of the vitality characteristic of a living being. Xianyu Tunhan stormed out of the room in a fit of rage, only to find her in a state of frantic disarray, clutching Ling as though he were a dearly departed relative. What on earth are you shouting about? Strangely, observing her distress irked him further. Ning Xianyu cried out urgently, "Ancestor, you must take a look. He is dead. He is truly dead." Desperately, she implored the Dark Overlord to save him, emphasizing that the male lead was the quintessence of the book. Without him, the world would collapse, and he too would face ruin. Xianyu Tunhan, increasingly uncomfortable, retorted, "He is still alive." Alive? Ning Xianyu let go of him and pointed out, "Look, he is already frosted over. How could a popsicle still be alive? Even if my education is lacking, I cannot be deceived." Ling received none of the respect he deserved, discarded like refuse upon the ground. A pitiful sight, indeed. Xianyu Tunhan glanced over disdainfully, muttering, "He is alive." Ning Xianyu attempted to inch closer for a better look, but the Dark Overlord lifted Ling and unceremoniously tossed him into another room. She wanted to follow, but the Dark Overlord shooed her away. "System, what is the Dark Overlord doing in there?" The system replied, "If you have the courage, put on the glasses and see for yourself." Ning Xianyu wished to don the glasses, but found her hands trembling. After a while, the Dark Overlord emerged. "He is not dead. Do not enter. He will be fine in a month." Ning Xianyu inquired with concern, "He really won't die? He will be fine in a month?" Xianyu Tunhan snapped, "If not, would you go save him?" This woman, unable to protect her own life, showed such concern for others. Ning Xianyu pondered for a moment, awkwardly chuckling, "I wouldn't know how, haha. Ancestor, you possess great powers. What you say must be true." She raised her thumb, gesturing a sign of approval. Ning Xianyu cheerfully followed behind, asking, "Ancestor, shall we remain here for a month, waiting for Ling to awaken?" Xianyu Tunhan remained silent, but did not deny it, suggesting that it was indeed the case. Ning Xianyu scratched her head. What shall we do next?" She rubbed her neck and quietly asked, "Ancestor, you ventured to the demon realm for the Blood Source Stone. But the Blood Source Stone is of no use to you at all?" Noting his displeasure, she surmised that the Blood Source Stone indeed held no value. Having expended such effort only to fail repeatedly, she imagined her own mood would not be much better. Xianyu Tunhan cast a cold glance her way. "What are you trying to imply?" He continued, "The Blood Source Stone belongs to the demon realm. The realm cannot be without it." Thus, it was clear that from the outset, he had no intention of monopolizing the Blood Source Stone. Ning Xianyu felt a surge of respect. She had not anticipated the Dark Overlord's far-reaching vision. Observing her admiration, Xianyu Tunhan shot her another glare. Ning Xianyu pressed on. "If the Blood Source Stone proves useless, what do you plan to do in the future? If the Blood Source Stone were ineffective, would the Dark Overlord be burdened with his inner demon for eternity? Would he take out his frustrations on her?" Xianyu Tunhan chuckled softly. "Are you eager for me to rid myself of this inner demon and ascend?" Ning Xianyu obediently nodded in affirmation. She deeply wished for the Dark Overlord to ascend soon. Once he departed, she would no longer have to worry for her life. However, Xianyu Tunhan stated, "If the Blood Source Stone is of no use, I shall naturally seek alternative methods. And in fact, I have already discovered a solution." Ning Xianyu inquired with curiosity, "What is this method?" Xianyu Tunhan gestured towards a large cauldron in the corner of the room, urging her to examine its exquisite craftsmanship and unique design, large enough to contain a person. He then explained, "Since you have consumed 9 branches of tan and have encountered the Blood Source Stone, I believe that if I boil you down into a soup and consume it, I shall surely eliminate the inner demon." As he spoke, he flicked his fingertip, sending a spark of flame that ignited the cauldron. Ning Xianyu, terrified, covered her face. "I'm not delicious. I'm not. Ancestor, I implore you, spare me. I truly am not appetizing. Moreover, this body belongs to you. For your own sake, please reconsider. Help! The Dark Overlord intends to eat me." She wailed, "I refuse." The system echoed her distress. "The Dark Overlord is going to eat someone. What do we do?" Their cacophony rivaled that of a dozen people, causing Xianyu Tunhan a headache. Yet, finding her fear amusing, He pondered whether he could refrain from devouring her. No, it is necessary. Xianyu Tunhan sealed her mouth with magic, yet her thoughts continued to chatter in her mind with the system. Finding the noise bothersome, he produced a flask of wine and commanded, "Drink." Ning Xianyu sobbed as she drank. "This must be the deathly wine. I never anticipated my life would end this way. System sister, you must protect my life." "Enough with that. The more you say, the unluckier it becomes." Having finished the wine, Ning Xianyu soon felt her vision blurring, as though the system had frozen, and then she fell into a profound silence. At last, tranquility reigned, much to Xianyu Tunhan's relief. He laid Ning Xianyu upon the bed, instructing her to rest comfortably. Calculating the time, he realized that in half a month, she would be able to make a wish. At that point, she could shed this corporeal form. Xianyu Tunhan sat on the bed, contemplating for a moment before observing his current hand. It felt soft, weak, and lacking in spiritual energy, the spiritual body insufficiently refined, rendering this vessel arduous to utilize, and even worse, it was a mixed spiritual root. Such a body, he wished to use as little as possible. However, this woman still held value and needed to remain by his side. He poured half of the frigid spring water into the cauldron and then disrobed, submerging himself within. The water was exceedingly cold upon entry. His body felt as though it had frozen. Even one as resilient as Xianyu Tunhan could not suppress a shiver. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast, seated in the cauldron, feeling the icy water gradually refine his form, and he endeavored to channel his spiritual energy, slowly expanding his spiritual veins. This woman's foundation was too poor, requiring extensive modifications. In a way, it was a boon for her, sparing him the need to constantly divert his attention to safeguard her life. Unaware of the unfolding events, Ning Xianyu, intoxicated, inadvertently tumbled from a bed. Xianyu Tunhan furrowed his brow, exerting a slight manipulation of spiritual energy to cover her with a blanket. Chapter 65. Advancing to Yuan Ning Xianyu slumbered for nearly half a month. Meanwhile, Xianyu Tunhan remained seated in the cauldron for the same duration. The frigid spring water, in conjunction with the local spiritual energy, effectively amplified the process. Were Ning Xianyu to awaken now, she would scarcely recognize that the figure seated within the cauldron was her own body. Her original form could only be described as soft and adorable, yet lacking in pure spiritual energy, rendering it less transparent. The women of Yuxianmin and Hua Yin Island exuded pure spiritual energy, radiating an enchanting aura from within. In contrast, the spiritual energy enveloping her body appeared murky, as the system aptly put it. It looks as though it has not been cleansed. However, should she open her eyes now, she would discover that her form had transformed into something crystalline and translucent, akin to the most pristine white jade, or as if sculpted from the purest waters of the highest snow-capped mountains. At a glance, it resembled a serene spring nestled within a summer valley, clean and transparent, refreshing to the soul. Furthermore, her features had become significantly more refined, her cheekbones smoother, her lips a vibrant cherry red, luscious and inviting. From her forehead down to her body, her complexion appeared seamless and luminous, devoid of any trace of time-s wear. Xianyu Tunhan opened his eyes once more, sensing the spiritual veins around him. Realizing that the spiritual veins had already been fully expanded, he understood that the time had finally come. Rising to his feet, he emerged from the cauldron, summoned his garments, and stepped out of the tent. He ascended to the mountaintop, seeking a secluded spot to begin channeling his spiritual energy. Soon, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled ominously. Ning Xianyu had just awakened, groggy as she sat up and surveyed her surroundings. This time, clarity was returning to her. She recalled the Dark Lord's intent to consume her and the wine he had offered, after which she had lost consciousness. "Tongzi, are you there?" she inquired. The system yawned in response. "Yes, what is it?" Upon hearing this voice, Ning Xianyu felt a wave of trepidation. "You wouldn't be drunk again, would you?" The last time she had ingested the Dark Lord's wine, the system had crashed. Could history be repeating itself? The system expressed its surprise. "I remember you drinking the Dark Lord's wine, and after that, everything went blank." "My heavens, what kind of magic does that wine possess?" setting aside the mysteries of the Dark Lord's wine for the moment. Ning Xianyu hastily asked, "Can you calibrate the system's time? How long have you been unconscious?" The system replied, "Let me check. Unfortunately, during our unconsciousness, all my functions were suspended, including the passage of time. Moreover, the time here differs from that outside, making calibration impossible. Unable to synchronize the disparate timelines of various worlds, she remained in a state of confusion." Ning Xianyu glanced around. "Where is the Dark Lord?" Supporting her head, she stood and approached the cauldron, peering inside to find a pool of murky black water, its filthiness quite alarming. "Is this the Dark Lord's bathwater?" She wondered. The system speculated, could it be a potion, perhaps prepared for your use? Alarmed, Ning Xianyu quickly retreated, contemplating the possibility. The Dark Lord might have ventured out to gather materials. What should she do? Run away quickly. Just as she was about to flee, a thunderous crack echoed from outside, as if a colossal bolt of lightning had struck nearby. Terrified, Ning Xianyu crouched down, covering her head and trembling. What is happening? Another clap of thunder sounded, shaking the ground beneath her. She remained crouched, listening to the relentless thunder, which seemed to continue for an eternity until the world finally fell silent. Throughout this ordeal, she often feared she might be struck down, but while the sounds were fearsome, they did not draw near to her. It seemed the lightning was targeting a specific location. After a moment of reflection, the system remarked, "Someone must be undergoing a breakthrough, likely transcending from Jindan to Yuaning." Ning Xianyu retorted, "Somevhat intredulosly. In such a desolate place, who would attempt a breakthrough here?" Suddenly recalling the male protagonist, she dashed out to open the nearby door. Inside, Ling lay on the bed, enveloped in a barrier, the internal spiritual energy circulating vigorously. His complexion had improved significantly, indicating he had survived, though he was not yet fully recovered. Curious, Ning Xianyu wondered, could it be that the Dark Lord had benevolently elevated her to Yuan-ing level? Could it be that I have become a master of Yuan-ing? She thought, hastening to see if the Dark Lord was indeed cultivating. What a truly magnanimous person he is. Upon exiting, she discovered their tent buried beneath a mountain of snow, encircled by towering snow walls. With their tent nestled in the center, the blizzard raged on, and she activated her spiritual energy to ascend into the air. Just as she emerged, she felt the rapid fluctuations of spiritual energy in the atmosphere. "I think someone has advanced again," she said, her senses heightened, detecting the transition from early Yuan-ing to mid-Yuan-ing. It seemed almost too rapid, a feat bordering on the miraculous. The system quipped, "You have dreamt of ascending from chi refining to the pinnacle of mastery. Is it truly so outrageous for someone to progress from Yuan-ing directly to mid-stage?" "You make a valid point," she conceded, acknowledging the inherent impossibilities of this extraordinary world. Now, she believed the Dark Lord to be the greatest anomaly, rendering the male protagonist feeble in comparison. The surrounding spiritual energy continued to surge violently, resembling a massive vortex that was siphoning the energy around it like a thief. Ning Xianyu felt even the Dark Lord's own spiritual power was being drawn away, prompting her to shield her own energy as she cautiously approached the source. As she drew closer, she beheld her own body standing amidst the vortex, the spiritual energy rushing in like a tidal wave. Her form swelled, threatening to burst apart from the overwhelming influx. Alarmed, Ning Xianyu dared not advance any further. After a while, the tumult of energy began to subside, and her body gradually returned to normal. However, the figure remained motionless, seemingly absorbed in some unknown task. The surroundings settled into tranquility, the snowstorm abating, leaving the world blanketed in white, as if the earlier thunder and chaos had never existed. Observing the Dark Lord's unyielding stillness, exuding an aura of danger, she hesitated to approach. Hugging her arms tightly, she cautiously retreated. However, as she stepped back, her foot crunched in the snow. The Dark Lord suddenly lifted his gaze, his hollow, dark eyes locking onto her. They appeared like an endless abyss, threatening to consume all light and beauty. Terrified, Ning Xianyu turned to flee, but the Dark Lord soared upwards, almost gliding towards her. He has risen from the dead, she thought in panic. Chapter 66, The World Within a Dream. At this moment, the Dark Lord's pitch-black gaze, resembling that of a specter, struck fear into her heart, reminiscent of a machine designed to exterminate mutants from a movie. Overcome with dread, she fled, but in her fright, she forgot to channel her spiritual energy. After just a few steps, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Struggling to flip over and escape, she found the Dark Lord hovering above her, akin to a ghost. Their eyes met, hers filled with trepidation and his devoid of emotion. Then, before Ning Xianyu could comprehend what was happening, he descended upon her, their faces nearly touching, the Dark Lord's lips pressed against hers. In the ensuing confusion of their bodies adjusting, she found herself perplexed, unsure of who was teasing whom. As they sank into the snow, the scene, initially intimate, became comical due to the incessant crunching of the snow. Ning Xianyu could not muster a laugh. She dared not move, for the Dark Lord was as cold as ice, and she felt herself growing numb. Their lips, in contact, were devoid of sensation, akin to licking a metal rod in winter, unpleasant and freezing. She had to channel her spiritual energy to envelop both of them for warmth. Yet, this very action prompted the Dark Lord to shift. He embraced her head, deepening their kiss and intensifying their connection, letting out a contented hum. What? Ning Xianyu's eyes widened in realization. He was awake and being mischievous. She tried to move, but her resistance was futile as he pressed his forehead against hers. This sensation is quite comfortable. The turmoil within his heart, caused by forcibly enhancing his cultivation, has subsided somewhat. Yet, this is far from sufficient. He yearns for more. Ning Xianyu feels as if she has been drawn into a peculiar realm, a place that is ethereal and elusive. She stretches out her hand, but perceives nothing. Glancing down, she sees that there is nothing beneath her feet either. It seems as though her body has vanished. She calls out, "Hey!" but no sound emerges. The silence here is absolute. Confused, Ning Xianyu meanders forward, the void before her gradually sharpening into clarity, while sounds begin to filter into her ears. Before her, a magnificent palace materializes, surrounded by flourishing flowers and lush green grass, bathed in sunlight and clouds. In the distance, the sea glistens like gold, with the sandy beach sparkling in the sunlight. Upon entering the palace, she finds a grand bed, accompanied by a small table laden with food and a pot of succulents. Nearby stand a row of large refrigerators, their transparent doors revealing an abundance of food. The atmosphere is refreshingly clean, reminiscent of an air-conditioned room set to a comfortable 25 degrees Celsius. Ning Xianyu crouches before the refrigerator, attempting to retrieve something to eat, but finds herself unable to grasp anything without a physical form. Feeling helpless, she longs to see the sea. In front of her, a tall, green, translucent tree stands, its beauty captivating. Resting upon its branches is a figure. Isn't that the great demon? Ning Xianyu approaches the tree and calls out, "Old Ancestor?" This time, her voice resonates clearly. Xianyuan Tunhan does not respond. After a moment's contemplation, she exerts a slight effort and ascends to the side of the great demon. Indeed, he possesses striking features. His eyebrows are sharp, his nose is well-defined, and his lips, though thin, exude a certain richness. His facial contours are exquisite, and his figure is impressive, adorned in a robe with a golden silk belt accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Ning Xianyu admires him briefly before inquiring, "Old Ancestor, what are you doing here? Where's this place?" At this, Xianyuan Tunhan opens his eyes and gives her a fleeting glance. "Be quiet." Indeed, he is the great demon, and his responses are either dismissive or curt. Ning Xianyu has grown accustomed to this, suppressing a chuckle, only to remember her lack of a physical form. "Old Ancestor, can you see me? Why can't I see myself?" Xianyuan Tunhan, with a hint of exasperation, opens his eyes once more. "If you cannot see, then so be it. What does it matter?" "What do you mean it doesn't matter?" Ning Xianyu feels that this is indeed significant. She does not wish to become a mere specter. Could it be that she has already perished? While lost in thought, she feels tears streaming down her cheeks and hastily wipes them away, suddenly realizing she has regained her corporeal form and can see once more. She lands on the ground and examines herself. Though still bewildered, Ning Xianyu, being carefree, quickly regains her spirits and decides to seize the opportunity to indulge in some food. Just as she prepares to do so, she trips over a stone. Looking down, she sees a red stone that seems oddly familiar. As she touches it, the stone morphs into the shape of a naked little boy, complete with a tiny appendage. What on earth is this? To her astonishment, the little stone boy opens its eyes, grins at her, then takes flight, circling her a few times before flying around a green tree and finding a branch to rest upon, falling asleep. Ning Xianyu feels as though she is in a dream. What kind of tree is this that so many find it comfortable to sleep upon? She calls out to the system, but receives no response. It seems this place could indeed be a dream, for everything here aligns perfectly with her ideal world. Only dreams can be this enchanting. Turning to survey her surroundings, she notices a snow wall beside her, while her own body lies beneath a weight. This time, her lips are not pressed together, yet she remains motionless. Indeed, she was dreaming. Old ancestor, I just dreamt of you. Xianyuan Tunhan gives her a bewildered look, rises, and flies out of the snow nest. What does this mean? The great demon is so peculiar, shrouded in mystery. Ning Xianyu cautiously enters the room, edging along the walls, contemplating whether she might inquire if he could refrain from consuming her. At that moment, the great demon turns and gazes at her with an inscrutable expression, making her feel as if she could disappear into a hole. It has been a month. His voice is cold and detached. Ning Xianyu is momentarily taken aback. Huh? What are you saying? After a brief daze, she calculates the time and, astonished, asks, I was unconscious for half a month? Just from drinking a little wine? I ended up out for half a month. Is this really wine? It's practically a potion of oblivion. The system also expresses shock. Xianyuan Tunhan is terrifying. The wine he gave you must have affected me as well, causing me to shut down for half a month. Heavens! What kind of person is this great demon to possess such power? The system ponders. Could it be that the great demon acted with intent? Xianyuan Tunhan expresses his disdain. Your alcohol tolerance is abysmal. A mere sip has left you unconscious for half a month. Ning Xianyu feels aggrieved, muttering under her breath. Clearly, it was you who made me drink. I didn't want to. What did you say? Just as she finishes her complaint, a slap lands on her head, startling her into silence. Thus, her life is spared. Ning Xianyu remains silent, her head bowed, lost in thought. Meanwhile, a glint of murderous intent flashes in Xianyuan Tunhan's eyes as he brushes his hand against his storage pouch. How is it that this woman has become so accustomed to my body, yet refuses to switch back? His words are laced with ridicule. This woman is utterly presumptuous, believing his identity and body are so easily utilized. Ning Xianyu shakes her head. No, it's just what? As Xianyuan Tunhan assumes, she is being greedy. Ning Xianyu suddenly lunges forward, wrapping her arms around his leg like an affectionate husky. Oh, system, you are so unprincipled. I would never commit such a heinous act. Just preserving my life is enough. The truth is, she indeed took over his body, causing him considerable trouble. Although she has no intention of remedying the situation, she does not wish to cause further harm. As a conscientious young individual, she may lack grand ambitions, but she still possesses a modicum of conscience and principles. Xianyuan Tunhan feels her embrace around his leg, her fluffy head pressing against his chest as she rubs against him incessantly. This woman has some semblance of conscience. He disdainfully wipes his hand on his clothing. Ning Xianyu is pushed away but stubbornly attempts to approach again, only to be restrained by his spiritual power, rendering her immobile. Old ancestor, I beg you. Tears well in her eyes, making her appear exceedingly pitiful. Xianyuan Tunhan, feeling a headache coming on, concedes for the sake of your loyalty. I shall spare you, temporarily. This woman is a fool. He has just refined her body into an exceptional celestial root, defying the heavens to elevate her cultivation to its current level. To kill her now would be a waste. Ning Xianyu is overjoyed. You truly won't kill me? Xianyuan Tunhan glares at her. What? Do you expect me to kill you? No, no, no. To Ning Xianyu, this is tantamount to a guarantee. In her heart, she makes a wish to the system. System, I have made my decision. I wish to make a wish. The system immediately adopts a solemn demeanor. Host, please state your wish. Ning Xianyu ponders carefully, determined to articulate her desire precisely to avoid being led astray by the system. I, the host, Wish for Xianxia, Tunhan, and I to return to our respective places, healthy and well. The system inquires with utmost seriousness. Host and Xianxia, Tunhan, returning to their respective places, healthy and well, please confirm your wish. Contemplated her wish to transform the great demon into a cat, deciding to postpone it for another occasion, affirming her desire. She mused that turning him into a nine-tailed fox could also be entertaining. The system responded, "This system acknowledges the new wish and is committed to fulfilling it. Please await 10 hours. Your desire shall be realized after this duration." With a pleasant chime, her wish was deemed complete. Xianxia, Tunhan, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Though he pondered the discrepancy between the system's 10-hour time frame and the woman's assertion of 5 shurchen, indicating that in her realm, 1 shurchen equated to 2 hours. This woman and the peculiar system emanated from an unusual place. After her wish was granted, Ning Xianyu decided to take a nap, believing that upon awakening, her wish would have materialized. Strangely, Xianxia, Tunhan also chose to rest, reclining on the bed and closing his eyes. He appeared fatigued, his brow furrowed in thought. Ning Xianyu, however, found herself unable to sleep after a considerable time. After some contemplation, she began to examine her own body. Having abstained from use for a month, she feared she might be unaccustomed to it. During this examination, she suddenly realized that her physique had transformed into an exceptional Tianling Jin, with significantly widened spiritual meridians, marking her as a prodigy in cultivation. She had been so preoccupied that she had overlooked this revelation. Confirming her observations, she excitedly roused Xianxia, Tunhan, exclaiming, "Old ancestor, why has my constitution changed? Is this truly my body?" Xianxia, Tunhan, lazily glanced at her, replying, "What do you think?" Once assured that this was indeed her body, she eagerly inquired, "How did you assist me in altering my constitution?" Xianxia, Tunhan impatiently replied, "Extreme cold spring water." The system interjected, "I recall now. Extreme cold spring water can refine one's constitution, transforming inferior spiritual roots into exceptional Tianling general. However, the refining process is excruciating, akin to being sliced open repeatedly, with bones and flesh reconfigured over and over." She recalled the vile water, contemplating that contaminated liquid must have been the impurities extracted from your body. Such thorough refinement must have taken a significant amount of time. Ning Xianyu was rendered speechless. So, the great demon had spent the last half-month refining her body, enduring torment while she slept. His efforts to purify her body and elevate her cultivation level indicated he would not easily dispose of her. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of effort. But what could his motives possibly be? In Chapter 68, No Profit, No Early Rise, Ning Xianyu began to visualize the suffering Xianxia, Tunhan must have endured during the refining process, while the system continued its incessant chatter. To forcibly elevate one's cultivation to such heights is an act against the heavens. The great demon is risking his life to enhance your realm. Could it be that he harbors genuine affection for you? No, he must find your low cultivation bothersome, hence his actions. Ning Xianyu, somewhat dazed, pondered, "If he knows the method, why not awaken me and allow me to refine myself? Why resort to intoxicating me and undertaking this laborious task?" The agony of the process made her certain she would never assist another in such a manner. The system scoffed, "If tasked with it, would you actually do it?" After reflecting on the torturous refining process, she declared, "I would rather perish." Xianxia, Tunhan, shot her another look, sternly reminding her, "Remember, this body is the result of my painstaking efforts to refine it. Do not die, do not trouble me, and follow me without attempting to flee." His fierce demeanor only instilled greater fear in Ning Xianyu. The great demon, who sought no benefit without effort, was hardly a benevolent figure. His assistance in refining her cultivation surely concealed ulterior motives. Yet, what could he possibly gain from her? Ning Xianyu found herself perplexed, yet could only obediently acquiesce. The system, in a fit of anger, reassured her, "Do not fear. You shall be free of him after next month's wish." However, Ning Xianyu mused, "There are indeed advantages to this arrangement. Consider it. The great demon is the most powerful being in this world. Aside from his poor temperament and harsh words, there are many benefits to being by his side. Despite Xian Yuan Tunhan's peculiar temperament and frequent threats to kill her, he had never truly harmed her, aside from occasionally tossing her aside. Moreover, accompanying him ensured that acquiring food and resources was remarkably effortless. He commanded respect, and everything was readily available. It was indeed favorable to lean against a formidable tree for shade. I have resolved to cling to the great demon's leg until I become invincible myself. The system groaned. Host, you have changed. You were once filled with ambition. Leave me be. I never intended to come here. You are the one who brought me here. I have yet to settle accounts with you. Ning Xianyu's original aim had merely been to live a leisurely life. Suddenly, she inquired, if I wish for you to have a body next time, can that wish be fulfilled? If the system possessed a corporeal form, she could seize it and deliver a sound thrashing whenever she felt displeased. After all, she was now Yuanian cultivator. How formidable! The system hastily responded, you must not make that wish. If you do, I can no longer accompany you daily as a mere ornament. What would happen when you make a wish? That indeed poses a problem. Ning Xianyu suddenly realized, you only forbade me from making a wish. You did not say it couldn't be fulfilled. Thus, I could genuinely wish for you to have a body? I never claimed that. Such a scenario has never occurred. You could potentially trigger a collapse of the main system and waste a wish. I advise against it. Yet, Ning Xianyu was a giant in thought, but a dwarf in action, perpetually engaged in whimsical pondering. After considerable deliberation, she decided to add this wish to her list, determined to test it one day. Despite the system's persistent counsel, she remained deaf to its warnings, lying down to sleep. She was carefree and, upon deciding to sleep, did so soundly and sweetly. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Tunhan did not slumber for long. After a while, he arose, sitting beside her and counting the time. The 5 shurchin passed swiftly. He merely concentrated on his breathing for a moment, and the time had elapsed. Abruptly, he opened his eyes and beheld Ning Xianyu's soul manifesting above his body. She remained in slumber, her soul audibly snoring. Xian Yuan Tunhan touched his long-neglected body, channeling spiritual energy to sense it, confirming it was indeed his own. The presence of some murky energy, a result of her indiscriminate eating, was inconsequential. It could be easily cleansed. As he scanned the soul, he observed a wasteland, with remnants of unextinguished traces awaiting revival. He grasped Ning Xianyu's wrist for testing, exhaling deeply, now filled with indignation. The effects of the 9 branches of Tan were now intertwined with her soul, merging into her body. Although he had consumed the 9 branches of Tan, it was this woman who reaped the enduring benefits. Did she possess the favor of fate? He scrutinized her further, but discerned nothing beyond her snoring. Noting her continued slumber amid such significant occurrences, he felt a surge of annoyance. Her so-called system was now silent. Lacking any sound, Xian Yuan Tunhan stood and exited. He practiced outside for a while, familiarizing himself with his body, and expelled the turbid energy within, feeling considerably improved. His body, now elongated and agile, facilitated movement and the execution of techniques. Indeed, nothing felt more comfortable than his own body. This troublesome woman, at that moment, he suddenly sensed an unusual shift in his body, as if something were amiss. Then, with a sharp crack, he felt himself diminish significantly in stature. Raising his hand to inspect, he was instantly infuriated. Ning Xianyu, you shall pay for this. Prior to this moment, Ning Xianyu had already awakened. Groggily, she rose, rubbing her face with her hand, only to discover her cheeks were soft and tender, and upon glancing at her hands, she noticed they had shrunk. The great demon was absent from the room, and she had no idea where he had wandered off to. Sighing, she mused that he must have gone out to acclimate to his new form, and she felt compelled to venture outside to investigate. She had whimsically wished for the great demon to transform into a cat or perhaps a 9-tailed fox, and she chuckled, pondering whether he would realize she was the one responsible for such a transformation if she wished for it again. Emerging from the tent, she struggled to climb over the wall of snow, channeling her spiritual energy to shield her body, feeling quite pleased with her Yuan-ing stage physique. After searching the snowy expanse for quite some time without locating the great demon, she continued her search only to trip over something. Crouching down to inspect, she discovered a small black cat with slanted eyes. Its jet-black fur and fierce demeanor suggested it was not to be trifled with. Its diminutive size evoked an unexpected sense of endearment. "Oh, little creature, what are you doing here? In this frigid weather, a black cat surviving on a snow-capped mountain?" As soon as she finished her thought, the little cat let out a loud yowl and swiped at her. Ning Xianyu, biddies. Chapter 69. The great demon hungers for flesh. Ning Xianyu. Perish. As the small black cat lunged, Ning Xianyu heard the great demon's voice echoing explosively in her mind. Wait, what? She did not evade the attack and was struck squarely by the cat's claws. Pain flared on her cheek, drawing blood. Covering her face, she felt quite wronged. You are the ancestor? How did you turn into a cat? What is happening? The black cat mewed incessantly. Yet the voice resonating in Ning Xianyu's mind was unmistakably that of Xianyuan Tunhan. Ning Xianyu, you possess an audacity beyond measure. I shall ensure your demise. Forgetting all about the significance of the 9 branches of Tan and the connection to the blood source stone, he was determined to kill this woman to vent his fury. Xianyuan Tunhan summoned his spiritual energy, flinging Ning Xianyu away. Ning Xianyu was adept at preserving her life, quickly wrapping herself in spiritual energy as she rolled several times in the snow before coming to a halt. Ancestor, please do not be angry. I truly have no understanding of the current situation. Even if you granted me 100 lives, I would not dare to harm you. While she had indeed considered such an idea, she had never acted upon it. Heavens, is it a crime to merely think? Xianyuan Tunhan, however, was aware of her thoughts, convinced she had meddled with fate. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed, and a pair of black-booted feet appeared before her. Following the outline upwards, she saw the calves, thighs, waist, chest, and finally the face. Standing before her was none other than the great demon himself, clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns. He possessed a well-defined physique and a handsome yet aloof visage. Xianyuan Tunhan regarded her with curiosity, glancing at himself before inquiring, "What did you call me?" Ning Xianyu hesitantly replied, "I called you ancestor." Xianyuan Tunhan retorted coldly, "Do not presume I am unaware of what you privately call me. I shall not hold this against you for now. But how do you account for this transformation? How do I account for it?" Ning Xianyu knelt in the snow, shrinking back into the snowdrift. "I have no idea." She harbored a bold conjecture. Perhaps the great demon's transformation was linked to her thoughts, yet she dared not confirm it. Cautiously, she glanced at the pristine snow, contemplating softly, transform. The moment she uttered those words, a crack resounded, and the great demon truly morphed into a small black cat. Glaring at her, "Ning Xianyu, you truly..." The little black cat growled and pounced toward her. Ning Xianyu hastily shouted, "Transform!" Covering her head, she inadvertently forgot to cover her mouth, leading to an unexpected kiss. Their lips met, and this time it was unmistakably intimate. Ning Xianyu realized she had been taken advantage of. His breath was warm, devoid of the usual coldness he exuded. He remained motionless for a moment too long, and she felt as if she might be suffocated beneath him. Just as she was about to shift, his strong hands firmly grasped her head, deepening the kiss. Xianyuan Tunhan perceived keeping this woman around as a grave error. Initially, he had believed her presence might help purify his inner demons, but now she had become a catalyst for them. Each additional moment spent in her company felt as if it were incinerating his spiritual core. As he captured her eloquent and cunning lips, he sensed a cooling sensation in his mind. The subtle, minty fragrance wafted from their joined lips, entering his consciousness and extinguishing the raging inferno within. Yet, it still felt insufficient. Visions of the moment spent refining her body surged forth in his mind. Her now pure and transparent form was the result of his enduring torment over the past fortnight, and he couldn't help but yearn for more. Ning Xianyu realized something was amiss when she found herself tightly ensnared in the great demon's embrace, unable to move. Previously, when he had held and kissed her, it had felt innocent, akin to the simple pleasure of licking an ice pop. This time, however, it was different. Her lips throbbed with pain, and her body ached beneath his weight. His grip felt as though he might crush her entirely. Was the great demon truly infuriated enough to devour her? Desperate, she pushed and struck with all her might, seeking to extricate herself from this terrifying predicament. She had yet to establish her harem. She did not wish to be consumed. Just then, a thunderous explosion resonated from the direction of the tent. Boom! The great demon finally rose, raising his gaze toward the source of the sound. Ning Xianyu quickly covered her mouth and scrambled away from him. She no longer wished to cling to his coattails. She needed to strengthen herself and strive to become the strongest in the realm. Xianyuan Tunhan glanced back at her, extending his hand to seize her, lifting her effortlessly. Ning Xianyu struggled to flee, but he warned her menacingly, "If you dare to run again, I shall turn you into a trinket." Ning Xianyu burst into tears. "But you intend to eat me. You promised not to kill me. What nonsense is this?" Xianyuan Tunhan retorted angrily. "Do you believe I am so indiscriminate in my hunger?" Ning Xianyu released her grip, gesturing dramatically, causing her clothing to fall away, revealing expanse of skin marked with vivid bruises left by the great demon. Xianyuan Tunhan's mind ignited with realization. He had indeed caused those marks. Seeing her tear-streaked face, reminiscent of a mortal woman wronged, he understood her grievance. Unconsciously, he released her, turning away to avoid looking at her. "Do you truly think I am so shameless?" Ning Xianyu remained silent, stifling a sob. He felt an inexplicable irritation and retorted, "Your body still possesses the effects of the 9 branches of Tan. I can only draw from it to purge my inner demons. It is not a matter of desire." One absurd notion. Ning Xianyu remained unconvinced, asserting, "But you just seemed intent on devouring me." She did not believe the great demon would indiscriminately seek to take advantage of her. Rather, she was convinced he intended to consume her. After all, the great demon had gone millennia without a woman, suggesting he was as unyielding as stone, incapable of treating women poorly. Yet, as a great demon, it was entirely plausible that he would resort to consuming flesh to eliminate his inner demons. If Xianyuan Tunhan were privy to her thoughts, he would undoubtedly be astonished by her reasoning. Chapter 70. Ascension equates to death unable to elucidate. Xianyuan Tunhan was not one to possess the patience for explanations. His face remaining stern as he inquired, "Why do you claim I wish to consume you? It was you who said it. A fortnight ago, you declared you would boil me for supper." Ning Xianyu asserted emphatically, and indeed, those words had escaped his lips. Xianyuan Tunhan recalled his earlier statement with a hint of exasperation. "That was merely a scare tactic. If I truly intended to devour you, why would I endure a fortnight of suffering to enhance your cultivation?" Ning Xianyu pondered for a moment. Perhaps that would make you tastier? She realized suddenly that this notion might indeed hold merit. The great demon refined her into a supreme, celestial root, enhancing her cultivation, and then consumed her, transforming her from inferior material into superior fare. Xianyuan Tunhan suddenly inquired, "How old are you this year?" 17. Ning Xianyu blurted out, quickly covering her mouth. "No, I forgot." Her current body was undoubtedly not 17, yet she had lost track of how old she truly was. Xianyuan Tunhan immediately displayed an expression of understanding. At merely 17, she was but a child. No wonder her mind was somewhat unhinged. In the realm of cultivation, 17 is akin to an infant in a mortal world. He refrained from further explanation, gesturing to summon his storage bag and retrieving another golden ring, which he promptly placed on Ning Xianyu. This ring was identical to the one he had previously adorned her with, still resting upon his wrist. Channeling his spiritual energy, he turned and departed. Ning Xianyu, puzzled by his intentions, found herself unable to control her feet, instinctively following him. Xianyuan Tunhan remarked, "This is the yin-yang ring. Your ring will automatically follow mine." "Oh," Ning Xianyu thought, "isn't this merely an automatic leash?" She attempted to remove the ring, but to no avail. Xianyuan Tunhan, walking ahead, mockingly stated, "There's no need to try. Only I can remove this ring. Even if you were to sever your hand, the ring would still remain by your side." Ning Xianyu was infuriated, feeling like a domesticated animal being led around. The great demon is no benevolent figure. Terrified, Ning Xianyu covered her head. "No, I dare not." He was a man-eating demon. How could she dare defy him? Reflecting on the earlier moment when the demon intended to consume her, she wondered why she hadn't considered turning him into a cat. She felt compelled to consult the system about her ability to transform the demon at will. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Tunhan contemplated whether this woman could indeed wish to eliminate the demonic creatures from the demon realm and if such a wish could be granted. However, that would have to wait for another month. Unaware of being the subject of his thoughts, Ning Xianyu had followed him to the edge of the tent, witnessing it being violently torn apart. As she pondered the fate of the male protagonist, she saw a sphere of spiritual energy hovering above the tent, within which a man lay. That must be the male lead. Xianyuan Tanhan surveyed the area, realizing it had been shattered by intense spiritual energy. What method had the so-called male protagonist employed? Just as he mused, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, akin to Ning Xianyu's advancement, forming a massive vortex around Ling, drawing in all surrounding energy. Xianyuan Tanhan felt the energy within him being pulled as well and quickly steadied his mind to stabilize his spiritual power. Turning, he noticed signs of energy emanating from Ning Xianyu, prompting him to rush over and pull her back, retreating swiftly. At last, he managed to distance them from Ling and set up a protective formation around them. Ning Xianyu was terrified. It felt as if every ounce of her strength was being siphoned away, even her very soul threatened to be extracted. Was Ling advancing? Why was it so terrifying? This kind of cultivation felt like robbing from the heavens, utterly daunting. Xianyuan Tanhan remained focused on Ling, stating, because cultivation inherently involves seizing energy from the heavens, it is an act of defiance against nature, which is why it is so arduous. Typically, cultivation progresses gradually and does not manifest so violently, but forcibly breaking through levels can lead to such phenomena. Ning Xianyu recalled how the great demon had elevated her cultivation and couldn't help but feel like a thief herself. Yet, wasn't the energy between heaven and earth finite? If everyone absorbed it, what would happen when it ran out over time? She contemplated the legends of immortals that once existed in her world, only to have vanished. It was said to be an age of decline, where the divine had faded. Could it be that the immortals of yore had drained the spiritual energy, leading to a world barren of power, thus preventing anyone from attaining immortality? Noticing her line of thought, Xianyuan Tanhan found her not particularly foolish. The laws of nature emphasize a cycle. While living, one extracts energy from the heavens, and upon death, returns to nourish the earth, thus completing the cycle. When a practitioner reaches the pinnacle, they disperse their spiritual energy, which then returns to the heavens for others to absorb, perpetuating this cycle. Ning Xianyu looked on in astonishment. So does ascending mean dying? Why then pursue ascension? Xianyuan Tanhan shook his head. I cannot ascertain whether it is death. Perhaps it is merely the next cycle. Ning Xianyu remained perplexed. Elder, do others know of this? If everyone is aware, why continue to strive for cultivation? Xianyuan Tanhan replied, they only focus on the lofty heights of cultivation and pay no heed to such matters. Yet, if you understand, why pursue ascension? Ning Xianyu could not comprehend him. Did he not find it preferable to remain a lofty elder rather than seek an uncertain outcome? Her innocent smile, her earnest contemplation, exuded a naivety that was at times cruel. The ignorance of a child stirred envy. Ah, but are you not the same? Observing her demeanor, it was evident she must have lived in a simple world, yet she failed to cherish it, venturing into this hellish realm. Was that not courting death? The two exchanged bewildered glances as dark clouds began to gather above, thunder rumbling ominously. Ling was advancing. Chapter 71. The male protagonist with dual spirit veins, Ling's advancement was earth-shattering, with thunder crashing down in waves. Ning Xianyu mused that if she stood beneath that thunder, she would likely be obliterated. Yet, Ling stood firm, wielding a sword to confront the lightning. Ning Xianyu exclaimed, wielding a sword against thunder? Wouldn't that make it worse? Metal conducts electricity. Dear, what does he think he is doing? Xianyuan Tanhan shot her a glance, silencing her with his gaze. Perhaps he possessed a unique method. He appeared quite vigorous. She counted. When the great demon helped her advance, 36 bolts of thunder had struck, so logically, Ling should experience the same. However, each time 9 bolts struck, an additional black bolt followed. Ning Xianyu had never imagined that lightning could be black. Elder, what is this? Why is it different from my experience? Xianyuan Tanhan frowned, because he possesses dual spirit veins. Ning Xianyu was bewildered by this revelation. Xianyuan Tanhan kindly explained that while most individuals possess a single set of spirit veins, he has 2. Thus, his advancement would involve two. Ning Xianyu reflected, enviously stating, so he has one more golden core and one more primordial infant than others? How remarkable! It's like a car with two engines instead of one. Indeed, the great demon, with only a single set of spirit veins and one primordial infant, paled in comparison to Tianling. Truly, he was the male protagonist. Yet, Xianyuan Tunhan cautioned, while that may be the case, his journey will be slower, more arduous, and he will be more susceptible to inner demons, potentially leading to a fall from grace. Cultivating even one set of spirit veins is already a formidable challenge. Those who achieve success are exceedingly rare, let alone with two. Ning Xianyu mused that he was the male protagonist, equipped with a cheat. So what was there to fear? Xianyuan Tunhan's expression darkened. He bore no envy towards Tianling's talent. Throughout his long journey of 100,000 years, he had witnessed numerous gifted cultivators, all of whom had perished. History favors those who endure to the end. Should Tianling truly be the so-called protagonist, Xianyuan Tunhan would not mind his eccentricities. Perhaps the variables lie within him. After the divine thunder subsided, Tianling remained stationary for an extended period, surrounded by tumultuous fluctuations of spiritual energy. He stood there for a whole day, enough for Ning Xianyu to feel bored and drowsy, only to be roused by the Dark Lord. No sleeping, observe closely. Scrutinize how he cultivates. It will benefit you, he insisted. Ning Xianyu felt utterly frustrated, exclaiming, but I don't understand. Her cultivation journey had been a series of serendipitous encounters, entirely reliant on the Dark Lord's guidance. Suddenly being thrust into such profound teachings, how could she possibly grasp them? Xianyuan Tunhan compelled her to learn, placing his hand atop her head, directing her gaze through his own vision. What Ning Xianyu beheld was what he perceived. The previously colorless air transformed into a golden hue, with a multitude of luminous points converging towards Tianling, flowing into his dantian, and subsequently nourishing his limbs and organs. It appeared as though two golden figures were manifesting within Tianling's abdomen, slowly solidifying from their initial ethereal state into clearer forms. Oh, one boy and one girl, she exclaimed in awe. Tianling was impressive indeed, not only conceiving but birthing a pair. Surprised by her focus, Xianyuan Tunhan inquired, how did you deduce one is a boy and the other a girl? Ning Xianyu pointed, stating, look, one has a little ding-ding, and the other has breasts. However, he quickly realized that as a venerable ancestor, it was beneath him to engage in such trivial discussions regarding the gender of others' offspring. To cultivators, the distinction between male and female held little significance. After a while, she observed the two figures within Tianling morphing into lively children, frolicking about. Gradually, the surrounding spiritual energy calmed, the air no longer shimmering with golden light, though occasional glimmers still appeared. Xianyuan Tunhan released his hand, asking, have you understood? Huh? What do you mean by understood? Are you inspecting my homework? Ning Xianyu cautiously regarded him, akin to a student before a stern principal. I saw it, but I didn't comprehend it, she admitted, utterly clueless about what to focus on. Just as Xianyuan Tunhan was about to reprimand her for her lack of understanding, Tianling approached, effectively rescuing her. Esteemed seniors, are you still here? He asked, now markedly different from over half a month ago. He had progressed from a Jinan cultivator to a Yuanian cultivator, his power significantly enhanced. Ning Xianyu congratulated him, observing that he seemed more composed than before. Tianling clasped his hands in gratitude. It was you two seniors who saved me. Thank you. Xianyuan Tunhan remained silent, leaving Ning Xianyu to respond. No need for thanks. Yet Tianling pivoted, expressing his ire. Senior Xianyuan, you required 9 branches of Tanhua to detoxify, and I felt compelled to provide them. I believed you to be a person of loyalty and righteous heart. Xianyuan Tunhan showed no reaction, seemingly indifferent. In a fit of rage, Tianling waved his hand, creating a deep pit in the distant mountain. Ning Xianyu gazed at the pit, lamenting the plight of the snow in this area, which had suffered greatly from their antics over the past half-month. Tianling, too, was bold, daring to confront the Dark Lord head-on. How impressive, how courageous. Ning Xianyu tactically withdrew, allowing the two to confront each other. Xianyuan Tunhan, however, cast a cold glance at Tianling, disdainfully stating, "Do you believe the safety of the entire continent pales in comparison to a single woman? Or do you think your feelings can resolve the demon's centuries-old dilemma? In the face of the continent's well-being, what does a woman's freedom amount to? Having accepted the offerings from the denizens of the demon realm, one must fulfill their duties, and nothing more." His words were succinct and harsh, yet Tianling could not accept them. Accepting offerings was not a choice she made. She deserved the freedom to choose. Were you not also driven by selfish desires to seize her? If you truly cared for the continent's safety and the well-being of the demon realm citizens, with your immense power, why not confront that demon? Merely chastising others amounts to nothing substantial. However, before he could finish, Xinyuan Tunhan suddenly pointed to the side, reducing a distant snow-capped peak to mere rubble, revealing the stones beneath. Coldly, he remarked, "How do you know I have not tried?" His hand trembled slightly, exposing the black markings on his arm. Chapter 72. Shifeng Mountain black markings appeared on Xinyuan Tunhan's arm, seemingly alive, writhing and coiling along his skin. Ning Xianyu was alarmed, yet intrigued. Were these marks left by that external demon? She surmised that perhaps only that creature could leave such an indelible mark. Xinyuan Tunhan merely adjusted his sleeve, offering no explanation, and coldly addressed Tianling. "You have established a 10-year pact with the Demon Lord. If you wish to survive, contemplate your course of action carefully." Tianling replied resolutely, "I will strive to honor my word and will not abandon Akali in her time of need." This still implied a rebuke of Xinyuan Tunhan for his perceived negligence. The Dark Lord chuckled coldly, suddenly unleashing a surge of power that lifted Tianling off the ground. Tianling felt the energy constricting around his neck, struggling to break free, but to no avail, his face turning crimson. Ning Xianyu thought to herself, "The protagonist is courting death. You cannot even defeat him, yet you act so defiantly." Xinyuan Tunhan spared no mercy, casting Tianling aside, then mockingly advised, "Before you possess strength, do not provoke those beyond your reach, nor feign righteousness while pointing fingers at others." He instructed Ning Xianyu to gather her belongings. Promptly obeying, she descended to collect what they could use. After a while, Tianling also arrived, surveying the tent he had inadvertently damaged, apologizing, "I will compensate for this, I promise." Xinyuan Tunhan remained silent, while Tianling assisted in searching for their belongings. At that moment, Ning Xianyu inquired, "You wagered with the demon Lord Zhutian that you would resolve the issues of the demon realm within 10 years. Have you devised a reliable strategy?" Her curiosity piqued. She wished to know the protagonist's next steps. That colossal demon realm had lingered in the heavens for countless years. If he could resolve it, the entire demon realm would likely bow before him, calling him father or even grandfather. Tianling turned to her and shook his head. "I have yet to formulate a plan." "What?" Ning Xianyu exclaimed, incredulous. "You have no ideas whatsoever? You directly entered into a contract without a plan? Have you lost your mind? Was this the confidence of the protagonist?" Tianling stared at her, puzzled. "Why are you so agitated, senior? You seem somewhat different." Ning Xianyu proudly declared, "Of course, I am now a Yuanian cultivator." Tianling discerned her newfound status, but found it inconsequential. To him, she was unfathomable, and her apparent cultivation level mattered not. "What I meant was, you appear much more cheerful." Ning Xianyu instantly realized she had slipped, recalling her previous demeanor when Xinyuan Tunhan inhabited her body, cold and uncommunicative, quick to anger. Yet, she was no public figure. Her reputation mattered little. She waved her hand dismissively. "That is not the point. The crucial issue is you. If after 10 years, you have not found a solution, you will vanish into nothingness." She was eager to witness how the protagonist would ascend, indifferent to his potential demise. Tianling, touched, remarked, "Senior, you truly care for me." How kind of her to be concerned about whether he could find a solution. Ning Xianyu thought he must have been struck silly by the divine thunder during his advancement. Otherwise, how could he be so dim-witted? Seeing that he remained silent, Ning Xianyu chose not to inquire further, suspecting that he was deliberately withholding information. The male protagonist, with his cunning nature, was surely feigning simplicity to achieve a remarkable revelation. Hence his reticence. If he chose silence, so be it. She was indifferent. After a prolonged pause, the system finally yawned and remarked, "Fulfillment of your wishes has truly exhausted me. Can't you remain quiet for a moment?" The mention of wishes ignited Ning Xianyu's ire. "Do not even bring up my wishes. It seems you relish in my misfortune. You must be the trap system, for your previous host must have fallen victim to your schemes." The system, feeling wronged, protested. "Is it possible that your wishes remain unfulfilled? If that were the case, why was she upset? The Dark Lord is furious. I can sense he is contemplating how to eliminate me." The system confirmed her words twice before grasping their meaning, envisioning the scene and laughing heartily. "Did you truly transform the Dark Lord into a cat? Ha ha! You've cracked me up. Your talent is unmatched." Ning Xianyu, infuriated, retorted, "Is this a time for laughter? You have made a grave error. Are you aware? It was absurd that such a significant blunder could elicit laughter. Such a lack of professionalism was no surprise, given that it was merely an internship system. The system suddenly recognized this flaw and quickly inquired, "Are you certain this ability manifested only after your wish was granted?" Ning Xianyu, exasperated, replied, "Do you think I could possibly develop such a skill on my own? I knew you were unreliable." With a sense of resignation, Ning Xianyu continued to pack her belongings, and after ensuring everything usable was ready, she inquired if Xianyuan Tunhan had forgotten anything. The Dark Lord replied in the negative and turned to leave. Tianling hurriedly pursued, asking, "Where are you two headed?" Xianyuan Tunhan shot him a glance. "What business is it of yours?" His attitude was notably worse than before. Tianling assumed he was upset about his earlier offense and did not take it to heart, instead making a sincere request. He had heard that the Yu Xianmen's library collected tomes from across the realm, including those chronicling the continent's history. Might he borrow a few volumes to investigate the origins of the demon realm? However, Xianyuan Tunhan responded, "If you seek knowledge, you should visit Shifeng Mountain, where a monument records the origins of all things on the continent." Tianling, elated, asked, "Is that true?" "Very well. I shall go to Shifeng Mountain. Thank you for the guidance, esteemed senior. I take my leave." With that, he bowed respectfully, summoned his flying sword, and soared into the distance. Once he departed, Ning Xianyu inquired, "Where shall we go next?" Was she now bound to the male protagonist? Chapter 73. The brilliance of senior sister Ning Xianyu accompanied Xianyuan Tunhan to Yu Xianmen, a journey that took them over 10 days to complete. Now a cultivator of the Yuan Ying stage, she was a figure of admiration, and her actions needed to reflect her formidable presence. Xianyuan Tunhan scoffed, "When have you ever seen me gift anything to the weak?" This statement seemed quite reasonable. "You are indeed correct, esteemed ancestor." Originally thrifty, she decided against bestowing gifts after the Dark Lord's admonition. He was right. She now occupied a position of power, and it was others who should be presenting her with offerings. Consequently, when she returned to the dining hall, she could indulge freely without fear of reprimand. Undoubtedly, many handsome male disciples would seek her favor, hoping for her guidance. The thought of such delightful days filled her with joy. Just as she was lost in these pleasant thoughts, Xianyuan Tunhan abruptly roused her from a reverie. "What dreams are you indulging in? We have arrived." This man, with that grotesque smile, was surely scheming something. Covering her head, Ning Xianyu shot him a furtive glare before cautiously peering below. There lay Yu Xianmen, the largest cultivation sect across the 6 realms of Yunhuang, sprawling with majestic mountains and abundant spiritual energy, home to countless disciples. In such a splendid place, she could walk freely, and the thought brought her immense joy. As their flying artifact descended, Ning Xianyu began to ponder. However, times had changed. She was now a mid-level Yuan Ying cultivator. Shouldn't she expect a more fitting abode? Even if not a mountain summit, at the very least, she deserved a spacious courtyard with a few cooks. "I shall return tomorrow to seek my rightful place." With that, she hastily departed. Yet after a few steps, her spirits lifted again. As a Yuan Ying cultivator, her seniors should now be vying for her favor. Ning Xianyu landed gracefully before her residence and surveyed the surroundings. This dwelling was far too ordinary for her prestigious status as a Yuan Ying cultivator. "Ning Xianyu." Just as she was contemplating, a familiar voice called from behind. Turning, she found it was senior brother Chanchi. He began to speak, but faltered, realizing he could not discern Ning Xianyu's cultivation level. At that moment, Senior brother Ding Hong also arrived. As he approached, he too sensed something amiss. Sister Xianyu, why can't we perceive your cultivation level? Ning Xianyu, beaming with pride, declared, Oh, Changzi, how dare you still call out to me? I am now a Yuaning cultivator. Ha! Do you still expect me to sweep the courtyard with you? Changqi murmured. A Yuaning cultivator? How is that possible? How could she have progressed from qi refinement to Yuaning in such a brief time? Ding Hong was equally astonished. This is too rapid. Sister Xianyu, how did you achieve this? Regarding this matter, Ning Xianyu felt at a loss for words, only vaguely stating, the ancestor helped me. I cannot explain the specifics. She genuinely did not understand why the Dark Lord's cultivation progressed so swiftly and feared being questioned further, so she spoke ambiguously. However, the expressions of Changqi and Ding Hong shifted. One was filled with anger, while the other wore a sorrowful countenance. Changqi exclaimed in fury, I initially thought you were merely cunning and lazy. I did not expect you to be so vain, trading your body for cultivation. I misjudged you. With that, he stormed away in a fit of rage. Ning Xianyu, bewildered by the accusation, thought, Senior brother Changqi must be envious of my success. Ding Sigid Sadli. I knew this would be the outcome when Sister Xianyu left. Well, as long as you are happy. He wished to pat Ning Xianyu's shoulder, but refrained, considering her current level of cultivation. Sister Xianyu, remember, even if you gain benefits, you must diligently cultivate. For what you earn through effort is truly yours and cannot be taken away. With that, he too departed, filled with sorrow. Ning Xianyu found their remarks perplexing, thinking they might have lost their wits. She had intended to offer them the spiritual fruit she had gathered along the way as a token of gratitude for their past kindness, but now she saw no need. How bewildering! Ning Xianyu pushed open the door and stepped inside, locating her bed and promptly collapsing onto it. It was hard, yet it was her bed, and thus she found comfort in it. She fell asleep, planning to awaken and visit the dining hall to showcase her newfound status. As everyone speculated about the rapidity of her cultivation progress, it wasn't long before someone guessed the reason. Ah, how enviable it was! We toil endlessly in our cultivation, and upon our demise, we may not even reach the golden core stage, while she ascended to Yuan Ying with such ease in just over a month. Naturally, most felt envy and resentment, looking down upon Ning Xianyu. However, their disdain was not directed at her apparent shortcuts, but rather their frustration at how such fortune had eluded them. Upon waking, Ning Xianyu headed straight to the dining hall, where her fellow disciples greeted her with eager flattery. The commotion was palpable as they approached, eager to curry favor. Senior Sister Ning, why do you still come to dine personally? It would be more appropriate for a junior to serve you. Senior Sister Ning, we have small fried fish today. Would you care to indulge? Ning Shiji, from here one can behold the scenery outside without having to jostle with others. Someone is holding her, and it feels delightful. She is currently on cloud 9. Just as she is reveling in her happiness, a disciple approaches and ingratiatingly asks, Ning Shiji, tomorrow the sect will hold a trial competition. It is said that whoever defeats a 4th-grade demon beast will receive a reward. Would you like to give it a try? Ning Xianyu, who is savoring a small fried fish, suddenly finds it unappetizing. This disciple, are you here to sabotage me? With her mediocre skills, merely putting on a fa ade of prowess is one thing, but asking her to slay demon beasts is tantamount to sending her to her doom. Chapter 74. She should be called Shu. Upon hearing that they could team up with the Yuanying stage Shiji to hunt demon beasts, the younger disciples became ecstatic, eagerly inviting Ning Xianyu to join their ranks. Knowing she has the closest ties with Changqi and Ding Hong, they pushed the two forward to extend the invitation. Changqi, arms crossed and head held high, displayed disdain and was unwilling to speak. Ding Hong, the amiable one, hesitantly remarked, Xianyu Shiji has never been fond of venturing out. She surely would not want to go, so let us not press her. Others chimed in, our outer sect has always been looked down upon. It is a rare occasion that we have a talented individual like Shiji Xianyu. Of course, she must go out and represent us. Indeed, Shiji Xianyu, let those who belittle us see that our outer sect is not devoid of talent. Yet, Ning Xianyu does not perceive herself as talented. She has no desire to participate. If she were an ordinary person, flattery might persuade her to join, as everyone seeks to maintain face. However, The concept of face is merely a burden for Xianyu. A blissful life requires no such pretensions. I shall not go. I am Yuanying stage cultivator. How could I bully mere children? She spoke with such righteous indignation, feeling quite elevated, delivering her words with a sense of grandeur. Changqi looked down on her disdainfully. You refuse to bully children, yet come to the cafeteria to snatch food from everyone? Golden Core cultivators have long ceased to eat. You, a Yuanying, still indulge and eat so much? The disciples were disappointed, but one remarked, Shiji, what a pity. I heard that this time the prize is a fortune-telling from Elder Bu Jiao. Elder Bu Jiao's predictions are always accurate. She can foretell anything, and everyone desires it. Fortune-telling? Ning Xianyu suddenly recalled the unreliable system, which, due to the plot collapsing, could no longer predict what would transpire next. Yet, she genuinely wished to know what lay ahead or whether she could live a long and prosperous life here. Since the system was unreliable, it would be better to seek something dependable. Could one truly obtain Elder Bu Jiao's fortune-telling? But why is this connected to Elder Bu Jiao? Seeing that she was genuinely interested, Ding Hong explained, recently, a secret realm has opened, accessible only to those below the divine transformation stage and under 200 years of age. Inside, there's a star stone that Elder Bu Jiao needs. The sect leader also wishes for the disciples to gain more experience, so this trial has been arranged, allowing those below the divine transformation stage and under 200 years to enter and keep whatever treasures they find. Ning Xianyu's ears perked up at the mention of treasures. Everything obtained belongs to oneself? Dingyong affirmed. What treasures are there? Changqi scoffed. Spirit herbs, spirit fruits, materials for refining weapons, and it is said that there are many treasures and spirit stones stored by a powerful being. It is evident that her nature is difficult to change. Even though she has reached the Yuanying stage, she still clings to the leg of the venerable Xinyuan. However, her greedy instincts remain unchanged. Upon hearing the words treasure, Ning Xianyu felt a surge of desire. She needed treasures, spirit stones, and to shop. What does the trial begin and end? It begins tomorrow and will likely last 2 or 3 days. Time inside the secret realm differs from that outside. One may need to stay for a month or 2, but only 2 or 3 days will pass outside. I will go. Senior Changqi, Senior Ding Hong. Let us form a team and embark on this adventure, she declared with determination, patting their shoulders. Fear not, my seniors. I shall lead you to soar. Changqi and Ding Hong were momentarily taken aback, unable to react, as they were quickly surrounded by eager fellow disciples wishing to join their team. As she was enjoying her meal, a crucial thought struck her. Oh no, she had forgotten to inform the Great Demon Lord. The Great Demon Lord had instructed her to come tomorrow. If she did not go and instead sought treasure, would he not crush her? Ning Xianyu pondered and resolved to take a risk. With the Great Demon Lord, she could not lie. He would undoubtedly see through it. Thus, she decided to speak the truth. Steeling herself, she stepped outside. Lacking a personal flying artifact, she had long mastered the art of void stepping, swiftly disappearing from sight. Changqi and Ding Hong happened to arrive just as she left. They had intended to discuss the team composition, only to witness her soaring away. In truth, Ning Xianyu was no longer the same as before. She radiated a crystalline beauty, resembling the most exquisite crystal. Her flight was as graceful as a startled swan, leaving Changqi and Ding Hong utterly mesmerized. At that moment, they truly felt that Ning Xianyu was entirely different from them, an existence beyond their reach. Changqi scoffed. We should now call her Shishu. In this realm, reaching the Golden Core stage allows one to take disciples, while those at the Yuanying stage automatically elevate their status. They still referred to Ning Xianyu as Shiji, but in truth, it was a privilege. Ding Hong remarked, yet she still calls us seniors. As always, Changqi disdainfully replied, do you truly believe you are her senior? Ding Hong pressed his lips together, slightly lowering his head. We have overstepped. Ning Xianyu was utterly unconcerned with matters of hierarchy. Her primary concern was her own life. Upon her arrival, she first rubbed her eyes to make them red, intending to kneel thrice and bow 9 times before the Great Demon Lord, hoping to elicit some sympathy. Oh, Ancestor, your disciple, she cried as she pushed open the door, rushing in to prostrate herself, prepared to plead her case. However, before she could shed a tear, she sensed something amiss. Inside, It seemed there was more than just the great demon lord. She cautiously raised her head, glancing around, only to discover several elders and the sect leader from xianxia present. Xianxia comprised 6 inner sect elders, 2 outer sect elders, and 1 sect leader, all gathered together, their collective gaze fixed upon her. They stood with an imposing aura. In the center, reclining on a soft couch, was Xianyu Tunhan, dressed in a flowing black robe that cascaded to the floor. His gaze languid and captivating as he observed her entrance. The room fell into a profound silence, and Ning Xianyu, filled with trepidation, dared not speak further. Shrinking back and sitting down carefully. "I apologize, I have overstepped. Please, continue your conversation, haha." As she spoke, she bent slightly, retreating backwards, nearly reaching the door. If she could just get to the threshold, she would be victorious. Xianyu Tunhan watched her retreat, as did the other elders, their expressions mirroring her futile attempts to escape. Since Xianyu Tunhan remained silent, they too did not dare to utter a word. Yet, just as Ning Xianyu was about to touch the doorframe, the great demon lord's voice pierced the stillness. "What did you just say?" His voice, as magnetic as ever, betrayed no hint of emotion. Yet Ning Xianyu knew he was being deliberately cruel. This wicked demon lord, relishing her futile escape, chose to speak just as she was on the brink of success, snatching away her hope at the last moment. Indeed, as one lives long enough, one becomes a cunning old fox. "I curse you to find no paper in the restroom." Chapter 75. No face, no skin. With the great demon lord having spoken, Ning Xianyu dared not move, squatting pitifully at the door, softly murmuring, "Disciple wishes to request something from you." After much effort, she managed to articulate her request, but found the position uncomfortable. She decided to sit down, inadvertently placing herself on the threshold. Elder Bu Jiao burst into laughter. This female disciple is quite intriguing, daring to behave in such a manner before the venerable ancestor. It is no wonder that the ancestor holds her in high regard. Ning Xianyu finds her impressive, being the first to laugh unabashedly in front of the fearsome demon. She recognizes her as Sanzhong Lao, the remarkable woman who attained enlightenment through her insights into the celestial sequences. This is someone who can provide her with answers for the future. Thus she raises her head and offers a sweet smile to Elder Bu Jiao. Elder Bu Jiao pauses momentarily, then reciprocates the smile. The two exchange smiles, leaving the others puzzled. Xianyu Tunhan, however, is visibly irritated. With so many people present, why does she single out Elder Bu Jiao for her smiles? Even the sect leader, Du Juezi, is referred to as Old Calf by her. Why this peculiar favoritism towards Elder Bu Jiao? Xianyu Tunhan glances at Elder Bu Jiao, then coldly directs his gaze towards Ning Xianyu. "Leave." "Leave? Certainly. Please take your time." Ning Xianyu replies, eager to exit, and she feels as though she has been granted a pardon, hastening towards the door. Yet, just as she is about to step outside, the demon grows displeased at her evident joy. Understood, she concedes. Her innocent, puppy-like gaze fails to sway him. As he motions to her, "Sit by the couch." This feels somewhat insulting. The other elders observe his antics, seeing this disciple being summoned back and forth. Yet maintaining such a good temperament, they begin to understand why the ancestor treats her so differently. She is compliant and charming, albeit a bit thick-skinned, but undeniably useful. However, asking her to sit beside him like a pet is somewhat excessive. They reckon that even if she does not object, her expression should at least shift. Who would have guessed that she is utterly unperturbed, not only unbothered, but also happily trotting over? She settles beside the couch, relishing her comfort, and even tidies up Xianyu Tunhan's disheveled garments. Xianyu Tunhan instructs Du Juezi to continue speaking, as if she were not present. Du Juezi glances at Ning Xianyu before addressing the ancestor. "Ancestor, there have been unusual movements at Shifeng Mountain recently. I hope the ancestor can assist in investigating." Xianyu Tunhan lazily replies with his eyes closed, "In a few days, I shall go. Tell Nian Lai Sheng not to be overly alarmed." Ning Xianyu, curious, observes the two. It seems that messages can be relayed over such distances between two sects. She wonders how this is done. She desires to know as well. Du Juezi continues to recount events that transpired in the sect during Xianyu Tunhan's absence. For instance, After their departure from Huayin Island, Yingshan sect and Tun Yunhai engaged in a skirmish, resulting in no casualties, but both sides have agreed to compete in the sect battle that occurs every 10 years. This year's Huayin Island 100 Flowers Festival saw 3 disciples from Yuxian sect form partnerships with disciples from Huayin Island, and they have since set out for training. Ning Xianyu, having inquired about the customs of Huayin Island, perceives this as akin to a honeymoon, where the training serves as a form of leisure. Such peculiar traditions indeed. Bored with the gossip, Ning Xianyu retrieves snacks and drinks from her storage bag, beginning to indulge. Lacking wine, she settles for juice and immortal nectar, which proves delightful. After growing weary of the spiritual fruits, she pulls out a spiritual fruit, resembling a potato, slices it with her spiritual energy, and toasts it, though it turns slightly burnt. Not as savory as fried versions, but with some seasoning, it remains quite delectable. She munches happily, contemplating the possibility of finding a chef to experiment with. Perhaps even creating chips, and wouldn't it be splendid to concoct a fizzy drink akin to that of a joyful plump child? Her merriment draws the astonished gazes of the sect leader and the elders. What sort of person dares to eat so heartily before the venerable ancestor? Look at her, lacking any semblance of decorum, consuming food indiscriminately. Golden core cultivators typically abstain from eating, and yet she, a Yuaning cultivator, indulges so greedily. However, with the ancestor displaying no objections, they dare not voice their concerns. Nevertheless, they discern the ancestor's fondness for Ning Xianyu. This is not mere fondness, it borders on indulgence. Once all matters have been reported, Elder Bu Jiao announces, the Ling Shu secret realm has been opened. The disciples have been instructed to enter the secret realm for training. Commencing tomorrow. Ancestor, would you care to observe? Upon hearing this, Ning Xianyu's ears perk up. Xian Yuan Tunhan, displaying a lack of interest, responds, we shall discuss it later. With no further matters to report, Du Juezi inquires, Ancestor, several days ago, the disciples sensed substantial fluctuations in spiritual energy in the northwest. We dispatched individuals to investigate, but found nothing. Xian Yuan Tunhan dismisses this. Do not concern yourself. It is of no importance. As for this triviality, Ning Xianyu is unconcerned. She merely wonders whether Yi Tianling is bothered by it. Once the elders depart, Ning Xianyu promptly tidies up her snacks and kneels, requesting, Ancestor, I wish to participate in the trials of the Ling Shu secret realm. Xian Yuan Tunhan's eyes widen slightly, disdain evident in his voice. What? Do you wish to show off? Ning Xianyu replies with a smile. Not at all. I merely wish to train. Lest I possess spiritual energy without the skill to wield it, bringing disgrace to you in the future. Such altruism is hardly believable. Xian Yuan Tunhan gives her a thoroughly skeptical look. Speak the truth. Ning Xianyu, feeling intimidated, quickly confesses, I am merely vain, wanted to show off a bit, and perhaps earn a prize or treasure. I implore you, allow me to go. Chapter 76. Show off. Ning Xianyu, relentlessly persistent, desires to enter the Ling Shu secret realm. Xian Yuan Tunhan reclines on the soft couch, watching her performance. After a while, when she runs out of words and is on the verge of giving up, he lazily states, you may go. She is elated. Ancestor, are you serious? Xian Yuan Tunhan replies, of course, but I have one condition. What condition? Upon hearing the condition, she suddenly gains a new perspective on the demon. Could it be that he harbors peculiar preferences? Nevertheless, no matter the circumstances, the opportunity to go is what matters. Ning Xianyu cheerfully agrees. The disciples who will team up with her for the secret realm have gathered, standing neatly in the courtyard awaiting her. These are all outer disciples, totaling 10 individuals. Aside from Chang Qi and Ding Hong, Ning Xianyu is unfamiliar with the others. However, at a glance, she notices that their cultivation levels are not insignificant. They are among the more accomplished outer disciples, all of them at the foundation establishment stage. Outer disciples face challenges in their cultivation due to their inherently lower aptitude, compounded by a lack of renowned mentors and quality resources, making progress even more arduous. It can be said that those who reach the foundation establishment stage among outer disciples have put in tremendous effort, surpassing that of their inner disciple counterparts. In fact, these individuals were once unattainable figures for the former Ning Xianyu, who was largely ignored by such diligent practitioners. She could only ingratiate herself with those of similar standing. Birds of a feather flock together, as the saying goes. Ning Xianyu beckons xianxia and Ding Hong over, quietly asking, "Senior brothers, your social circle is quite expansive. Where did you gather so many? To assemble this mini-foundation establishment outer disciples at once is quite a feat." Xianxia glances at her, remaining silent. Ding Yong, with a hint of exasperation, remarks, "Well, now we ought to address you as Shirshu," and, noticing Ning Xianyu's nonchalant expression, he feels compelled to elaborate. "We didn't need to search. Once word spread that a Yuaning cultivator would be leading the training, everyone naturally flocked here, nearly quarreling over the spots. In truth, we do not know them well." He perceives that his junior sister still has yet to grasp the allure of her Yuaning status, still thinking in terms of the past. Ning Xianyu indeed feels somewhat out of her element, as she has no concept of hierarchical seniority. She merely perceives her newfound prowess as a reason for others to seek her favor, which brings her joy, and that is all there is to it. Disdainfully remarked, "With your level of cultivation, it is evident that you have received assistance from others in your training. You possess no genuine skills of your own. If you do not find some senior brothers with higher cultivation to accompany you, we fear that the disciples might be led to their doom by your incompetence." Quickly intervened, urging him to refrain from such reckless words. Regardless of how her abilities were acquired, the fact remained that her cultivation was substantial. Even her spiritual energy could easily overpower that of ordinary practitioners. Moreover, as a woman, it was uncouth to speak so harshly about her, as it would undermine her dignity. To his surprise, seemed unfazed by the remarks, even affirming, "You are correct, senior brother." Having recently reached the Yuan-ing stage, her experience in the realm of cultivation was nearly non-existent. Sending her out to hone her skills alone would be akin to a child wielding a heavy artillery piece, with power that she might not know how to wield effectively. It would be prudent to find some experienced and reliable companions to assist her. She could focus on providing spiritual energy while the others handled the exploration, facilitating a harmonious collaboration. Was taken aback by her self-awareness, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Upon their arrival to meet with the senior brothers and sisters, someone inquired, "Will it be senior sister leading us?" To which confirmed but stated that a vice captain must be appointed. "Who among you has the most experience in practical training?" As she was a novice leader, she needed someone knowledgeable to guide them. Otherwise, she might lead them astray. A senior brother with a dignified appearance stepped forward, stating, "I am older than all of you, have been in the sect the longest, and frequently venture out to gather herbs, so I possess some experience." Learning that his name was Lin Kai-shu, appointed him as the vice captain. Once the group assembled, they promptly made their way to the testing grounds. The entrance to the Ling Shu secret realm was located on the back mountain, now cordoned off with several elders stationed at the front, and a queue of disciples awaiting entry. Most of the disciples possessed cultivation levels of Jindan and Zhuji, with hardly any at the Yuaning stage. Generally, it is exceedingly challenging for an individual to reach the Yuaning stage before the age of 200, was a remarkable exception. As they approached, the crowd instinctively parted to allow them passage, yet whispers of curiosity followed them. "Is that? Indeed, she has truly reached the Yuan-ing level. I heard that just a month and a half ago, she was merely a qi refining disciple. After accompanying the ancestor for just over a month, her transformation is astounding. Alas, her abilities are exceptional, which surely pleases the ancestor. It is said that she can act with impunity in front of the ancestor, doing as she pleases, even eating in his presence. I tremble at the mere thought of facing the ancestor, yet she dares to dine before him." Everyone scrutinized, eager to discern what extraordinary traits she possessed that allowed such audacity before Xian Yuan Tun Han, a figure shrouded in mystery to the Yuxian sect. He was known for his fierce temperament and mercilessness, and to approach him was akin to courting death. The very fact that dared to approach the ancestor rendered her an enigma in their eyes. However, upon closer inspection, they noted her beauty and purity, but little else. Furthermore, she appeared somewhat naive, lacking the shrewdness and composure typically associated with Yuaning practitioners, standing there like an inexperienced newcomer. What did her elevated cultivation matter if she possessed no practical experience? Entering the secret realm without such experience was tantamount to inviting disaster. Indeed, experience is not something that can be rapidly acquired. This line of thought provided many with a sense of equilibrium, leading them to conclude that was not as formidable as initially perceived. With her remarkable perceptiveness, overheard their remarks and turned to glance at the speaker. Suddenly, she leaped into the air, addressing the others, "I shall wait ahead. Please hurry." With that, she soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. The individuals who had been making disparaging comments felt a wave of envy wash over them, for only those at the Yuan-Ing level could traverse the air, a feat they could not replicate. Regardless of her experience, she was undeniably a Yuan-Ing practitioner. Gazed at her, exasperated by her display of prowess. She had gained cultivation, but seemingly not wisdom. With so many present, where would they seek her out? In the following chapter, Lin Kai-shu assumed the role of vice captain. As her headstrong leader had dashed off, he navigated through the crowd, enduring many disdainful glances from inner-sect disciples, until, through perseverance, they finally located. She sat alone, comfortably perched on a chair while enjoying spiritual fruits. The others stole glances at her, carefully avoiding her gaze. Lin Kai-shu felt a sense of helplessness as he and his fellow disciples approached to pay their respects. Smiled and said, "You've arrived. Please take a seat." She even shared her fruits with them, as they were her companions, and she felt responsible for their well-being. Lin Kai-shu looked around, noticing that everyone was standing. How could they sit? However, as their senior instructed them, they complied and took their seats. This group appeared particularly out of place among the other teams participating in the trials. The discomfort was palpable. It felt as if they were perched on needles, unable to relax. Yet, with remaining silent, they dared not speak. Moreover, they lacked the audacity to consume the fruits, feeling that indulging at such a moment required immense courage. One female disciple began to regret following, realizing they should not have been swayed by her cultivation. It felt mortifying to be associated with her. However, felt no shame. She believed that cultivators should not be concerned with appearances. How could one achieve success if they were overly worried about their reputation? Just as she contemplated sharing her unconventional philosophy, Elder Bujiao appeared. Spotting and her group amidst the throng, she approached and chuckled. "Nephew, you seem quite at ease." Promptly jumped up, exclaiming, "Greetings, third elder." She extended her hand, offering a fruit, inquiring if the elder would like to partake. Initially intending to decline, Bujiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she accepted the fruit, inspecting it closely. "Is this the superior Xiangling fruit?" Affirmed, explaining that it had been guarded by a demon beast, which had retreated upon sensing Xian Yuan Tunhan's spiritual pressure, allowing her to gather the fruits freely. Uncertain of its benefits, she had heard it could solidify spiritual energy, stabilize cultivation, and even heal internal injuries. Ultimately, she had collected them simply because she found them delicious, akin to enjoying seedless watermelon. Bujiao's gaze fell upon Lin Kai-shu and the others, noticing they each held 2 or 3 fruits, prompting her to exclaim in disbelief at their apparent extravagance. "Nephew, do you realize these fruits are worth over a dozen superior spirit stones?" What? Paused, incredulous. Are they truly so valuable? She had been entirely unaware. Bujiao confirmed that these fruits were indeed precious due to their rarity, growing only in remote areas and being closely guarded by demon beasts, making them inaccessible to most people. Lin Kai-shu and his companions exchanged shocked glances, realizing they had been hesitant to eat what turned out to be such extraordinary treasures. Each of them possessed 2 or 3, amounting to dozens of superior spirit stones. They quickly resolved to stash the fruits in their storage bags, recognizing their potential life-saving value in dire situations. Reflecting on the fine gifts she had distributed, felt a pang of regret, but soon let it go, embracing the notion that letting go of the old made way for the new. Since she had given them away, it was of little consequence. Bujiao, observing her indifference, inquired if she had more available, offering to purchase them or exchange materials. Indeed had more, but hesitated to part with all of them. After a thorough search, she produced around 10, presenting them to the third elder with a smile. She was eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with Elder Bujiao, considering her a valuable ally. Elder Bu Jiao accepted the fruit and promptly stored away. Yet she did not ask for it without reason. She produced a stone. At a critical moment, this stone could be used for divination, providing guidance, albeit limited to 3 uses. Intrigued by its novelty, Ning Xianyu eagerly took it, expressing her sincere gratitude. "Thank you, third elder. I shall treasure it dearly." "Treasure what?" Her words were barely spoken when the voice of the great demon lord erupted unexpectedly, startling everyone present. As the ancestor made his sudden appearance, all knelt in reverence, exclaiming their greetings to the ancestor. Only Ning Xianyu stood there, momentarily bewildered, still clutching the stone. Xian Yuan Tunhan took the stone from her, examined it with a disdainful smile, and tossed it back to her. "Come with me. I have something to protect your life." With that, he waved his hand for everyone to rise and led the way. Ning Xianyu concealed the stone and hurried to follow. Once the crowd stood, they exchanged glances, affirming their belief that the ancestor indeed harbored genuine affection for Ning Xianyu. Look, he personally oversees such a simple trial and even provides a treasure to safeguard her life. This is unmistakable, true love, meticulously considering every aspect. They sighed, recognizing Ning Xianyu's extraordinary fortune. The small black cat, seemingly fierce with its arched brow and piercing gaze, disdainfully ignored everyone around. The onlookers were perplexed, wondering what this creature was. Elder Bu Jiao approached with curiosity, asking, "Disciple, what is this?" "Ning Xianyu stiffly repeated. "This is a life-protecting treasure bestowed upon me by the ancestor. It turned out to be a spirit pet. Yet, upon closer inspection, no one could discern its true power or species. It appeared to be an ordinary little black cat. However, given it was granted by Ancestor Xian Yuan, it must be formidable." The others regarded the small black cat with awe, contemplating what powers it might possess. Elder Bu Jiao smiled and inquired, "Disciple, may I hold it?" Ning Xianyu awkwardly responded, "Well, it is shy." This was a great demon. After all, she handled it with utmost care, fearing that allowing anyone else to hold it might result in dire consequences for both her and that individual. Elder Bu Jiao, despite her disappointment, couldn't resist reaching out to stroke the small black cat's head. "How adorable," she began, only to be met with a swift clawing. A deep gash appeared on her hand, blood flowing profusely. She quickly covered her wound and retreated, attempting to use spiritual energy to heal it, but her efforts were largely ineffective. Ning Xianyu apologized while covering the small black cat's paw. "Please, if you wish to play the role of cat, at least do it professionally. Such antics will eventually reveal your true identity, and I wonder how embarrassing that will be for you." Elder Bu Jiao, dismissing the incident, gave a small black cat a knowing glance, remarking, "So fierce, truly befitting of a spirit pet from the ancestor, equally domineering." The small black cat, Xian Yuan Tunhan, shifted its expression slightly, casting a penetrating gaze at her. The third elder's keen eyes missed nothing. She could see through any facade. Chapter 78. The great lobster Ning Xianyu was puzzled about the great demon lord's peculiar affinity for transforming into a small black cat and accompanying her into the Ling Shu secret realm. However, considering the lengths the great demon would go to enter, it was evident that the Ling Shu secret realm housed truly remarkable treasures. With this in mind, she felt compelled to explore it further, though she questioned whether the great demon could truly enter, given his advanced age and cultivation level. To her astonishment, the great demon successfully entered without any issues. As the secret realm opened, the elders held the entrance to allow the disciples to pass through. Ning Xianyu carried the great demon inside, still feeling astonished. Could it be that the entrance had no restrictions, allowing anyone to enter freely? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a newly entered disciple was unexpectedly expelled. He yelped as he was thrown back, and in confusion his master approached, asking, "What year were you born?" After pondering, the disciple suddenly understood. "I miscalculated. Today, I just turned 200. Those over 200 years of age were barred from entering the secret realm, hence his ejection." "My goodness, so the secret realm does have restrictions," she mused, glancing down at the small black cat, "Great demon. You're quite clever. You deceive the realm." As the cultivators entered the secret realm, they dispersed, each seeking their own path for adventure. All eyes turned to Ning Xianyu, silently inquiring where they should head next. Ning Xianyu glanced at Lin Kai Shu, who, looking pained, pointed in a direction, suggesting, "Let's go this way." Ning Xianyu agreed, and they began to follow. Lin Kaishu chose this route because it was less crowded, minimizing the potential for conflict among the disciples, which could waste valuable time and energy. As they journeyed, they gathered various spiritual herbs and fruits along the way. Ning Xianyu, unfamiliar with any of them, and the system seemingly unresponsive, could only follow along. She whispered to the great demon, "Ancestor, please remember to alert me to anything useful. I need to eat too." The great demon paid her no mind, resting on her shoulder. Initially, the others believed that the spirit pet gifted by the ancestor would possess great power, yet they soon found it merely napping, not lifting its head even once. Perhaps it was just like the ancestor, a being that preferred solitude. Their primary goal in entering the secret realm was to find the astrological stone while also collecting various valuable items. Hence, everyone was diligently searching. As they wandered, Lin Kaishu pointed out that there was a type of waterweed in the lake ahead, known to be an excellent alchemical material, rarely seen, with a single stalk fetching 10 high-grade spiritual stones. The outer sect disciples, often impoverished, were excited to hear of its value and immediately expressed their desire to go. Ning Xianyu, hearing of its worth, quickly led them toward the lake's edge. However, as they approached, a creature resembling a giant lobster sprang from the depths, snatching a female disciple with its massive claws and dragging her underwater. The group was taken aback, scrambling to rescue her. Their scattered attacks landed on the giant lobster, but seemingly had no effect. Its shell was too hard to be penetrated, and it was entirely unfazed. Ning Xianyu whispered to the great demon, "Ancestor, please help. These are your disciples." The great demon responded telepathically, "Handle it yourself." Just as they spoke, the lobster, perhaps sensing Ning Xianyu as an easy target, extended its other claw toward her. Startled, she instinctively threw the great demon away. Meow! The great demon landed squarely on the lobster's head, and, just as everyone expected him to unleash his wrath, he instead sank alongside the lobster to the bottom of the lake. Not only Lin Kaishu and the others, but even Ning Xianyu herself was left astonished. What did this mean? They stood by the lakeside, staring blankly at the water surface. Initially, it remained calm and undisturbed. After a moment, bubbles began to rise, as if the water were boiling. Suddenly, the giant lobster was ejected from the lake, along with the female disciple it had captured. Everyone rushed to rescue her, relieved to find her still breathing. Yet, Ning Xianyu remained at the lake's edge, eagerly awaiting the great demon. Soon enough, he emerged from the water, perfectly dry, landing directly on her head and even stepping on her twice. Meow! Ning Xianyu, just you wait. You're in big trouble. Lin Kaishu and the others marveled. Wow. Truly a formidable spirit pet from the ancestor. Collectively, they likely could not match this single spirit pet as prowess. Just look at its commanding presence. Ning Xianyu chuckled nervously while clutching the small black cat. You all go ahead and collect the waterweed. I'll take care of this lobster. I want it. The lobster shell was incredibly tough, and she was eager to have it forged into armor for her protection in future dangers. It was perfect. Just as she reveled in her triumph, the great demon was already communicating telepathically. Do you think a shrimp shell can protect you? Ning Xianyu remarked with a laugh. Isn't it hard enough? The formidable figure simply scoffed at her without offering any explanation, allowing her to embarrass herself in vain. He surveyed the surroundings and instructed her to shake off the others and head southeast. Upon glancing in that direction, Ning Xianyu noticed a swamp enveloped in mist and could not help but inquire, "What place is that? It looks highly toxic. Why would we go there?" The formidable figure dismissed her question, insisting she simply follow him. Reluctantly, Ning Xianyu told Lin Kaishu, "You all stay here and gather water plants. I have something to attend to alone. After you finish collecting, wait for me nearby or contact me with a divine talisman." Observing her enter the misty barrier unscathed, they began to realize the vast disparity in their abilities. Throughout the journey, Ning Xianyu displayed no remarkable traits, leading them to perceive her as somewhat unreliable. Yet, it seemed her demeanor was merely a reflection of her modesty. Changqi and Ding Hong also watched her leave, equally perplexed by her intentions. To be honest, Ning Xianyu was just as confused. What exactly were they doing here? She enveloped herself and the formidable figure in spiritual energy. But she could still feel the miasma around her continuously assaulting her power. If she ventured much further, she would likely be consumed by the noxious vapors. Surely, wouldn't he seek to retaliate against me for abandoning him to the waters? The formidable figure was indeed rather petty. Chapter 79. Whose death is it? Ning Xianyu trudged through the miasma when she suddenly sensed something amiss. Are we going in circles? This was a secret realm, not particularly large. Yet she had been wandering for quite some time without finding an exit, which was concerning. The formidable figure leapt atop her head, scanning the surroundings before he began to direct her. 5 steps to the left. Are you foolish? Who takes such large strides? 3 steps ahead, too little. Add more. 22 steps to the right, 22. Can you not count? The formidable figure gripped her scalp tightly, almost pulling her hair out. Ning Xianyu felt quite aggrieved. When you say a few steps, it is inherently vague. You ought to specify meters, preferably down to the decimeter. Honestly, referring to steps in such a manner was subjective. Of course, she would get it wrong. The formidable figure ignored her and continued to guide her. They spent quite a while navigating until they finally found the correct path. All right, stop. The formidable figure extended his claw and pressed forward, seemingly activating something. Suddenly, intricate patterns illuminated, and a door materialized out of thin air. As Ning Xianyu stood in astonishment, the formidable figure stomped on her feet twice. Open the door. Huh? Oh, right. She pushed the door, which swung open to reveal a courtyard. Cautiously, she stepped inside, taking in her surroundings, aside from 5 thatched cottages and some flowers and trees. There was not much else to see. However, the formidable figure leapt down from her head and, during his descent, reverted to his true form. Wait, can you do that? Won't the secret realm's protective mechanism expel you? Yet, Xianyuan Tunhan surveyed his surroundings and replied, No worries. This courtyard dispels all disguises. Is that so? Xianyuan Tunhan strode directly into one of the cottages and retrieved a tea set, placing it on a stone table in the courtyard. Just as Ning Xianyu thought he was about to enjoy some tea, he instead poured out a jug of wine, using the tea set. If she wasn't mistaken, wasn't that the wine belonging to his disciples? That had been acquired from Elnju on Huayin Island and confiscated by the formidable figure in the demon realm. Xianyuan Tunhan disregarded her and continued pouring wine, spilling a cup on the ground. Make do with that. Who are you talking to? Just as Ning Xianyu pondered this, a white figure emerged from the ground. Is that a ghost? Startled, she quickly jumped behind the formidable figure, eyeing the shadow warily. The shadow swiftly transformed into a dashing young man clad in a white robe. He adjusted his sleeves and casually sat at the table, lifting a cup of wine to sniff it. This is Huayin Island's wine. The floral scent is too strong, reminiscent of Elnju, leaving a heavy trace. He immediately began to recount the origin of the wine, leaving Ning Xianyu even more perplexed. Xianyuan Tunhan interjected, Having wine is sufficient. Why complain? The young man laughed and took another sip, inquiring, How is Elnju? Xianyuan Tunhan replied bluntly, Dead. I killed her. The young man paused momentarily. Another one dead? Excellent. They all deserve it. His tone was chillingly indifferent. Then he turned to Ning Xianyu. Who is this little friend? Where did you find her? He leaned closer, curiosity evident in his demeanor, yet his eyes remained cold. At that moment, Ning Xianyu discerned the emptiness in his gaze, resembling that of a machine, despite his handsome features. The expression rendered his face terrifying. So this truly is a ghost? Xianyuan Tunhan spread his sleeves, concealing Ning Xianyu partially. Found her. The man scoffed, What a miser. You can't even let me take a look? He then turned to Ning Xianyu, grinning, Little one, it must be dull following him. Would you like to stay and play with me? I have many treasures, all for you. With a flourish of his sleeves, a pile of exquisite spirit stones and various gold and silver treasures appeared beside him. Ning Xianyu glanced at them and felt an even greater fear. When someone offers unsolicited kindness, it is either a scheme or deceit. His overly generous demeanor undoubtedly concealed a plot. She was no fool. She instinctively hid behind the formidable figure, not daring to show her face. The man seemed entertained, laughing heartily. What a fun child. Xianyuan Tunhan coldly remarked. Enough of these tiresome topics. It's been 10,000 years. Time to leave. The man stretched lazily. Has it really been 10,000 years? I've grown accustomed to this place. I don't wish to leave. Xianyuan Tunhan produced a vial. Go in yourself. The man disdainfully replied. You plan to use this to contain me? I am, after all, a grandmaster. Can you not show me some respect? Stop the chatter, enter. The man scrutinized the vial, ultimately smiling. When I die, put the last remnants of my spirit in this vial and place it beside her. Xianyuan Tunhan agreed. The man chuckled again. But she has long since perished, leaving nothing behind. Have you also learned to deceive? At that moment, he suddenly surged in size, rushing towards Xianyuan Tunhan like a furious specter. Ning Xianyu was too frightened to move, yet Xianyuan Tunhan remained still, merely raising the vial, and the man vanished within it. The formidable figure calmly sealed the vial and tucked it into his sleeve. Throughout the encounter, Ning Xianyu remained bewildered, unable to grasp the cryptic conversation they shared. All she knew was that the man had disappeared, yet his treasures remained. Old ancestor, these. Xianyuan Tunhan mocked with a smile. Cursed treasures. Whoever takes them dies. Do you desire them? Huh. Ning Xianyu quickly retracted her claws, no longer daring to touch them. Although the formidable figure was devious, he never deceived her or employed such tactics. At that moment, she noticed the entire courtyard beginning to distort and flicker, as if it were on the verge of vanishing. Xianyuan Tunhan approached a tree and instructed her to strike it. Hit with all your might. Confused, Ning Xianyu extended her hand and poured all her spiritual energy into the tree, which rapidly transformed into a sword, her hand now grasping the hilt. She turned to look at the formidable figure, who urged, hurry, draw it out. She barely had time to react before mindlessly pulling out the exquisite sword. The blade was stunning, a deep azure hue adorned with peculiar patterns on the hilt. The formidable demon cast a deep glance at her and allowed her to leave. The courtyard was on the verge of vanishing. Having uttered these words, he was the first to exit the yard. Ning Xianyu hurriedly followed suit, her curiosity piqued. Who was that person, and where was he headed? Xianyuan Tunhan, perched atop her head, indifferent, remarked, He is my ancestral master, destined for a heavenly sacrifice. The notion of a heavenly sacrifice is indeed monumental. Yet Ning Xianyu was perplexed as to what heavens he intended to appease and why. When she inquired of the demon, he remained silent for a considerable time before suddenly posing a question. Do you think the creature from the demon realm behaves so docilely for no reason? Ning Xianyu pondered the meaning behind the large red orb. What do you mean? Where did it go? To offer a sacrifice to the heavens? His cryptic words were as good as nothing, and he refused to elaborate further. Ning Xianyu was left bewildered, unable to discern the connection between the creature's docility and the celestial offerings. Had these powerful beings willingly offered themselves to the creature? Did it consume them? The thought frightened her. The notion that so many formidable figures would willingly be devoured by the creature merely to placate, it was staggering. Moreover, in a narrative dominated by the male protagonist, where the acquisition of individuals and equipment is the norm, the idea of a multitude of great beings lining up to be sacrifices for a creature seemed utterly fantastical. Ning Xianyu dared not dwell on such a scenario, fearing its potential truth. What if these great powers could not vanquish the creature and had to resort to self-sacrifice to appease it? Once the creature grew more powerful, would there be any hope for survival? She could not help but wonder if the dog system had made a grave error, prompting its retreat. How treacherous! Xianyuan Tunhan directed her to step beyond the veil of mist, but after a short while, he abruptly commanded her to halt. To the left. Ning Xianyu had developed a reflexive response and immediately veered left. Draw your sword. She unsheathed her blade and instinctively parried. With a clang, she struck something. Curiously, she crouched to inspect and discovered a small, flying dagger-like artifact, shimmering with silver light and razor-sharp. She picked it up and stowed it in her storage pouch. Xianyuan Tunhan stared in astonishment. You don't even check what it is? Where did you learn this habit of scavenging? Were you a beggar in your past life? Ning Xianyu, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, It's just a habit. When treasures fall, her instinct was to retrieve them without a second thought. Anything else would be peculiar. Just as she spoke, she sensed another disturbance. She realized her newly acquired sword was quite powerful and began to wield it like a golden staff, dazzling in its movements. A series of metallic clinks rang out as a plethora of flying daggers fell to the ground. She collected them all without hesitation, stuffing them into her storage pouch. Xianyuan Tunhan instructed her once more. Use that technique. This technique was the only one Ning Xianyu had mastered, an explosive release of spiritual energy. Without regard for direction, she unleashed her power, and the surrounding mist was blown away, followed by a distant scream from within the darkness. Pursue. She had no choice but to hasten after it. By the lake outside, Lin Kaishu and others were gathering aquatic plants. Demonic beasts possess territorial instincts. Typically, only one powerful beast inhabits a given area. Since the local beast had just been defeated, none would dare intrude for a while, allowing them to harvest safely. At this moment, they felt a violent surge of spiritual energy. Everyone paused and turned their attention towards the misty marsh. The mist was swept away by the potent energy, and amidst the haze, they faintly glimpsed a figure with a cat atop their head. Then, the figure swiftly departed into the distance. That must be Shiji Xinyu, right? It seems so. She appears to be pursuing someone. They felt helpless and dared not approach. For neither the toxic mist nor the displayed spiritual energy was something they could endure. They decided to continue gathering aquatic plants instead, which could fetch a good amount of spirit stones. At that moment, someone inquired, Lin Xixiang, what shall we do after we finish gathering? Although Shiji Xinyu seemed unreliable, they sensed she was not entirely irresponsible. Some regretted following Ning Xianyu, recognizing her strength, but noting her reluctance to engage. Such a powerful cultivator likely regarded them as mere ants, indifferent to their fates. Meanwhile, Ning Xianyu pursued for a while, but failed to catch up with anyone, instead crashing headlong into a beautiful grove. The grove was adorned with a myriad of colorful vines, resembling a cascade of delightful candies beloved by children. Do not move. This is Jiao Tong. Ah, Jiao Tong. What a peculiar name. It sounds oddly endearing coming from the demon's mouth. Xianyuan Tunhan, equally exasperated, explained, the person who discovered this vine found it quite charming and thus named it Jiao Tong. Ning Xianyu gazed at the multitude of colorful vines surrounding her, thinking it quite normal for such adorable things to be charming. How do they act charmingly? Xianyuan Tunhan, with a mischievous intent, suggested, why not go touch one and see? Touch them? No way. She was reluctant to comply. From the demon's demeanor, it was clear these vines were anything but ordinary. The more beautiful something appeared, the more likely it was to be poisonous, and she wisely chose to avoid unnecessary contact. Cautiously, she began to retreat, careful not to brush against any vine. However, the vines had already crept up behind her, and just as she was stepping back, she was suddenly ensnared around the waist. As she drew her sword to cut herself free, her arm was swiftly ensnared as well, and soon she found herself suspended in an awkward position, resembling a large leopard. This position is utterly bizarre. Ancestor, help! Despite her struggles, the vines tightened their grip. Moreover, the audacious vines slithered beneath her garments, wrapping around her body. And to her bewilderment, they began to tickle her. Ning Xianyu felt utterly mortified. Those cursed vines. She had never sought assistance in a bathhouse, yet here she was, subjected to such indignity. With a burst of spiritual energy, she attempted to shatter the vines. This technique had never failed her before. As she unleashed her power, the vines in the grove began to writhe and dance. However, they neither broke nor retreated. To her horror, the vines raised their heads, shaking violently, and in a daze. She almost thought she heard them screaming. Oh no, I seem to have enraged the vines. Chapter 81. Xiao Huaishidi the Jiao Tong swayed violently. Their once smooth forms transforming into sharp, diamond-like points, all aimed directly at Ning Xianyu. Their intent no longer seemed to be to tickle, but rather to pierce her like a sieve. Ancestor, save me. Ning Xianyu cried out desperately. She was at her wit's end, having exhausted her only technique with no alternatives in sight. Xianyuan Tunhan clicked his tongue and leaped into action, claws swiping through the air. However, he had suppressed his cultivation here, and his movements were hindered, rendering him too slow. He shouted, quickly suppress your cultivation, retract all your spiritual energy, so they cannot sense it. How does one do that? This was a skill she could not master in such short notice. In her frantic attempts, her spiritual energy only grew stronger, and the vines attacked with increasing speed. As the sharp tendrils approached her body, she cursed the system for her predicament and fainted from sheer terror. Xianyuan Tunhan shot her a disdainful glare and directed his attention toward her heart. In that instant, several beams of sword light flashed, slicing through the vines that ensnared Ning Xianyu. A glint of coldness flickered in Xianyuan Tunhan's eyes as he stepped out of the grove with ease. When Ning Xianyu regained consciousness, she found herself cradled in a man's embrace. As she opened her eyes, she noted that he was rather handsome. Attired in the garb of an inner disciple of Yuxianmen, dressed in a white robe, cinched with a dark belt. This signifies the lowest rank among the inner disciples. However, she is still an inner disciple nonetheless. Upon seeing her awake, the man smiled softly. Xinyu Shiji, you are awake? Ning Xianyu paused for a moment, struggling to sit up properly from his embrace, realizing they were not far from the Jiao Tung forest. Feeling a lingering fear, she shifted slightly away. Do you know me? The man chuckled, his laughter as gentle as a spring breeze. In our Yuxiamen, it is unlikely that many are unfamiliar with the esteemed name of Shiji Xinyu. Indeed, she had gained notoriety, albeit not a favorable one. Noticing her continued attempt to distance herself from the woods, the man added, I am Xiao Huai, a disciple under the third elder of the inner sect. Shiji Xinyu need not worry. Those vines will not leave the forest. Ning Xianyu, having her fear seen through, felt no embarrassment. After all, she was genuinely afraid, and there was no reason to deny it. She thanked Xiao Huai and began to search around. Xiao Huai inquired, Are you looking for your spirit pet? Ning Xianyu affirmed. Surely the great demon would not abandon her to flee on its own. Xiao Huai continued, Your spirit pet went that way. To speak of bravery, when I arrived, it was protecting your heart. Was the great demon genuinely so kind? Perhaps it was a misunderstanding? Ning Xianyu expressed her gratitude once more, hurrying to find the great demon. Xiao Huai guided her and asked about her companions. Ning Xianyu mentioned they were gathering watergrass. By the way, where are your companions? Xiao Huai awkwardly smiled. I came alone. My main task this time is to find the astrological stone. I wanted to surprise the elder by finding it myself. He scratched his head, smiling innocently. However, my abilities are insufficient, and I am currently running around like a headless chicken, yielding no results. Ning Xianyu waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. Your ability to enter here alone is already impressive. Besides, you are an inner disciple. Why be so humble? Those who can enter the inner sect are all talented. Even the lowest ranked inner disciple is certainly stronger than an outer disciple. Previously, the inner disciples she encountered all had their noses in the air, each more arrogant than the last. It was quite unfamiliar to meet someone so humble. Xiao Huai looked at her with gratitude. Shiji, you are truly kind. He naturally possessed an air of elegance, reminiscent of a young master nurtured in a prestigious family. His sincere address of her as Shiji instantly opened the first page of Ning Xianyu's harem plans. The adorable little junior brother was indeed an essential candidate for her harem. Ning Xianyu thought to wrap her arm around his shoulder and reassure him. Junior brother, do not fear. Shiji will protect you. However, just as this thought arose, a sudden pain struck her head as the great demon unexpectedly leaped onto her, nearly causing her to stumble. You are too heavy, she complained inwardly. Where have you been? Old ancestor? Ning Xianyu smiled. Xiao Huai Shidi, we must be off. Xiao Huai quickly asked, Shiji, can I accompany you? I realized it was quite reckless to come here alone. He glanced around cautiously, his earlobes turning red, as if uttering those words had taken all his courage. Ning Xianyu completely forgot that he had once saved her, and, filled with protective instinct, declared, of course, let us go together. By the way, how many astrological stones are there? Xiao Huai replied, there is only one. Ning Xianyu felt a bit troubled. She desired the divination reward from the astrological stone, and didn't he wish to share it with others? What if they found the stone? How would the reward be divided? Xiao Huai seemed to read her thoughts and quickly added, Shiji need not worry. I am already studying divination under the third elder. I do not need to seek him for the future. It is an honor to experience this alongside you. Very well, let us proceed together. However, he occasionally glanced at Xiao Huai, his cat-like whiskers twitching as if mocking something. Xiao Huai continued to engage Ning Xianyu in conversation, introducing the surroundings and discussing what was valuable and useful. Everyone was aimlessly searching for the astrological stone, but I know a clue regarding the stone and treasure. Would Shiji like to hear it? He spoke with sincerity, fearing Ning Xianyu might not believe him. Ning Xianyu thought everyone was cluelessly wandering about, uncertain of when they might find the stone. Initially, she intended to rely on the great demon as her advantage, but the great demon only commanded her without further explanation, and she felt it inappropriate to ask more. Now, with Xiao Huai as her ally, it was far more manageable. Of course, what clue do you possess? Xiao Huai produced a map. This is what I discovered in the secret records of the library. This is a map of the Ling Shu secret realm, detailing the distribution of various spiritual plants and the locations of various demon beasts. Shiji, please observe. 2 circles are drawn here, one indicating the position of the astrological stone, the other the rumored treasure left behind by a senior. Ning Xianyu inspected the treasure's location and realized it was the very courtyard she had visited earlier in the Misty Marsh. She had seen the treasure, but had not dared to take it, as it was said that whoever did would meet their demise. Chapter 82. The halo of the protagonist shines brightly. Ning Xianyu pointed at the map. We are pressed for time. Let us seek the astrological stone first. As for the treasure, let us forego it. Although the great demon is quite aloof, he does not lie. If he says it should not be touched, it certainly should not be. Xiao Huai immediately concurred. I share the same sentiment. Shiji, let us hasten our departure. Ning Xianyu agreed and inquired, is this map accessible to everyone? If everyone has the map, what advantage do they possess? Xiao Huai, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, not at all. After borrowing this book, I hid it away. He wore a look of deep shame, as if he had committed a most despicable act. Ning Xianyu gave him a thumbs up. Shidi, you are truly remarkable. Xiao Huai blushed even more. Shiji, please do not jest. Let us hurry, lest we lose our opportunity. All right, let us move quickly. She sensed around but found no one. They may have gone to another location. Let us search. However, Xiao Huai remarked, Shiji, look here. There are some bloodstains in the grass, and they appear fresh. This is human blood. Ning Xianyu could not determine if it was indeed human blood, but the surrounding area bore signs of a struggle, clearly indicating that a conflict had occurred here. Could it be that something had happened to them? Ning Xianyu swiftly communicated with Xian Yuan Tunhan, old ancestor. Have they encountered trouble? Although Xian Yuan Tunhan was reluctant to respond, he still said, head southeast. In the southeast direction, Ning Xianyu informed Xiao Huai and promptly led the way. Xiao Huai followed closely, reassuring her, do not worry, Shiji, they will be fine. All who entered this time are disciples of our sect. Even if they engage in combat, they will not be overly severe. There are rules within xianxia. Disciples may contend, but they must not cause serious harm or death, or they would be expelled. Although the previous regulations were not so stringent, since the war between immortals and demons, there has been a significant depletion of talent. To protect the younger generation, all sects have imposed strict controls over internal conflicts. Ning Xianyu was aware of this background, but the male protagonist seemed to have experienced a different reality. He had fought his way up, having slain many disciples along the way. This was likely why he had accumulated numerous grievances in the narrative. Ning Xianyu and Xiao Huai proceeded southeast and soon discovered traces of Lin Kaishu and others. Chang Qi had just been struck away, while Ding Hong lay on the ground in pain, struggling to crawl over and ask about his condition. Chang Qi gritted his teeth, insisting he was fine, and struggled to rise again. At that moment, Lin Kaishu and the others were also sprawled on the ground, having been beaten to the point of spitting blood. Facing them stood inner disciples clad in white robes with blue sashes, all exuding arrogance. Hand over everything you have obtained, including the corpse of that armored beast. The inner sect disciples across from them seemed to have heard an exceedingly amusing joke, bursting into laughter. Ning Xianyu merely relied on flattering the ancestor to precariously ascend to the Yuanying stage. Do you truly believe she possesses any genuine skill? Allow me to enlighten you. Cultivation is not a simple endeavor. It is not merely about accumulating genuine experience. Even someone at the Yuanying stage may not necessarily defeat a Jindan practitioner. These foolish individuals truly believe she enjoys their company. She took away the iron-armored beast, leaving you to gather watergrass on your own, which clearly indicates she does not hold you in high regard. Initially, these disciples worried that Ning Xianyu would disregard them. And now, humiliated and scorned, their hearts brimmed with indignation. One of the disciples shouted, "If you possess the capability, confront Ning Xianyu directly. What is the point of targeting us?" Another echoed, "Indeed, we are merely outer sect disciples at the Foundation establishment stage. What advantage do you gain by bullying us?" The inner sect disciples found amusement in their plight. "Stop pretending. Those watergrasses are worth a few coins. Hand them over." It appeared they intended to seize them forcefully. Lin Kai-shu, filled with indignation, turned to his companions. "Everyone, why not just hand them over? It might spare us some injuries, and perhaps they will collect something else." The group, mourning their fate, could only comply and relinquish their belongings. As Lin Kai-shu gathered the items to surrender, he lamented, "If only we had been so wise earlier." The inner sect disciples reveled in their triumph, eager to mock further. Yet, just as one was speaking, a colossal stone was suddenly hurled towards him, aimed directly at the disciple. He attempted to deflect it, only to discover the immense spiritual force enveloping the stone was insurmountable. Helpless, he sought to evade the impending impact. But the stone seemed to possess a will of its own, crashing into him and sending him flying. "What do you mean by that? Speak up." Ning Xianyu descended like a dark cat from the heavens, her gaze icy and mocking as she regarded the inner sect disciples. To Lin Kai-shu and the others, she appeared as a celestial savior, a hero destined to rescue them. Even Chang-Chi felt a stirring in his heart at that moment. The disciples who had just been lamenting Ning Xianyu's indifference now viewed her as a figure of grandeur and nobility. They had underestimated her. Indeed, Sister Xianyu had not abandoned them. Look, she has come to their aid. Conversely, the inner sect disciples were taken aback by Ning Xianyu's sudden appearance, as if confronted by a ghost in broad daylight. They had clearly seen her retreat into the misty forest, then enter the Jiao vine grove. How could she have reappeared so swiftly? You are Ning Xianyu? Is this truly Ning Xianyu? No. She ascended directly from the Qi refining stage to the Yuanying stage without proper cultivation. She should possess no real capability. Of course, I am Ning Xianyu. Is there another young practitioner of the Yuxian sect named Ning Xianyu? She relished the moment, almost applauding herself. She felt the halo of the protagonist encircling her, a sensation of being a savior that was indeed exhilarating. Xianyuan Tunhan, however, could only roll his eyes at her self-satisfaction, wishing to yank her hair down. This woman, given an inch, takes a mile. The earlier incident was hardly her doing. Had it not been for his assistance, she would have stood helplessly, watching the inner sect disciple evade the attack while awkwardly attempting to redeem herself. Xiao Huai also arrived, incredulous as he asked, "Brother Zhaoling, why are you here bullying outer sect disciples? What will you say to the elders if they find out?" Chapter 83. A fight without cause. The leading inner sect disciple was Zhaoling, and Xiao Huai identified him as a senior brother. Zhaoling sneered, "You are merely a menial disciple responsible for sweeping the floors. What qualifications do you have to speak to me?" He glanced at the disciple who had been struck down, then at Ning Xianyu. "So your sister Xianyu, my apologies." He gestured a mock salute, though his demeanor remained haughty and dismissive. Ning Xianyu replied, icily, "Your junior brother at least possesses some manners, but I have heard you covet my iron-armored beast. Is that not true?" Zhao Ling's expression shifted slightly before he replied with a grin. "Sister, you jest. I was merely asking these few disciples for the iron-armored beast. They are outer sect disciples who rarely cultivate. Keeping such a precious item is of no use to them." He sought affirmation. "Isn't that right, sister?" This statement was a mockery of the outer sect disciples, insinuating that Ning Xianyu had not earned her position through diligent cultivation, but had been forcefully elevated by others. Typically, such words would infuriate a person, as no one enjoys being belittled. Everyone possesses a measure of pride. Yet Ning Xianyu remained unfazed, her apathy evident. Were it not for her promise to lead this group, she would have simply observed the conflict from the sidelines, indifferent to the outcome. Such bickering is truly foolish. We are cultivators. Should we not focus on self-cultivation instead of bullying the weak? Stop with the roundabout talk. It is exhausting. Just say it plainly. You bully them because their cultivation is inferior, right? Why complicate matters? Just say it straightforwardly. Zhao Ling was caught off guard by her bluntness. Initially, he had expected her to be a sweet-faced, demure girl, adept in the arts of flattery, given her reputed favoritism from the ancestor. Instead, she spoke with a forthrightness that rivaled Xianyuan Laozu himself. Could it be that this very candor had earned her the ancestor's favor? So what if it has? After a brief pause, Zhao Ling retorted, "The law of the jungle is a natural order. Does Sister Ning not understand this better than anyone? Those who rely on the ancestor to ascend to the Yuanying stage should not decry the strong preying on the weak." Xiao Huai could no longer remain silent and urged, "Brother Zhao Ling, there are rules in the sect. Disciples must not engage in excessive conflict, nor should they always rely on their strength to oppress others." Zhao Ling snapped, "And who are you to lecture me? Did I ask for your opinion?" Xiao Huai, being of a lower rank, was left speechless and dared not speak further. Ning Xianyu scrutinized him, a look of realization dawning. "No wonder I found your words peculiar. It turns out you are envious of me. You must be jealous that I am a woman who can charm others with my femininity. You wish to transform into a woman yourself, do you not?" Zhao Ling was momentarily stunned, then anger surged in his veins. "How dare you insult me? I will kill you." Ning Xianyu remained unperturbed, her demeanor calm, while internally she panicked. "I am doomed. I am doomed. Ancestor, save me." Xianyuan Tunhan, exasperated, commanded, "Draw your sword and defend." Instinctively, Ning Xianyu unsheathed her sword to block. Zhao Ling, with a mocking smile, swung his own sword towards her seemingly ordinary weapon, which bore no visible spiritual energy. With a resounding clang, Zhao Ling's sword unexpectedly shattered. The bystanders were momentarily stunned. Then they beheld Zhao Ling's face drain of color, his expression turning ghostly pale as he staggered back, coughing up blood. "What has happened?" Ning Xianyu was taken aback, urgently inquiring within, "Ancestor, what has happened to him?" This was a disciple of the third elder. She merely intended to teach him a lesson, not to kill him. Xianyuan Tunhan languidly replied, "His life-bound treasure was severed, resulting in a backlash." "Will he die?" Good heavens! A decade-long recovery period would be a grievous punishment for her. That is far too long. Besides, she had not intended for it to happen. Who could foresee that engaging in a fight would lead to the emergence of a life-bound treasure? If it had to emerge, so be it. But why was it so fragile that it shattered with the slightest touch? Xianyuan Tunhan grasped her arm, pondering that she likely had no comprehension of the extraordinary treasure she wielded. Meanwhile, Ning Xianyu continued to inquire, "Zhao Ling, are you all right? Will breaking your life-bound treasure cause you to die from rage?" Zhao Ling, seething, retorted, "Ning Xianyu, very well. Until we meet again." He repeated the phrase several times before turning away with his companions. The inner disciples were obedient. When he commanded them to leave, they followed suit. Ning Xianyu called from behind, "Don't go. I haven't finished speaking." However, they had already departed swiftly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Huai approached and reassured her. "Sister Xianyu, there is no need for concern. Brother Zhao Ling is quite formidable. Although he has destroyed his life-bound treasure, he will be fine." Ning Xianyu lamented, "What I intended to say was that it is improper to come without reciprocation. Since he believes that the law of the jungle is correct, then, as I am stronger, having defeated them, should they not leave behind their valuable possessions? Their conduct is utterly devoid of martial ethics. To flee without leaving anything after losing is quite disgraceful." She sighed, seeing Zhao Ling's life-bound treasure discarded on the ground, and hurriedly went to retrieve it, inspecting it closely. Could it still possess some value? The hilt was adorned with gathering spirit stones, clearly indicating its worth. Xiao Huai, feeling helpless, managed an awkward smile. "Indeed, it is valuable. Zhao Ling is actually a relative of the second elder, and his family possesses considerable assets." "Oh, so he is a rich second generation. How regrettable it is that I gained nothing after all that effort," she thought, feeling her efforts were in vain. Lin Kaishu and others arrived, expressing their gratitude for Ning Xianyu's assistance. She waved her hand, embodying the demeanor of a senior sister. "As the captain, I promise to look after you, and seeing you all injured weighs heavily on my heart. However, She mused internally that feeling concerned did not equate to the possibility of compensation. Lin Kaishu awkwardly admitted, "It is our inadequacy. We should have known this was not a place for us." The secret realm trials were significant events for their sect, attracting only the capable. They should not have presumed to join simply because they found a Yuan Ing period senior sister willing to accompany them. It was only natural that they faced humiliation due to their lack of strength. Ning Xianyu chose not to respond. Each had their own perspective, and she did not wish to concern herself with others' thoughts. Noticing that Chang Qi, Ding Hong, and others appeared dispirited, she sought to shift the conversation. "Now that we are here, we possess intelligence regarding the location of the astrological stone. You should rest and prepare to set out." The other disciples lowered their heads slightly, some contemplating retreat. The path to the astrological stone would undoubtedly be filled with experts, and their presence might lead to further disgrace. To go or not to go? In Chapter 84, Invasion of the Evil Cultivators, Lin Kaishu and the others ultimately decided against proceeding, opting instead to search for spirit herbs and similar items on the periphery. "Are you truly not going?" Ning Xianyu inquired, recalling their previous eagerness and excitement at the outset. Lin Kaishu replied, "This is a secret realm, which opens only once every 10,000 years, filled with treasures. We can find plenty of good things just by searching the outskirts, so we need not join the fray within." Observing their downcast expressions, she understood their feelings, merely self-doubt and fear. This was understandable. She too felt trepidation. Were it not for the formidable adversary and her own reservoir of spiritual energy, she would not have ventured forth. "Very well then, explore the periphery, and should you encounter any danger, contact me." She turned to Xiao Huai and requested the map. "Junior brother, have you memorized the map?" Xiao Huai hesitated before affirming that he had. Ning Xianyu continued, "Please deliver this map to my junior brothers if you would." Xiao Huai agreed after a moment's pause. She handed the map to Lin Kaishu. "It is detailed, so do avoid the dangerous areas." Lin Kaishu grasped the map, quickly comprehending its significance, and felt profoundly moved. "Sister, thank you, and I apologize." They had overestimated their abilities and followed her only to back down, causing her inconvenience. Their impulsive decisions left them feeling ashamed. While she continued to consider their welfare, Ning Xianyu reassured them, "Do not dwell on it. Take care, I must be on my way." Xian Yuan Tunhan transmitted a message. "You are being generous with others' resources. This map was not originally yours." Ning Xianyu responded flatteringly, "Ancestor, these are your disciples. Can you bear to see them return empty-handed?" There is no sentimentality involved. Zhao Ling is correct. The strong consume the weak. They ought to recognize their abilities and understand how to protect their lives instead of pursuing endeavors beyond their reach. In his view, those lacking strength should refrain from recklessness and instead focus on survival. Ning Xianyu conceded his point, acknowledging her own self-awareness. Were it not for certain troublesome systems and the formidable adversary, she would not have been reduced to a state of fleeing from danger. She mused about the troublesome system, speculating that her previous grand wish had either caused it to malfunction or summoned it for revision. In any case, matters had escalated. Next time, she vowed to revoke the ability that allowed the great adversary to transform. Otherwise, he might truly end her life. Xiao Huai hastened her onward, and whenever they encountered treasures along the way, he inquired if she wished to claim them. These treasures, whether refining ores or spirit herbs and fruits, were highly valuable and quite rare outside, yet common here. Ning Xianyu nearly drooled with desire, eagerly claiming everything she saw. Although Xiao Huai was an outer disciple and only at the Xian level, he had indeed trained diligently and adeptly targeted vital points when battling demonic beasts. Meanwhile, Ning Xianyu relied solely on overwhelming spiritual energy. She would first crush the beasts with her power, leaving them severely injured, allowing Xiao Huai to finish them off and gather the spoils. Their collaboration was exceedingly harmonious. Xian Yuan Tunhan remained motionless atop her head, dismissive of the treasures. It occasionally cast glances at Xiao Huai. "Ancestor, it seems that Yuxian's sect has promising successors. Are you not pleased?" Ning Xianyu considered Xiao Huai a commendable disciple, possessing humility and propriety, as well as capability. An ancestor witnessing such excellence among their disciples would surely dream of it and awaken with a smile. However, Xianyuan Tunhan merely replied with a nonchalant humph, showing no signs of pride or joy. Such high standards, this eccentric ancestor, Ning Xianyu, silently criticized while continuing to stride alongside Xiao Huai towards the direction of the astrological stone. From the map, the Ling Su secret realm appeared modest. It was actually vast within. Their hurried journey took 7 days before they finally approached the vicinity of the astrological stone. Though they had spent 7 days inside, only a few hours had elapsed outside. Duke Juezi, upon witnessing the opening of the secret realm, set off to find Xianyuan Tunhan. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the ancestor was nowhere to be found. After searching the palace atop the mountain with no success, he scanned the entire Yuxian sect with his divine sense, still unable to locate him. When did the ancestor leave the mountain gate? He had not perceived it at all. Xianyuan Tunhan's power remained formidable. The elderly Hongyue had caused him no harm whatsoever. Du Juezi could only return in disappointment, deciding that there was no need to report the intrusion of evil cultivators at the mountain gate, as he could handle it himself. At the entrance to the secret realm, Bu Jiao and Elder Xiao sensed Du Juezi's divine sense scan and could not help but frown. What had transpired that compelled the sect leader to probe the entire mountain gate? Ah, troublesome, Elder Bu Jiao remarked. Seventh junior brother, you seem troubled of late. What has caused your discomfort? Xiao gritted his teeth, replying, it is nothing significant, merely that some herbs have been stolen. Fourth junior brother mentioned that there were evil cultivators infiltrating the sect recently. It appears they also pilfered your herbs? Xiao affirmed, his expression growing grave. Worse still, those evil cultivators stole my transformation pills. What? Elder Bu Jiao gasped in shock. They stole your transformation pills? Xiao nodded vehemently. Yes, an entire vial is missing, and I have searched the entire mountain gate without finding them. The two elders exchanged glances, apprehensively regarding the entrance to the secret realm. The disciples within would need to fend for themselves. At this moment, another day had passed, and Ning Xianyu was on the verge of surrendering. She merely wished to consult Elder Bu Jiao for an oracle, yet securing a stone proved to be an unexpectedly arduous task. Sneaking into the demon realm for a blood source stone was less complicated. They had been on the journey for 8 or 9 days, and still had not reached their destination. This stone was indeed more challenging to acquire than the blood source stone. Observing her discontent, Xiao Huai offered encouragement along the way, which urged her to continue onward. One day, they entered a vast desert, its endless expanse devoid of life, with sand dunes rising and falling like waves. According to the map, the astrological stone was located within this desolate expanse. It was said that the astrological stone absorbed the surrounding vitality, rendering the area barren and causing the desert to expand continuously. Ning Xianyu first checked the water supply in her storage bag to ensure it was sufficient, then resolutely declared, "Let us proceed." She soared into the air, pulling Xiao Huai along, eager to retrieve the stone and depart swiftly. Having not dared to sleep soundly for several days in the secret realm, she was weary. However, as she ascended above the desert, she suddenly tumbled into a sand pit with a thud. Could it be that her spiritual energy had failed her? Ning Xianyu found herself headfirst in the sand. Tasting its gritty texture, Xianyuan Tunhan, quick on his feet, had leapt aside as she fell and now stood elegantly to the side, observing her as she struggled to extricate herself. She shook the sand from her hair and glanced at Xiao Huai, who remained standing, unperturbed by her plight. Xiao Huai hurried over to assist her, saying, "Many treasures are guarded by restrictions." The book did not specify the nature of these restrictions, but it seems that flight is one of them. Ning Xianyu surveyed the endless desert and then glanced at her sand-filled boots, feeling a pang of regret. Perhaps we should reconsider our course. I simply do not possess the luxury of time to fetch a mere stone. Xianyuan Tunhan seemed to have anticipated her sentiment, his mustache twitching as he remarked, "What a lack of ambition." She acknowledged her lack of ambition, yet remained indifferent to it. Xiao Huai, displaying understanding, suggested, "Sister, if you find this labor unappealing, why not wait here while I go alone?" He solemnly produced a pouch from his robes, stating, "Should I fail to return, I ask you to erect a grave for me. Though no one may pay respects, I wish to leave some trace in this world." After a dramatic bow, he turned and departed. Ning Xianyu gazed at his melancholic figure, sighing. Youth is truly a blessing. Filled with vigor, unafraid of death. Xian Yuan Tunhan interjected, "Are you not going to follow him?" If memory served, she was only 17 or 18, considerably younger than Xiao Huai, and by mortal standards, she was in her prime. Seeing Xiao Huai so dramatically resolute, should she not pursue him and fight alongside him? Yet, Ning Xianyu shook her head. "No, the sand is scorching, dry, and filthy. I would much prefer to soak in a hot spring and enjoy some fruit." Not far off lay an oasis with a hot spring. She desired to indulge and rest after such a taxing journey. Just as she was about to seek a spot to lie down, Xian Yuan Tunhan suddenly lifted his foot and kicked. Ning Xianyu found herself landing beside Xiao Huai with a soft thud, startling him into nearly drawing his sword in defense. "Sister, what brings you here?" Xiao Huai inquired courteously, his sincerity evident. Yet, did this count as a summons? Ning Xianyu felt exasperated as she extricated herself from the sand once more. "Upon reflection, I cannot allow you to venture alone. If something were to happen, I would not know how to explain it to Elder Bujiao." She brushed off 3 pounds of sand and boldly stated, "Let us go." The Dark Overlord had insisted on her presence, and she felt compelled to comply. However, having come this far, she was determined to acquire the astrological stone. Otherwise, her efforts would be in vain. The Dark Overlord leaped on her head, but after a brief moment in the sun, he opted to jump down, insisting she wear a hat. Subsequently, Ning Xianyu donned the hat and cradled him, the shade cast by her hat providing him respite. He truly knew how to indulge. The heavy feline form of the Dark Overlord soon tired her arms, prompting her to glance at Xiao Huai. Xiao Huai smiled. "Sister Xinyu, do not worry. I am a man. I fear not the sun. Who is concerned for you? Your expectations are rather fanciful. I merely wish for you to carry the Dark Overlord." Ning Xianyu sighed in resignation, continuing to walk while holding the Dark Overlord. After a considerable time, a sandstorm suddenly loomed ahead, swirling the sand into a chaotic tempest that surged towards them. The two quickly summoned their spiritual energy for defense, but the storm enveloped them in an instant, obscuring all vision in a cloud of yellow dust. They established a spiritual barrier, while they could not feel the sting of sand against their faces. The oppressive yellow haze weighed heavily upon them. Unable to move, they sat down to wait for the storm to pass. Yet, the Dark Overlord urged through their mental connection. "Do not stop. We must move swiftly." Ning Xianyu complained, "With such a vast expanse of sand, where can we possibly go?" The Dark Overlord replied, "The person beside you knows the way. Hurry." Reluctantly, Ning Xianyu turned to Xiao Huai. "Let us hasten our steps." Xiao Huai agreed, leading them in a specific direction. Ning Xianyu realized he truly possessed an innate sense of direction, a remarkable skill, even in such dire circumstances. She mused that this was not a natural sandstorm, but rather a protective formation for the stone. Ning Xianyu felt as though she had drawn the short straw with stones, first searching for the blood source stone, then the astrological stone, and soon she would be seeking the 3 lives stone. Was this book, after all, a geological exploration manual? Tragically, she soon noticed the winds and sands were assaulting their barrier. The first to be affected was Xiao Huai. With only his golden core cultivation, his spiritual energy was relatively weak, and the barrier was quickly breached. Ning Xianyu observed him struggling, sand accumulating atop him until he was nearly buried. The sand seemed to cling to him, despite his efforts to shake it off. Before long, he was half encased in sand, losing his form entirely. Ning Xianyu quickly reached out and pulled him in her barrier. The sand fell away from Xiao Huai, who smiled at her. "Thank you, sister." She dismissed his gratitude, her worry mounting. If the sand continued unabated, her barrier too would be compromised. Would the Dark Overlord abandon her? Ning Xianyu grasped him firmly. "If you leave, who shall guide me?" She felt utterly lost, devoid of direction. If Xiao Huai departed, she would be left with only the Dark Overlord, and she would prefer to perish on the spot. Xiao Huai offered an awkward smile. "I intended to guide you, but it seems I have become a burden instead." Ning Xianyu urged him to conserve his strength and move swiftly. As cultivators, they traversed quickly, Yet even after 6 hours, they remained ensnared in the storm. Just as Ning Xianyu's frustration began to boil over, the view ahead shifted. Through the swirling sands, she glimpsed an azure expanse, vibrant and fluid, a beautiful hue. We are nearing an exit. How splendid! Ning Xianyu urged Xiao Huai to quicken their pace, nearly causing the dark overlord to tumble from her grasp, prompting him to clutch her clothing in annoyance. Just then, the sands ceased, but her barrier shattered abruptly. Before she could re-establish it, a torrent of seawater surged towards them, engulfing both her and the dark overlord. Could it be that they needed to traverse the elemental array of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth to acquire the stone? This stone was indeed far too precious. Chapter 86. You have been deceived. Ning Xianyu retrieved a large leaf from her storage pouch to serve as a makeshift boat, then pulled Xiao Huai to sit atop it. The dark demon swam over and was embraced by her onto the leaf. Xiao Huai expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "This black cat can actually swim?" Ning Xianyu thought to herself, "Of course he can swim. There is probably nothing he cannot accomplish in this world. But we should focus on ourselves first. What should we do now? Shall we row over?" At that moment, they could see a metallic island rising in the center of the sea, crowned by a towering silver pillar embedded with numerous stones. The sight was truly intimidating, enough to deter anyone who suffers from trypophobia from looking too long. The astrological stone was atop that pillar. Ning Xianyu glanced at it and asked with confusion, "Are all those astrological stones? So many?" Xiao Huai replied, "Only one is. We must discern it ourselves and can only take one." In other words, they had but one opportunity to seize the astrological stone. Well, this stone has become increasingly precious. Ning Xianyu pondered that she must obtain the astrological stone to consult Elder Bujiao, so that the third elder could provide her a reading. Otherwise, all her efforts would be in vain. She took out the leg of an armored beast from her pouch, using it as a paddle, and they began to row toward the island. The restrictions in this area were stricter. They could not use spiritual energy and were left to exert their physical strength like mere mortals. Ning Xianyu increasingly felt that this stone was not as simple as it seemed. The harder something is to obtain, the more valuable it becomes. Besides divination, this stone surely possesses other uses. She inquired of the dark demon, but he remained silent, merely urging her to row faster. Reluctantly, she continued to paddle. This time was even more grueling. They rowed for a full 3 days without reaching their destination. Though it appeared close, they could not seem to arrive. By the time they finally approached the island, Ning Xianyu felt she was on the brink of madness. "Ancestor, with your vast powers, can't you think of a way to help this child?" Xian Yuan Tanhan disdainfully turned away from her, saying, "Figure out yourself. You were the one who cried and begged to come." Recalling her desperate pleas at that time, she regretted it deeply. "I was young and foolish. I was wrong. And besides, you kicked me into the desert." The dark demon's cold voice echoed. "So you were blaming me?" "I dare not." Xiao Huai noticed that his senior sister was actually crying. "Senior sister, if you are too tired, take a break. I can take over." Ning Xianyu simply laid back on the leaf, utterly exhausted. She had always been lazy, wishing only to lie flat. And making it this far had already been quite a challenge. Eventually, they reached the island, but Ning Xianyu's legs were still trembling. She vowed never to embark on another secret realm adventure. If she did, she would be a fool. Xiao Huai pulled her ashore, and Ning Xianyu plopped down to rest. However, the island was metallic and exceedingly smooth. They could neither sit nor stand securely. Additionally, she felt the island rapidly heating up, with the ground beneath her feet growing increasingly hot. Xiao Huai shouted, "Senior sister, we must hurry to retrieve the astrological stone." Ning Xianyu picked up the dark demon and slid toward the pillar. "What nonsense is this? It completely defies the principles of the 5 elements. The person who designed this restriction must be a villain with a twisted mind." Xiao Huai followed closely behind, assisting her. "Senior sister, you go up the pillar to fetch the stone. I will be here to catch you." Ning Xianyu agreed, noticing that the pillar was not hot and that the stones were embedded in it, providing good handholds for climbing. Xiao Huai pushed her upward, helping her ascend while stamping his feet to alleviate the heat, yet he did not let go. "Which one is the astrological stone?" Ning Xianyu called out. She had never seen an astrological stone before. How could she identify it? Xiao Huai responded, "You will sense it once you touch it. Senior sister, search carefully. Sense it by touch. Am I to feel each one?" Ning Xianyu called out to Xianyuan Tunhan, "Ancestor, please lend a hand." Xianyuan Tunhan replied, "Touch them yourself. Take whichever one pleases your eye." How absurd. After all the effort to arrive here, how could it be as simple as taking the one that looks nice? Xianyuan Tunhan fell silent, leaving her to ponder. Although the pillar had climbing points, it was still difficult to scale. It was slick all over. After a while of climbing, Ning Xianyu felt utterly fatigued and frustrated. Fine, then I shall simply take one at random. She counted to 10, intending to take whatever she touched. After counting for a while, when she reached 10, she touched an exceptionally ugly stone. Ning Xianyu looked again and exclaimed, "You are too ugly. I don't want you." Saying this, she continued her ascent in search of a more appealing stone. However, at that moment, the ugly stone suddenly began to glow. In her mind appeared the image of a small red stone figure, the same one she had encountered when Xianyuan Tunhan had drawn her into a dream. The little figure waved its hands and shouted, "This one, this one, this one, but it truly is quite hideous. This one, this one." The little figure was incessantly noisy, bouncing around in her mind, insisting on that very stone. Ning Xianyu sighed, all right, I will take this one. Just be quiet." She grasped the stone and pulled with all her might. The stone fell, and the ground stopped trembling. "Is this it? Is this truly the astrological stone?" Below, Xiao Huai shouted, "Senior sister, toss the stone down first. I will catch it, and then you can jump down." Ning Xianyu agreed. Just as the dark demon was about to speak, she decisively tossed the stone down. Just as she prepared to leap, Xiao Huai seized the stone and dashed to the leaf, rowing away. "Senior sister, thank you for your care along the way. We shall meet again in our next lives." He spoke as he continued to row, increasingly faster. As he departed, the ground transformed into a sea of flames. Ning Xianyu lay atop the pillar. Stunned, what does this mean? What does it mean? You have been deceived, and yet you do not hurry to pursue? The dark demon, exasperated, meowed and stomped on her head, urging her to quickly descend and chase after him. But the fire is raging, and I am scared. The heat from the roaring flames below was intense. Even lying on the pillar, she could feel the searing heat. A mere fire cannot kill you. Jump down. The dark demon leapt up, stomping hard on her head. The force of that stomp was immense, as if 1,000 pounds had fallen upon her. Ning Xianyu could not withstand it. She plummeted directly into the sea of flames, her hair and clothes igniting instantly. Dark demon, I loathe you. Chapter 87. The stone that mends the heavens. The flames were merciless, burning her painfully. Ning Xianyu summoned her spiritual energy to shield herself, but struggled for quite some time before succeeding. By the time she finally protected herself, she was left with only her undergarments and trousers, her body covered in soot. Ning Xianyu glared at the dark demon with bare arms. In such a dire situation, he did not help her and even kicked her down. Is this something a person can do? I believe we have both been deceived, especially since you were present. It is quite embarrassing for a demon of your age to have been tricked. You think I did not see through his true nature? Xianyuan Tun Han did not care, smirking disdainfully. You saw through it, yet did not inform me? Ning Xianyu was furious, grabbing him and lifting him up. I have followed you for so long. I may not have contributed, but I have suffered. Ning Xianyu sat on the leaf boat, utterly uninterested in pursuing. What is there to chase? It's merely a stone. She had no intention of going after it. It was just a stone, after all, and far too much trouble for such a triviality. Xianyuan Tunhan pointed and urged her to pursue, even jumping on her head, but she remained unmoved. Are you trying to get yourself killed? This woman had always been obedient, following his commands without question, never once defying his orders. Now, faced with her unexpected behavior, he found himself at a loss, unsure whether to strangle her or inquire if her mind had become muddled. Ning Xianyu huffed, demanding to know the purpose of the astrological stone and its significance to them. Otherwise, she claimed she could not comprehend. She had long recognized that the great demon could not reveal his true nature here, nor use his spiritual power otherwise. He would have taken matters into his own hands by now. Moreover, it was evident that he also desired the stone. Having pretended to be indifferent while watching her plead embarrassingly, only to later manipulate her into exerting effort on his behalf. Ning Xianyu lamented her unfortunate situation, having to bear the dirty and laborious tasks without understanding their significance. To this day, she remained oblivious to the true purpose of the stone. This was the first time Xianyuan Tunhan witnessed her daring to throw a tantrum, momentarily taken aback. Ning Xianyu reclined languidly on the leaves, basking in the sun, feeling the gentle sway of the ocean, and thought that perhaps this was akin to the comfort of sleeping in her mother's womb, safe and cozy. The sun was not overly intense, and the humidity was just right for slumber. Xianyuan Tunhan, irate, demanded, "Are you leaving or not?" To which she retorted, "If not, then you may as well strangle me." After a moment of silence, the great demon finally spoke, revealing that stone is a component of the Bu Tian Shi. What? Ning Xianyu sat up abruptly. Bu Tian Shi? The one used by Yang? The great demon, unaware of Nuwa, merely explained that it was indeed the Bu Tian Shi, possessing divine power. Although merely a fragment, its strength was indispensable. He did not fully reveal the truth, yet Ning Xianyu grasped the underlying implication. One day, all pieces of the Bu Tian Shi would be needed. Were they to mend the heavens? She glanced upwards but saw nothing amiss. The sky seemed perfectly intact. Why would they need to repair it? Or was it that the sky would eventually collapse, necessitating such repairs? Ning Xianyu felt the narrative diverging significantly from what she had learned from the system, utterly different from the plot she had understood. Xianyuan Tunhan, gritting his teeth, affirmed, "You dare to negotiate with me?" The great demon was nearly seething with rage. How could this woman possess the audacity to bargain with him? Ning Xianyu tuklet. Of course I must negotiate. If you refuse, you might as well kill me now. Knowing the stone's importance compelled her to seize the opportunity to make demands. Not doing so would be foolish. Xianyuan Tunhan growled, "Speak." Ning Xianyu grinned. "My request is that no matter what I do, you shall never kill me, torture me, or lay a hand upon me." She desired this life-saving talisman. Otherwise, living in constant fear was simply exhausting. Xianyuan Tunhan was momentarily stunned. "Is that all?" "Yes, that is all," she replied, "and you must also ensure I live well." Upon hearing her simple demands, Ning Xianyu felt she had asked for too little. Indeed, she was a kind-hearted person, unwilling to demand exorbitant prices. Just as she contemplated increasing her requests, Xianyuan Tunhan suddenly declared, "Very well. I shall swear an oath to you. I will never kill you or torture you, and I guarantee your survival." Extending his right claw, he motioned for her to reciprocate. Regretting her modest request, she nonetheless extended her hand. Their hands met, and a spell formed from spiritual energy soon floated above them before descending and vanishing. With the oath established, she could rest assured. This woman likely did not comprehend that as long as she remained useful, he would never harm her. Ning Xianyu glanced at her hand, still incredulous at how easily she had obtained this life-saving talisman. Elated, she wiped her hand on her pants and donned a dress. Xianyuan Tunhan barked, "Aren't you going to chase after it?" Surely this woman wouldn't go back on her word. Ning Xianyu urged him not to rush her, and once she had dressed, she extended her palm once more and, with a sudden exertion, produced a stone from thin air. This stone was rather unsightly. Although it struggled to emit light, it could not disguise its inherent ugliness. Xianyuan Tunhan stared at the stone, then at her. This is the astrological stone, isn't it?" Ning Xianyu chuckled. "Huh? Did you truly think me a fool, unable to perceive Xiao Huai's odd behavior?" She gleefully recounted how she had sensed something amiss with Xiao Huai from their first encounter. His demeanor was too perfect, humble, obedient, and exceptionally capable, treating her with such kindness. The probability of encountering such a flawless individual was slim, yet the chance of her meeting him was even slimmer. Additionally, throughout their journey, he had been guiding her toward the astrological stone, displaying a level of eagerness that surpassed her own. Yet he claimed to have no interest in the stone, merely wishing to find it to please Elder Bujiao. Yet his evident anxiety contradicted his words. Thus, she had presented a stone she had found earlier, claiming it to be the one she had withheld. Is this not the astrological stone? She felt quite clever, believing the great demon should commend her for her ingenuity. However, Xianyuan Tunhan was grinding his teeth in frustration. After living for over 100,000 years, he had been deceived by a mere woman. Chapter 88. Parsing words. Ning Xianyu extended the stone forward. Take a look. Is this the astrological stone? She herself did not recognize the astrological stone and could not ascertain its authenticity. However, she was certain that the stone Xiao Huai had taken was definitely not the astrological stone. That was merely something she had picked up, finding it aesthetically pleasing, intending to keep it for future use, perhaps to weigh down instant noodles. Although there were no instant noodles here, she had a habit of hoarding items that caught her eye. Xianyuan Tunhan, now consumed with the desire to crush her, restrained himself and asked, "Why did you choose this particular stone?" Given her preferences, she should have selected something more visually appealing, not this ugly stone. Ning Xianyu, you think this stone is ugly, don't you? If it weren't for that little man, I wouldn't have chosen this one. When she mentioned dreams, Xianyuan Tunhan refrained from elaborating, instead inspecting the stone once more. This is indeed the astrological stone. Ning Xianyu beamed with delight. Ha! I knew I was too clever to make a mistake. Seeing her so triumphant only deepened Xianyuan Tunhan's ire. You can freely summon and retract the stone? Of course. Ning Xianyu responded, demonstrating her ability. She did not know why, but she understood that the stone appeared when she desired it and could be retracted at will. Although she was unaware of its location, she was confident it remained with her. Xianyuan Tunhan's expression darkened further. She could keep the stone for now, but without his permission. She must never show it to anyone else. Even so, they needed to move quickly. Without the astrological stone, the restrictions here would only intensify, and remaining would bring no benefits. Ning Xianyu agreed and found a paddle, beginning to row toward the shore. The thought of having to navigate through a sandstorm in addition to rowing filled her with despair. Life seemed unbearably challenging. Why should a mere salted fish like her endure such suffering? Meanwhile, Xianyuan Tunhan remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. In the previous oath, I promised not to torture you and to ensure your well-being. However, I did not state that I could not allow others to torment you. Ning Xianyu paused in her movements. What do you mean? How could a great demon of over 100,000 years nitpick his words so? Seeing her stunned and incredulous expression, Xianyuan Tunhan felt a surge of satisfaction. Do you not realize that imprisoning someone and then using a forgetfulness spell to erase the hidden address from your own memory is not a form of torment? Ning Xianyu was on the verge of tears. The vengeful heart of the great demon was excessively heavy. He was indeed a pervert, one who bullied others and found pleasure in torturing them. I was wrong, I apologize. She knelt before him, bowing her head 3 times, hoping he would overlook her transgressions and not hold her, a mere insignificant person, accountable. Xianyuan Tunhan felt his mood brighten further, lazily reclining to one side, urging her to row faster. Ning Xianyu felt like a laborer, one without pay, resigned to continue rowing. Her pace was slow, and it took her an entire day to navigate a vast expanse of seawater. Next came a sandstorm. She struggled through it, wrapped in a spiritual barrier. This time, it was the great demon guiding her, or she would have undoubtedly remained in place, going in circles. It took another full day for her to finally make her way out. The great demon was right. After losing the astrological stone, the restrictions here had actually intensified, and the scope of the sandstorm had expanded. If this desert continues to strengthen, in 10,000 years, wouldn't it all be consumed by sand? Such a beautiful place would be ruined. It truly is a pity. Xianyuan Tunhan assured her that it would not happen. That was indeed reassuring. Ning Xianyu expressed her envy, saying, I wish to have a secret realm where I can indulge in food and drink, bask in the sun, and gaze at the sea, doing nothing at all. The last dream realm you took me to was splendid. I adored such a place, and I must live there in the future. Xianyuan Tunhan remained silent. She was simply too naive, still believing it to be a dream realm. It was not a dream at all, but her own spiritual abode, the most vital place for a cultivator. This woman found tranquility within herself, and her spiritual abode was equally serene and harmonious. He had never encountered a spiritual abode like hers before. After another half-day of trudging through the desert, Ning Xianyu finally arrived at an oasis. Finally out, she dashed to the hot springs at the oasis, quickly shedding her clothes and plunging into the water. It felt divine, The sand on her body was washed away, and she felt as if her skin were drinking water, no longer parched. She held her breath and submerged, washing her hair, and tossed her clothes into the water to cleanse them as well. She was quite exuberant in her washing, splashing water that splattered onto the great demon. Xianyu Tunhan, however, entered the water with much more restraint, elegantly soaking his entire body before revealing his head, watching her with a composed and refined gaze. Ning Xianyu pulled her clothes over her chest, fearing he would catch a glimpse. Just as she finished, she noticed the corner of his mouth twitching in a sardonic smile as he regarded her. Did she think he would sneak a peek? Huh. Ning Xianyu felt insulted, yet she remained resolutely covered. No peeking means no peeking. Just because he's older doesn't mean he isn't a lecher. Hadn't he forcibly kissed her before? While she was lost in her thoughts, Xianyu Tunhan leaped on her head. Elder Ancestor, you should bathe by yourself, she declared, with a damp cat atop her head. She appeared rather peculiar. Xianyu Tunhan remained stationary, lounging on her head, absorbing the spiritual energy of Jiuji Tan. The power of Jiuji Tan flowed into his spirit, continuously purifying his spiritual platform. For Ning Xianyu, soaking in a hot spring was immensely comfortable, while for Xianyu Tunhan, absorbing the power of Jiuji Tan was far more pleasurable. As he remained perched above her, she chose to disregard him, comfortably leaning against a large stone at the spring's edge and dozing off. Previously, she had been on guard against Xiao Huai and had not rested well. Now that Xiao Huai had departed, with the great demon still by her side, she could finally relax. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, she overheard voices nearby. Xiao Huai, weren't you with Ning Xianyu? Why are you alone now? What? Did she turn you down and refuse to collaborate with you? Haha, you are merely a Xian-level disciple. She just enjoys having someone to serve her, and you really thought she was interested in you? Ning Xianyu hurriedly dressed, eager to eavesdrop on the gossip. That scoundrel Xiao Huai had deceived her. Humph. And now he had encountered a tough opponent. She was determined to cheer them on and witness how they would teach Xiao Huai a lesson. Chapter 89. The false Xiao Huai. Ning Xianyu dressed and dried off the still pretending to sleep great demon, placing him atop her head as she crawled forward to eavesdrop. Xianyu Tunhan felt embarrassed. Did she think that lying on the ground would render her invisible? These individuals were cultivators, not mere mortals. He pressed a paw onto her head, guiding her on how to envelop herself in spiritual power, setting up a barrier to conceal her form and abilities. They were all at the golden core stage. Even if she walked boldly past them, they would not take notice. How remarkable! Ning Xianyu felt no change, but cautiously inched closer. Although she was no longer crawling, her movements were still sneaky, causing Xianyu Tunhan to feel utterly embarrassed, resulting in him kicking her. She stumbled and crashed into a tree, causing it to sway. Zhao Ling and the others, encircling Xiao Huai, suddenly heard the commotion and immediately halted, becoming vigilant. Zhao Ling exchanged a glance with a junior brother, who drew his sword and cautiously approached. Ning Xianyu was initially anxious, but the great demon disdainfully remarked, "You, a Yuan infant, have nothing to fear from them." Indeed, she was a Yuan infant. The group of golden core cultivators over there collectively could hardly withstand even a single burst of her spiritual power. What was there to fear? Resolutely, Ning Xianyu stood by the tree, gripping a branch tightly, remaining perfectly still. The disciple approached carefully, scanning the surroundings, yet saw nothing. Even when Ning Xianyu stood directly before him, glaring, he remained oblivious. "Senior brother, there's nothing here." Ning Xianyu found it remarkable. They truly could not see her. Cultivation was far too fascinating. The techniques were immensely interesting and quite convenient. Xianyu Tunhan remarked, "If you find it interesting, then practice diligently." She spent her days lazily like a sloth, unwilling to do anything but eat and drink, and he truly questioned how this woman had grown up. Ning Xianyu quickly shook her head. "I shall not learn. It is too difficult." The techniques and mental methods were far too troublesome. She could hardly comprehend them, let alone memorize them. She preferred to be spared from such burdens. Xianyu Tunhan, filled with exasperation, retorted, "You are already at the Yuan infant stage. Have you not yet experienced the profound benefits of spiritual power? Why do you hesitate to ascend further?" Ning Xianyu chuckled. "There are always mountains beyond mountains." and people beyond people. One must learn to be content. Attaining Yuan infant status already surpasses the majority of cultivators. Why should I force myself? This reasoning was truly astonishing. Those who had reached the Yuan infant stage typically strive to advance further, as they beheld a broader horizon and a more profound realm, thus fostering a greater sense of urgency. Yet Ning Xianyu, on the contrary, looked downwards. As long as she saw many striving below her, she felt at ease. Though she may not be the best, she was certainly better than others. Xian Yuan Tunhan fell silent. If he said another word to her, he would indeed be a fool. Ning Xianyu continued to smile as she listened to Zhao Ling giving Xiao Huai a hard time, completely unaware of the ire bubbling within him. Ning Xianyu pondered that such a role should have been reserved for the male protagonist. How had it ended up with Xiao Huai? The commotion escalated, and finally, the fight broke out. Ning Xianyu eagerly awaited Zhao Ling to deliver a thorough beating to Xiao Huai. The harder the better. Initially, it unfolded as she hoped, with Xiao Huai suffering dreadfully, even spitting blood. Zhao Ling and the others laughed triumphantly, eager to teach him another harsh lesson. However, just as they closed in, a surge of spiritual power erupted from Xiao Huai, and surrounding energies coalesced into a vortex around him. This scene was all too familiar to Ning Xianyu. It was the customary routine for an advancement. Zhao Ling and others believed he was on the verge of advancement, thinking that he was fortunate enough to break through in the secret realm. However, they soon sensed something amiss. Xiao Huai's cultivation swiftly escalated from the golden core stage to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Yet then he remained stagnant. There were no celestial tribulations or any other phenomena. Ning Xianyu observed in astonishment, questioning the situation. Xian Yuan Tunhan merely scoffed, choosing silence. He concealed his true cultivation level. Zhao Ling exclaimed. Xiao Huai's original cultivation should have been at this level. He had merely suppressed his true power, masquerading as a golden core cultivator. No, his actual strength might exceed that of the nascent soul. Although Zhao Ling and his companions were hedonists, they were not fools. They immediately discerned the problem. You're not Xiao Huai. Who are you really? While they were not deeply familiar with Xiao Huai, they were acutely aware of whether he had truly advanced and to what extent. This individual could not possibly be Xiao Huai. Xiao Huai smiled, executing a few stretching movements. I originally thought you were merely a group of dimwits. It appears you possess some intellect. Zhao Ling and the others cautiously retreated, yet still retorted, What do you mean? Xiao Huai replied, Ponder carefully what I imply. Zhao Ling furrowed his brow, attempting to comprehend but failing to grasp the meaning. Xiao Huai immediately displayed a look of disdain. Consider this. Why do you harbor such animosity towards Ning Xianyu, seeking trouble with her companions? Upon hearing this, Ning Xianyu's curiosity intensified. Could there be another conspiracy at play? Zhao Ling contemplated. I do not know. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt something was amiss. He realized he was not familiar with Ning Xianyu at all and bore no grudges against her. As a man, albeit a hedonist, he only sought conflict with other men and had no interest in troubling women. Yet, strangely, upon entering this space, he had inexplicably developed a deep-seated hatred for Ning Xianyu and sought her trouble. What was he thinking? Xiao Huai chuckled. Regardless, you all shall perish today. So let me clarify. I have placed a curse upon you, instigating your loathing for Ning Xianyu, compelling you to trouble her. If you cannot find her, you will unleash your frustrations upon those outer disciples. Zhao Ling, frightened, clutched his chest, attempting to identify what was wrong with himself. Yet he was even more perplexed. Why would you do this? Xiao Huai replied, It is simply to eliminate obstacles in my path. It wouldn't have been necessary to go through such trouble, but Ning Xianyu is surrounded by too many irrelevant individuals. I cannot directly deal with the minor players, so I must trouble you young ones. Zhao Ling queried in confusion, Is your target Ning Xianyu? No sooner had he spoken than he drew his sword and leapt forward. Ning Xianyu, who had been merely spectating, was infuriated to learn that Lin Kaishu and others were being targeted because of her. This scoundrel, using Zhao Ling to drive Lin Kaishu and others away, was solely exploiting her. Furious, even if she were a mere bystander, she still had her temper. Curse your very existence. Perish. Chapter 90. We should run away. As Xiao Huai made his move, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual power approaching from behind. He attempted to defend himself, but found the force too powerful to resist. Moreover, this spiritual energy felt familiar. Ning Xianyu, while unleashing her spiritual power, cursed and charged forward. Xiao Huai was sent flying by the tremendous impact of her energy. Ning Xianyu was unconcerned about who she affected. Zhao Ling and the others were also flung backward, tumbling away and landing in disarray. With the black cat in tow, Ning Xianyu emerged, furiously pointing at Xiao Huai, cursing, "You despicable old scoundrel! Dare to plot against me? I'll make you pay." With that, she leaped onto his abdomen and bounced a few times. Xiao Huai, feeling the pain, pushed her away. Ning Xianyu, infuriated, shouted, "You villain! You dare retaliate?" Xian Yuan Tunhan was on the verge of exploding with anger. "You are a cultivator. Don't you possess any combat techniques? Truly disgraceful. A dignified, nascent soul cultivator fighting like a street thug." Ning Xianyu pondered, "I know military boxing." She had practiced military boxing during her school days under the guidance of her physical education teacher. "Oh, and I also know Tai Chi sword." That was something she had learned from her grandmother. What is Tai Chi sword? The great demon had never heard of it. It seemed particularly advantageous. The great demon was utterly perplexed by her words, but since she might possess some sword technique, urging her to use it. "Infuse your spiritual energy into the sword and attack." "Huh? Use Tai Chi sword to attack? Hurry." The false Xiao Huai launched an attack again, and the great demon kicked her forward, insisting she take action. Ning Xianyu grasped the treasured sword as if it were a mere firewood stick, being compelled to charge forward. The false Xiao Huai, enraged, struck out again. She should have dodged or retaliated, but in her panic, she merely lifted her sword to block. Zhao Ling and the others had gotten back on their feet and were humiliated by her fighting stance. They realized she was an untrained nascent soul cultivator. Clearly fed techniques by Xian Yuan. Look at her sword stance, observe her movements, and then her actions. Zhao Ling felt increasingly frustrated. How had he been interrupted during the activation of his life-bound treasure? It felt utterly unjust. Shall we run? We should send a distress signal to the sect. Given Ning Xianyu's current state, she would be defeated in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. To preserve their lives, they decided to flee. The other disciples agreed with him. It was indeed time to escape. Ning Xianyu shared this sentiment, believing there was no need for her to fight here. Once outside, wouldn't it be better for the great demon to deal with this scoundrel? Why should she risk her life? All of this transpired in a flash. Just as everyone, including Ning Xianyu herself, looked down upon her, she unexpectedly blocked the false Xiao Huai's attack. That seemingly mundane thrust of her sword appeared unremarkable, devoid of brilliance. Yet, this very strike pierced through the false Xiao Huai's assault, shattering the barrier formed by spiritual energy and driving straight toward him. Ning Xianyu steadily advanced, pushing the sword forward. The false Xiao Huai attacked again, and she spun like a graceful crane, evading the strike and thrusting forward. To her astonishment, she had struck true. "Wait, did I hit? I can't believe it. I actually hit." Zhao Ling and the others were stunned, caught off guard by the turn of events. The false Xiao Huai glanced down at the sword embedded in him, then at Ning Xianyu, revealing a knowing smile. "So that is how it is. What does that mean?" Ning Xianyu, holding the sword, felt uncertain, unsure whether to advance or withdraw for another strike. Suddenly, the area struck by her sword began to emanate spiritual energy. Ning Xianyu feigned calmness and smiled. "You didn't expect it, did you? The stone I gave you was a fake. You never obtained the genuine astrological stone." The false Xiao Huai's expression shifted, followed by a self-deprecating laugh. What a waste of effort. How unfortunate. Then, before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, his form rapidly deflated like a punctured balloon, swiftly transforming into an empty human skin. Ning Xianyu was startled, retreating 3 meters while gripping her sword. What in the world is he? Zhao Ling and his companions, emboldened, approached cautiously, realizing this is a form of evil cultivator. They kill cultivators and wear their skins to assume their identities. But this transformation is too convincing. What kind of elixir did he consume? Typically, even evil cultivators would not exhibit such rich expressions, making them discernible upon closer inspection. Yet, This false xianxia was so lifelike that they had failed to notice any discrepancies. Ning Xianyu disdainfully remarked, "I see you all lack understanding. You couldn't even recognize your own junior brother. How embarrassing." The great demon certainly knew that the false xianxia was a fraud and was involved in some nefarious practices. Yet, they remained silent, seemingly content to watch her be deceived. It infuriated me. It was only thanks to my astuteness that I was able to unmask this villain. Otherwise, the astrological stone would have been stolen by him. How clever she is, single-handedly turning the tide. Zhao Ling and the others had intended to express their gratitude, but upon witnessing her shamelessness, they fell silent. "Hey, say thank you," Ning Xianyu insisted, glaring at them. She had selflessly rescued this group, and they owed her their thanks. Although Zhao Ling and the others felt powerless against her, they still protested, "You damaged my life as treasure. That is because you were too weak. If it weren't for me, you would have lost your lives," she retorted. "Now say thank you." As she raised her sword, they hurriedly complied. The great demon scratched his head, his mustache twitching, and paid her no mind, merely approaching the skin and tapping the nearby storage bag. This was just a clone, not the true body of the evil practitioner. He sent her a message, indicating that she should not be so proud, for she had not truly slain the evil practitioner. Ning Xianyu paid no heed, her attention fixated on the storage bag as she quickly reached to retrieve it. Normally, such bags are ensorcelled and nearly impossible to open, but her immense spiritual power, coupled with the death of its owner, rendered it accessible. As she rummaged within, she felt something horrifying and, in a panic, dumped the contents onto the ground. To everyone's shock, out tumbled several human skins, neatly displayed on a rack, presenting a chilling spectacle. There were over a dozen skins of various shapes, both male and female, meticulously flayed, giving off an eerie vibe. Among them, it seemed there were even disciples of the Yuxian men. Ning Xianyu dared not look again and urged Zhao Ling and the others to pack them away. Zhao Ling found this reasonable and instructed his junior brother to collect the grim items. The junior disciples, fearing the ancestral spirits of the Zhao family, were obedient, despite their fright at the sight. What a pity, she lamented, such young disciples, lost so prematurely. Though Ning Xianyu found the skins repugnant, she had no aversion to the other treasures belonging to the false xianxia. She picked up a vial of medicine and examined it, recognizing it as a transformation pill concocted by Elder Su. Consuming it would allow one to assume the appearance of another practitioner, clearly a theft by the evil practitioner. Ning Xianyu swiftly concealed the vial. It was a valuable item, deserving of shared spoils. The bag also contained numerous spirit stones, several magical artifacts, a tent, and many other treasures unearthed by the false xianxia. Zhao Ling had never encountered such greed, astonished that she would gather such trifles. Noticing his disdainful expression, Ning Xianyu snapped, "What are you staring at? Do you want some too? Let me tell you, this is my reward for defeating the evil practitioner. If you want it, go defeat one yourself." Zhao Ling's disdain deepened. "I do not desire it. It is merely worthless junk." After all her efforts, she discovered he was a wealthy heir, looking down on such items. Frustrated, she extended her hand. "You need not offer your body in gratitude. A small reward will suffice. Aren't you rich? Then contribute a bit." Zhao Ling, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you robbing me?" With a feigned look of innocence, Ning Xianyu replied, "How can you accuse me of robbery? I saved your life. Without me, you would have been slain by the evil practitioner. Is your life worthless? Or do you only bully others and never show gratitude?" Drawing her sword and planting it into the ground with a mischievous grin, she insisted on her rightful demands. Xianyuan Tunhan scratched his head, not intending to intervene. To him, this was merely childish banter, unworthy of concern. Zhao Ling and his companions felt a twinge of fear upon seeing her sword, for it had severed Zhao Ling's own life treasure and pierced the evil practitioner. They believed it was a precious gift from Xianyuan Lao Zu, indestructible and formidable. Having just defeated a fully realized Yuaning evil practitioner, they concluded they could not possibly contend with her. In the end, each of them reluctantly offered a handful of high-quality spirit stones, which Ning Xianyu happily accepted. "All right, we are even now. Being a good person truly feels wonderful." "You are not a good person. You are nothing more than a thief, Zhao Ling and the others grumbled, feeling robbed yet again, while she proclaimed herself a benefactor. Ning Xianyu also requested some healing ointments from them, urging them to hurry to the exit and not wander about. She then sought out Lin Kai-shu and the others. Xianyuan Tun Han asked, "Have you realized the benefits of high cultivation?" "Indeed," Ning Xianyu replied cheerfully. "Being powerful is advantageous. When others cannot defeat you, they must comply." Xianyuan Tun Han inquired, "Do you wish to ascend further?" Ning Xianyu shook her head. "I cannot. I simply cannot achieve that, no matter the benefits." Xianyuan Tun Han fell silent, having never encountered such obstinate incompetence. Ning Xianyu soon found Lin Kai-shu and the others, presenting the healing ointments. This is from Zhao Ling. As an apology, upon receiving the medicine, Lin Kai-shu and the others sensed it was not given voluntarily. "Sister, did you teach them a lesson? For their sake?" Ning Xianyu responded, "No, I merely happened to pass by and save their lives." They expressed their gratitude by generously offering me spirit stones and medicine, realizing their grave mistakes. Xianyuan Tun Han closed his eyes, aware it was all nonsense. Chang Qi bluntly stated, "Who are you fooling? You definitely beat them up. For some reason." He found humor in that. Ding Hong chuckled as well, saying, "We still owe thanks to our master and junior sister." Ning Xianyu smiled and suggested they continue together. Xianyuan Tun Han advised that since an evil practitioner had infiltrated, there might be others, and they should evacuate. The area was vast and sparsely populated. Should a crisis arise, even their remains might not be found. Lin Kai-shu and the others did not understand her insistence on leaving. They held the map and had discovered numerous valuable items, wishing to continue their search. However, seeing Ning Xianyu's serious demeanor, they began to sense the potential for danger and called for everyone to depart. This excursion had yielded far more than anticipated. It was wise to withdraw lest they incite envy from others. After some deliberation, they agreed, recognizing the value of what they had acquired, and began to gather their belongings to follow Ning Xianyu towards the exit. Xianyuan Tun Han instructed Ning Xianyu on how to use talismans to contact their sect members, ensuring the entrance would be opened in advance. The talismans had an emergency call function, enabling them to summon assistance should they encounter insurmountable challenges. Ning Xianyu quickly led Lin Kai-shu and the others to the entrance, where Elder Bu Jiao and others awaited them. Soon, he communicated for all disciples to vacate the Ling Shu secret realm immediately. Elder Bu Jiao hastily relayed messages to all disciples within, ordering them to reach the entrance without delay. Meanwhile, all exiting disciples were not permitted to leave, gathered under the watchful eyes of several elders within a protective barrier. Upon witnessing this commotion, Lin Kai-shu and the others immediately realized something grave was afoot. They were uncertain of the specifics, yet the situation was undeniably serious. Encircled within the barrier, they observed the confusion and unease among the other disciples. Ning Xianyu remained there, similarly confined. She appeared remarkably composed, retrieving a cushioned bench from her storage bag and settling down to eat. Lin Kai-shu and the others approached to inquire about the situation. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Xianyu relayed the events. Upon hearing that Xiao Huai was an impostor and a malevolent practitioner, Lin Kai-shu and the others were taken aback. Chapter 92. The return of the system. After a while, Du Juezi and the various elders arrived. They scrutinized the disciples within the barrier before convening to discuss matters. Elder Bu Jiao inquired, "Who among you has acquired the astrology stone?" Ning Xianyu raised her hand. "I have." Elder Bu Jiao smiled. "I would appreciate it if you could hand the stone over to me later." "Oh, very well." The Demon Lord clearly desired the stone more. If Elder Bu Jiao took it, the Demon Lord could seek it himself. She nodded in agreement. Following a brief discussion, Elder Bu Jiao and the others decided to release Ning Xianyu first. Puzzled, Ning Xianyu asked, "How can you be so certain I am not a malevolent practitioner?" Elder Bu Jiao replied with a smile, "If a dark practitioner were to impersonate you, our ancestor's spirit companion would undoubtedly recognize the ruse. Thus, it was not her they trusted, but the Demon Lord. This was acceptable to her." Stepping out, Ning Xianyu positioned herself to observe their intended actions. Du Juzi déclared, "Dear junior brothers and sisters, let us commence." Each took their position and began to chant incantations. Ning Xianyu watched as the barrier transformed from its original golden hue to blue, with light repeatedly passing through the disciples. The disciples were perplexed by this phenomenon, and suddenly, one of them moved. A disciple behind Lin Kaishu abruptly scattered a pouch of powder, which rapidly filled the entire barrier with dust. Soon after, all the disciples felt discomfort, some even fainting. The disciples stepped forward, revealing an evil grin. "Old fools, you should not have placed me alongside these children. Just look at the danger it poses." This smile bore a striking resemblance to the false xiaohuai. Startled, Ning Xianyu recoiled, colliding with a figure behind her. Turning, she found herself face to face with Xianyuan Tunhan. Ancestor. His personal appearance was unexpected. The malevolent practitioner, noticing Xianyuan Tunhan, chuckled, "Old man, long time no see. How have you not perished yet?" Xianyuan Tunhan ignored him, extending his hand to grasp the malevolent practitioner, who was then lifted by an invisible force and drawn through the barrier. Unfazed, the evil practitioner continued to laugh, peering at the frightened Ning Xianyu hiding behind. "Little girl, is that sword in your hand a gift from him?" Ning Xianyu concealed her sword, peeking out to retort defiantly, "What business is it of yours?" The malevolent practitioner laughed heartily. "Little girl, next time I shall kill you and wear your skin. He has raised you to be so delicate and tender." Surely it cost him dearly. Before he could finish, Xianyuan Tunhan crushed him to death. His body, much like the false Xiao Huai, rapidly deflated, leaving only his skin behind. Ning Xianyu was taken aback, realizing that this malevolent practitioner had two avatars. Sending out two avatars simultaneously, both of which were vanquished, left her uncertain whether to commend his prowess or lament his misfortune. Xianyuan Tunhan disdainfully discarded the skin, producing a pouch of medicine for the disciples. He glanced at Elder Bujiao, then seized Ning Xianyu and departed. Observing the discarded skin, he sighed inwardly. Truly useless, failing to acquire anything and squandering two avatars. Elder Xiao continued to speculate. Could it be that old scoundrel Xiao Feng? The other elders concurred. Who else could be so shameless, lurking about while damaging our Yuxian sect as disciples? Truly despicable. Elder Xiao remained puzzled. Our sect had long established restrictions against him. How did he infiltrate my medicine chamber to steal the transformation pill? A traitor within the sect was difficult to investigate and would cast a negative light if revealed. The pressing matter was to awaken the disciples and stabilize morale. At this point, Ning Xianyu was led to Elder Bu Jiao's residence, known as Jiyue Palace, adorned with intricate star charts on the door. Ning Xianyu observed, recognizing only the Big Dipper and Polaris, along with the Ursum Major and Ursum Minor constellations, while being utterly perplexed by the others. Elder Bu Jiao remarked, "Your ability to discern the relationships among these stars is quite remarkable. Many disciples have scrutinized them for ages without grasping their connections." Ning Xianyu chuckled awkwardly. "I once heard an elder speak of them. During geography class, everyone had learned about these, though she had been among the less proficient students, while some classmates could effortlessly identify constellations with a telescope. Yet, she was surprised to find that the stars here appeared remarkably similar to those in her world." Xianyuan Tunhan cast her a glance, somewhat astonished. Elder Bu Jiao did not comprehend, but he understood that this knowledge stemmed from her world. Previously dismissive of her world, he now felt the urge to learn more about it. Following Elder Bu Jiao into the Grand Hall, Ning Xianyu beheld a massive octagonal platform, the ceiling above transparent, seemingly adorned with some formation. Curiously, she stood below, observing the distorted sky. A white cloud drifted overhead, magnified in its appearance. "Is this a magnifying glass?" "This is a formation I use to observe the starry sky. Through it, the heavens can be magnified and viewed more distinctly," Elder Bu Jiao explained. Ning Xianyu thought the life of a cultivator was quite arduous, requiring formations to enlarge the night sky. If only there were a telescope, all these challenges would be resolved. She glanced at Elder Bu Jiao, contemplating whether she could exchange for a telescope through the system, pondering what wondrous items might be acquired. This seemed worth a try. "Host, are you looking for me? What sort of system is this? Neglectful in its duties, leaving her to fend for herself. Inspection? How will it be inspected?" That sounded rather unfortunate. although it was a system, it behaved with such liveliness that it possessed a certain dignity. Ning Xianyu inquired, "So what exactly is the issue?" The system replied with a hint of grievance. "The problem lies here. The headquarters could not identify the malfunction, merely installing a monitor to track my frequency, so that the next time an issue arises, it can be promptly detected." Ning Xianyu pondered, "If headquarters is monitoring you, does that not mean they can simultaneously monitor me?" The system confirmed this. "That is unacceptable. You are infringing upon my rights. I wish to file a complaint." "Certainly, I can assist you in sending a complaint letter." The system mused, "Perhaps in a few months?" How outrageous! Ning Xianyu could no longer contain her exasperation. What a deplorable system. The headquarters' efficiency was so sluggish. It was no wonder issues arose so frequently. Ignoring the system, she decided to leave it to its own devices for a while. Elder Bu Jiao was now inviting Xianyuan Tunhan and Ning Xianyu to sit, wishing to examine the astrology stone. Ning Xianyu looked toward the demon lord, who nodded, prompting her to extend her hand and produce the stone. Elder Bu Jiao was momentarily taken aback, glancing between her and Xianyuan Tunhan. Seeing Xianyuan Tunhan's astonished expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that this stone would not be leaving her possession. Ning Xianyu thought to herself that anything the demon lord desired was certainly out of her reach. Elder Bu Jiao took the stone for inspection before placing it on an yin-yang stone octagonal slab, proceeding to cast several incantations. Ning Xianyu could not discern the purpose behind these actions, yet both Elder Bu Jiao and the demon lord appeared quite serious. After a while, Elder Bu Jiao opened her eyes, her demeanor still warm and friendly, devoid of any visible emotional shift, while the demon lord visibly tensed. Ning Xianyu had never witnessed him in such a state of anxiety before. Could it be that he had just been divining something concerning himself? Was it a matter of fate in love or longevity? It was quite natural for a being as powerful as the great demon to ponder over his lifespan at such an advanced age. Elder Bu Jiao spoke with gravity. "A variable has emerged." Then she turned to Ning Xianyu, who felt inexplicably perplexed, but soon grasped the implication. "You want me to leave, right? I shall take my leave at once." This was a matter of personal privacy, and she indeed ought to exit. She immediately stood up, but before departing, she inquired, "Could you perform a divination for me later? I have questions to ask." Elder Bu Jiao was somewhat baffled, while Xianyuan Tunhan directly stated, "You may go." Ning Xianyu took this as a guarantee and stepped outside. Within the room, Elder Bu Jiao remarked, there was no need for her to leave. "She is connected to this matter." Xianyuan Tunhan responded, "Let her remain unaware." "What have you divined?" Elder Bu Jiao replied, "The outcome has encountered a variable. Previously, it was a certainty of death, but this time, the result has changed." Xianyuan Tunhan's expression shifted to one of delight as he could not help but ask, "Has it improved?" Elder Bu Jiao clarified, "Not exactly. A variable has appeared, but the outcome remains unknown." Rather than feeling disappointed, Xianyuan Tunhan felt a surge of joy. The existence of a variable indicated hope, and whether the result will be favorable or unfavorable was not for fate to decide. It was for them to determine. At the very least, this time, destiny was in their hands. He gazed at the stone, and his previously tense countenance relaxed slightly. The astrological stone indicates that the variable is linked to Ning Xianyu. "Ancestor, did you discover this long ago, which is why you brought her along?" No wonder the ancestor had always shown such care for Ning Xianyu, keeping her close and assisting her in cultivation. It turned out the ancestor had already identified the source of the variable. The ancestor truly possessed foresight, always acting ahead of others. Ignoring her admiring gaze, Xianyuan Tunhan simply asked, when the result was revealed, "Was I still present?" Elder Bu Jiao shook her head. "I do not know. It was unclear. Too many variables were at play." Xianyuan Tunhan said nothing further, only instructing her not to disclose this matter to Ning Xianyu. She need not know. When she performed her divination later, it was best to avoid this topic. "Understood, Master," she replied. As Xianyuan Tunhan prepared to leave, Elder Bu Jiao added, "Ancestor, do not worry about Du Juezi. He will not act against the sect." After saying this, he exited. Elder Bu Jiao contemplated. Although Du Juezi would not jeopardize the sect, would he not pose a threat to the ancestor? Sighing, she hoped Du Juezi would not go too far. Hesitating for a moment, she eventually entered. Elder Bu Jiao awaited her return, and upon seeing her, smiled and invited her to sit down. You have procured the astrological stone for me. I should fulfill your wish. Ning Xianyu replied with a smile. Thank you, third elder. May I ask several questions? There are many things I wish to know. Elder Bu Jiao was patient. I cannot provide definitive answers. Divination is fraught with variables and often depends on fate. Very well, Ning Xianyu responded, undeterred, as she unleashed a torrent of inquiries. I wish to know how long I will live, whether I will amass wealth rivaling nations, if I will find a handsome man who loves only me, if I can be invincible under heaven and earth, and if I can maintain eternal beauty. Yet, she hesitated to ask directly, opting instead for a subtler approach. Will my parents live long and be forever happy? This last question was her foremost concern. She wished to know how her parents were faring in another world. Despite the multitude of questions, Elder Bu Jiao exhibited no impatience, maintaining a patient gaze as she recognized that the final inquiry held the most significance for Ning Xianyu. She placed her hand upon the astrological stone, entering a state of profound divination. After a brief wait, Ning Xianyu noticed a peculiar transformation in her expression. She glanced over, sensed the atmosphere, and looked back again. Third elder, what is the matter? Elder Bu Jiao shook her head. Ning Shimi, your parents are well. They are living splendidly. After all this time, was this the only answer she could provide? Are you certain? Ning Xianyu's heart soared with joy at the news, yet a pang of sorrow lingered. Elder Bu Jiao confirmed, but added, I cannot divine anything else, Ning Shimi. While I can discern certain matters, destiny ultimately resides in our own hands. Although she had not uncovered further insights, Ning Xianyu felt no disappointment, for she had received the answer she yearned for. In Chapter 94, the great demon also displayed facets of humanity. Elder Bu Jiao reminded her, this stone has recognized you as its master. Please cherish it and do not easily entrust it to anyone. Ning Xianyu noted it. Feeling that the stone had not truly acknowledged her as its master, she merely served as its custodian for the great demon. The stone, cherished by the great demon, would certainly remain untouchable by others. As she grasped her treasured sword, preparing to leave, Elder Bu Jiao suddenly called out to her, asking excitedly, May I see your sword? Ning Xianyu consented, handing over the sword. Elder Bu Jiao examined it closely, her eyes reddening after a moment of contemplation. Had she spoken of someone from the secret realm? Someone who had promised that after death, his last vestige of spirit would be sealed in a vessel by her side, even offering her his treasures? Elder Bu Jiao's grip tightened, causing her finger to be grazed by the blade. However, the fluid that emerged was not the crimson hue of blood, but of verdant essence. Ning Xianyu, taken aback, chose to disregard it. In this place, where wonders abounded, she would not find it strange if Elder Bu Jiao transformed into a multi-armed being. As Elder Bu Jiao hastily set the sword aside, noticing Ning Xianyu's lack of surprise, she inquired, So the ancestor has informed you. This individual indeed represented a variable, akin to the celestial beings from beyond. No wonder the ancestor entrusted her with so much. What had the ancestor revealed? Ning Xianyu remained utterly bewildered, yet refrained from seeking clarification. Elder Bu Jiao wiped her eyes and concealed her hands within her sleeves, urging, Ning Shimi, you should leave now. The ancestor awaits your return. Ning Xianyu expressed her gratitude once more before departing with her sword in hand. She considered acquiring a sheath to carry it, lest it become cumbersome. However, wearing it would feel akin to bearing a heavy stick, which was unseemly. She soared directly to Xian Yuan Tunhan's chamber, circling at the entrance. It was then that she noticed a plaque adorning the door, inscribed with the words Ping Tian. Who would inscribe such characters at their threshold? The system interjected, Look closely. It reads Ping Tian, not Tian Ping. Very well, it is Ping Tian, not Tian Ping, but what does Ping Tian signify? This seemed remarkably peculiar. The system explained, in the original text, his portrayal is minimal. It does not mention where he resides, only that he dwells in lofty heights and roams freely, having pilfered nearly all the treasures desired by the protagonist. Of course, in the end, he was overshadowed by the protagonist's aura, leading to his defeat and demise. In the narrative, anyone who competed with the protagonist for treasures met with death. regardless of their status as a celestial being or a prodigious talent. Ning Xianyu recalled the great demon's words regarding the restoration of heaven. The great demon previously told me that the astrological stone is actually a fragment of the stone used to mend the heavens. Could it be that his Ping Tian refers to the act of restoring the heavens? Perhaps it was merely a different phrasing, rendering it less conspicuous. The system, intrigued, asked, "Why does the great demon wish to restore the heavens?" "I have no idea. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this?" Ning Xianyu felt the entire trajectory of the narrative had veered dramatically off course. The system was equally perplexed. The book never mentioned anything about mending the heavens. It only stated that the egg destroyed the entire world. At this juncture, Ning Xianyu suddenly interjected. Could it be that the Dark Lord intends to restore the heavens that were shattered by that egg, the very skies of the demon realm? The system replied. In the text, the Dark Lord actually aimed to mend the heavens all along, but was ultimately slain by the male protagonist, preventing the restoration and leading to the world's utter ruin. This revelation made her momentarily perceive the Dark Lord as a benevolent figure, casting the male protagonist as the true antagonist. Ning Xianyu remarked, but all of this is merely conjecture on our part. The original author never established such notions, did they? She believed that the author had merely portrayed the Dark Lord as a mere tool, without any consideration for his intentions. The system disdainfully commented, "Let us not mention the original author. He was solely motivated by profit, writing whatever would please the readers. Perhaps he initially intended to develop these ideas but later abandoned them." After some contemplation, she stated, "In truth, I have long wished to express that although we inhabit a world within a book, this world is inherently unstable. However, as long as your actions are reasonable and justifiable, this world shall not collapse." "What do you mean?" "I mean to suggest that we should disregard the original plot and pursue our own paths, enriching this world and transforming it into a genuine realm, thereby stabilizing it." The system's words were so grand that one could almost envision it raising its hands in applause to encourage her. Yet, Ning Xianyu remained uninterested. "I merely desired a more relaxed experience with the plot. Why should I concern myself with your musings?" Alas, she was but a wretched soul, stripped of even her narrative advantages. The heavens must surely be vexed with her, casting her into this predicament and endowing her with such an anxious fate. Why was she not the heroine of a grand tale, but instead thrust into a narrative of struggle? Deeply frustrated, Ning Xianyu shared with the system the recent events before setting off to find the Dark Lord. Xianyuan Tunhan had, in fact, overheard her dialogue with the system from a distance. Upon witnessing her despondent entrance, he turned to glance at her, tossing an object her way. "This is for you." Ning Xianyu caught it and discovered it to be a sword sheath, exquisitely crafted and adorned with spiritual stones embedded in intricate formations. This sheath would undoubtedly dazzle anyone who beheld it. "For me?" He did not vocalize a response, but it was evident that it was intended for her. Ning Xianyu softly inquired, "Could you possibly provide a more modest one?" Xianyuan Tunhan paused momentarily, then queried with irritation, "Are you dissatisfied? Had this woman not been enamored with such glimmering and valuable items? Had she truly changed?" Ning Xianyu clarified, "It's not that I am discontent. I genuinely appreciate it. This is undeniably valuable, but one must not flaunt wealth. What if it attracts thieves? I merely desire something more understated." Her usual attire was quite simple, as she preferred to avoid attracting trouble. Surface-level brilliance is not true beauty. The essence lies within. Xianyuan Tunhan was taken aback by her understanding of modesty. He impatiently remarked, "With me around, no one would dare to steal your belongings. Come here." Ning Xianyu approached him with curiosity as he raised his hand and tapped her on the head several times. She sensed something entering her body before it vanished. "I have placed a protective spell upon you, capable of withstanding 3 attacks from those below the Void Realm. Is it truly that beneficial?" Ning Xianyu felt that the Dark Lord was exceedingly generous, willing to bestow such a precious gift upon her. She secured the sword at her side, feeling its weightlessness, and gazed at the dazzling sheath, which was indeed beautiful. Her spirits lifted significantly. "Thank you, Ancestor. The Dark Lord certainly possesses moments of humanity. Indeed, he is quite admirable." Xianyu Tunhan's expression shifted, and he promptly delivered a forceful blow, sending her sprawling. Chapter 95. Once again, I shall seize from you, the Dark Lord instructed her to pack her belongings as they would depart the following day. Ning Xianyu found it peculiar that she was to accompany him wherever he went, yet she dared not question him and proceeded to gather her items. Unsure of what to pack, she first raided the outer sect's dining hall for provisions. The system suggested, after the trials in the secret realm, the disciples of the sect will visit the market to exchange goods. Why not check there? Did you not just extort Zhao Ling? This was indeed a valid point. Remember, it was not extortion, but rather my rightful reward, Ning Xianyu asserted as she made her way to the sect's trading market. She had visited before, but had left empty-handed due to her lack of funds. However, circumstances had changed. Her association with Xianyu Tunhan had afforded her newfound wealth, and she now considered herself somewhat affluent. Upon entering the market, she stood out remarkably, for the Yuaning cultivators seldom frequented such places. They had no need to, as the sect provided all that they required or offered exchanges within the sect itself. Ning Xianyu was not in search of materials for weapon forging, alchemy, or cultivation. She sought provisions, which were only available in such markets. A junior disciple from the outer sect squatted in a corner, selling a type of rainbow-colored fruit. This peculiar fruit, known as guai-wei-gua, bore various colors and shapes, yet all grew from the same tree. The yield was plentiful, and each fruit had a distinct flavor. With luck, one could savor a delightful taste, but with misfortune, one might encounter the taste of dog feces. Many shunned this fruit, but Ning Xianyu possessed a keen sense of smell, allowing her to discern the differences and identify the delectable from the unpalatable. She approached and inquired, "How many spirit stones for one?" The junior disciple promptly replied, "Esteemed master, uncle, or senior, I seek a single foundation establishment pill." A boiled egg? Why had her titles shifted so drastically? The system sighed in exasperation. It refers to the foundation establishment pill, a medicinal concoction consumed during the transition from qi refinement to foundation establishment. Taking it just before the breakthrough aids in enhancing and solidifying one's cultivation, proving invaluable for future endeavors. Many who fail to consume the foundation establishment pill during their progression may find their cultivation stagnated at the foundation establishment stage for life, never reaching the golden core stage. So, this was indeed the foundation establishment pill. Ning Xianyu patted her belongings. "I do not possess any." Having never undergone the foundation establishment process, she had no interest in such matters. So where would she acquire a foundation establishment pill? Just then, Zhao Ling appeared. "Isn't this senior sister?" Despite having recently faced a demonic cultivator, he remained unabashedly arrogant, his entourage having changed, yet appearing even more formidable than the previous one. Zhao Ling seethed. "I've already notified my grandfather. Just wait, he will not let you off easily." Ning Xianyu remained indifferent. "Fine, let your grandfather come." With the Dark Lord's protective spell, what had she to fear? It was an opportune moment to test the truth of the Dark Lord's words. Zhao Ling furiously retorted, "Do not be so arrogant. My grandfather possesses cultivation at the divine transformation stage, comparable to the sect leader. Do you see these? They're all bodyguards sent by my grandfather," he boasted, showcasing the several cultivators behind him. "Oh, just the divine transformation stage?" Ning Xianyu suddenly recalled something. "Do you possess a foundation establishment pill?" Zhao Ling momentarily faltered at the abrupt change of topic, instinctively affirming that he did. "What do you need a foundation establishment pill for?" It was left over from his earlier cultivation, but indeed, he had one. Ning Xianyu, with an air of entitlement, extended her hand one over. "Consider it your repayment for saving your life." Zhao Ling bristled. "Have you lost your mind? Is one instance of coercion not sufficient that you seek a second?" This woman truly believed she could act recklessly due to the Dark Lord's protection. If this continued, would there be any future for them? Ning Xianyu took it. So accustomed to being the tyrant, now faced with someone even more domineering, you find it disconcerting, do you? Zhao Ling indeed harbored such feelings. He could not abide the thought of anyone being more tyrannical than himself. This was his right, so why had it been usurped by another? Ning Xianyu drew her sword. "Will you comply or not? You are committing outright theft." "Indeed, I am stealing. What of it?" Zhao Ling was infuriated, calling upon his bodyguards. The unruly fellows at the back were ready to advance. However, Ning Xianyu brandished her sword sheath, declaring, "Behold, this was just bestowed upon me by my ancestor today. It is new. Can you afford to replace it if it gets damaged?" Instantly, the bodyguards were deterred. They dared not offend the ancestor. For everyone knew that the ancestor was the most formidable presence in the entire Xianmen and across the continent. Ning Xianyu directed her gaze at Zhao Ling and challenged, "Do you dare to strike? Do you believe I will use this sheath against you? And if it gets damaged, it will be your responsibility?" Zhao Ling was exasperated. He had never encountered such despicable and shameless behavior, coupled with a certain childishness. In frustration, he tossed a vial of elixir at her, saying, "Here, just wait and see." Ning Xianyu cheerfully received the elixir and examined it. "Tongzi, is this a Foundation establishment pill?" The system confirmed, "Indeed, an entire vial. Truly extravagant. Others would be fortunate to acquire even one, yet he possesses so many. Furthermore, he had not even consumed them, keeping them on his person." Ning Xianyu smiled. "Thank you, junior brother. Let us collaborate again in the future. Rest assured, should you find yourself in peril next time, I will certainly come to your aid." Zhao Ling turned to leave. "I do not require your assistance. After being saved once, who would want to rely on you for further rescues? Isn't that a curse?" Ning Xianyu, amused, found a junior disciple and tossed him 2 elixirs. "Pack all the fruits for me. I will take them all." The junior disciple was overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly thanking her as he prepared a bag to collect the fruits. "Senior sister, some of these fruits are delicious while others are not. Be sure to sample them lightly first. Do not eat them in large bites." Ning Xianyu requested another bag, selecting the good fruits for herself and placing the less palatable ones in a different bag. "I understand," she replied. The system remarked, "I believe you may not fully grasp what packing entails. You should at least purchase a few weapons and armor." Ning Xianyu surveyed her surroundings. What is the worth of the weapons and armor here? These items were all crafted by disciples below the Yuanying stage, and their quality was subpar. While suitable for cultivators below Yuanying, she had surpassed that level and had no need for them. The system conceded, "Next time you encounter formidable opponents, make sure to seize more." "You are correct." In light of this, Ning Xianyu recalled the throwing darts she had found in the Lingshu secret realm and sought out a disciple selling weapons to inquire about their quality. Chapter 96. Unabashed bullying of the weak. Those darts had been used by an assailant in the secret realm. Later, the great demon claimed it was the fake Xiao Huai who attacked her. Thus these darts belonged to the false Xiao Huai. The disciple, recognizing her as a Yuanying cultivator, treated her with utmost respect, and upon examining the dart, was taken aback. This dart is crafted from the finest cold iron and is a magical artifact, enhanced with formations. It is said to hit its target every time. Ning Xianyu found this hard to believe. "I have only heard of techniques being infallible. How can a weapon be so? Does it aim on its own?" Furthermore, this dart had been cast down by her. It was not as if it had been flawless in its performance. The disciple pointed to a nearby tree. "Why not give it a try?" Though skeptical, Ning Xianyu took the dart, infused it with a bit of spiritual power, and casually tossed it. Her strength was modest, and the spiritual energy she infused was insufficient, causing the dart to waver as it flew. It seemed to struggle, appearing as though it might fall mid-flight. Ning Xianyu thought to herself, "This is a deception. How could it possibly be infallible?" Yet, to their astonishment, there was a resounding crash. The tree toppled. Ning Xianyu gaped at her hand. The disciple's mouth hung open in disbelief, appearing even more astonished and fearful than she. "Sister, see?" He was not lying. He simply did not anticipate such an impressive result. This truly is a treasure. The next dart flew with even more difficulty, resembling an elderly person exerting their last ounce of strength to reach her, before plummeting into her hand. Ning Xianyu quickly caught it, feeling a newfound connection to the dart. It seemed exhausted, as if it were panting in her grasp. She mused that if it had a mouth, it would likely exclaim, "I am utterly spent." The disciple gazed at the dart with envy. Such a fine weapon was something he longed for, yet it seemed beyond his reach. Ning Xianyu, not wishing to let the disciple toil for nothing, rummaged through her storage pouch and produced a large lobster. "Would you like this?" The disciple's eyes lit up with excitement. "Sister, where did you acquire this?" The iron-armored beast, is the best material for crafting armor, suitable for cultivators above the yuanying stage. Ning Xianyu gifted it to him directly. It occupied too much space, and she had no use for it. While searching through her storage pouch, she had nearly pricked herself several times. The disciple expressed his gratitude profusely, calling out after her as she departed, "Sister, once I've finished crafting the armor, I will gift you a set." Ning Xianyu waved her hand in acknowledgement. Upon exiting the marketplace, she intended to venture to the back mountain to gather some dew. The back mountain of the Yuxianmin was rich in treasures, and it was said that only those above the yuanying stage could obtain the dew from a certain location. She planned to give it a try. However, before she could arrive, she was intercepted. A middle-aged cultivator with a weathered countenance blocked her path, his sharp gaze fixed upon her. Ning Xianyu felt the pressure he emanated. His cultivation was formidable, clearly beyond her capabilities. She turned to walk in another direction, but found herself unable to move as a barrier surrounded her, obstructing her escape. This individual possessed high cultivation, yet she had not encountered him among the great demon's ranks, indicating he was likely a guest elder or a similar figure. Do not underestimate guest elders. While they do not serve as peak masters, their cultivation is substantial, and they do not appear lightly. Ning Xianyu had no intention of underestimating him. She remained vigilant. The man spoke. "Do you know Zhao Ling?" It became apparent that he was there regarding Zhao Ling. Ning Xianyu understood immediately. "I do. I even saved his life in the Ling Shu secret realm." Zhao Kuei's expression shifted slightly. Thinking to himself that such a young person had quite the audacity, no wonder they could cling to the ancestor. Zhao Kuei retorted angrily. "Do you know that Zhao Ling is my great-grandson?" Ning Xianyu shook her head. "I was unaware. He never showed us your portrait." "Cao Kui Sanger intensifiet. You have quite the audacity to act foolishly before an old man." Ning Xianyu thought, "If I can act before the great demon, what have I to fear from you?" Having spent her days under the great demon's influence, she had grown accustomed to intense pressure and was unfazed by Zhao Kuei's threats. She smiled. "So you intend to bully the weak? Why cloak it in such grandiloquence?" It was rather revolting that at such an advanced age, he would seek revenge for his great-grandson, all while dressed in fine words. Moreover, while she had taken something from Zhao Ling, it was hardly of great value, and he had initiated the bullying first. He had also conveniently forgotten the crucial favor of saving his life. If he wished to strike, then let him. She had no qualms about calling him a wolf in sheep's clothing. This statement thoroughly enraged Zhao Kuei. He had merely intended to issue a light reprimand. But now he increased his resolve and struck out with a powerful palm. The force was tremendous, and while Ning Xianyu had been jesting moments ago, she now felt a surge of fear. Am I going to die? Had she known, she would have refrained from speaking so recklessly. She was indeed ill-suited to take a stand. The system reassured her, "Fear not. I shall preserve your spirit when your time comes. I will provide you with a new body." That statement offers no comfort. "I do not fear death, but rather pain," she replied. Just as her trepidation peaked, a powerful strike was already upon her. With a thunderous crash, Ning Xianyu crossed her arms to shield her face. In that fleeting moment, a cerulean circle emerged from her palms, rapidly expanding to envelop her entire being. The strike landed squarely upon the protective barrier. Within a mountain gate, several elders, including Du Juezi and Bu Jiao, sensed the commotion. Who is engaging in battle within a mountain gate? What calamity has unfolded to warrant such a fierce confrontation? Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Tunhan detected the activation of the protective spell. After a brief contemplation, he realized the situation, his anger flaring. Can this woman not refrain from causing trouble for even a moment? Reclining on his couch, he extended his consciousness to survey the entire mountain gate. At that moment, the system exclaimed fervently, "Host, look! That old man has been forced back." Gathering her courage, Ning Xianyu opened her eyes to witness Zhao Kuei staggering backwards, seemingly wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the protective spell granted by the great demon is efficacious. He has spat blood, she thought triumphantly. Just as she reveled in her victory, Zhao Kuei abruptly lifted his gaze, glaring with malice before unleashing a more ferocious strike. One blow followed another, a third and then a fourth. Alas! In chapter 97, titled The Qiankuan Sword, It became evident that the protective spell bestowed by the great demon could only withstand 3 attacks from those below the void realm. This implied that after 3 strikes, her life will be forfeit. Terrified, Ning Xianyu hastily unleashed her spiritual energy, preparing to break through the barrier and flee. Combat was not her forte. Escape was her sole option. However, as she attempted to flee, the second strike descended upon her, triggering her protective spell once more. The third blow followed swiftly. Ning Xianyu distinctly felt something shatter within her. The protective spell had faltered. To her astonishment, such a potent protective spell had depleted before she even exited the mountain gate. The great demon's protective charm was not as formidable as she had hoped. Had he not anticipated consecutive assaults? With no means to flee or fight back, she instinctively drew her sword and thrust forward. The fourth strike loomed, and despair filled her thoughts. You must protect my spirit. Remember to find me a new, handsome body next month. Rest assured, host, I shall safeguard you as you depart this world, the system replied, eliciting a desire to strike it down. With resignation to her fate, Ning Xianyu closed her eyes, sword in hand. Just then, a gust of formidable wind swept through, and she heard Zhao Kuei emit a pained grunt, followed by the emergence of a familiar presence before her. Summoning her courage, she opened her eyes and indeed beheld Xian Yuan Tunhan. His imposing silhouette radiated a sense of grandeur. Ancestor, you have arrived, she exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes as she stepped forward to grasp his sleeve. I was nearly struck down. Xian Yuan Tunhan cast her a cold glance, his displeasure evident, prompting her to retract her neck and release his sleeve, retreating cautiously. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuei, though bloodied, quickly composed himself and clasped his hands in greeting. Ancestor, while it is apparent that you hold this woman in high regard, she is unruly, having harmed my great-grandson and destroyed the core treasure of Zhaoling, alongside repeated extortion. My disciple merely acted out of a sense of justice. Hearing his twisted narrative, Ning Xianyu interjected, you speak falsely. It was your great-grandson who bullied others and deserved the punishment he received. Furthermore, I saved him. Had it not been for my intervention, he would have perished at the hands of the evil cultivators. Enraged, Zhao Kuei retorted, so you admit to destroying his treasure and subjecting him to humiliation? Ning Xianyu thought to herself, elderly individuals truly tend to distort the truth. How infuriating. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, Xian Yuan Tunhan silenced her. The lines of right and wrong are blurred. What have you been cultivating all these years? He spoke coldly before unleashing yet another strike. Zhao Kuei was forced back, nearly colliding with the mountainside. His expression was a tumult of anger and fear. Xian Yuan Tunhan declared, if you cannot discern right from wrong, let strength speak for itself. After uttering these words, he turned to Ning Xianyu, lifting her effortlessly. This is one of my own. He then ascended into the sky with her in tow. Once they departed, Zhao Kuei seethed with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, he paused in shock. Is that the Qinkuan sword? How could it be in the hands of a woman? Xian Yuan Tunhan, what are you truly doing to treat this matter so lightly? His expression shifted dramatically, his eyes flashing with malice. Though Ning Xianyu found herself uncomfortably suspended, she felt a flicker of appreciation for the great demon. He acknowledged her perspective, recognizing Zhao Ling's initial wrongdoing, resorting to force only after Zhao Kuei's refusal to accept reason. If rational discourse failed, then force would be the language to which he would resort. So, having been saved by a hero, do you now find the great demon more appealing? The system interjected with mischief. Ning Xianyu chuckled. Indeed, he is quite charming, instilling a profound sense of security. Oh, the young lady's heart flutters. Has she fallen for him? The system teased, provoking a desire within her to retaliate. Nevertheless, I must caution you. The great demon has lived for over 100,000 years, and his age far surpasses yours. Enough. Who cares to discuss such things? Besides, a salted fish does not engage in romance. Romance was far too taxing. Lying comfortably was far more agreeable. She had no desire to engage in such exhausting endeavors. The system scoffed, convinced she would soon be proven wrong. Xian Yuan Tunhan had unceremoniously deposited her inside a chamber. Behave yourself. Do not seek death again. It had been but a short time since she had nearly perished. showcasing her uncanny knack for courting danger. Suddenly, Ning Xianyu inquired, "Ancestor, I have a question." Xianyuan Tunhan, visibly impatient, lingered, offering her a look that implied, "Hurry up and ask. Spare me the unnecessary chatter." She produced her sword and darted. The dart was indeed formidable, yet it had succumbed to her. This was perplexing. She did not believe herself capable of such prowess. Xianyuan Tunhan picked up her sword, casually stating, "This sword is the progenitor of all weapons in the world." With that, he exited. Weapons possess ancestral lineage? Alone in the chamber, Ning Xianyu placed the sword on the ground, arranging the darts and other weapons she had scavenged alongside it for inspection. To her dismay, she discerned no remarkable difference. The claim that this sword was the ancestor of all weapons seemed far-fetched, as she witnessed none bowing in reverence. However, the system suddenly interjected. Could it be that this is the Qianquan sword? What? Ning Xianyu scrutinized the sword once more. What Qianquan sword? The system deemed her uncultured. The Qianquan sword is the foremost weapon in this realm. It is said that when the world was newly formed, the earth trembled and the populace suffered greatly. At that moment, a celestial sword descended upon the land of Shenzhou, stabilizing the earth. Ning Xianyu mused. So, it serves as a stabilizing force? More or less. After many years, the earth ultimately stabilized, and the sword found a new master, becoming a weapon of war. Thus, this sword was indeed the ancestor of all weapons, simply by virtue of being the first of its kind. Ning Xianyu found this notion implausible. The foremost weapon in existence is in my possession? Surely you jest. The system remarked, the Qianquan sword has been wielded for many years. It has long since lost its original divine power, which is why it remains normal in your grasp. Another possibility is that this sword is merely a replica, while the true sword has long since vanished. Ning Xianyu preferred to believe this latter explanation. She could not fathom how a treasure of such caliber would grace her hands. After all, she was not the protagonist. Such good fortune was beyond her reach. Chapter 98. He was consumed. Ning Xianyu sheathed her sword and stowed away her belongings, seeking a place to rest. After a long day of toil, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Sleep was of utmost importance, as she had to continue her journey the following day. Whether or not it was the Qianquan sword was of little concern to her. She simply recognized its formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuei had been caught up in a spectacle by the elders who arrived belatedly, nearly resulting in a conflict. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly followed them outside. However, after walking for some time, he failed to detect the presence of Xianyuan Tunhan. Instead, he sensed an aura reminiscent of the demon realm. Had beings from the demon realm arrived? Du Juezi was perplexed, wondering if the ancestor had colluded with them. At that juncture, Zhu Tian stood at the exit, his countenance grim as he inquired, "Why did you seize the blood-source stone last time? Was it merely a senseless ruckus?" With a cold expression, Xianyuan Tunhan replied, "Step aside, I wish to escort him." Zhu Tian complied but trailed behind, casting a frosty gaze at his back. "Is this your master?" Zhu Tian inquired. Xianyuan Tunhan remained silent. Zhu Tian continued, "Every 10,000 years there are few left, and time is running out." Xianyuan Tunhan responded, "Next time it will be my turn. Perhaps this is the end." Zhu Tian retorted angrily, "Your life or death matters not. You should have perished long ago. You are keenly aware that time is scarce. Do you believe that entity can remain docile for another 10,000 years?" He pointed upwards. "Have you not noticed it growing larger and the demonic energy intensifying?" Zhu Tian fell silent. Xianyuan Tunhan soon arrived at the demon realm, retrieved a vial, and uncorked it. A humanoid figure emerged, surveying Xianyuan Tunhan and the entirety of the demon realm before disdainfully commenting, "Indeed, it is becoming heavier. This world is doomed." Xianyuan Tunhan retorted, "Then I trouble you, Master Ancestor, to endure a few more years." The Master Ancestor scoffed, "Dear grandson, you overestimate me." With that, he stretched his body, smiled at the sky, and waved his hand. "All right, I take my leave. You all continue your efforts." He then leaped upward towards the demonic star. Xianyuan Tunhan watched his figure ascend, gradually disappearing from view. Zhu Tian, too, observed the star, which suddenly flickered before returning to tranquility. After a moment, he queried, "He was consumed?" Zhu Tian felt a jolt of fear and dared not speak further. Xianyuan Tunhan asked, "Is the blood source stone intact?" Zhu Tian replied that aside from being shattered, it appeared to be fine for the time being. By the way, who was that woman last time? Xianyuan Tunhan, who was about to depart, halted abruptly at these words and headed towards Zhu Tian's palace. Seeing him conceal his form, Zhu Tian grew even more furious. "What are you doing?" Xianyuan Tunhan entered the palace, rummaged through the interior, and departed with numerous items. Zhu Tian, lagging behind, arrived only to find the palace had been thoroughly looted. Standing in the empty chamber, he noticed even the newly replaced bed was gone, prompting him to take a deep breath in annoyance. Xianyuan Tunhan, that old scoundrel, seemed to have loosened his reins, believing the world was destined for destruction. What madness was this? Ning Xianyu had a sound slumber in the Demon Lord's palace, but the next day, she was hastily roused to continue their journey. Unless disturbed, she typically slept until she awoke naturally, but since accompanying the Demon Lord, restful nights had evaded her. The plight of a worker was truly tragic. Forcing herself to rise, Ning Xianyu sat upon the flying artifact, her head bobbing drowsily. Just as she began to doze off, something suddenly struck her on the head. Then came the second and third blows, followed by a clamor as numerous objects tumbled down. Burying her, Ning Xianyu extricated herself and turned to regard the perpetrator with a look of dismay. "Master Ancestor, what is the meaning of this? Why are you pelting me with items?" Without acknowledging her, Xianyuan Tunhan replied curtly, "For you." Observing his haughty demeanor, Ning Xianyu felt this did not resemble a gift, but rather a reward. His gaze seemed to expect her to kneel in gratitude, uttering words of thanks for his benevolence. Has the Demon Lord undergone a transformation? Why was he bestowing such a bounty upon her? The system remarked, "Unknown, but they are valuable items. If given, you should accept them." Indeed, one should not refuse a gift. Ning Xianyu hastily expressed her gratitude, eagerly stuffing the items into her storage pouch. All were splendid treasures, both consumables and utilities, imbued with high quality and spiritual energy. Truly, the Demon Lord was affluent. Ning Xianyu reveled in the joy of clinging to a powerful ally. Xianyuan Tunhan observed her fervently packing her storage pouch, likening her to some creature, though he could not recall which. "Host, you resemble a squirrel hoarding food for winter." Ning Xianyu retorted. "So what if I'm a squirrel? Do you dare me to bite you?" She seized a fruit, took a bite, and swiftly devoured a second. The system scoffed. "You couldn't even bite me. Then my next wish will be to transform you into a little hamster. No, a little rabbit. When I'm in a foul mood, I'll stew you, ha ha ha." Ning Xianyu noted this wish for future reference, pondering when she might put it to the test. The system, annoyed, ceased conversing with her to avoid further aggravation. Xianyuan Tunhan listened to their trivial banter, failing to discern any substantive content. This woman was a variable. How could she change? So delicate, unwilling to cultivate, only indulging in feasting and merriment. He wondered if the stone tablet at Shifeng Mountain could reveal anything. After 5 or 6 days of travel under the scorching sun, Ning Xianyu found herself questioning whether she would emerge tanned. At last, they reached the vicinity of Shifeng Mountain. Ning Xianyu had assumed that with such a formal name, Shifeng Mountain would resemble a perfectly square peak. However, upon arrival, she was utterly astonished. What sort of Shifeng Mountain was this? It appeared to be the essence of clay flung by Nu Hua during the creation of mankind. Was this truly Shifeng Mountain? Its peculiar formation was astounding. Spanning thousands of miles, it was dotted with numerous sharp peaks, some undulating, others standing alone, inducing a sense of claustrophobia in onlookers. Xianyuan Tunhan did not respond to her, but the system confirmed that this was indeed Shifeng Mountain. Do not doubt, this is Shifeng Mountain. It is said that a powerful being once comprehended the truth here overnight and ascended, hence the name. Ning Xianyu remained perplexed. What does a powerful being's ascension have to do with 10 directions? This explanation was utterly unclear to her, and she simply could not comprehend it. The system, frustrated, replied, "How would I know? That is how the author explained it. If you have the capability, go ask the author yourself." Truly, the author likely named it randomly, necessitating no elaborate explanation. Who cared? Ning Xianyu retorted in anger. "Your wish to become a rabbit is postponed. My next wish is to summon the author to serve as my servant." That insufferable author had caused her great distress. Chapter 99. Only two people. Xianyuan Tunhan stowed away the flying artifact and stood in the air for a moment before a figure flew out from the mountain. The newcomer greeted them. Xianyuan Sr., you have arrived as well? Xianyuan Tunhan nodded slightly. Who else has come? The individual replied. There is another child named Tianling who has been here for many days, attempting to breach the formation, yet has not emerged. Ning Xianyu could not restrain her curiosity. Is he here to view that so-called Sansheng stone? The newcomer, puzzled, asked Sansheng stone. Ning Xianyu, feeling a bit embarrassed, clarified, it is the stone tablet, said to reveal the origins of all things. She thought this object resembled the Sansheng stone, hence her casual naming. The newcomer pondered for a moment, smiled faintly, and said, indeed, that child is here to see the stone tablet, but one must navigate the formation to do so. He remains within, and it is uncertain if he can still come out. So, viewing the stone tablet was such a hassle. Ning Xianyu inquired, if one fails to breach the formation, will they die? The newcomer nodded. Wow, the endeavor to behold a mere stone proves to be rather troublesome. Ning Xianyu pondered. The great sun of the demon realm had risen for many years. Surely the formidable demon lord had laid eyes upon the stone tablet long ago. Why did he not personally convey its significance to Tianling, compelling him to seek it out himself? Furthermore, what purpose did the demon lord have in returning to Shifeng Mountain? Could a second glance at the stone tablet alter anything? At that moment, a figure inquired, might I ask who this young lady is? Ning Xianyu hastily introduced herself. I am Ning Xianyu, a disciple of Yu Xianmen. The individual responded with a smile. I am Sun Yin, the 23rd master of Shifeng Mountain. Ah, so he is the esteemed mountain master. My apologies for my ignorance, Ning Xianyu mused. She recalled that at the last Baiwa festival on Huayin Island, Shifeng Mountain had indeed sent representatives, yet it was not this mountain master. And those from Shifeng Mountain had maintained a rather low profile, scarcely uttering a word throughout the event. Could it be that such reticence is the tradition of Shifeng Mountain? The system elucidated, you are mistaken. Those who attended were not from Shifeng Mountain, but rather from sect affiliated with them, situated not far from here. The 10 great immortal sects, aside from their own prowess, have numerous sects that depend on them. For instance, Shifeng Mountain and Shumi Temple have few disciples and strict regulations. Thus, they do not engage in dual cultivation. Matters concerning the Baiwa festival are left to the subordinate sects to contend for. Ning Xianyu finally comprehended why Sun Yin appeared so peculiar. Unlike ordinary cultivators, he exuded an ethereal quality, as if detached from the mundane world. He did not seem like someone who would dispatch disciples to vie for dual cultivation opportunities. Xianyuan Tunhan declared his intention to venture into the formation, prompting Sun Yin to lead the way. Sun Yin cast a curious glance at him before turning to guide them. Outside Shifeng Mountain, there appeared to be some sort of formation. They had to closely follow Sun Yin, navigating numerous twists and turns, making their passage arduous. At last, they entered the barrier, and Ning Xianyu discovered an unusual tranquility here, hardly sensing any presence. Does Miss Ning feel that there are few people here? Sun Yin, ever considerate, voiced her unspoken concern. Ning Xianyu nodded eagerly. Indeed, I hardly perceive anyone. Sun Yin chuckled. It is because there are only 2 of us in Shifeng Mountain. What? Ning Xianyu was taken aback. This was one of the 10 great immortal sects, ranked 8th. How could there be only 2 individuals? Sun Yin glanced at Xianyuan Tunhan, who remained silent, and proceeded to explain. The lineage of Shifeng Mountain is such that it is a master-disciple succession, consisting solely of 2 individuals. Once my master selects a suitable disciple, he will impart his cultivation achievements to them before ascending to the heavens. Thus, each individual's cultivation stems from their ancestor. However, do you not ascend? Cultivators pursue ascension, and with such a lineage, how can one ascend? Sun Yin replied with a smile, ascension is merely another beginning of life. For us, inheritance signifies the next commencement. Such profound and noble words evoked a sense of reverence in Ning Xianyu. Unlike typical cultivators who endure countless trials to achieve their cultivation, even family members may hesitate to share their skills. Yet, They understood from the outset that their cultivation would inevitably be passed to another, yet they persist in their training. This spirit was something she felt she could never emulate. Nevertheless, the fact that such a mountain sect comprises only 2 individuals, yet still ranks among the 10 great immortal sects, speaks volumes of Shifeng Mountain's prowess. As Sun Yin led the way with a smile, he mentioned that his master, Nian Laisheng, was currently meditating and could not be disturbed, and he requested their understanding. Ning Xianyu tugged at Xianyuan Tunhan's sleeve and whispered, "What if one of them were to suddenly pass away before they had a chance to pass on their legacy?" The unpredictability of life could indeed lead to such circumstances. Given the abruptness of the situation, if the master were hastily summoned, he might not be adequately prepared, leading to instability in his realm. For years, he had focused on solidifying his cultivation. Ning Xianyu contemplated this and surmised that Nian Laisheng was not performing his role well. Hence, Sun Yin had to manage matters. Xianyuan Tunhan, however, seemed to be well aware of this and displayed little interest. Ning Xianyu, ever curious, inquired, "Have you and your master already selected successors?" Upon uttering this question, the system remarked on her lack of social awareness. If they have chosen successors, it means they must face death. By asking this, are you not inquiring about their demise? Ning Xianyu suddenly realized the gravity of her question and awkwardly shifted the topic. "I actually wanted to ask, with nothing growing on this mountain, what do you eat?" Sun Yin, unperturbed, explained that although it appeared barren during the rainy season, a peculiar type of mushroom would sprout. These mushrooms were imbued with abundant spiritual energy, capable of prolonging life and enhancing cultivation, making them highly sought after. This was also one of Shifeng Mountain's sources of income. Ning Xianyu was astonished to learn that such seemingly ethereal beings also engaged in trade. "Oh, Sving Su Nian." She felt a newfound sense of groundedness. They traversed the stark mountains, sometimes even meandering in circles. The system noted that Shifeng Mountain itself was a vast formation, making it an ideal hiding place. The barren landscape was unsuitable for many disciples to reside, thus discouraging attempts to occupy the territory. They walked for over an hour before finally reaching their destination. Ning Xianyu noticed that for these long-lived cultivators, time held little significance. As she trudged through the formation, nearly succumbing to drowsiness, the 2 before her remained sprightly, earning her admiration. Yet, despair loomed as they approached another formation, a colossal one rumored to require at least a month to traverse. Ning Xianyu gazed at the entrance to the formation, reluctant. Might I abstain from entering? She truly wished to avoid it. Protest proved futile as she was unceremoniously pulled inside. She could not fathom why the demon lord insisted on bringing her along for every endeavor. She was but a burden, inept and fearful, lazy and greedy. Her presence was nothing but a nuisance. You are at least aware of your numerous shortcomings, which can be considered an advancement. Get lost. Ning Xianyu attempted to walk slowly, but Xianyuan Tunhan activated the golden ring's function, automatically pulling her closer whenever she lagged behind. As resistance was futile, she resolved to make the best of her situation. The formation was rather pleasant, unlike the barren exterior. Here, a variety of trees flourished, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms, creating a picturesque scene. The system remarked that this was merely the initial phase of the formation, appearing tranquil at present. As they progressed, various adverse and insurmountable situations would emerge. Otherwise, so many would not be trapped within the formation. Ning Xianyu hurriedly approached the demon lord and whispered, "Old Ancestor." Sun Yin mentioned that there might be other living beings within the formation. Do you think we might encounter them? It was said that many who had entered previously had never returned, and some might still dwell within, to be encountered by those who followed. Xianyuan Tunhan turned and offered a strange smile. "Are you eager to meet them?" His smile was unsettling, prompting Ning Xianyu to quietly reply, "Not particularly. I am merely curious." Xianyuan Tunhan remarked, "What do you think happens to people trapped in one place for too long?" Ning Xianyu contemplated the question. If she found herself ensnared in a formation for an extended period, trying every conceivable method to escape without success, she would likely grow increasingly frustrated, and given enough time, she would surely lose her sanity. With this thought, she began to pray fervently not to encounter anyone. Who knew what monstrous entities might await? Just as she was lost in contemplation, a woman suddenly emerged from behind a tree, delicately inquiring, "Excuse me, are you here to challenge the formation?" This woman was strikingly beautiful, clad in white, her long hair flowing gracefully, adorned with an ancient and elegant hairpin, exuding an air of simplicity and gentleness. Ning Xianyu, however, felt as though she had seen a ghost and promptly leaped behind Xianyuan Tunhan. In broad daylight, she truly encountered what seemed to be a specter. Xianyuan Tunkin glanced at her with evident disdain, finding her incessant shouting of ghosts to the system rather irksome. Yet, he did not release her arm. Instead, he slightly raised it, effectively blocking her from view. "Who are you?" The woman suddenly rushed over, kneeling in tears. "Senior, I am but a humble loose cultivator from Dong'an Kangyansu. Years ago, I ventured into this formation seeking news of my parents, but to my dismay, I found myself unable to leave. Senior, I only wish to ask, what year is it outside? How long have I been trapped here?" Xianyuan Tunkin coldly replied. "It is now the year 79,083 of Tianyao." The woman calculated in her mind, stunned. Has it truly been 50 years? She laughed and cried simultaneously. "I thought I had only spent a few years here, yet the outside world has moved on for 50 years? She covered her face, anguish evident in her voice. "My parents were of modest cultivation. They must have long since passed." Her sobs were heart-wrenching yet melodious, prompting Ning Xianyu to peek out of curiosity. This is too tragic. Trapped in a formation for 50 years, what is there to behold on that steel? She thought it utterly unwise to squander decades of her life for the sake of understanding certain matters. To lose her life over it would be even more incomprehensible. The system remarked, "Some may venture forth in search of loved ones or dear friends, and such risks are entirely normal." Perhaps, Ning Xianyu pondered, recognizing that a formidable figure like the great demon would find it easy to traverse a mere formation. The woman wept as if a rain-soaked pear blossom. Yet Xianyuan Tunkin merely ignored her, leading the way. Ning Xianyu quickly followed, deliberately avoiding the woman. However, the woman hastened to catch up, pleading, "Senior, please allow me to accompany you. I cannot bear the solitude of wandering through this formation alone." The endless passage of time with no one to converse with was indeed terrifying. Recalling the journey here, Sun Yin had mentioned that Tianling had been trapped in the formation for nearly a month, which was attributed to his accustomed nature regarding such events. Revealing a certain indifference towards cruelty, the system interjected, "You are overthinking. For cultivators, solitude is the norm. They often meditate for decades or even centuries, which is entirely commonplace." Ning Xianyu reflected that perhaps she was indeed too naive to adapt. While Xianyuan Tunkin did not dismiss the woman, she persistently followed closely, careful to maintain a respectful distance without falling behind. When they rested, she too would pause, inquiring about their respective sections. Initially, Ning Xianyu felt apprehensive of her, suspecting her to be a vengeful spirit. However, observing her behavior now, she deemed her unlikely to be a ghost, feeling emboldened. "Have you encountered anyone else here?" The woman shook her head, then nodded. "I met someone before. He attempted to steal my belongings, but I managed to flee, and then I encountered you." The odds of meeting anyone were so slim, yet they had crossed paths upon entering. It seemed like fate. The woman smiled at her. "What is your name, sister?" "I am Bai Lianhua, though my parents prefer to call me Lotus Flower." Ning Xianyu, who was sipping juice at that moment, promptly choked. "By Lotus Flower? Lotus Flower, miss?" She blinked, wondering if she had misheard. Bai Lianhua chuckled. "Yes, just call me Lotus Flower. It sounds endearing." Ning Xianyu contemplated. "I think calling you Miss Bai is quite fitting." The name Bai Lianhua felt too difficult to utter. The system laughed heartily. "You have encountered Bai Lianhua. Congratulations." Xianyuan Tunkin, surveying his surroundings, was puzzled by this exchange. The name Bai Lianhua was fresh and elegant. What was so amusing about it? Bai Lianhua readily accepted whatever name was given. Her demeanor remarkably humble. She presented a jade vial, respectfully offering, "Senior, this is a dew I collected here. It alleviates fatigue and sharpens focus." A sip can often clear one's vision when lost. She extended the vial to Xianyuan Tunkin, her head bowed low, a picture of deference. Ning Xianyu mused that she had never witnessed the great demon consume anything. Would he accept it? To her astonishment, The great demon merely glanced at Bai Lianhua, reached out, and accepted the vial, tucking it into his storage bag. Goodness, he actually accepted it? She was taken aback, especially since he neither rolled his eyes nor scolded her. Chapter 101. The nature of capitalist Ning Xianyu felt perturbed, for the great demon exhibited notably more patience and kindness towards Bai Lianhua. Whenever she spoke with him, she was met with disdain, and he refused to accept anything she offered. Yet now, for a mere vial of dew, he accepted it without a second thought. The system quickly reassured her. The great demon has indeed shared wine with you. Have you forgotten? Ning Xianyu pondered. Yes, I had indeed forgotten. With this realization, she concluded that the great demon's treatment of Bai Lianhua was not particularly special. The system continued. Rest assured, the great demon surely favors you more. After all, he brings you along even while bathing, and he has kissed you. Should you fear losing his affection? Ning Xianyu considered this, realizing it was not so. What do you mean by fearing loss? I am merely expressing the lament of a lowly worker against the biased nature of capitalism. All right, whatever you say. Listening to their nonsensical chatter, Xianyuan Tunken glanced at her upon hearing fear of losing affection. Ning Xianyu, distractedly gazing around, was startled when he fixed his gaze on her. What are you looking at? How ridiculous for a capitalist to dote on a new, charming employee. He clearly noticed her discontent, rising and gesturing with his arm, causing her to tumble to the ground unceremoniously. Ning Xianyu, dissatisfied, scrambled to her feet and shot him a glare. He was deliberately tormenting her. The ugly nature of capitalists revealed. Bai Lianhua hurried over. Miss, are you all right? How did you fall? Ning Xianyu dismissed her concern, insisting she was fine as she reluctantly followed behind the great demon. Xianyuan Tunken glanced back, observing her stubbornly trailing after him. When he purposefully looked her way, she forced a smile, attempting to appear amiable, though he chuckled softly to himself. If only this woman would invest her thoughts in her cultivation, she would likely attain far greater prowess than she currently possessed. Bai Lianhua, emboldened by her previous conversation with Ning Xianyu, now drew closer to Xianyuan Tunken. It seemed that the vial had created a bond, making her feel as though she was now one of their companions. Not long after, a wall of flames suddenly appeared ahead. Despite the lush greenery surrounding them, the fire wall blazed with intense heat. Its warmth fell from a distance. Ning Xianyu nervously huddled beside the great demon, awaiting his spell. Bai Lianhua approached, explaining, I have passed through this firewall several times before, but it was never this large. Clearly, this firewall was